Chapter 38. Yang Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. In the Thousand Devils sect, he was the one and only heaven's pride. However, in the East Ridge Prefecture, which was a peak Emperor God-level sect, he was only slightly more outstanding. There were many young heaven's prides who could be compared to him. Among them, there were even heaven's prides whose talent and comprehension were above his. He had only been invited because he had crossed the threshold for the top God Emperor level forces in Tungleng province to take the initiative to invite him to join. If he hadn't crossed that threshold and his talent and perceptive ability were slightly weaker, those God Emperor level forces wouldn't have taken the initiative to invite him. When he heard Duan Lingtian call him young sect master, he broke out in a cold sweat. At that moment, he felt as if there was a thorn in his back. It wasn't difficult for him to sense the sharp gazes of the high-level God Emperors not far away. These high-ranked divine emperors were not his subordinates. They did not follow him here to protect him. They were here to support him. When they invited Duan Lingtian to join them, they were here to show respect to Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian rejected Yang Xianxia, the high-level God Emperors also spoke one after another, promising all kinds of benefits. It was even to the extent that there were one or two people who promised benefits that caused Duan Lingtian to be greatly moved. If it weren't for the imminent Emperor battle, he might have really agreed to go to the Emperor battle realm. In the end, Duan Lingtian still refused. Although the high-level God Emperors were disappointed by Duan Lingtian's rejection, they weren't angry because before they came, they already knew that Duan Lingtian had rejected the other two God Emperor level forces. Duan Lingtian, if the Emperor battle between the Tianlong clan and the Tai sect ends, if you're interested in joining the sect behind us, feel free to look for me. An old man raised his hand and handed his soul bead to Duan Lingtian. When the time comes, send me a message and I'll personally come to welcome you. My promise is still valid at that time. This old man was also one of the two people who had made the most important promise. Thank you, senior. Duan Lingtian repeatedly thanked him and put away the soul bead the old man handed over. After the Emperor battle ends, I do plan to leave the Tianlong clan. If I really want to leave, I'll definitely choose a top God Emperor level force in Tungleng province to join. The old man's eyes immediately after hearing Duan Lingtian's words, he pondered for a moment and made another promise to Duan Lingtian. Yang's face changed this series of promises. Duan Lingtian's Yang. He, Yang Xianxia, was one of the most talented people in the history of the God Emperor level sect, the Thousand Devils sect. Back then, when he received invitations from several peak God Emperor level forces in the Eastern Mountain Prefecture, they didn't promise him anything. They just invited him to join. However, when it came to Duan Lingtian, there was a huge amount of benefits that made him green with envy. Elder Qin, the old man's promise also caused the others to frown slightly. The benefits that the old man promised were truly a bit excessive compared to what they had promised before. It made them feel ashamed of their inferiority. Are we people from the same sect? However, when they thought about the old man's status in the sect, they could not help but sigh. Who asked him to have an extraordinary background in the sect? The sect might not be willing to fulfill the heavy promises he made to Duan Lingtian. But the sect would definitely fulfill the promise he made to Duan Lingtian even if it pained them. Senior, how should I address you? When Duan Lingtian looked at the old man again, his gaze became much gentler. At the same time, he casually raised his hand and took out his soul bead and handed it to the old man. My name is Qin Wuyang. You can call me Elder Qin. Most of the people in the sect call me that as well. The old man could see that Duan Lingtian was tempted. He put away Duan Lingtian's soul bead with a bright smile on his face. The old man and the young man looked at each other with smiles on their faces. It was as though they were having a casual conversation. Moreover, the peak that I'm at is the best in the Divine Pill Dao. If you want to come, you can go to my peak directly. There are all kinds of rare medicinal herbs there. There's nothing you can't see. Qin Wuyang continued to tempt Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Yang Xianxia's expression changed slightly when he saw this. A hint of worry flashed in the depths of his eyes. At the same time, he immediately sent a message. The target of the message was none other than the inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan, Huang Tianjing. Senior granduncle, one of the sect elders who came with me, made a promise to Duan Lingtian. It seems like Duan Lingtian will leave the Tianlong clan after the emperor battle ends and join my current sect. It's best if you kill him before the emperor battle ends. Otherwise, not only will you not be able to kill him when he arrives at my current sect, you might even have to consider if he'll seek revenge on you in the future. You should know that with his innate talent and comprehension, and his shocking achievement in the divine pill Dao, it won't be long before he has the ability to seek revenge on you. Perhaps, after he leaves the Tianlong clan, he'll be able to seek revenge on you with the help of others. Upon receiving Yang Qinya's message, Huang Tianjing's expression changed again. At the same time, he immediately sent a message to his second disciple, Zhongken, where are you now? Is it convenient for master to look for you? Now, Huang Tianjing only wanted to look for Zhongken so that they could think of a way to deal with Duan Lingtian together. Or rather, he wanted to think of a way to let Xue Mingji, the vice-clan leader of the Tianlong clan, deal with Duan Lingtian. He had to admit that Qin Wuyang was very sincere. At the very least, Duan Lingtian was really tempted. He also felt that even if the two people from the top Emperor God forces in Tungleng province had not arrived, the benefits that Qin Wuyang promised could not be replicated. Moreover, the Emperor God forces that had yet to arrive were all Emperor God clans. Compared to the sects, he was more inclined towards sects than clans. Let's talk about this after the Emperor War ends. I don't know how long it'll take for it to end. The Emperor War might end in a few years, decades, or even centuries. In the history of the realms of gods, the longest Emperor War in the history of the realms of gods lasted for 1,000 years. In the end, it was the few peak Emperor God level forces that were hosting the Emperor War that intervened and ended it. After that, there was a new rule for the Emperor War in the realms of gods. The Emperor War cannot last for more than 1,000 years. When the time limit is up, the Emperor War realm will be closed. Duan Lingtian knew a lot about the Emperor War. Duan Lingtian, I'll wait for you at Chunyang School. Before Qin Wuyang, Yang Qinya, and the others left, Qin Wuyang left a message through Duan Lingtian's soul pearl. Chunyang School. This was also the first time Duan Lingtian learned about the top Emperor God force in Tungleng province that Qin Wuyang and Yang Qinya were from. Pure Yang. Is this Chunyang School related to Lu Dongbin, one of the 8 immortals in Earth's myths and legends? That Lu Dongbin seems to be known as Master Pure Sunday. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he thought about this. He did not think it was possible. Lu Dongbin should have ascended to the Jade Emperor Heaven. However, Duan Lingtian had never heard of him when he was in the Devata realm. If Lu Dongbin had really ascended to the realms of gods and established a sect there, he would have become a legend in the Jade Emperor Heaven or Yanhuang realm. Naturally, this was not impossible. Perhaps, Lu Dongbin had kept a low profile. Even if he had made a name for himself, it would not have spread. Moreover, there were close to 20 realms of gods in total. Those who had left the Yanhuang realm and the Jade Emperor Heaven to go to the realms of gods might not have made it to the profound gangland. Under such circumstances, even if Chunyang School was related to Lu Dongbin, as long as Lu Dongbin did not spread the news, it was not surprising that the people from the Jade Emperor Heaven and Yanhuang realm did not know about it. I should continue cultivating. Now that I've stabilized my cultivation base as a high-level God King, it's time for me to continue cultivating. Anyway, I don't have a high-level Divine King to break through the bottleneck of the Divine Emperor realm. I can use enough divine pellets to force my cultivation up. I'll just have to spend some time stabilizing my cultivation base after I break through to the Divine Emperor stage. Moreover, there are divine pills that can help a lesser Divine Emperor consolidate his cultivation base. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian cast aside all distracting thoughts and returned to his room to continue cultivating. Before he started cultivating, Duan Lingtian had informed Xue Haichuan that if anyone from the top Emperor God forces in Tungleng province came looking for him, he could just politely decline. He would only come out when the War of the Emperors was about to begin. Without waiting for Xue Haichuan's reply, Duan Lingtian activated a formation that isolated him from the outside world. He's not going to meet anyone from the top Emperor God forces in Tongling province? Shui Haichuan shook his head and sighed. If he were in Duan Lingtian's shoes, he would not have the confidence to do so. However, he also knew that with the value that Duan Lingtian had shown so far, he was qualified and confident to do so. Moreover, the people from the top Emperor God forces in Tongling province would only grumble a little. They would definitely not fall out with him because of this. Based on Duan Lingtian's achievements at such a young age, as long as there were no accidents and he did not die prematurely, he would definitely rise to power. Even if they couldn't recruit such a person into their faction, there was no need to make an enemy out of someone who was an enemy of their faction. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years had passed. The day of the War of the Emperors was approaching. The War of the Emperors had been successfully established. The higher-ups of the Tianlong clan and Tai sect had already brought many people into the War of the Emperors a year ago to build the Tianlong clan's camp in the War of the Emperors. It was a vast city. This would be the resting place of the Tianlong clan in the War of the Emperors. There were battlefields everywhere in the War of the Emperors. This was the only place that could guarantee absolute safety. Chapter 38-39. Boom. Rumble. A series of loud noises came from a huge canyon in the Tianlong clan's Myron Mountain range. The originally unstable spatial passage that could only allow a small number of people to enter the Emperor Battle Realm was completely stabilized. At this moment, an open door was suspended in the air in the canyon. Behind the door was darkness, and no one knew where it led to. At that very moment, many brand new buildings had been set up all around the canyon. There were people in every single one of those buildings. These people were from the Tianlong clan. They took turns guarding the entrance and exit of the Tianlong clan. They were at least inner elders of the Tianlong clan. There were also many white dragon elders. Every time they were on duty, there would be a black dragon elder. Whoosh! In the sky above the mountain range, a tall and sturdy figure soared into the sky. In an instant, his entire body expanded and turned into a solid phantom that was like a giant that could support the heavens. It was a middle-aged man. His original body was close to 2 meters tall. Because he was so muscular, from afar, he did not look like he was 2 meters tall at all. Instead, he looked like he was about 1.7 meters tall. This was because he was not only tall, but his body was also very wide. He was twice as wide as an ordinary woman. His face was stern, and he exuded the aura of a superior. He was the current clan leader of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong. Long Qingchong was also the last disciple of the previous clan leader of the Tianlong clan. He was an orphan who was picked up by the previous clan leader. He originally wanted to take the previous clan leader's surname, but the previous clan leader changed his surname to Long, which was derived from the Tianlong clan. As for his full name, it was also given by the previous clan leader. Although he was a latecomer, Long Qingchong relied on his mediocre talent and hard work to get to where he was today. Although he was not as strong as his master, the previous clan leader of the Tianlong clan, he was not much weaker than him. At the very least, it was rumored that his strength was not weaker than the few golden dragon elders of the Tianlong clan. The Emperor battle will officially begin in 3 days. Long Qingchong, who had transformed into a towering giant, casually slapped the air and shook the entire Tianlong temple. All disciples of the Divine King realm and above, be prepared to obey the rules set by the sect. If you charge into battle for the sect will not treat you unfairly. However, if you drag the sect down, don't blame the sect for being heartless. Long Qingchong's last sentence was laced with a strong threat, causing some of the people in the Sky Dragon sect's encampment to have a change of expression. Is the War of the Emperors finally about to begin? I've been waiting for a long time. 3 days later? For the next 3 days, he would not cultivate. He would prepare well and use his contribution points to exchange for more healing pills. Yes, he would use up all his contribution points. If you die in there, it doesn't matter how many contribution points you have. It's better to exchange them for something that can save your life at a critical moment. What will come will come. Since we can't avoid it, let's fight. In the next 3 days, let's see if we can find a few more people to go with us. When Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, announced that the emperor battle would begin in 3 days, everyone in the Tianlong clan began to move. The originally quiet places became exceptionally lively at this moment. It was the same for the inner sect disciples' cultivation places. As Long Qingchong's voice rang through the entire Heavenly Dragon sect, it also forcefully broke through the soundproofing formation that everyone had set up for seclusion, reaching everyone's ears. There were even people in the Tianlong temple who sent messages to the elders and disciples of the Tianlong clan who were not in the Tianlong temple, telling them to come back in shifts. Of course, for the elders and disciples of the Tianlong clan who were managing the businesses of the Tianlong clan, although they must participate in the emperor battle, the requirements for their performance in the emperor battle were greatly reduced. For example, a Tianlong clan disciple with the cultivation of a lower god king must kill at least one lower god king supreme sect disciple every 3 months and seize the other party's identity token in the emperor battle plane, which was also the emperor battle badge, as proof. This was the minimum mission. As for the disciples of the Tianlong clan who were managing the businesses of the Tianlong clan, although they also had a mission, they were much more generous. Every 6 months, they only needed to kill one supreme sect disciple of the same cultivation level and seize the other party's emperor battle badge. If a lower god king did not complete the minimum mission set by the clan within the specified time limit, then when the time was up, they would be forcibly sent to the god king battlefield and could only come out after completing the mission. For example, if a lower god king disciple of the Tianlong clan who was not managing the businesses of the Tianlong clan outside failed to kill a lower god king supreme sect disciple in 3 months, they would be forcibly sent to the god king battlefield and could not come out after completing the mission. Moreover, at that time, the mission they needed to complete was not as simple as killing a lower god king supreme sect disciple, but also killing one more to complete the mission for the next 3 months. They could only come out after completing 2 3-month missions. As for middle god kings and those with higher cultivation, they also needed to complete the corresponding mission. However, middle god kings did not necessarily need to kill a middle god king, they could also kill 5 lower god kings to replace them. As for upper god kings, if they did not kill upper god kings, they would need to kill 5 middle god kings to replace them, or 25 lower god kings to replace them. In short, the higher the cultivation of the Tianlong clan's elders and disciples, the more arduous the mission they needed to complete. And this was also the unyielding rule of the Tianlong clan regarding the emperor war that no one could violate. At most, the elders and disciples who were managing the businesses of the Tianlong clan outside enjoyed some special privileges, but they still needed to enter the emperor war plane to fight against the people of the supreme sect. The minimum mission cannot be exchanged for battle merits. Only after completing the minimum mission and killing the other party's disciples can one obtain battle merits. In Tungleng Province's Peace City, where the experts of the Peak God Emperor forces are stationed, one can exchange for various cultivation resources and treasures from the sects and supreme sect. And as disciples of the Tianlong clan, we can also exchange battle merits for contribution points. After all, once the emperor war ends, battle merits will be useless, but at that time, they can be exchanged for contribution points. In the inner sect's cultivation area, Duan Lingtian's courtyard, Ding Yan, Ho Qingning, and Murong Inue were all present. They sat together with Duan Lingtian at a table in the courtyard. Of course, at this moment, Duan Lingtian had set up a formation so that they could see what was happening outside, but those outside could not see them unless they used their divine sense to forcefully enter. But generally, no one would do that, because it was considered a provocation. What I mean is, until the end, there's no need to exchange battle merits for contribution points. Because anything that can be exchanged with contribution points can also be exchanged with battle merits, unless the value is not high. As for the things that can be exchanged with battle merits, contribution points might not be able to exchange for them. The Emperor War is presided over by the few top God Emperor forces in Tungleng Province. Under their supervision, the sect and Tai sect will not dare to easily hide anything. Therefore, anything that can be exchanged with battle merits in Peace City is definitely good stuff. Usually, it's hard to exchange for contribution points, but in Peace City, it's possible to exchange for battle merits. Ho Qingning's words were enough to show how deep his understanding of the Emperor War was. After entering the Emperor War realm, where do you plan to go? Do you want to go with me? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. You should know that in the Emperor War realm, it's impossible to use soul orbs to communicate. You can only use soul orbs to communicate when you return to the 3 cities where the Emperor War is stopped. The 3 cities of the Emperor War realm referred to Sky Dragon City controlled by the Tianlong clan, Tai City controlled by Tai sect, and Peace City controlled by the few top God Emperor forces in Tonglang province, including the Qingyang school. Tai City was the place where Tai sect's disciples rested. The Tianlong clan naturally could not enter, just like how Sky Dragon City did not allow Tai sect's disciples to enter. As for the Peace City, the people from both sects could enter, but they were not allowed to fight inside. Anyone who dared to do so would be killed by the few peak Emperor God-level forces in the East Ridge Prefecture who were overseeing the city. Even high-level God Emperors were no exception. In the Peace City, there would be God Emperor experts overseeing it. Furthermore, there was more than one. The few peak God Emperor level forces in the East Ridge Prefecture that were hosting the Emperor battle would each send a God Emperor to oversee the Peace City. There were 3 entrances to the Emperor War realm: Peace City, Sky Dragon City, and Tai City. I won't be going with you. Ho Qingning shook his head and said, I'm a new disciple, so I can first go with the outer sect deacons. I won't be of any help to you if I follow you. I'll only be a burden. Ho Qingning was very clear, the Emperor War realm was not only an opportunity for them, but also for Duan Lingtian. If he followed Duan Lingtian, he would definitely be a burden to Duan Lingtian. That was not something he should do as a friend. As a friend, he hoped that Duan Lingtian would be able to reap great rewards and climb higher and further in a short time. Seeing the unswerving determination in Ho Qingning's eyes, Duan Lingtian also saw through his thoughts. He did not say anything about it and nodded. A new lower God King disciple can indeed move together with the high-level God King deacons. You'll follow the main group, and with a high-level God King, there won't be much danger. As for Murong Inua, she would naturally be together with Ho Qingning. After a few years, although the two did not seem to have broken through the last layer of veil, but Duan Lingtian could tell that the two of them were much closer than before. Ding Yan, what about you? Duan Lingtian looked at Ding Yan again. Ding Yan smiled. I don't plan to follow the outer sect deacons. I've found a small group. When the time comes, we'll ambush the Divine King disciples of Tai sect on the God King battlefield. My strength is also much lower than yours, I'll be a burden to you. As he said this, Ding Yan saw Duan Lingtian frowning, and said with a serious expression, Duan Lingtian, I know you won't mind us being a burden to you. But, you have to consider our feelings. We're friends with you, and since we're friends, we hope for the best for each other. If you follow us, we'll be a burden. And if we follow you, it'll be very difficult for us to grow. Chapter 38-40. Ding Yan's words were so serious that Duan Lingtian did not know how to respond. Of course, he could see that Ding Yan was even more determined than Ho Qingning. Hence, he did not insist that they travel with him. No matter what, if you feel pressured or in danger, feel free to let me know. I can travel with you. Duan Lingtian said to Ding Yan and Ho Qingning. Furthermore, at this point, Duan Lingtian paused and smiled. Even if you travel with me, I'm afraid we won't be able to travel more than a few times. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ding Yan was stunned. Why? Ho Qingning was stunned for a moment. He looked at Duan Lingtian in shock and said, Duan Lingtian, you don't tell me you're about to break through and become a divine emperor? The moment Ho Qingning's words left his mouth, Ding Yan regained his senses. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Murong Inua was the same. Obviously, Ho Qingning's words shocked the two of them. It's only a matter of 1 or 2 years. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently with a carefree expression on his face. After getting his confirmation, Ding Yan and the other two were dumbstruck again. After a while, they came back to their senses and looked at each other speechlessly. Wasn't this too much of a blow to them? When the three of them were lower divine kings, Duan Lingtian was a middle divine king. Duan Lingtian was already a middle divine king, and they were still lower divine kings. In another 1 or 2 years, they were not confident that they could advance further and break through to become middle divine kings. But Duan Lingtian said that he would break through to become a lower divine emperor in 1 or 2 years. I'm going back to cultivate. Ding Yan was vexed as he turned around and left. Ho Qingning and Murong Inua looked at each other and left one after another. Whether it was Ding Yan or Ho Qingning, after leaving, they sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian, telling him that they didn't need to wait for them to enter the emperor battle plane. They would arrange with their small teams before entering together. After the three of them left, Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Are all of them so weak? Isn't he just a lower godly emperor? Is there a need to make such a fuss? Standing up, Duan Lingtian also returned to his room. Compared to the people outside, who were making all kinds of preparations, Duan Lingtian appeared to be calm and unperturbed. This was because he had already prepared everything he needed to prepare. Moreover, in his opinion, with his current cultivation base, he wouldn't be in any danger if he entered the battlefield of the God Kings. At the same time, in the distant Greater One sect, the sect master of the Greater One sect personally announced that the emperor battle would begin in 3 days. The Greater One sect was also shocked because of this. In fact, compared to the Tianlong clan, the people of the Greater One sect were even more unprepared for the upcoming emperor battle. This was because they didn't expect that the sect would suddenly challenge the Tianlong clan to an emperor battle. In the past, when the Tianlong clan took the initiative to challenge the sect, didn't the sect always refuse? This time, why did he take the initiative instead of being passive? However, although they were passive, the disciples of the Greater One sect weren't mediocre people. After a short period of disbelief, they gradually accepted this cruel reality. In fact, compared to the disciples of the Tianlong clan, the disciples of the Greater One sect were even more afraid of death. Those who were afraid of death would definitely be more careful and make more preparations. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The Emperor battle plane was officially open to all disciples of the Tianlong clan and the Greater One sect. Anyone could enter at this time. Of course, whether it was the Tianlong clan or the Greater One sect, they would leave a certain number of people to guard the sect. That was something only medium-level godly emperors could do. Lower god emperors and god kings generally wouldn't make such arrangements. In the Tianlong clan, in the Grand Canyon where the entrance to the Emperor battle plane was located, people had gathered early in the morning, waiting for the Emperor battle plane to officially open to them. When noon arrived, the gate to the Emperor battle plane officially opened. A group of elders and disciples of the Tianlong clan entered the Emperor battle plane through the gate. Figures were still in the Grand Canyon a moment ago, but in the next moment, they passed through the gate in the void and disappeared into the darkness behind. It took about an hour for the black mass of people to enter before they all came to an end. At this time, people came and went in one after another. Whoosh! A purple figure flashed and appeared in the Grand Canyon. Looking at the gate in the void, his eyes suddenly flashed. These are the 4 gates to the Emperor battle plane? Just as Duan Lingtian was about to enter with the others, a voice suddenly rang out. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ears. Little Tian. Duan Lingtian turned around and saw Dongfang Yannian smiling at him from not far away. Beside Dongfang Yannian was a beautiful woman with a pretty face and a graceful figure. The woman also had a white dragon elder medallion hanging from her waist. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, figured out the woman's identity. She was none other than Dongfang Yannian's wife, Ouyang Shueli, who was also a white dragon elder in the heavenly dragon sect like him. Big brother Yannian. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he used the teleportation profundity to appear in front of Dongfang Yannian. After greeting Dongfang Yannian, he looked at the woman next to Dongfang Yannian and asked, "This must be sister-in-law, right?" Huh, Dongfang Yannian laughed. "It seems that brat Shui Haichuan has already told you. This is my wife, Ouyang Shueli." this is Duan Lingtian, Master Duan, who is more famous than me and Shui Haichuan in the Tianlong clan. Dongfang Yannian smiled. Greetings, Master Duan. Ouyang Shuali smiled and nodded at Duan Lingtian. The reason why Shuali's heavenly veins were able to recover before the start of the Emperor battle is all thanks to the Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pill refined by you. Thank you, Master Duan. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly at Ouyang Shuali's politeness and gratitude. Sister-in-law, you seem too distant when you address me like that. Big brother Yannian and I are friends. I see him as an elder brother. You're my sister-in-law. You can be more casual and address me like you do with big brother Yannian. Towards the end, Duan Lingtian's tone contained a hint of helplessness. Hearing this, Ouyang Shuali smiled awkwardly. Dongfang Yannian helped her say, Little Tian, your sister-in-law is different from me and Shui Haichuan. She's always been rather introverted. Once you get to know her for a while, she'll be able to do as you wish and stop being so courteous to you. So that's how it is. I've misunderstood her. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. Little Tian, are you preparing to enter the Emperor battle plane? Dongfang Yannian asked with a smile. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, as if he had thought of something, he looked at Dongfang Yannian and asked, Big brother Yannian, all the God King level disciples, with the exception of the elders and disciples who are busy with the sect's businesses, are required to kill a greater one sect disciple of the same level of cultivation as them within 3 months. Do you God Kings have a similar minimum mission? Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of a problem. God Kings were one thing. Whether it was the Tianlong clan or the Greater One sect, there were many. But God Kings were not in the majority. No. Dongfang Yannian shook his head. The reason there's a specific mission for you is because they're worried that some of you will slack off and hide after entering the God King battlefield. But for existences in the God King level, almost none of them would do such a thing. For existences in the God King level, the opening of the Emperor battle plane is also an opportunity for them. As long as they accumulate enough battle merits in the Emperor battle plane, they can exchange for anything that's helpful to their cultivation and profound comprehension of laws. This includes divine fruits, divine pellets, battle soul beads of experts, secret chambers of laws and so on. And for those in the God King level, with the exception of a few monstrous geniuses, the majority of them can feel the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation getting stronger and stronger. Under this kind of pressure, who wouldn't want to become stronger and deal with more heavenly tribulation? Let's not talk about the Tungleng province. Let's talk about our Tianlong clan. Why hasn't a God Emperor been born for so many years? It's because many people who had the potential to become God Kings were killed by the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation before they could break through. The 1,000-year heavenly tribulation gets stronger each time. For the majority of God King disciples in the sect, the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation they're facing isn't that strong for the time being, so they don't feel that much pressure. But for God Kings, it's completely different. After hearing Dongfang Yannian's words, Duan Lingtian also came to a realization. Because that was indeed the case. For existences in the God King level, it was indeed very unlikely that they'd want to waste their days in the God King battlefield. They all wanted to take a step forward through the Emperor battle plane. Once they did, they might be able to live for several thousand more years and even have a chance to break through and become a God King. Pill Master Duan, you've broken through to the God King level? At this moment, Ouyang Shuali, who was beside Dongfang Yannian, suddenly asked in surprise. Although Ouyang Shuali did not use the senses of her soul to investigate Duan Lingtian, the sliver of presence of divine force that Duan Lingtian had left behind after teleporting away earlier still allowed her to sense some of the subtle characteristics of a God King. As soon as Ouyang Shuali finished speaking, the senses of Dongfang Yannian's soul swept towards Duan Lingtian without holding back at all. A while later, he withdrew his soul and stared at Duan Lingtian for quite a while before sighing. No wonder Shui Haichuan always calls you a monster, a freak. He really is right. How long has it been, and you've already become a God King? Moreover, you're a God King who's completely consolidated your cultivation and is clearly close to becoming a God King. It's fortunate that I didn't meet you when I was young, or I would have been crushed to death. Your peers really are pitiful to have a monster like you as a peer. Dongfang Yannian sighed emotionally as he silently mourned for Duan Lingtian's peers. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian smiled modestly before bidding farewell to Dongfang Yannian and Ouyang Xueli. Afterwards, he flew through the entrance of the Emperor battle plane and vanished. Chapter 38-41. From the Tianlong Temple, one had to pass through the Tianlong clan's entrance to the Emperor battle realm. After passing through the spatial passageway, one would arrive at Tianlong City, which was under the control of the Tianlong clan. After passing through the spatial passageway and entering the Emperor battle realm, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He discovered that he had appeared in a majestic and ancient city. The floor tiles and walls of this city looked very new. It was obvious that it had been built not too long ago. Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian arrived, a few people took the initiative to greet him. These people were from the same batch of people as Duan Lingtian who had entered the Tianlong clan. Most of them were inner sect disciples. There were also a few outer sect disciples. Duan Lingtian returned the greetings with a smile even though he didn't know them or their names. Among these people, only a few of them looked familiar. Should we cooperate with Duan Lingtian? With his strength, we'll definitely have a better chance of entering the battlefield of God Kings. Not too far away, a God King inner sect disciple asked the people beside him. These people were his partners in entering the Emperor battle realm. They had agreed to enter the battlefield of God Kings together and support each other. Under the circumstances of helping each other complete the minimum mission, they would strive to obtain more battle merits and exchange them for the things they wanted in Peace City. If you want to cooperate with Duan Lingtian, why don't you go by yourself? Do you think he's a fool? With his strength, he doesn't need to cooperate with us at all. Another intermediate God King inner sect disciple shook his head and said, in terms of strength, he alone is enough to defeat all of us if we join forces. Cooperating with us will only benefit us. To him, it will only be detrimental. Think about it. If you were him and had the strength of our Tianlong clan below the God King realm, would you choose to cooperate with us? Under the reminder of the inner sect disciple who had spoken up earlier fell silent. At the same time, he did not take the initiative to step forward and ask for a snub. Of course, there were also some people who, although they felt that it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to cooperate with them, still mustered up the courage to step forward and ask, Duan Lingtian, we have 3 people on our side, 1 high God King and 2 medium God Kings. Are you interested in entering the God King battlefield with us? After we complete the minimum mission, you get half of the battle merits, and the 3 of us get the other half. As soon as this person opened his mouth, not only did he want to cooperate with Duan Lingtian, but he also mentioned the benefits he would give to Duan Lingtian. After the mission was completed, the battle merits would be divided among the 4 of them, with Duan Lingtian taking half. It had to be said that this treatment was very generous. However, it was precisely this generous treatment that caused many people to snort disdainfully. It sounds nice. If they are really cooperating with the Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid they are relying on the Duan Lingtian. That's right, to Duan Lingtian, it's the same whether they are there or not. Unless it's Hua Tiandu and a few of the most outstanding inner sect disciples of our Tianlong clan, as well as some Azure Dragon disciples, if they cooperate with the Duan Lingtian, they are destined to only drag the Duan Lingtian down. As the group of people whispered to each other, Duan Lingtian also tactfully rejected the people who had asked him to cooperate. I plan to travel alone in the God King battlefield, and do not plan to cooperate with anyone. This one sentence also blocked the path of those who wanted to cooperate with him. Some people who originally wanted to speak up, or even make an even heavier promise, also stopped in their tracks at this time. Then, Duan Lingtian left under the gazes of the crowd. Duan Lingtian actually plans to travel alone in the God King battlefield. It seems that he is very confident in his own strength. With Duan Lingtian's strength, he indeed has the qualifications to say this. If those people from the Greater One sect encounter Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid they will be unlucky. When Duan Lingtian's back disappeared from the crowd's sight, the crowd couldn't help but discuss spiritedly, regarding Duan Lingtian's strength to the extreme. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know what the crowd was talking about. After he left the spatial passage entrance of Sky Dragon City, he began to stroll around Sky Dragon City. Sky Dragon City was divided into many areas. The inner sect disciples also had a residence here, and the layout was very similar to the inner sect disciples' cultivation area in the Tianlong Temple. However, this was a large open space, and there were many independent courtyards. Now, in front of some of the courtyards, there were already names engraved on the stone tablets. There are quite a few inner sect disciples who came in before me. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian shook his head. Then, Duan Lingtian also saw that in the inner sect disciples' residence area, there were many inner sect disciples who left in groups. There were also some inner sect disciples who just arrived, occupying one of the courtyards. This place isn't suitable for cultivation. Duan Lingtian roughly sensed that the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Emperor Battle Realm was thin. It was even thinner than the Devata realms, let alone the realms of gods. It seems like I can only rely on divine pills, divine stones, and divine crystals to recover my divine energy. It's extremely difficult to rely on cultivation to recover my divine energy with the density of the heaven and earth spirit energy here. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. Swoosh! In just a flash, Duan Lingtian appeared in front of the stone tablet at the entrance of a courtyard that was located in a relatively good location. At the same time, another figure also appeared in front of the stone tablet. Duan Lingtian looked at the person who had landed at the same time as him. Based on the identity token on the person's waist, it was obvious he was also an inner sect disciple. When Duan Lingtian looked at the other party smiled awkwardly. Senior brother Duan, since you've taken a fancy to this courtyard, I'll give it to you. I'll find another one. Duan Lingtian did not know the other party, but that did not mean the other party did not know who he was. Currently, Duan Lingtian was well known in the Tianlong clan, whether it was those who were in the Tianlong temple or those who were running the Tianlong clan's businesses outside, as long as they were not in closed-door cultivation in recent years, they knew who he was. Thank you. As soon as the other party left, Duan Lingtian smiled and thanked the other party. Then, he casually carved his name on the stone tablet at the entrance of the courtyard in front of him. The 3 words Duan Lingtian were carved on the stone tablet in one go. This would also be his resting place in the Emperor Battle Realm. When he walked into the courtyard, he saw that the layout of the courtyard was no different from the cultivation area of the inner sect disciples in the Tianlong temple. The layout of the rooms was similar as well, giving off a familiar feeling. It seems that Peace City can be reached directly from Heavenly Dragon City. After staying in the room for a while, Duan Lingtian walked out of the room and out of the courtyard. He casually asked someone for directions and headed east of Sky Dragon City. Peace City was located in the east of Sky Dragon City. It was adjacent to Sky Dragon City. Furthermore, the distance between Heavenly Dragon City and Peace City was very short. One could enter Peace City in practically an instant before others could react. Of course, even if that was not the case, no one from the Supreme Sect would dare to make a move here. Once they made a move, the experts of the Tianlong clan in Sky Dragon City would definitely not stand idly by. There was a Golden Dragon Elder overseeing Sky Dragon City, and at least one Golden Dragon Elder would stay behind. This was what Duan Lingtian had heard from Shui Haichuan before he came in. There are actually many people going to Peace City to watch the show. On the way to Peace City, Duan Lingtian saw many people heading to Peace City like him. Among them, there were not only inner sect disciples but also outer sect disciples, inner sect elders, outer sect elders, and outer sect deacons. Humph. A cold snort suddenly exploded by Duan Lingtian's ears, and it was like thunder piercing his ears. Immediately, Duan Lingtian's expression changed slightly. Then, he subconsciously looked at the person who had spoken. It was a person with the identity token of a white dragon elder hanging from his waist. He was also the only white dragon elder among the group of people who were currently heading to Peace City. After this person sensed Duan Lingtian's gaze, he coldly swept his eyes over him. Then, his figure flickered and he no longer paid attention to Duan Lingtian. In a flash, he vanished from Duan Lingtian's sight. Although that voice was directed at Duan Lingtian, the others still heard it. It was just that the voice was not as exaggerated as the one Duan Lingtian heard. For a time, everyone subconsciously stopped in their tracks. After a moment, an inner sect elder kindly sent a sound transmission to Duan Lingtian, reminding him, Duan Lingtian, that person just now was our Tianlong clan's white dragon elder, Elder Lu Yin. Elder Lu Yin is also someone from the 10,000 Demon sect. He was the former sect master of the Hidden Fog sect. But after his only son died, he left the Hidden Fog sect and joined the 10,000 Demon sect. Hearing this inner sect elder's reminder, Duan Lingtian's pupils shrank. When he regained his composure, he suddenly realized who it was. So it was him. Shui Haichuan's sworn enemy. A person who even dreamt of killing Shui Haichuan's big brother, Shui Haishan. Since you're close to Elder Shui Haichuan, you should know about the grudge between Elder Shui Haichuan's elder brother and him. If I'm not wrong, he targeted you because you're close to Elder Shui Haichuan. The inner sect elder continued to remind him. Thank you for the reminder, Elder. In truth, even if this inner sect elder didn't remind him, Duan Lingtian would have guessed the reason why he was targeted when he learned of this person's identity. However, although it should be because he was close to Shui Haichuan and his brother, there was definitely a big reason. It was because of the 10,000 Demon sect. When Kuang Tianzheng went to the Linghu family and tried to kill him, he and Kuang Tianzheng had become complete enemies. Kuang Tianzheng was a member of the Tianlong clan's 10,000 Demon sect. As long as the 10,000 Demon sect didn't give up on him, it meant that the 10,000 Demon sect was destined to be his enemy. However, you can rest assured in the Emperor battle plane. He won't dare to do anything to you. If he does, you will undoubtedly die. The inner sect elder continued to remind him. Finally, the inner sect elder reminded him a few more times before introducing himself. When he heard the inner sect elder's self-introduction, Duan Lingtian understood why he was so kind as to warn him. This person was actually Dongfang Yanyan's senior brother who shared the same master. However, because he was weaker than Dongfang Yanyan, his status in the Tianlong clan was inferior to Dongfang Yanyan's. End of chapter. Chapter 38-42. Lu Yin? He didn't even change his name. Previously, Duan Lingtian only knew that the previous sect master of the Hidden Fog sect refused to accept the judgment of the Hidden Fog sect's upper echelons against Shui Haishan. In a fit of anger, he turned and joined the Myriad Demon sect. After becoming one of the upper echelons of the Myriad Demon sect, he entered the Tianlong clan through the Myriad Demon sect. Moreover, he rapidly rose through the ranks of the Tianlong clan. Now, he had even become a White Dragon Elder. What he didn't know was that this person hadn't even changed his name back when he was the sect master of the Hidden Fog sect. The Hidden Fog sect had a rule. Every generation of sect masters had to abandon their own names and add a "in" to their surname as their new name. This was to represent the Hidden Fog sect and control the Hidden Fog sect. For instance, the current sect master of the Hidden Fog sect was named Xian Yin. As for Lu Yin, it was clear that he had only changed his name when he was the sect master of the Hidden Fog sect. But after he left the Hidden Fog sect, he didn't change his name back. To a certain extent, this was undoubtedly a provocation towards the Hidden Fog sect. At least, that was what Duan Lingtian believed. It seems that the previous sect master of the Hidden Fog sect holds a great grudge against the Hidden Fog sect. As he thought of the hostility Lu Yin showed towards him just now, it wasn't hard for Duan Lingtian to guess how deep his hatred for Shui Haishan was. It even included him. At the very least, in Duan Lingtian's opinion, Lu Yin's hostility towards him was first because he had a good relationship with Shui Haishan and his brother. Secondly, it was because he and the Myriad Demon sect were like fire and water. Senior apprentice brother Fang Yu, when I came in just now, big brother Yanyan and sister-in-law Shueli were outside. Now that you've entered the Emperor war plane, do you plan on entering the Divine Sovereign battlefield with them? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. No. Fang Yu was the Tianlong clan inner sect disciple who reminded Duan Lingtian. He was also Duan Lingtian's senior apprentice brother. When he heard Duan Lingtian's question, he smiled and shook his head. If I went with them, wouldn't I disturb their mood? Duan Tian could not help but smile when he heard this. That did seem to be the case. If Fang Yu rashly entered the battlefield of the divine emperors with Dongfang Yannian and his wife, he would undoubtedly become the third Wu beside them. It was easy to imagine that if that happened, even if he was Fang Yu, he would still feel uncomfortable. After exchanging a few words, and with Dongfang Yannian as the focal point, Duan Tian and Fang Yu quickly became familiar with each other. Then, they traveled together to Peace City. In Heavenly Dragon City, or even Peace City, nothing can happen to the people of the Tianlong clan. We don't have to worry about being assassinated. Along the way, Fang Yu smiled and said to Duan Tian, in Sky Dragon City, there is our Tianlong clan's golden dragon elder. As for the Peace City, there are a few experts from the Tungleng province who are holding down the fort. However, each family has a god emperor holding down the fort. If anyone dares to cause trouble there. At this point, Fang Yu paused for a moment, then transmitted his voice to Duan Tian, even our Tianlong clan's golden dragon elder won't be able to escape death. There were more than one god emperor holding down the fort in Peace City. Who would dare to cause trouble there? Duan Tian nodded. Even if Fang Yu didn't say it, he would have thought of it. Of course, if a member of our Tianlong clan runs to Tai City, you can forget about living. Even if you don't do anything, Tai City will find a random reason to kill you after killing you. If you die in Tai City, you'll die in vain. At this point, Fang Yu looked at Duan Tian and asked, Little Tian, is your sense of direction all right? Sense of direction? Duan Tian was startled. He didn't know why Fang Yu suddenly asked this. Before this War of Emperors, there were 2 War of Emperors in the history of our Tianlong clan, Fang Yu said. During one of the 2 War of Emperors, there was once an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan. Due to his poor sense of direction, he mistakenly mistook the enemy's city for Heavenly Dragon City. Then, he died in the enemy's city. Of course, the other party said that he wanted to barge in and kill someone. He even made a move, which was why he was killed. However, if you think about it, it's impossible. If an inner sect disciple of our Tianlong clan accidentally entered the enemy's city, he would probably want to tuck his tail between his legs and behave himself. Why would he so easily make a move inside? Hearing Fang Yu's words, the corners of Duan Tian's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He finally understood why Fang Yu had asked him about his sense of direction. It turned out that someone from the Tianlong clan had suffered a great loss because of his poor sense of direction. My sense of direction is pretty good. However, even if my sense of direction is poor, our Heavenly Dragon City isn't exactly the same as the enemy's city, right? Duan Tian asked. That's right. Fang Yu nodded. However, those who went to Peace City were mesmerized by the various treasures that could be exchanged for merit points in Peace City. They had long forgotten some of the things that they didn't deliberately remember. How many people can remember what their own city looks like? Duan Tian smiled bitterly. It's really unfair that he died in the Emperor Battle Realm. Not only was it unfair, but it was also embarrassing. Fang Yu shook his head and said, naturally, no one in the sect would openly laugh at him. However, the enemy used him to make fun of the sect. At that time, many people in the sect didn't feel the slightest bit of pity for him. Duan Tian couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. It was not difficult to imagine the situation. Unknowingly, Duan Tian and Fang Yu arrived at the city walls of Heavenly Dragon City. Then, the 2 of them flashed and entered another city in front of them. This city was not very big. In fact, it was only 1/10 the size of Heavenly Dragon City. However, it was very lively. In this city, apart from a few mansions that no one dared to approach, the rest of the city was filled with buildings that were filled with formations. Inside these buildings, there were all kinds of treasures taken out by the Sky Dragon sect and the Greater One sect, and these treasures were now locked by formations. If one wanted to unlock the treasures and take them away, they would have to exchange military merits for them. In front of each item, a number would be formed on the formation wall. That number was the number of military merits required to unlock it. The more precious an item was, the more military merits it required. Here, Duan Lingtian saw one of the rewards that he had received when he won first place in the Hidden Dragon Grand Tournament a few years ago. It was the Emperor Ascension Divine Pill. The Emperor Ascension Divine Pill was priced at 100 military merits in Peace City's Divine Pill Hall. What did 100 military merits mean? If the God King disciples of the Tianlong clan and the outer sect deacons who were upper God Kings killed a lower God King disciple of the greater one sect, they would only obtain 1 military merit. If they killed a middle God King disciple, they would obtain 5 military merits. If they killed a upper God King disciple, they would obtain 25 military merits. In other words, whether it was the people of the Tianlong clan or the greater one sect, if they wanted to obtain an Emperor Ascension Divine Pill, they would either have to kill 4 upper God Kings or kill lower God Kings and middle God Kings. These Emperor Ascension Divine Pills must have been refined by the old ancestor. Even if the greater one sect obtained Emperor Ascension Divine Pills, they would normally give them to their disciples. Seeing Duan Lingtian's gaze, Fang Yu said bluntly. Duan Lingtian nodded. He thought so too. As an Emperor Grade Divine Pill, the Emperor Ascension Divine Pill was not that easy to refine. Even he was not confident that he could refine the Emperor Ascension Divine Pill. This was because the Emperor Ascension Divine Pill was different from ordinary Emperor Grade Divine Pills. Ordinary Emperor Grade Divine Pills relied more on the infusion of life energy, but the Emperor Ascension Divine Pill focused more on the technique of refining the pill. Duan Lingtian's current refining technique was not enough to refine the Emperor Ascension Divine Pill. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's attention also fell on the other divine pills. He realized that he could refine all of these divine pills. Moreover, he could refine these supreme grade divine pills. As long as he had enough materials. As for those that he could not refine at the moment, such as the Emperor Ascension Divine Pill, he had no use for them. At the very least, he had no use for them at the moment. What? You don't like them? Fang Yu asked with a smile when he noticed Duan Lingtian retracting his gaze. I don't need them. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Senior brother Fang Yu, let's go to the herb hall to take a look. There should be many things that I want there. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, before Fang Yu could reply, a mocking voice sounded from the side. What a boastful claim. There are so many divine pills and miraculous medicines, but none of them are what you want? Who do you think you are? You're just an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan. You have the guts to say such arrogant words? The person who sneered was a middle-aged man with an ordinary face and fierce eyes. He had a medium build and was wearing a loose blue robe. As soon as he appeared, many people in the Divine Pill Hall bowed to him and respectfully called him Elder Huang Yun. When Duan Lingtian heard the sneer, he instinctively glanced at the other party. His gaze landed on the other party as well. With just a glance, he recognized the identity token on the other party's waist. It was the identity token of the Tai E sect's inner sect elder. In Peace City, Duan Lingtian had seen many elders and disciples of the Greater One sect. However, whether it was the people of the Greater One sect or the people of the Tianlong clan, even if they were going to fight to the death on the battlefield, they were all in Peace City. It was even difficult to see a quarrel. As an inner sect elder of the Greater One sect, it seems that this kid isn't very well informed. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Fang Yu laughed and looked at the Greater One sect inner sect elder Huang Yun with a gaze full of mockery. Just as Huang Yun's face darkened, Fang Yu indifferently said, although the person beside me is only an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan for the time being, he is also the one and only ultimate divine pill master of the Tianlong clan. Ultimate divine pill master. This was the title that most people in the Tianlong clan gave to Duan Lingtian. The reason Duan Lingtian was given such a title was because he could refine Supreme Spirit grade divine pills and Supreme King grade divine pills as if they were child's play. There was no pressure at all. Ultimate divine pill master? It's that Duan Lingtian of the Tianlong clan? Chapter 38-43. Huang Yun was an inner sect elder of the Greater One sect. He had been in secluded cultivation for the past few years and was only forcefully awakened 2 months before the Emperor battle. Then, after learning about the Emperor battle, after his initial shock, he hurriedly made various preparations for the Emperor battle. He simply did not have the time to understand the various recent rumors. Therefore, he did not know of Duan Lingtian's existence, nor did he know that Duan Lingtian was a divine pill master who was not even 3,000 years old and could freely refine peak king-level divine pills. Not even 3,000 years old and an elite among the Tianlong clan's inner sect disciples. A divine pill master who is not even 3,000 years old and can casually refine a large number of peak king-level divine pills? If it was someone from the Tianlong clan blowing his own trumpet, Huang Yun would not believe it, but the one who told him this was a greater one sect disciple. He had no choice but to believe it. It was also because of this that when he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his face alternated between green and white. In the end, he said coldly, "You are indeed a rare genius. However, in the Emperor battle plane, no one will show mercy to you just because you are a genius. In fact, our greater one sect's divine king disciples will be proud to kill you. Anyone who can kill you in the divine king battlefield can be proud and can even boast about it for the rest of their lives." Huang Yun was now a little angry out of humiliation. Because his words just now had given him a solid slap, making him feel extremely humiliated. Moreover, it was in front of so many greater one sect disciples. Elder Huang Yun? Duan Lingtian glanced at the enraged Huang Yun indifferently. "Just because of what you said, Duan Lingtian won't leave the battlefield of the godly kings if I don't kill all 100 of your godly king's disciples. Of course, you can also tell your greater one sect's divine king disciples to hide outside and not enter the divine king battlefield, that way, they may be able to escape death." The moment these words left Duan Lingtian's mouth, the entire place fell into dead silence. Even the people from the Tianlong clan were staring at Duan Lingtian, dumbfounded. They never thought that Duan Lingtian would dare to say such a thing. Although they all knew that Duan Lingtian was very strong, and if he was placed in the Tianlong clan, he would definitely be the most outstanding among the God King realm disciples. However, Duan Lingtian's words had undoubtedly pushed him to the opposite side of all the greater one sect's divine king realm disciples. Moreover, it was clear that he did not put the greater one sect's divine king in his eyes at all. The people of the Tianlong clan were dumbstruck. The people of the greater one sect, after a brief moment of shock, flew into a rage. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Does this Duan Lingtian really think he's an invincible godly king? How dare you provoke all the divine king disciples of our greater one sect? He's courting death. How dare you look down on our greater one sect's divine king disciples? I'll immediately go out and tell the strongest senior brothers of our greater one sect to quickly enter the Emperor battle plane and teach this ignorant brat a lesson. The group of greater one sect disciples present were furious at this moment. But after greater one sect's inner sect elder Huang Yun came back to his senses, he stared at Duan Lingtian with a mocking smile. "Then I'm looking forward to you killing 100 of our greater one sect's divine king disciples. I only hope that when the time comes, you won't go back on your words and run out before you've killed enough." Duan Lingtian's expression was as calm as ever. "You're not qualified for me, Duan Lingtian, to break my promise. You." Huang Yun flew into a rage. Divine power broke out of his body and surged around him, but after a moment, he withdrew it completely. At the same time, his forehead was overflowing with cold sweat. Because, at this crucial moment, he felt an extremely terrifying aura locking onto him. This aura of unknown origin gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. It was as though if he dared to attack Duan Lingtian, the owner of this aura would immediately kill him. This is the aura of a divine emperor expert? Huang Yun's heart trembled, sweat dripping down his back. After a moment, he felt the aura recede. Huang Yun looked at Duan Lingtian, the anger in his eyes burning even more. "Brat, I'd like to see how you'll embarrass yourself when the time comes." Duan Lingtian's expression was still calm. "Elder Huang Yun, if you have the time to care about this, why don't you return to your greater one sect and warn those divine king disciples not to enter the divine king battlefield so easily, lest they become my, Duan Lingtian's, prey." With that, Duan Lingtian ignored the furious Huang Yun and the rest of the Greater One sect and walked out of the Divine Pill Hall. Senior brother Fang Yu, let's go take a look elsewhere. Okay. Fang Yu hurriedly came back to his senses and hurriedly followed. At the same time, the gaze he used to look at Duan Lingtian's back became more and more complicated. He really didn't expect that Duan Lingtian, who appeared to be humble and polite in private, would have such a side to him. Even he himself felt that Duan Lingtian was a little too arrogant and overconfident. The Greater One Sect's Divine King disciples, in terms of overall strength and peak battle strength, were not inferior to the Tianlong clan. However, Duan Lingtian had declared that he would fight all the Divine King's stage disciples of the Tai Yi sect on his own. Duan Lingtian didn't know what Fang Yu was thinking. Right now, he was wholeheartedly focused on the various divine fruits, divine herbs and divine medicines that the Tianlong clan and Greater One sect had taken out. To be precise, he was focused on the various medicinal herbs that Greater One sect had taken out. As for the Tianlong clan's inventory, he had basically plundered a lot of what he needed. I hope Greater One sect won't let me down. Right now, Duan Lingtian was hoping that among the medicinal herbs that Greater One sect had taken out, there were medicinal herbs that the Tianlong clan did not have and that he urgently needed. And after Duan Lingtian left the Divine Pill Palace, the people of the Tianlong clan present looked at each other, speechless. Many people were talking about what had just happened through sound transmission. They all felt that Duan Lingtian was too arrogant. There were also some people who felt that Duan Lingtian was going to be in big trouble this time. As for the people of Greater One sect, after Duan Lingtian left, they seemed to vent their anger on the Tianlong clan people. Their gazes towards the Tianlong clan people in the Divine Pill Palace also became hostile. However, the group of people of the Tianlong clan did not pay attention to their gazes. Even if there was an inner sect elder of Greater One sect in the group of people, none of them could match up to him. Because they knew that the other party would not make a move, nor would they dare to make a move. At the same time, the disciples of Greater One sect also sent out messages one after another to their fellow sect members who had entered the Emperor Battle Dimension but were not in the Divine Pill Palace in Peace City. For a time, most of the disciples of Greater One sect in the Emperor Battle Dimension basically knew what had happened in the Divine Pill Palace. To be precise, it was the words that Duan Lingtian had released. Entering the battlefield of Divine Kings, he won't come out unless he kills 100 Divine King disciples of Greater One sect. Good. Very good. That Duan Lingtian of the Tianlong clan is really confident in himself. I'd like to see how he's going to kill 100 Divine King disciples of Greater One sect. Godly King's disciples with a low cultivation base should gather together. At the very least, there should be a few superior Godly Kings leading the group. As for those with a high cultivation base, they can join forces and kill Duan Lingtian in the battlefield of the Godly Kings. In my opinion, since Duan Lingtian is so arrogant, the sect should issue a reward within the sect. Anyone who kills him will receive a large amount of sect contribution points. Everyone of Greater One sect who heard the news was furious. Soon, several disciples of Greater One sect deliberately left Greater One city and returned to the Greater One sect's encampment to spread Duan Lingtian's words word for word. For a time, the entire Greater One sect was shaken. The reward was also quickly spread throughout the Greater One sect. Anyone who kills Duan Lingtian will be rewarded with 200,000 contribution points. Join forces to kill him, and anyone who kills him can discuss an equal share of the 200,000 contribution points. It was said that the reward was personally passed down by the sect master of Greater One sect. For a time, the Greater One sect's Divine King disciples were restless. Those Divine King disciples who already had small teams began to think of ways to strengthen their small teams so that they could kill Duan Lingtian when they encountered Duan Lingtian. The Greater One sect's Divine King disciples who originally did not intend to enter the Emperor Battle Plane now all entered through the Emperor Battle Plane entrance of Greater One sect's encampment. For a time, the number of Greater One sect's Divine King disciples in Greater One city of the Emperor Battle Plane increased dramatically. In Greater One city, the Divine King disciples who originally planned to enter the battlefield of Divine Kings all stopped in their tracks. They wanted to find a few more people to team up with before entering the battlefield of Divine Kings. This way, it would be more helpful to kill the Tianlong clan's inner sect disciple Duanling Tian. While the large group of Greater One Sect's Divine King disciples were moving, the news of the 200,000 contribution points reward spread through the Tianlong clan spies in Greater One Sect also reached the Tianlong clan. That pill Master Duan is really a troublemaker. The White Dragon elders of the Tianlong clan smiled bitterly when they received the news. At the same time, they immediately passed on the news to the sect master of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong. Long Qingchong was silent for a while after receiving the news. Then, he issued an order: all Divine King disciples below the High Divine King realm are not allowed to enter the battlefield of Divine Kings if they do not form groups of 10. Then, he explained his order: the Greater One Sect's Divine King disciples have gathered into teams with the goal of entering the battlefield of Divine Kings to kill Duanling Tian. If your teams do not have the confidence to fight against Duanling Tian, it is best not to enter the battlefield of Divine Kings rashly. Find a few more people to join your teams first. As Long Qingchong's words were passed on by the White Dragon elders of the Tianlong clan, the Divine King disciples of the Tianlong clan were stunned when they heard it. However, it did not take long for the Tianlong clan's disciples to spread the news of what happened in the Emperor Battle Realm and Ping City's Divine Pill Hall. Duanling Tian declared that he would not come out until he killed 100 Greater One Divine King disciples after entering the battlefield of Divine Kings. The Tai East Sect's godly monarch disciples made such a big fuss over this. The weak formed a large team while the strong formed a small team just to kill Duanling Tian. The Greater One Sect issued a reward of 200,000 contribution points for killing Duanling Tian. As the news spread, the entire Tianlong clan was shaken. Chapter 3844. As a God Emperor level sect, the value of Greater One Sect's contribution points was comparable to that of the Tianlong clan. 200,000 contribution points. In the Tianlong clan, even the Black Dragon Elder, not everyone had the ability to take out so much, let alone others. And the Black Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan was already a high-level God Emperor. From this, it could be seen how generous it was for Greater One Sect to take out 200,000 contribution points as a reward for killing Duanling Tian. At this moment, even many of the Tianlong clan's God King disciples were somewhat tempted. If we kill Duanling Tian, will Greater One Sect be willing to give us treasures equivalent to 200,000 contribution points? 200,000 contribution points. Greater One Sect, what a generous offer. They are determined to kill Duanling Tian. Speaking of which, Duanling Tian was a little too arrogant. He declared that he would not come out until he killed 100 Greater One Sect's God King disciples. Isn't this the same as poking a hornet's nest? It would be strange if the Greater One Sect did not respond to this. Duanling Tian is most likely regretting it this time. I think so too. A group of Tianlong clan's God King disciples, while discussing spiritedly, shook their heads, eyes full of pity. They felt that if Duanling Tian dared to enter the God King battlefield, it would not bode well for him. Clan Master wants us to form a team and enter. If the strength of the team is not enough to contend with Duanling Tian, then we should not rashly enter the God King battlefield. Why does it sound like he wants us to deal with Duanling Tian? You think too much. How could Clan Master want us to deal with a fellow disciple? He wants us to help Duanling Tian too late. The reason why Clan Master used Duanling Tian to measure the strength of the team is that he is worried that we are not strong enough and will be surrounded by the Greater One Sect's God King team after entering the God King battlefield. Although the Greater One Sect's God King team is going to kill Duanling Tian, if they see us Tianlong clan's disciples, do you think they will let us go? That's true. The group of God King disciples from the Tianlong clan, who had been preparing to enter the battlefield, stopped in their tracks. Some of the God King's disciples who originally wanted to join forces with Duanling Tian also gave up on the idea. Duanling Tian, you're really... When Ding Yan heard the news, he couldn't help but sigh. Humph. Not far away from him, Sikong Yu grunted coldly. What are you sighing for? Are you still a man? Isn't that Duanling Tian your friend? At this time, shouldn't you have faith in him? Could it be that you also think that he will die in the hands of the Supreme One-Sex Divine Kings? Although Sikongyu didn't intend to enter the Emperor Battle Plains battlefield with Ding Yan, before entering, Ding Yan had gone to see her father. Then, her father had allowed her to enter the Emperor Battle Plain with Ding Yan. Of course, he didn't force her to follow Ding Yan. However, now that they had just entered the Emperor Battle Plain and heard the various rumors about Duan Lingtian and Supreme One Sect, Sikongyu couldn't stand seeing Ding Yan sigh and pity the fate of mankind. Who said that I don't have faith in Duan Lingtian? When Ding Yan heard this, he raised his head and coldly swept a glance at Sikongyu. Since you're not, why are you sighing? Ridiculous. Sikongyu sneered. Ding Yan was silent. After a while, Sikongyu looked at Ding Yan and said indifferently, Ding Yan, transmit a message to Duan Lingtian and ask him if he's interested in forming a team with me. Tell him that on my side, including me, there are 4 high god kings whose strength isn't inferior to Hua Tiandu's. Sikongyu already had her own team in the Emperor Battle Plain. Of her 3 teammates, 2 were disciples of the Azure Dragon sect. Although the other one wasn't a disciple of the Azure Dragon sect, he had the strength of a disciple of the Azure Dragon sect. You want to join forces with Duan Lingtian? It had to be said that Sikongyu's words frightened Ding Yan. Are you speaking the truth? When Ding Yan found out about Duan Lingtian's current situation, he was worried for Duan Lingtian. At the same time, his heart was filled with bitterness. He felt that his strength was too low and that he couldn't help Duan Lingtian. If he had enough strength, he could definitely form a team with Duan Lingtian to deal with the threat from the greater one-sex God King disciples. But now, Sikongyu said that she wanted to join forces with Duan Lingtian. It could be said that it frightened him. Because in his opinion, joining forces with Duan Lingtian was definitely a dangerous thing. Hearing the words of the God King disciples, many people originally had the idea of joining forces with Duan Lingtian. But after learning about the conflict between Duan Lingtian and the Greater One sect, they dispelled the idea of joining forces with Duan Lingtian. Do you think I'm lying to you? Sikongyu sneered. Quickly contact him. This is like sending charcoal and snowy weather to him. It's impossible for him to refuse. Why? Ding Yan asked. You, Sikongyu, aren't someone who would sacrifice yourself for others. Why are you suddenly helping Duan Lingtian? Do you have something you want? As he finished speaking, Ding Yan had a vigilant expression. He had a certain understanding of Sikongyu. Sikongyu was extremely proud, to the extent that she looked down on many people. But now, she was willing to join forces with Duan Lingtian when Duan Lingtian was facing danger. He really couldn't figure out why Sikongyu would make such a decision. Hearing Ding Yan's words and noticing Ding Yan's gaze, Sikongyu was first stunned, then she frowned slightly. Why do you care what I want? I told you to contact him, so hurry up and contact him. I had to talk to the 3 of them for a while before they were willing to join forces with Duan Lingtian. The current Duan Lingtian isn't someone who's brave enough to work with. Sikongyu said. Ding Yan was stunned when he heard Sikongyu. Earlier, he was still wondering if someone in Sikongyu's group wanted to join forces with Duan Lingtian. But based on the current situation, it didn't seem to be the case. Those 3 people were persuaded by Sikongyu to join forces with Duan Lingtian. Ding Yan sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian as he glanced deeply at Sikongyu. Sikongyu, don't tell me that you've fallen for Duan Lingtian. As soon as Ding Yan finished speaking, Sikongyu's expression went grim. What nonsense are you talking about? Ding Yan sighed in his heart when he saw Sikongyu's reaction, and he knew that he'd guessed correctly. This extremely proud young woman who'd always looked down on him had fallen for his friend. Even though he'd long since given up all thoughts of Sikongyu, he couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed when he found out that Sikongyu had fallen for Duan Lingtian. After all, Sikongyu didn't like him, but took a fancy to his friend. Of course, he knew in his heart that Duan Lingtian was so outstanding that it was normal for Sikongyu to take a fancy to him. There was nothing wrong with that. This world was so realistic. If Duan Lingtian's current achievements were only on par with his, Sikong Yu would definitely not take a fancy to him. A proud woman like Sikong Yu would generally only take a fancy to a man who was more outstanding than her and could conquer her in all aspects. Obviously, Duan Lingtian was such a man. Tell her that I appreciate her good intentions, but I, Duan Lingtian, don't need anyone's help. At the same time, Ding Yan received a message from Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Ding Yan hurriedly sent a message. Don't try to be brave. I know you're very strong, but it's basically impossible for the people of Greater One sect to travel alone. Those who are weak will form groups, and those who are strong will form groups of 3 to 5. If you form a group with Sikong Yu and the others, it's almost impossible for the people of Greater One sect to kill you. Ding Yan advised. As a friend of Duan Lingtian, he naturally hoped that Duan Lingtian would be safe and sound. For example, when he was still in Wind City's Hidden Mist Academy, when he was a 10-star student, he knew that several Divine King-level clans in Wind City were targeting Duan Lingtian. He did not hesitate to borrow the power of the Tianlong clan to make the death warriors of those Divine King-level clans retreat. However, at that time, Duan Lingtian had rejected his good intentions. Ding Yan, don't forget that when we were still in Wind City's Hidden Mist Academy, you also felt that I was in danger during the training trip and insisted on helping me, but I was fine at that time, wasn't I? Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. Don't worry, I, Duan Lingtian, won't joke about my life. When he sent the message to Ding Yan, Duan Lingtian was still strolling around Peace City. The inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan, Fang Yu, who was originally by his side, had already left. He was preparing to enter the battlefield of Divine Kings with the group he had found. Before he left, he advised Duan Lingtian not to enter the battlefield of Divine Kings for the time being. Although he had been with Duan Lingtian all this time, Fang Yu had received many messages and learned about the situation at the scene. In the Emperor battle plane, apart from the 3 major battlefields, messages could be sent to and from Peace City, Sky Dragon City, and Greater One City. Moreover, messages could be sent directly to and from the 3 cities. In the end, Ding Yan was unable to persuade Duan Lingtian. Ding Yan could only smile bitterly and sigh. Then, he looked at Sikong Yu and said, Duan Lingtian asked me to tell you that he thanks you for your good intentions, but he doesn't plan to cooperate with anyone. You're his friend. Can't you persuade him? Sikong Yu frowned. This time, she wanted to join forces with Duan Lingtian. Although she did not like Duan Lingtian as Ding Yan had said, she had no ill feelings toward Duan Lingtian. In fact, she was interested in him. This man who came from a Devata realm was younger than her, but he was more outstanding than her. Moreover, his attainments in the Divine Pill Dao were even more shocking. This was the first time she had met a man who surpassed her in every aspect. Moreover, this man had never even looked at her. Previously, when Duan Lingtian was refining pills in public, she and Ding Yan were standing together. However, Duan Lingtian only glanced at Ding Yan a few times. From the beginning until the end, he had only glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. This made her feel resentful, and she hated Duan Lingtian. However, as time passed, she became more and more curious about this man. She wanted to get close to him and let him know that she, Sikong Yu, was the pride of the younger generation in the Tianlong clan. There were many inner sect disciples who pursued her, and there were even a few Azure Dragon disciples who kept pestering her. Initially, she thought she would have a chance to get close to Duan Lingtian since the Supreme East sect was against Duan Lingtian in the God King battlefield. She even convinced her 3 companions. However, she did not expect Duan Lingtian would reject her. Chapter 38-45. I tried, but it's useless. Facing Sikong Yu's questioning, Ding Yan did not show any emotion. He gently shook his head and said, if possible, I also hope that he can work with you. That way, his safety will be more guaranteed. However, I know his character. Once he has decided on something, no one can change his mind. No matter what you're thinking, you should take care of yourself first. The current God King battlefield is not peaceful. Duan Lingtian won't join your small team. As such, your small team won't be able to grow any stronger. After Ding Yan finished speaking, he left. He had already contacted the team he was looking for. Now, under the expansion of his teammates, that team had cooperated with a few other small teams. Currently, there were more than 20 people. In his opinion, even if a team of this scale was far from enough to sweep the God King battlefield, they should be able to protect themselves to a certain extent. Of course, it might not be safe. However, in this world, if one wanted to become a true powerhouse, one had to experience trials and tribulations. For example, those who stood at the peak of this world, which one of them did not crawl out from a pile of corpses? If one was too timid to even enter the God King battlefield, one's life would probably be the same. After Ding Yan left, Sikong Yu's expression changed. She also left the Emperor battle plane. The exit of the Heavenly Dragon City was actually the place where the Heavenly Dragon sect's encampment appeared. It was a vast area. Many people in the surroundings were looking at her. However, when they saw Sikong Yu's unsightly expression, the group of people moved aside in succession and watched Sikong Yu leave from afar. Sikong Yu seems to be in a bad mood. Could it be that revered elder Sikong taught her a lesson again? Speaking of which, who is revered elder Sikong? Although he's an elder of the Tianlong clan, it's said that even the clan master has to be respectful to him. That's a treatment that ordinary elders of the Black Dragon clan don't have. In our Tianlong clan, I'm afraid only the old clan master and a few elders of the Golden Dragon clan have such treatment. I don't know about that. I only know that revered elder Sikong came back with the clan master back then. He should be an expert that the clan master invited from outside. The one beside Sikong Yu earlier seemed to be called Ding Yan. In the past, he followed consecrated Sikong to the Tianlong clan. It was only right before the start of the last Hidden Dragon competition that he officially entered our Tianlong clan. Yes, he even fought his way into the top 30 of the Hidden Dragon Grand competition. He's one of the two youngest people in the top 30 of the Hidden Dragon Grand competition. He's the same as Duan Lingtian, not even 3,000 years old. Not even 3,000 years old, yet he managed to enter the top 30 of the Hidden Dragon competition. His future is boundless. If it weren't for Duan Lingtian, there was no way he wouldn't have made a name for himself after the Hidden Dragon Grand competition. Speaking of limitless prospects, Sikong Yu, who just left, is only around 3,000 years old, and is already an Azure Dragon disciple of our Tianlong clan. After Ding Yan and Sikong Yu left, many people started to talk about them. Although they attracted a lot of attention when they were around, not many people dared to talk about them in front of them. Now that they were gone, everyone had nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, in Peace City, Duan Lingtian slowly walked out of the city gates. In a flash, he returned to Sky Dragon City. It seems like after the start of the Emperor battle, under the supervision of several Peak God Emperor forces in Tungleng province, both the sects and the Greater One sect really took out their trump cards. Especially the Greater One sect, they have many medicinal herbs that I need. Moreover, the sect also has some things that I need. Although the Tianlong clan had promised to give him a certain amount of precious medicinal herbs that corresponded to a certain amount of contribution points when he refined the Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pill in front of everyone, those medicinal herbs could only be considered second tier in terms of value. Among the medicinal herbs that he needed, the Tianlong clan did not give him the main medicinal herbs that could be considered first tier. However, when the Emperor battle started this time, the Tianlong clan took out several extremely precious medicinal herbs that he currently needed. These medicinal herbs were priceless in the Tianlong clan, and their value was extraordinary. Moreover, they were the main medicinal herbs that he needed to refine some Emperor-grade divine pills. Without these medicinal herbs, he would not be able to refine those Emperor-grade divine pills. As for the Greater One sect, they took out more things that he was interested in. In addition to medicinal herbs, Duan Lingtian also took a fancy to some other things. Among them, there was no lack of floating image pearls that recorded the battles between experts who were proficient in the law of space, as well as various other things that were helpful to the profoundness of the law of space. It was not only limited to the law of space. These things were also the trump cards of the Tianlong clan and the Greater One sect. Usually, the two sects would only take them out for special grand occasions and reward the disciples with the most outstanding performance. But for the War of Emperors this time around, they had all taken out those items. The things that I need will require almost 20,000 battle merits. It's not realistic to obtain so many battle merits by killing a god king. After returning to Sky Dragon City, Duan Lingtian thought to himself, after all, killing a higher god king of the Greater One sect will only give me 25 battle merits. 100 higher god kings will only give me 2,500 battle merits. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Before going to Peace City, he was still thinking that if there were things that he wanted, he could enter the battlefield of god kings and obtain battle merits to exchange for them. However, after going to Peace City, he found that there were too many things that he wanted. If he only killed god kings, it would not be enough for him to obtain enough battle merits. It seems that I can only obtain battle merits in the battlefield of god kings while tempering my strength in battle. My current cultivation is not far from the God Emperor realm. Perhaps, it won't be long before I break through and become a God Emperor. Then, I can enter the battlefield of God Emperors and kill the Greater One sect's God Emperors. Even if it's just a lower God Emperor, killing one of them is enough to obtain 200 battle merits. Killing a middle God Emperor is worth 2,000 battle merits. As for a higher God Emperor, 20,000 battle merits. Thinking of how many battle merits he could obtain from killing a middle God Emperor, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Breaking through to the God Emperor realm was imminent. There's still a long way to go before breaking through to the God Emperor realm. I'll enter the battlefield of God Kings first and properly temper my current strength so that when I break through to the God Emperor realm in the future, I'll have a stronger foundation for my cultivation. Ever since breaking through to the higher God King realm, I haven't fought with anyone. The battlefield of God Kings will become my whetstone when I break through to the higher God Emperor realm. Perhaps, it will be my only whetstone. The Greater One sect is offering a bounty of 200,000 battle merits to kill me. It's a good opportunity to see the methods of the Greater One sect's God King disciples. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brighter and brighter. Waves of battle intent rose in his eyes, as if he couldn't wait to rush into the battlefield of God Kings and fight with the Greater One sect's people. But, how do I get to the battlefield of God Kings? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian realized that he didn't know how to get to the battlefield of God Kings. Glancing around, Duan Lingtian's figure blurred and stopped an old man with an inner sect elder token hanging from his waist. Elder, do you know how to get to the battlefield of God Kings? The old man frowned slightly at being stopped. Then, he raised his hand unhappily and pointed to the left. Over there. You didn't do your homework and rushed into the battlefield of God Kings. Boy, I advise you to join a team and enter the battlefield of God Kings together. Now, the battlefield of God Kings has become extremely dangerous because of you inner sect disciples, Duan Lingtian. If you go in alone, there's an 80 to 90% chance that you'll be killed by the Greater One sect's God King disciples. The old man deliberately warned as he reached the end of his sentence. Thank you for the reminder, elder. Duan Lingtian thanked the old man and turned to walk in the direction the old man had pointed. Boys these days are really arrogant. But, I've advised him, so I've done my duty. Seeing Duan Lingtian enter the battlefield of God Kings alone, the old man frowned slightly and snorted. I hope he's not stupid enough to enter the battlefield of God Kings alone. At the entrance of the battlefield of God Kings, there should be many teams formed by disciples of God Kings recruiting people. If he's smart, he'll choose one to join. Just as the old man finished speaking and was about to walk forward, a middle-aged man smiled at the old man. Elder Hong, you don't know him? This middle-aged man also had an inner sect elder token hanging from his waist. As he greeted the old man, he looked at the back of the purple figure that was gradually walking away. I don't know him. The old man shook his head and looked at the middle-aged man suspiciously. Elder Huang, you know him? Of course I know him. The middle-aged man nodded. Back then, when he refined the Ultimate Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pill, I was there to join in the fun. Ultimate Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pill? The old man's eyes widened in shock. You mean, he's Duan Lingtian? The old man smiled wryly when he saw the middle-aged man nodding again. I really didn't expect him to be Duan Lingtian. I just told him that the battlefield of the God Kings has become extremely dangerous because of him. But, he's planning to enter the battlefield of God Kings alone? Isn't that too risky? When Duan Lingtian arrived near the entrance of the battlefield of God Kings, he successfully attracted the attention of the disciples of the Tianlong clan who had already gathered here. Within the Tianlong clan, there were many high-ranking inner sect elders who did not recognize Duan Lingtian. However, there were very few people below the inner sect elders who did not recognize Duan Lingtian. Just like now, when Duan Lingtian appeared, many people cried out in surprise. It's Duan Lingtian. Is he preparing to enter the battlefield of God Kings? He's alone. Is he not planning to find someone to enter with him? Find someone? Are you kidding? Now, who dares to enter with him? Isn't that courting death? While the crowd was whispering, a beautiful figure stepped out from the crowd. Behind her, there were 3 other people, 1 woman and 2 men. It's Sikou. She's going for Duan Lingtian. Look at her aggressive manner. Could it be that Duan Lingtian has offended her? The eyes of many disciples of the God Kings brightened as they watched the show. Chapter 38-46. Duan Lingtian. Sikou directly stopped Duan Lingtian. As for Duan Lingtian, he looked at her with a puzzled expression. You are? Do I know you? Although he felt that he seemed to have glanced at the woman before him from somewhere, he didn't have a deep impression of her and was unable to recall for a while. You, when Sikou heard this, the expression on her pretty face sunk slightly. At this time, a blue-robed young man from the group of 1 woman and 2 men behind her said indifferently, Little you, is this the person you want to help? He already said that he doesn't know you, yet you still persuaded us to join hands with him? As he finished speaking, the blue-robed young man shook his head in a timely manner, seeming to be somewhat unable to understand. Duan Lingtian, aren't you being a bit ungrateful? At this moment, another young woman with a pretty face and a delicate appearance who wore a light green dress followed behind Sikou. She slightly frowned and said, after knowing that you were targeted by the Supreme Sect, who in the Tianlong clan was willing to join hands with you to enter the God King battlefield? But Sikou persuaded the 3 of us to let you join our small team. This, to you, is no different from sending charcoal in snowy weather. It's one thing for you to refuse, but now you actually say that you don't know her? As the woman finished speaking, her tone was filled with anger. You're Sikou? At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally reacted, and looked at Sikou with an embarrassed smile. I'm sorry, I really didn't recognize you. After all, I've never seen you before. Ding Yan told me of your good intentions. But, what I wanted to say, I presume Ding Yan has already told you. I don't intend to join hands with anyone. I'll enter the God King battlefield alone. As for you all, the Supreme Sect is currently targeting me, so it's very rare for a lone God King disciple to appear in the God King battlefield. So, I advise you all to find a few more teammates, so as to avoid suffering a great loss. Although he didn't accept Sikou's good intentions, Duan Lingtian was still grateful. Therefore, before entering the God King battlefield, he reminded Sikou. Then, he walked to the entrance of the battlefield and received his own battlefield token, which was also his identity badge in the Emperor battle plane. He engraved his name on it. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also revealed his current cultivation base in front of a group of people. High Deity King. Duan Lingtian actually broke through and became a High God King? Oh my god. Isn't this too fast? Duan Lingtian had already broken through to become a High God King. This was a fact that not many people knew. Now that Duan Lingtian had appeared, it was no surprise that many people were shocked. Before this, although everyone was paying attention to Duan Lingtian, they were more concerned about the conflict between Duan Lingtian and the Supreme Sect. Even if they knew that Duan Lingtian was a High God King, and although they knew that Duan Lingtian's current strength was definitely stronger than what he had displayed in the Hidden Dragon competition, they didn't think that Duan Lingtian could contend against a large number of God King disciples of the Supreme Sect. Duan Lingtian broke through to the High God King realm. Judging from the strength he displayed in the Hidden Dragon competition, coupled with his High God King cultivation base, in our Tianlong clan, I'm afraid that no one below the God King realm is his match. If the Supreme Sect doesn't have a hidden God King, there shouldn't be anyone who can defeat Duan Lingtian in a one-on-one battle. I really didn't expect that Duan Lingtian had already broken through to the High God Emperor realm. It seems that it won't be that easy for the Supreme Sect's God Kings to kill him. A High God King who is proficient in the laws of space, and he is so strong. Even if he is not a match for him and wants to escape, unless the Supreme Sect's God Kings work together and plan ahead, it will be difficult to stop Duan Lingtian. While everyone was shocked, Duan Lingtian had already entered the God King battlefield in a flash. He broke through to the High God King realm. Sikongyu also didn't know that Duan Lingtian had already broken through. Now that she had personally witnessed Duan Lingtian displaying the cultivation of a High God King, even she herself didn't know why, but she actually heaved a sigh of relief. No wonder he was so arrogant. So he broke through to the High God King realm. The woman behind Sikongyu walked to her side and said with a slight frown, with the strength he displayed in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, after breaking through to the High God King realm, his strength will rise to another level. If there was anyone below the God Emperor realm in our Tianlong clan who could contend against him before, I'm afraid that there is no one left now. He really doesn't need to cooperate with us. The last person in Sikongyu's small team, a middle-aged man with a medium build wearing a dark red robe, spoke up. With his current strength, even if the four of us join forces, I'm afraid that we won't be his match. It's meaningless for him to join forces with us. In fact, it's meaningless for him to join forces with anyone in our Tianlong clan. This time, the Supreme Sect is probably out of luck. No wonder he dared to say in front of the Supreme Sect that he wouldn't come out until he killed 100 Supreme Sect disciples. With his strength, it's not difficult for him to do so. Of course, that's if the Supreme Sect isn't prepared. Now that the Supreme Sect is prepared and God Kings are in groups, it won't be easy for him to kill 100 Supreme Sect disciples. I'm afraid that the Supreme Sect will soon know that he's a High God King. At that time, they'll definitely come up with a plan to deal with him. The middle-aged man wearing a dark red robe wasn't an inner disciple of the Tianlong clan, nor was he an Azure Dragon disciple. He was an outer sect deacon of the Tianlong clan's outer sect. However, although he was an outer sect deacon and was slightly older, his strength was publicly recognized as strong below the God Emperor realm of the Tianlong clan. Otherwise, Sikongyu and the other two Azure Dragon disciples wouldn't have sought him out. His strength wasn't weaker than most of the Azure Dragon disciples. It was also because he had lived for so long that he saw many things more clearly than others. At this time, Sikongyu didn't say anything. He quietly looked in the direction that Duan Lingtian left in. After a long time, he withdrew his gaze and there was an inexplicable light in the depths of his eyes. Near the entrance of the Sky Dragon City's God King battlefield, after Duan Lingtian displayed his High God King cultivation, many people began to send messages to their friends, fellow disciples, and elders to inform them that Duan Lingtian had already become a High God King. Not long after, this news also spread to the Greater One sect through the spies that the Supreme Sect had planted in the Tianlong clan. Immediately, there was also a response from the Greater One sect. Duan Lingtian has already broken through and become a High God King. His strength is already the strongest person below the God Emperor realm in the Tianlong clan. Don't underestimate him, God King disciples. Following the order of the Greater One sect master, a group of Greater One sect elders immediately reminded the God King disciples of the Greater One sect who were preparing to enter the God King battlefield. At this time, many God King disciples of the Greater One sect had already entered the God King battlefield. After you enter, if you encounter a group that has entered before you, do your best to cooperate with them. At the same time, tell them that Duan Lingtian's strength is no longer the same as before, so remember to be careful. After you enter, use your brains more. If you can outsmart him, do so. At the same time, if you want to kill Duan Lingtian, after discovering his whereabouts, don't be in a hurry to act. Set up a trap to kill him so that he has no chance of escaping. Although Duan Lingtian is strong, he is still only a god king. No matter how strong a god king is, he is still inferior to a god emperor. You have the advantage of numbers, so you have a chance of killing him. After you enter, tell the others that the sect master has previously issued a reward of 200,000 contribution points for killing Duan Lingtian. Now, the sect master has issued a reward of 300,000 contribution points for killing Duan Lingtian. The group of God King disciples of the Greater One sect who were preparing to enter the God King battlefield had their ears filled with the messages of their elders before they entered, almost without pause. Just as the group of God King disciples of the Greater One sect was about to enter the God King battlefield. In a quiet valley somewhere in the Greater One sect's encampment, an old figure flashed out and stood in the air in front of a small wooden house with his hands clasped behind his back. A moment later, the door of the small wooden house opened and a tall figure walked out. It was a young man with a determined and handsome face. He was tall, with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. Dressed in a snow-white robe, he stood there like a javelin, but also like a sword. His sword chi soared into the sky, straight into the clouds. Master. The white-robed young man bowed to the old man in the air in front of him. The old man was dressed in a gray robe. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion. He had a benevolent countenance. However, when the white-robed young man bowed to him, his pair of soul pearl eyes instantly became sharp. This time, when you enter the God King battlefield, if you can kill Duan Lingtian, after you break through to the God Emperor realm, your path to the God Emperor realm will be much easier. The old man said unhurriedly, originally, you disdained to enter the God King battlefield and slaughter the God King disciples of the Tianlong clan, because you thought that none of them were your match, but now, there is a Duan Lingtian, who is invincible under the God Emperor realm in the Tianlong clan. He is worthy of being your opponent. Hearing this, the white-robed young man raised his eyebrows and his eyes were as sharp as a sword. I originally had no intention of entering the God King battlefield, but this time, I entered for him. I hope he will not disappoint me. Hearing this, the old man took a deep look at him. If you can't beat him, then retreat and preserve your useful body. Even if the Greater One sect cannot produce a God Emperor expert in this God King battle, you should cultivate well. In the future, even without the baptism of the God King battle, with your talent, it should be easy for you to become a God Emperor. In the Tungleng province, there is no one under the God Emperor realm who can kill me, Shimen Longxiang. As soon as the white-robed young man's voice fell, he turned into a ray of sword light, paused in the air, and in the next moment, appeared in an extremely distant place. The figure that remained where he was also dissipated. Shimen Longxiang, the number one person of the younger generation in the Greater One sect, was already invincible under the God Emperor realm in the Greater One sect. However, because he had not appeared in front of others after defeating all the powerful upper God Kings under the God Emperor realm in the Greater One sect, it had been more than 1,000 years since then, so many people in the Greater One sect thought that he had left the Greater One sect and gone to the top God Emperor realm forces in the Tungleng province. In addition, no one explained, so the speculation was taken as true. Chapter 38-47. A young man in a snow-white robe appeared in the palace of the Greater One sect's encampment. Wherever he passed, he attracted the attention of everyone. This is Senior Brother Shimen Longxiang? It's Senior Brother Shimen Longxiang. Didn't they say that Senior Brother Shimen Longxiang left the sect 10,000 years ago and went to one of the top God Emperor forces in Tungleng province? Back then, he received an invitation from one of those top God Emperor forces, and the people who came weren't ordinary people. I didn't expect Senior Brother Shimen Longxiang to still be in our Greater One sect. This is shocking news. Senior Brother Shimen, are you here to enter the Emperor battle plane? It's obvious. 1,000 years ago, Senior Brother Shimen Longxiang relied on his middle God King cultivation to defeat many of our Greater One sect's strongest God Kings below the God Emperor level. Now that 1,000 years have passed, with his talent, he should at least be a higher God King, right? Inside the palace, a group of people looked at Shimen Longxiang from afar, their eyes shining brightly. Shimen Longxiang was the pride of the Greater One sect, the most talented genius in history. He was recognized as the person who had the most hope of becoming a god emperor in the future. 1,000 years ago, Shimen Longxiang had disappeared without a trace. Everyone in the Greater One sect thought he had left, but they didn't expect him to still be in the sect. Senior brother Shimen. At this time, a Greater One sect disciple who was slowly walking forward asked Shimen Longxiang with some apprehension, "You're planning to enter the Emperor battle plane?" "Yes." Shimen Longxiang didn't slow down and replied indifferently, "I'm going to the Emperor battle plane to kill Duan Lingtian." As soon as he finished speaking, he sped up and disappeared into the spatial tunnel leading to the Emperor battle plane. Only then did everyone come back to their senses. Senior brother Shimen is going to the Emperor battle plane for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was one of the most outstanding disciples of the Tianlong clan below the god emperor level when he was a middle god king. Now that he's a higher god king, can senior brother Shimen really kill him? I have confidence in senior brother Shimen. You should know that 1,000 years ago, when senior brother Shimen was just a mid-god king, he was already invincible under the god emperor realm in our Supreme East sect. Now that 1,000 years have passed, he must have broken through to the high god king realm. Wouldn't it be easy for him to kill that Duan Lingtian? A battle between two great geniuses. If I could witness it with my own eyes, my life would not have been in vain. Idiot. We can follow behind senior brother Shimen Longxiang and follow him. This way, with senior brother Shimen Longxiang here, even if we enter the God King battlefield, we won't feel any pressure when encountering those God King disciples of the Tianlong clan. Senior brother Shimen Longxiang can't just watch as we get killed, right? That makes sense. Let's go. We will follow senior brother Shimen Longxiang. Many of the God King's disciples excitedly followed Shimen Longxiang into the Emperor battle plane. And in the Emperor battle plane's Supreme East city, seeing Shimen Longxiang appear, the nearby Supreme East sect disciples were similarly shocked. When they heard the Supreme East sect disciples relaying Shimen Longxiang's words, more Supreme East sect God King disciples immediately followed Shimen Longxiang, heading towards the God King battlefield. Some Supreme East sect God King disciples had already found a team, but now they still chose to fly alone. Many teams had already disbanded. At this time, what's the point of forming a team? Senior brother Shimen Longxiang entered the God King battlefield to kill Duan Lingtian. Following behind senior brother Shimen Longxiang won't be dangerous, and there's even a good show to watch. Some Supreme East sect God King disciples who left their team said as a matter of fact. There were also God King disciples who saw through it. Actually, those of us who followed senior brother Shimen Longxiang into the God King battlefield, wouldn't we be a team? Moreover, this team doesn't belong to any of the existing teams. I even suspect that the few of us here are enough to deal with Duan Lingtian. That's true. Not long after, a very lively scene appeared at the entrance of the God King battlefield in Tai City. A group of Supreme East sect God King disciples followed behind Shimen Longxiang and entered the God King battlefield together. However, after entering the God King battlefield for a moment, they were dumbfounded. This was because Shimen Longxiang had disappeared before their eyes in a flash, completely shaking them off. This scene made them very disappointed and also very shocked. Heavens! Senior brother Shimen Longxiang's speed has reached such a level. Senior brother Shimen is already a higher God King. Moreover, I feel that the law of wind he comprehended is even more powerful. When he left just now, I couldn't even catch his figure. Me too. I could only see his figure flashing before my eyes, appearing in several directions, and then disappearing without a trace. I don't know where he went. With senior brother Shimen Longxiang's current strength, looking at the entire Tonglang province, I'm afraid it's difficult to find anyone below the God King level who can defeat him. That Tianlong clan disciple Duan Lingtian is destined to be unlucky this time. I thought I could follow senior brother Shimen Longxiang to watch the show, but I didn't expect to be happy for nothing. I'm going back, I'll go find my previous team. I'm going back too. Seeing that Shimen Longxiang had left them behind, a group of God King disciples with some strength immediately went back one after another. Their strength was not bad, but now that they had followed behind Shimen Longxiang, there were many lower God Kings. They had no intention of joining forces with these people, so naturally, they decided to go back. As for the weaker god kings, they were self-aware of their own strength, so they did not say much and obediently followed the people who left first. A group of people came in a mighty manner and returned in a mighty manner. At the same time, the Tianlong clan also received news from a spy in Tai sect. Shimen Longxiang has entered the battlefield of god kings to kill Duan Lingtian. When this news reached the Tianlong temple, it caused many of the Tianlong clan's higher-ups to worry about Duan Lingtian. Even the Tianlong clan's clan master Long Qingchong frowned when he heard the news. Shimen Longxiang? He's still in Tai sect? I thought he had already left Tungleng province and gone to a force more powerful than the top god emperor forces in Tungleng province. I didn't expect him to still be in Tai sect. This time, I'm afraid it's going to be a little troublesome. Long Qingchong took a deep breath, and there was a hint of worry in the depths of his eyes. Whether Duan Lingtian stayed in the Tianlong clan or left after the god emperor battle, it was very important to the Tianlong clan. Originally, although Tai sect was targeting Duan Lingtian, he was not worried about Duan Lingtian's safety when he knew that Duan Lingtian had broken through to become a high-level god king. If the god king disciples of Tai sect joined forces, no matter how strong they were, with Duan Lingtian's strength, even if he was no match for them, he would definitely have room to escape. But now, he learned that Shimen Longxiang was still in Tai sect. Shimen Longxiang was a monster. 1,000 years ago, he was worried that a genius like Shimen Longxiang would appear in Tai sect and be a great threat to the Tianlong clan, so he sent people to assassinate Shimen Longxiang. However, because Tai sect was very protective of Shimen Longxiang, not only did the people he sent not succeed, but they also almost died. 1,000 years ago, when Shimen Longxiang was only a mid-level god king, he was recognized as the strongest person in Tai sect below the god emperor realm. Now, 1,000 years have passed, and he's only 6,000 years old, so it's only a matter of time before he breaks through to become a high-level god king. Moreover, he must have heard of Duan Lingtian's strength. Under such circumstances, he still dares to think about killing Duan Lingtian. He's obviously very confident in himself. Long Qingchong took a deep breath and issued a series of orders, all of which were directly transmitted to the masters and elders of the Tianlong clan's god kings. Find Duan Lingtian at all costs and escort him out of the god king battlefield. He can't die in Shimen Longxiang's hands. In Long Qingchong's opinion, even if Duan Lingtian did not stay in the Tianlong clan in the future, given his close relationship with some Tianlong clan members, he would not forget about the Tianlong clan if he achieved great things in the future. Most importantly, Long Qingchong's god kings were the strongest. Elder White Dragon, Shui Haichuan, who was on good terms with Duan Lingtian, was one of the candidates in Long Qingchong's mind. Moreover, he favored Shui Haichuan the most among them. Given Shui Haichuan's relationship with Duan Lingtian, if Shui Haichuan became the Tianlong clan's patriarch, even if Duan Lingtian was not in the Tianlong clan, he was bound to be tied to the Tianlong clan. Following Long Qingchong's orders, some of the Tianlong clan's god king disciples who had yet to enter the emperor battle realm also made their move. Among them, there was no lack of Azure Dragon disciples. Shimen Longxiang is still in the Greater One sect. Let's join forces and enter the battlefield to look for Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, if we encounter Shimen Longxiang before we find Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid we'll be in trouble. Indeed. After 1,000 years, Shimen Longxiang's strength must have become even stronger. This group of Sky Dragon sect's Divine King disciples were the best of the best. None of them charged into the Divine King battlefield alone. Almost all of them were forming small teams. Duan Lingtian, who was in the battlefield, naturally did not know about this. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was wandering around the battlefield. There was nothing special about the battlefield of the God Kings. There were mountains, rivers, basins, plains, deserts, and there were even some ruins of cities. Naturally, the city ruins were only illusions. However, many of the landforms were real. I wonder how big the battlefield is. It's been a few days since I came here. Apart from encountering a group of god kings from the Tianlong clan, I haven't encountered another group of people. Duanling Tian flew in the sky above a lofty mountain range. It was extremely high profile, but at the same time, it was also slightly boring. After all, he entered the battlefield to kill the Greater One Sect's disciples. But until now, he had not seen a single Greater One Sect disciple. But it's normal. After all, most of the Greater One Sect's disciples have formed teams of many people. Under such circumstances, it's almost impossible to encounter a lone Greater One Sect disciple. If I hadn't released them before, I would definitely have encountered many lone Greater One Sect disciples. Chapter 38-48. Just as Duanling Tian was lamenting that he had been too high profile and that he had shot himself in the foot. In front of where Duanling Tian was heading, 10,000 miles away, there was also a group of people rushing in the direction of Duanling Tian. This time, if we can meet that Duanling Tian and kill him, we'll make a killing. 200,000 contribution points, that's no joke. In the group, a young man grinned very brightly. That's natural. 200,000 contribution points, even if the 20 of us split it equally, each of us will have 10,000 contribution points. Another person also laughed. Speaking of which, we've been a little too careful. 8 upper god kings and 12 middle god kings teaming up to kill a middle god king. If this were to spread out, I'm afraid we'd be laughed at. Another person said with a bitter smile. Don't underestimate Duanling Tian just because he's a middle god king. Duanling Tian, although he hasn't broken through to become a upper god king, his battle strength is definitely one of the best among god kings. Even the strongest upper god kings in our Greater One Sect may not be able to defeat him, let alone kill him. Even if it's any one of the strongest upper god kings in our Greater One Sect, once surrounded by us, it'll be difficult for them to escape death. The battlefield of god kings is very big. If we want to meet that Duanling Tian, it'll depend on our luck. The group continued to move forward. After a period of time, the sharp-eyed people in the group saw a little black dot in front of them. There's someone there. The moment the others came back to their senses, they saw that the little black dot in the distance was constantly growing bigger, and finally turned into a purple-clothed young man, appearing not far from them. People from the Greater One Sect? Duanling Tian looked at the group in front of him, and his eyes suddenly lit up. 20 people can complete 1/5 of the target. 20 Greater One Sect disciples. Duanling Tian suddenly felt that the torturous wait of the past few days was completely worth it. And while Duanling Tian was sizing up the group of Greater One Sect disciples in front of him, the eyes of the Greater One Sect disciples also fell on Duanling Tian. It's the Tianlong clan. Look at the badge he's wearing, he's Duanling Tian. What? He is Duanling Tian? I thought it was a lone disciple of the Tianlong clan who was in a hurry to enter the Deity King realm as soon as the Emperor Battle realm opened. I didn't expect it to be Duanling Tian. I'm rich. The 20 Greater One Sect disciples, after confirming that the purple-clad youth in front of them was Duanling Tian, one by one their eyes lit up, like a pack of wolves that had finally seen their prey after many days of hunger. Naturally, Duanling Tian heard the excited cheers of the Greater One Sect disciples. For a moment, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. It was not certain who was the hunter and who was the hunted. In the Emperor Battle realm, spatial rings are not self-destructing. Let's hope one of the 20 Greater One Sect disciples has something in their spatial rings that I'm interested in. Duanling Tian thought in his heart as he secretly prayed. Ever since Duanling Tian came to the realm of gods, he had almost no chance of obtaining any spoils of war. This was because the spatial rings of the people he killed would self-destruct as well. When the spatial rings self-destructed, the items in the spatial ring would enter the turbulent space and scatter in every corner of the world. Some would remain in the turbulent space. Some would be destroyed in the turbulent space. Surround him. He's skilled in the law of space. The few of you are skilled in the law of space. Disrupt the surrounding space so he can't teleport. As long as we restrict his teleportation, he will definitely die if he goes up into the sky or down into the ground. Just as the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up, the 20 Greater One Sect disciples had already dashed out and surrounded him. A few of the Greater One Sect disciples who were skilled in the law of space used their divine power and the law of space to disrupt the surrounding space. In an unstable space, it was impossible to use teleportation techniques. Kill him. The group of Greater One Sect disciples was afraid that the situation would change if they delayed any longer. Therefore, after surrounding Duan Lingtian, they immediately attacked Duan Lingtian without holding back. Those who had high-grade divine artifacts took out their high-grade divine artifacts. Some of them not only had a high-grade divine artifact in their hands, but they also had a pair of high-grade divine artifact boots on their feet, which increased their speed to a certain extent. Apart from a few Greater One Sect disciples who were skilled in the law of space who stood in place to disrupt the surrounding space and prevent Duan Lingtian from teleporting, the rest of them attacked Duan Lingtian together. Boom! Rumble! Whoosh! Whoosh! Accompanied by a series of roaring explosions in the void, as well as the sound of stormy waves, more than a dozen Greater One Sect disciples attacked. The power of various laws merged into their divine power, turning into a multicolored power that shook the void and swept toward Duan Lingtian from all directions. In an instant, the entire void seemed to be covered by this power, and the space began to tremble as if it could shatter at any time. Die. Duan Lingtian, thank you for the contribution points. The eyes of the Greater One Sect disciples lit up at the same time as they attacked, and many of them shouted excitedly, as if they had already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian being killed by them. No one can spy on the Divine King battlefield of the Emperor battle plane, and no one can spy on it. It won't even form a formation mirror image. In the face of more than a dozen Greater One Sect disciples, Duan Lingtian's expression was indifferent, and at the same time he said unhurriedly, "Here, I don't need to worry. As long as I have the confidence to keep all of you here." Duan Lingtian seemed to be muttering to himself, but his voice was not soft, and it fell into the ears of the 20 Greater One Sect disciples. However, when they heard Duan Lingtian's words, the 20 Greater One Sect disciples all sneered. At this time, you still have the mood to boast shamelessly. Keep all of us here? If you can keep even one of us here, you have the ability. Ridiculous. In the face of a group of Greater One Sect disciples' ridicule, Duan Lingtian's expression did not change, but the divine power in his body had already risen abruptly when their attacks approached. Waves of terrifying space storms also formed in an instant, sweeping around Duan Lingtian and enveloping the attacks of more than a dozen people. Many people's attacks were directly crushed. The attacks of the remaining High God Kings were also suppressed, but they weren't crushed. Whoosh! However, as Duan Lingtian casually waved his hand, a gray sword light flashed, and directly destroyed the few attacks that were suppressed. Then, the space storm on Duan Lingtian's body suddenly erupted. The few mid-level divine kings closest to him did not even have the chance to react, and were crushed into a bloody mist by the space storm, leaving only a few storage rings that Duan Lingtian casually took. Whoosh! When the others were shocked by the scene in front of them, their faces changed greatly, and they were dumbstruck. Duan Lingtian's entire body was like a cannonball condensed by the power of space, suddenly whistling out, and crashed into the crowd. The next moment, another 5 mid-level divine kings who could not dodge in time were killed by the space storm. The raging space storm, mixed with the fusion of the 4 profound meanings of the space law, and the condensed power that filled the void, caused the surrounding space to tremble with its turbulence. I can't disturb this space. Damn it. What's going on? Could this be the Tao of control of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth? Duan Lingtian has mastered the Tao of control, or else how could he control this space so casually? The few Greater One Sect disciples who were disrupting this space all changed their expressions. They were proficient in the space law, and teleportation was not difficult for them. But now, when they tried to teleport, they found that the entire space had been sealed. In an undisturbed space, they were unable to teleport, as if the teleportation door had been locked by someone, and they were deprived of the right to enter. For a moment, the few people subconsciously looked at Duan Lingtian, and their eyes simultaneously revealed waves of panic. After a moment of panic, there was regret on his face. This Duan Lingtian is already a high-level divine king. He has mastered the Tao of control of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. The space law he has comprehended is even more powerful than the rumors say. Even without divine weapons, he has the ability to kill all of us. Run. If anyone escapes, leave the battlefield of the divine kings immediately and report to the sect. Don't enter the battlefield of the divine kings again. The expressions of the surviving high-level divine kings changed drastically, and at the same time, they all made the same decision: run. Now, Duan Lingtian had not used the divine weapon, and he had displayed such a terrifying strength. What if he used the divine weapon? They were afraid that he could kill them all with just a few strokes of his sword. Run? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly, and then in the instant that the remaining dozen or so greater one sect disciples scattered in all directions, streaks of rainbow sword light flew out from his body, like rainbow-colored meteors streaking across the sky. Xiao! 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 More than 10 rainbow sword light streaked across the sky. In the next moment, the few low-level divine kings among the dozen or so greater one sect disciples who had scattered in all directions were directly killed by the rainbow sword light, falling one after another. As for the remaining high-level divine kings, after being caught by the rainbow sword light, they did not dare to escape anymore. They all stopped and tried their best to resist the rainbow sword light. However, even if they managed to block the rainbow sword light, they still suffered heavy injuries. The weaker ones spurted blood from their mouths, and even the stronger ones had their faces alternating between green and white. Whoosh! 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 Duan Lingtian's figure changed several times, and every time he changed, he would appear in front of a greater one sect disciple. In less than 10 breaths of time, the remaining supreme first sect's disciples, whether they did not have the time to defend themselves or those who reacted in time, were all killed by Duan Lingtian's sword without exception. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was holding a sword in his hand, a sword that was intertwined with 7 colors. Chapter 38-49. From the time that the greater one sect disciples surrounded Duan Lingtian to the time that Duan Lingtian completely annihilated them, the whole process was in fact less than 10 breaths of time. Of the 20 greater one sect disciples, apart from those who died for unknown reasons, the remaining people could be said to have experienced great joy and great sorrow in these 10 breaths of time. Originally, they all thought that they were lucky to have encountered Duan Lingtian. They all felt that, with their combined strength, as long as they restricted Duan Lingtian's teleportation, they would definitely be able to kill Duan Lingtian and obtain the 200,000 contribution points the sect master had set as a reward. Of course, this was because they still did not know that the reward for Duan Lingtian had risen from 200,000 contribution points to 300,000 contribution points. All this was because Duan Lingtian's high-level God King cultivation base had been revealed. And these 20 greater one sect disciples had already entered the battlefield of God Kings to search for Duan Lingtian before that. At first, they were overjoyed, thinking that 200,000 contribution points were within their reach. But later, after witnessing the scene of Duan Lingtian killing so many people in an instant, they realized how naive they were. Duan Lingtian was even more terrifying than the rumors. In fact, the real Duan Lingtian, compared to the rumors, was simply a demon. At least that was what they thought. They did not want to face this demon who made them unable to arouse any fighting spirit. They only had one thought, and that was to escape from this demon-controlled land. However, in the end, they were unable to escape and all remained here. The harvest is not bad, although there is nothing that I want. There are a lot of divine stones and divine crystals. Duan Lingtian put away the relics left behind by the 20 greater one sect disciples. 20 storage rings that did not self-destruct, as well as the divine weapons that they used, which were basically all high-grade divine weapons. In total, there were close to 20 of them. Of course, the most important thing is still these 20 identity badges. These are all battle merits. After putting away the storage rings and high-grade divine weapons, Duan Lingtian casually waved his hand, and the identity badges of the 20 greater one sect disciples that he killed in the Emperor battle plane appeared in his hands. The battle merits of the Emperor battle plane must be exchanged with these identity badges. Naturally, since there were many things he wanted to exchange for in Peace City, he needed a lot of battle merits as well. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not think much of the battle merits he could obtain from the 20 Supreme Sect's identity badges. Let's continue. I hope that the following Greater One Sect disciples can give me some pressure. Otherwise, it won't have much effect on my cultivation. Furthermore, if they are strong enough, I won't be able to use my full strength if I don't have the confidence to keep them all here. Thinking of the previous scene, Duan Ling Tian lightly shook his head. The reason why everything went so smoothly was mostly because those people were too weak, so he had full confidence in keeping them here. Therefore, he did not intend to keep his strength. In any case, in the battlefield of the Divine Kings, it was very private. As long as no one deliberately recorded the floating image pearl, no one would discover his true means. Of course, if the supreme experts who set up the formation of the battlefield of the Divine Kings wanted to, they would definitely have seen the scene just now. But even if they saw it, it was nothing. Could it be that an utmost powerful being would kill you just because you were talented and had a good comprehension ability? He was thinking too much. In the eyes of the supreme experts, no matter how talented an existence was, as long as they did not become supreme experts, they were like ants, unable to withstand a single blow and not worth mentioning. However, this group of Greater One Sect disciples should have entered the battlefield of the Divine Kings before the news of me becoming a high-level Divine King spread. Otherwise, they would not have dared to enter with so little strength. Recalling the scene just now and thinking of the strength of this group of Greater One Sect disciples, it was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to guess this point. Next, I should be able to encounter some stronger groups of Greater One Sect disciples. Duan Ling Tian thought. Following that, Duan Ling Tian continued to wander around the battlefield of the Divine Kings. The battlefield of the Divine Kings was different from the divine dwellings and divine treasures left behind by the experts of the realms of gods. This was just a newly opened realm enveloped by a formation plate refined by the supreme experts. There were no treasures inside, and it was impossible for there to be any. This was the meat grinder between the two forces participating in the war of the supreme gods. It was the meat grinder between the two divine kings. In this place, either you killed your opponent, or your opponent killed you. In this place, there were no grievances, good or bad people. Those who came here were either forced by the forces behind them and were driven here by the general trend, or they came here to train themselves. For example, the disciples of Divine Emperor level sects like the Tianlong clan and Greater One Sect, when they were outside, ordinary forces would not dare to provoke them unless they were confident that they could keep them here without leaking any information. Otherwise, they would not easily take the risk. Further up, there were several top Divine Emperor level forces in Tung Lang province, and some Divine Emperor level forces with Divine Emperor experts. The disciples of the Tianlong clan and Greater One Sect were not foolish enough to provoke them. In addition, there were few disputes of interest between them, so they lived in peace for many years. This created a peaceful scene, and at the same time, it made the disciples of Divine Emperor level sects like the Tianlong clan and Greater One Sect lose some of their sharpness. Experts were born from fighting and fighting. The Tianlong clan and Greater One Sect had not produced a Divine Emperor expert for so many years. Although there was a limit to their talent and comprehension, the main reason was that their disciples were living too comfortably. Because of this, whether it was the War of the Supreme Gods, the War of the Supreme Gods, or the War of the Supreme Gods, it was never a showdown between experts. It was always a battle between disciples of different cultivation realms. This kind of showdown between factions would either not start, or if it started, it would affect the whole situation. No one could stay out of it. Although the divine spirit disciples of the Tianlong clan and Greater One Sect did not need to enter the War of the Supreme Gods, how long could they live in peace? Generally, War of the Supreme Gods would last for many years. The shortest was 100 years, the longest was 1,000 years. If they could not break through to the Divine King realm within a few decades, they might be kicked out of the sect, and if they stepped into the Divine King realm, they would still have to enter the War of the Supreme Gods. Greater One City, the entrance to the War of the Divine Kings. Not only were there a group of God King disciples of the Greater One Sect gathered here, but there were also a few elders of the Greater One Sect. Their duty was to save the disciples of the Greater One sect when the people of the Sky Dragon sect came out to hunt them down. The fighting inside the War of the Divine Kings could be brought out. Some people who were suppressed and on the verge of death would also choose to escape from the War of the Divine Kings. At that time, their opponents would definitely pursue them relentlessly and would not give up until they killed them. Under such circumstances, it was very likely that they would kill their way out of the War of the Divine Kings. In the history of the realms of gods, there were many disciples of divine emperors who were killed by their opponents after escaping from the War of the Divine Kings. Of course, the opponents would not dare to chase too far after they left the War of the Divine Kings. At most, they would kill their opponents nearby and return to the War of the Divine Kings. This way, the opponents would not be able to follow them in. Of course, very few people dared to take such a risk a long time ago because many people were killed by the opponents when they chased after their opponents. Crack. 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 Following a series of crisp cracking sounds, the expressions of the Greater One sect elders standing guard at the entrance of the War of the Divine Kings in Greater One City changed drastically. Every Divine King disciple of Greater One sect who entered the War of the Divine Kings would leave their soul orbs here before they entered. The soul orbs of the members of each group would be placed together, and the corresponding name would be carved below the soul orbs. Currently, the 20 soul orbs that were placed together on a wooden shelf had all shattered within the span of 10 breaths. Kuan, The complexion of a Greater One sect elder changed dramatically, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He flew forward, staring at the fragmented soul bead on the wooden shelf engraved with the name, Yuan Kuan. Because of his agitation, his body was violently trembling. Waves of terrifying divine energy swept out from his body, pressuring the other Divine King disciples of Greater One sect who were present. They're all dead? Yuan Kuan is also dead. Yuan Kuan is Elder Zhang Yuhui's youngest disciple. He's Elder Zhang Yuhui's favorite disciple. Elder Zhang Yuhui, I wouldn't be able to accept it if he saw his disciple's soul orb shatter while he's on duty. 20 Godly King's disciples were killed. Did they encounter a large group of Godly King's disciples from the Sky Dragon sect? Could it be that they encountered Duan Lingtian? I remember. Yuan Kuan and his 20 people entered the Divine King battlefield before the news spread that Duan Lingtian was a higher Divine King. Although Duan Lingtian is a higher Divine King, Yuan Kuan and his 20 people aren't weak. Even if they encountered Duan Lingtian, they shouldn't be completely annihilated, right? Maybe. Duan Lingtian has his own group? Impossible. The Tianlong clan has already sent news that Duan Lingtian entered the Divine King battlefield alone. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that the Tianlong clan's group was nearby when he encountered Yuan Kuan and his group and helped him kill them. The surrounding God King disciples whispered to each other as they voiced their own guesses. At this time, several Greater One sect elders who were also on duty spoke up to console Zhang Yuhui, who was also an inner sect elder of Greater One sect. My condolences, Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang, the Tianlong clan killed your disciple. Go back to the Divine King battlefield and kill the Tianlong clan's Divine King for revenge. Elder Zhang, under the comforting words of the Greater One sect elders, Zhang Yuhui gradually recovered and said in a hoarse voice, "Everyone, I'm fine. The Divine King battlefield is a slaughterhouse. My useless disciple died in there because he was weak and unlucky." Of course, although he said this, the fire of hatred in Zhang Yuhui's eyes burned brighter and brighter. Chapter 3850. As the news of the battle at the entrance of Taiyi City spread, the people of Taiyi sect who were in Taiyi City were the first to receive the news, and they were all shocked. Soon, someone went out to deliver the news. At the same time, the Tianlong clan also received the news. Taiyi sect's team of 20 people, including many high-level god kings, was completely annihilated? Was it done by our Tianlong clan? Unlike the gloomy atmosphere on Taiyi sect's side, the Tianlong clan's side cheered after a brief moment of shock, and their morale was greatly boosted. Did any of our Tianlong clan's god kings die in the Battle of the God Kings? Soon, people began to pay attention to this point. Many people even went to the entrance of the Tianlong clan's God King battlefield, only to see that the soul orbs of the God Kings who entered were unscathed and had not shattered. None of our Tianlong clan's God Kings who entered the battle of the God Kings died. No, didn't Duan Lingtian go in? He didn't leave behind a soul orb. Leaving behind a soul orb doesn't seem to be mandatory. Most people who enter will leave behind a soul orb, but he didn't. It's obvious that he's confident in his own strength. Our Tianlong clan should have someone with Duan Lingtian's soul orb. Whether Duan Lingtian is alive or not, why don't we just ask them? Not long after, someone confirmed that Duan Lingtian's soul orb was unscathed from the White Dragon Elder Dongfang Yannian, who was on good terms with Duan Lingtian. For a moment, the Tianlong clan was completely sure none of the Tianlong clan's God King disciples who entered the battle of the God Kings had died, and they were all safe and sound. While the Tianlong clan's morale was greatly boosted, the news also spread to Tai's sect. For a moment, Tai's sect was gloomy from top to bottom. 20 God King disciples had died, but not a single person from the opposing faction had died. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to Tai's sect. Especially those disciples who had not yet entered the battle of the God Kings, their morale plummeted. Many people who had already decided to enter stopped in their tracks at this time. After we go in, will we follow in their footsteps? I don't want to die. Let's find a few more people to go in. It's safer with more people. Even if it takes longer to complete the minimum mission, I'll accept it. That's right. Let's find more people. I think that team is pretty good. They're also recruiting. Why don't we go over and join them? More and more people who entered the battle of the God Kings to enter the battle of God Kings to enter the battle of the God Kings to enter the battle of the God Kings. Occasionally a few teams as God Kings to God Kings were only God to enter the battle of the God Kings to enter the battle of the God Kings God. Whether it was Tai's sect or the Tianlong clan, there were actually many people who had stagnated in the God King realm. However, because most of them were too old, they had been in closed-door cultivation and rarely appeared in front of others. Therefore, many of the younger generation disciples had never seen them or even known of their existence. Because of this, whether it was the people of the Greater One sect or the Sky Dragon sect, there were many new faces with extraordinary cultivation bases in the Emperor battle plane. Most of these people were high God Kings. Of course, there was no lack of low and middle God Emperors. These people, because facing the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation was already very difficult for them, so they were usually in closed-door cultivation in order to break through. The opening of the God King's battle plane this time was the greatest opportunity for them, so no one was willing to miss it. Therefore, among them, except for some who were at a critical juncture in their cultivation, the rest all entered the God King's battle plane. Low and middle God Emperors entered the battlefield of the God Kings. High God Kings entered the battlefield of the God Kings. Duan Lingtian did not know that the 20 Tai sect disciples he killed had caused a great disturbance outside. Now, he was continuing to wander around the battlefield of the God Kings, looking for Tai sect disciples. 100 Tai sect disciples. If I go back on my words, I'm afraid I will be laughed at by the people of Tai sect. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. Duan Lingtian did not encounter a second batch of Tai sect disciples, and not to mention groups of Tai sect disciples, he did not even encounter a single Tai sect disciple. Of course, Duan Lingtian also knew that the probability of encountering a single Tai sect disciple was not higher than encountering a group of Tai sect disciples. Because, before he said that he would kill 100 Tai sect disciples in the God King's battle plane, there should not be many Tai sect disciples who entered the God King's battle plane. On this day, Duan Lingtian, as usual, was flying over a mountain range on the battlefield of the God Kings. All along, he could be said to be swaggering. If someone from Tai sect found him, they would definitely not let him go. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. His ears twitching, Duan Lingtian disappeared in a flash, and when he reappeared, he was already very far away. After a few teleportations, Duan Lingtian appeared in the sky above a grassland. At this moment, in the void in front of him, there were two groups of people fighting fiercely, and one side obviously had the upper hand. Retreat. A middle-aged man wearing the identity badge of a high god king of the Tianlong clan suddenly shouted. Suddenly, a group of Tianlong clan disciples retreated. They were already at a disadvantage, and now that they wanted to escape, they were naturally more passive. All of you stay. A young man wearing the identity badge of a high god king of the Tai sect laughed loudly, and the 7-feet-long spear in his hand shook the void. Suddenly, a dazzling spear light appeared and streaked across the sky. The terrifying golden light, emitting waves of incomparably fierce aura, swept straight towards a mid-god king of the Tianlong clan. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian flashed and teleported in front of the mid-god king of the Tianlong clan, whose face was filled with despair. He casually raised his hand, and the high-grade divine sword released a dazzling sword light, and a devastating spatial storm blocked the incoming spear light. Phew! The Tianlong clan disciple, who had luckily escaped death, breathed a sigh of relief, and when he looked at the purple figure in front of him again, he repeatedly "Thank you for saving my life, senior brother." In this place, only a fellow disciple of the Tianlong clan could save him. At the same time, many Tianlong clan disciples cried out in surprise. It's Duan Lingtian. It really is Duan Lingtian. The eyes of the Tianlong clan group lit up when they saw Duan Lingtian. Pill Master Duan. The middle-aged man who was clearly the leader of the Tianlong clan group, in addition to wearing the Tianlong clan's High God King badge unique to the Emperor battle plane, also had a Tianlong clan deacon identity badge hanging from his waist. At this moment, he was looking at Duan Lingtian with a pleasantly surprised expression. The spoils of war, I want half of their identity badges. Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man and said calmly. Although the strength of the Tai sect disciples in front of him was clearly stronger than the team he had destroyed a few days ago, if he attacked with all his strength, he was still confident that he could wipe them all out. But now, in addition to a group of Tai sect disciples, there was also a group of Tianlong clan people present. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, he naturally couldn't completely reveal his strength, unless he also silenced the group of people from the Sky Dragon sect. Okay. The middle-aged man nodded immediately. The moment Duan Lingtian spoke, he understood the meaning of Duan Lingtian's words. Okay. At the same time Duan Lingtian responded, the sword in his hand shook, and a space storm instantly disturbed the surrounding space, making it impossible for the Tai sect disciples who were proficient in space laws to escape by teleportation. Kill them. At the same time, the middle-aged man who was the leader of the Tianlong clan group, a deacon of the Tianlong clan, suddenly let out a soft cry. In an instant, the group of Tianlong clan disciples attacked. Just now, they were fleeing. But now, with Duan Lingtian as their backup, they were like injected with chicken blood, as if they wanted to return the humiliation they had suffered to the Tai sect group. The group of Tai sect disciples, as soon as they learned of Duan Lingtian's identity, were staring at Duan Lingtian with glowing eyes. Duan Lingtian was worth 300,000 contribution points. Their total contribution points were less than 300,000. As long as they could kill Duan Lingtian, even if it was divided equally, each of them could get more than 10,000 contribution points. Of course, a moment later, when they realized that Duan Lingtian was not alone, and that there was also a group of people from the Tianlong clan, they suddenly sobered up, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads. The moment they sobered up, Duan Lingtian had already interfered with the surrounding space. Not good. By the time the people of Tai sect came to their senses, the people of the Tianlong clan, including the outer sect deacon, had already attacked the people of Tai sect, without holding back. They were even fighting without risking their lives style. And the people of Tai sect, while passively resisting and defending, did not fight back, because they were now very nervous. They were confident that they could keep some of the disciples of the Tianlong clan. But, in terms of strength, they were not much worse than them. But now, the other side had Duan Lingtian as their backup. Gather. Let's go together. Even if they have Duan Lingtian, do they still want to stop us from leaving? A high-level god king of Tai sect said coldly. And the moment the others heard his words, their eyes lit up. I don't know about the others, but I think I can still stop your footsteps. The moment this voice reached everyone's ears, they saw a purple figure appear in front of the high-level god king of Tai's sect who was giving orders just now. And the purple figure casually landed a palm on his body, and a terrifying space storm condensed sword light penetrated his body, causing his body to shatter in the blink of an eye. The bloody mist scattered with the wind, hitting the faces of the nearby disciples of Tai's sect, dazzling and eye-catching. Run! Run! The remaining disciples of Tai's sect were originally preparing to gather, but now that Duan Lingtian had killed their commander, they were suddenly in complete chaos, like a plate of loose sand. Chapter 38:51. The group of Greater One sect disciples were now not only like a plate of loose sand, but also had no fighting spirit, and had no intention of fighting with the Tianlong clan disciples. Therefore, they were soon completely passive. Even though later, some people saw their companions being killed and began to fight desperately, it was already too late. The Tianlong clan disciples had already killed many Greater One sect disciples, and the number of Tianlong clan disciples left was far greater than the number of Greater One sect disciples that were still alive. Then, with the advantage of numbers, coupled with the imposing manner of the Tianlong clan disciples, the Greater One sect disciples were quickly slaughtered. Naturally, during this process, there were a few disciples from the Supreme sect who almost escaped. It was Duan Lingtian who made his move at the critical moment and killed them. From the Tianlong clan disciples taking the lead to attack to the end, it took at most 20 breaths of time. After more than 20 breaths of time, everything was settled. The Greater One sect disciples were all wiped out. On the side of the Tianlong clan disciples, only a few people were injured, and they were only minor injuries. Alchemist Duan, if it weren't for you, even if some of us could escape, many of us would have died. The leader of the 23-people team from the Tianlong clan, a middle-aged man who was the outer sect deacon of the Tianlong clan, bowed to Duan Lingtian to express his gratitude. Thank you for your help, Alchemist Duan. Thank you, Alchemist Duan. Thank you, Senior Brother Duan. As the middle-aged man bowed to Duan Lingtian to express his gratitude, the rest of the people also bowed to Duan Lingtian to express their gratitude. You don't need to thank me, I didn't do it for nothing. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said. At this time, under the middle-aged man's signal, the several Tianlong clan disciples who were responsible for collecting the spoils of war just now handed over all the spoils of war to the middle-aged man. There were 28 storage rings and 32 high-grade divine tools. Alchemist Duan, we don't know what's in these storage rings, you can blindly choose 14 of them. As for these 32 high-grade divine artifacts, Pill Master Duan, you can choose 16 of them. The middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian and said. Before Duan Lingtian could respond, he looked at the others and asked, you guys don't have any objections, right? Hearing this, everyone hurriedly shook their heads. Naturally, they had no objections to this. Even if there were a few people who felt that Duan Lingtian was asking for too much, it was just a thought in their hearts. If they said it out loud at this time, they would definitely become the target of public criticism. The gains would not make up for the losses. Moreover, if it wasn't for Duan Lingtian's help today, they wouldn't have gotten any benefits and might even have lost some of their lives here. All in all, even if the Duan Lingtian took half of the spoils, they still profited. Let's work together again in the future. Duan Lingtian casually gestured with his hand and put away his portion of the spoils. After that, he left behind a few words, and before everyone could recover from their shock, he'd already teleported and vanished on the spot. When everyone came back to their senses and looked around, they could no longer see any trace of Duan Lingtian. At this time, the deacon of the outer sect spoke up. Find a place to rest and recover, then head back. Try your best to intercept and kill some Greater One sect disciples nearby. With this harvest, we're not far from completing the minimum mission. As for the others, they naturally had no objections. Of course, in their private conversations, the topic never left Duan Lingtian. Do you think Duan Lingtian can break through and become a god emperor before 10,000 years old? God emperor? Aren't you thinking too much? He's only a higher divine king now, right? Don't forget, he's not even 3,000 years old. This time, 28 Greater One Sect disciples have died, but not a single one of our Tianlong clan has died. I'm afraid it'll cause quite a stir outside. A Tianlong clan disciple said with a smile. And his words also received the approval of the others. That's natural. However, since no one on our side has died, the Greater One Sect spies in our Tianlong clan have to send the news back. I suddenly feel that it's a good thing that the Greater One Sect has planted a spy in our Tianlong clan. Otherwise, I'm really worried that the Greater One Sect won't know that 28 of their disciples have died, but not a single one of our Tianlong clan has died. That's right. I used to think that if I knew who the Greater One Sect spy was, I definitely wouldn't let him go. But now, I suddenly feel that the Greater One Sect spy doesn't seem so annoying anymore. At this moment, the disciples of the Tianlong clan did not know that just a few days ago, 20 Greater One Sect disciples had died in the battlefield of Divine Kings, and at that time, not a single person of the Tianlong clan had died. For the people of the Greater One Sect, they already had experience. However, even though they had experience, when the elder on duty at the entrance of the Greater One Sect stronghold of the Greater One Sect in the Emperor Battle Plain discovered that the 28 soul beads that were placed together had all shattered, his expression changed greatly. Another 28 divine kings have died. Heavens! These people, they seem to be in a team? Were they all wiped out? How many people of the Tianlong clan have died? Greater One City was in an uproar, Greater One Sect was in an uproar. And with the news from the Tianlong clan that no one from the Tianlong clan had died, many of the Greater One Sect's higher-ups almost vomited blood in anger. But the Greater One Sect master's side was strangely quiet. Although the sect master's side was quiet, the people of the Greater One Sect understood that this was just the calm before the storm. As expected. 3 days later, the Greater One Sect master ordered that all the disciples of the Divine Kings who had not yet entered the Emperor Battle Plain, regardless of their cultivation base, were to form a team. To be more precise, they were to form a team similar to an army. And the leaders of this team, the Greater One Sect master personally named 3 people. 2 of them were core disciples of the Greater One Sect, and 1 was an outer sect deacon of the Greater One Sect. These 3 people were all outstanding higher god emperors of the Greater One Sect, and it just so happened that they had not yet entered the God King battlefield. Immediately, a huge team of over 100 people from the Greater One Sect entered the Emperor Battle Plain in a grandiose manner. The Greater One Sect master ordered this Greater One Sect's team of over 100 God Kings, if they do not kill all the people of the Tianlong clan, none of them are allowed to leave the God King battlefield. Otherwise, they will be killed without mercy. In the team of over 100 God Kings, although the majority of them were not willing to be controlled like this, they had no choice but to face the situation. After entering the God King battlefield, not to mention killing the enemy, even if it was to survive, they had to risk their lives. The Greater One Sect master ordered that the remaining disciples of the Greater One Sect who have not yet entered the God King battlefield, to form a team of over 100 people, led by 3 outstanding higher God Kings, and enter the God King battlefield to slaughter the disciples of the Tianlong clan. When this news was passed back to the Tianlong clan was also in turmoil. Especially the group of God King disciples who had not yet entered the God King battlefield, they were all in danger. Some of them even entered the Emperor Battle Plain at the first moment, preparing to join a few others to enter the God King battlefield before the Greater One Sect master gave the order. This way, they could come out whenever they wanted. They were all worried that the Greater One Sect master of the Tianlong clan would also give the same order as the Greater One Sect master. They formed a large team of God Kings, and were not allowed to come out until they had killed 100 Greater One Sect disciples. However, their actions were still too late in the end. The entrance to the God King battlefield in Sky Dragon City was sealed, and no one was allowed to enter. The Greater One Sect master has ordered that the entrance to the God King battlefield be temporarily sealed. All God King disciples who have not yet entered the God King battlefield are to form a team and enter the God King battlefield to kill the Greater One Sect disciples. As long as they kill 100 people, everyone in this team will be considered to have passed the minimum mission for the past 3 years. If anyone dares to desert, as long as they are reported and confirmed, not only will they be sentenced to death, but they will also implicate their blood relatives. The Tianlong clan did not say that the God King disciples who had formed a large team to enter the God King battlefield could not leave until they had killed 100 people. Instead, they took out a practical reward for them. In addition, they also added a ruthless sentence to make this large team iron plate, and no one dared to desert. Kill. Soon, the Tianlong clan formed a team of over 100 God Kings and majestically rushed into the God King battlefield with murderous intent. There were 2 people in charge of this team. One of them had joined the Tianlong clan with Duanling Tian. She was Miss 7 from the 10,000 Flower Valley, a God King level sect. She was also the daughter of Shui Haichuan's old friend. Coincidentally, she had not entered the God King battlefield yet. 7's junior sister, if there's any danger, come to my side. I'll protect you. The person who led this group of 100 people with 7th young lady was a young man in embroidered clothes. The young man was thin and slender, and his appearance could be considered handsome. However, his eyes were extremely dishonest. He sized up 7th young lady from top to bottom, causing 7th young lady to repeatedly frown. Miss 7 ignored the young man's good intentions. 7's junior sister, I heard that no one in the Tianlong clan has seen you remove your veil. I wonder when you plan to remove your veil? The young man in embroidered clothes was not angry when he saw Miss 7 ignoring him. Instead, he continued to blabber on. At this moment, the hundreds of God King disciples behind them who had quieted down could not help but frown slightly. This was the person the sect had found to lead them? Shut up. Finally, Miss 7 could not take it anymore. She said coldly, don't talk to me if there's nothing serious. If you keep talking, I'll pluck your tongue out. If you keep looking around, I'll dig your eyes out. Miss 7's sudden outburst shocked everyone. Although he had long heard of this 7th young lady, wasn't she always known for being gentle and beautiful? She actually had such a strong side. The young man in embroidered clothes did not mind. A bright smile still hung on his face as he said, 7th junior sister, if you want to pluck my tongue out and dig my eyes out, you'll have to be stronger than me. You want to try? Miss 7's voice turned cold. At the same time, she stopped moving. The moment the young man in embroidered clothes stopped moving, the team of 100 also stopped at the entrance of the God King battlefield. Chapter 38:52. The young man in embroidered clothes was called Hui Yuan. He was the grandson of one of the Black Dragon elders in the Heavenly Dragon sect. He was also one of the Azure Dragon disciples in the Heavenly Dragon sect. He was only 9,000 years old, but he was already an outstanding superior divine king. Before Duanling Tian appeared, only a few people below the divine emperor level in the Tianlong clan could fight him to a draw. No one could defeat him. Because of this, Hui Yuan was not afraid of Miss 7. Also, Hui Yuan was a lecherous man. He had no resistance against good-looking women. For example, he had pursued all the good-looking female disciples in the Tianlong clan. Among them, there were some who got pregnant by him, but he forced them to abort their children. Because of this, Hui Yuan's reputation in the Tianlong clan was not very good. Although Miss 7 had only been in the Tianlong clan for a few years, she had heard some female disciples mention Hui Yuan. When those female disciples mentioned Hui Yuan, they would frown and show disgust. 7th junior sister, if you want to spar with me, as your senior brother, I won't refuse. Hui Yuan was still smiling brightly. Senior brother who? At this time, a group of Tianlong clan disciples who were following behind could not stand it anymore. An inner sect disciple who was quite strong stepped forward and said with a slight frown, we came here on a mission. If you and Miss 7 want to spar, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Now, if either of you is injured in the spar, you won't be the only ones who will suffer. We will suffer as well. As soon as the inner sect disciple spoke, a group of people immediately echoed his words. Not only were there people persuading Hui Yuan, but many others were also persuading Miss 7. In the end, the two of them did not fight. Even Hui Yuan was afraid of angering the crowd. Show some respect. Otherwise, I won't let you off even if I'm punished by the sect. The seventh young lady coldly swept a glance at Hui Yuan, causing the smile on Hui Yuan's face to become even more radiant. As his gaze shot out, waves of scorching flames burned within it. This woman was really arrogant. However, the more arrogant she was, the more interesting it was. If the woman was easy to get, it would be meaningless. Seventh junior sister, there will be a day when you will wish that I would take a few more glances at you. Hui Yuan grinned. In your dreams. Miss Seven sneered disdainfully. At the same time, a purple figure involuntarily appeared in her mind. Ever since she had entered the Tianlong clan, other than Shui Haichuan, he was the only other person who had looked at her with a gaze as tranquil as an ancient well. They were both men, so why was there such a big difference? Sure enough, Mother was right. There were no good men in this world. Duan Lingtian continued to wander around the battlefield of the god kings of the Tianlong clan ever since he worked with them to destroy the Supreme First Sex team. During this process, he encountered a few more groups of god kings from the Tianlong clan. In addition, he also encountered 2 disciples of the Supreme First Sex god kings. The 2 of them were together, and it was obvious that they had entered the battlefield of the Supreme First Sect after the opening of the Emperor Battle Plain. When Duan Lingtian discovered these 2 disciples of the Supreme First Sect, a team from the Tianlong clan had also discovered them. They wanted to compete with Duan Lingtian, but in the face of Duan Lingtian's profound teleportation, they were still half a beat too slow. Duan Lingtian successfully obtained the spoils of war left behind by the 2 Supreme First Sect disciples and left. The people from the Tianlong clan could only shake their heads and sigh at their bad luck. They had not discovered the 2 people first and were responsible for killing them. As for the fact that Duan Lingtian had killed the 2 of them first, they did not say anything even though they were a little unwilling. Not to mention Duan Lingtian's extraordinary status in the Tianlong clan, Duan Lingtian's current strength was so strong that they may not be able to do anything to him. Really unlucky to encounter Duan Lingtian. If it weren't for Duan Lingtian, those 2 people would have been our prey. Even after many days, there were still many people from the Tianlong clan who had been robbed by Duan Lingtian. Of course, the reason they were complaining was because it was too boring. Ever since they were devoured by Duan Lingtian, they had not encountered a single Greater One Sex disciple. Have all the Greater One Sex disciples gone into hiding? Even if it's a lone Supreme First Sect disciple, we don't mind, can't one appear? It feels like our luck ran out that day, and the prey of that day has not been hunted by us. A group of people broke through the air. While they were bored, many people also began to communicate. In a few words, they were all complaining about why they had not encountered a Supreme First Sect disciple for so many days. And perhaps their prayers had worked. 10 days later, they finally encountered a Supreme First Sect disciple. A lone Supreme First Sect disciple. This Supreme First Sect disciple was standing over a dangerous peak in a mountain range, watching them from afar. Until they approached and surrounded him, there was still no movement. It was like he was stupid. The few of you who are good at the law of space, disrupt the space, lest he is good at the law of space and teleport away. The leading disciple of the Tianlong clan bluntly ordered. Suddenly, the several people of the Tianlong clan who were good at the law of space began to disrupt the surrounding space, making it impossible for the people in the surrounding space to teleport. At this moment, the 32 disciples of the Tianlong clan were almost standing in all directions, surrounding the Supreme First Sect disciple in front of them. This Supreme First Sect disciple, dressed in a snow-white robe, had a handsome face. Facing the disciples of the Tianlong clan surrounding him, there was still a calm expression on his face. A moment later, when the divine power of many Tianlong clan disciples was rising, ready to move, the Supreme First Sect disciple opened his mouth, his tone cold and indifferent. If you can provide the whereabouts of Duan Lingtian, I won't kill you. These words stunned all the disciples of the Tianlong clan. A moment later, the crowd came back to their senses. When they looked at the Supreme First Sect disciple again, there was a change in their eyes. There was more fear and concern. Under normal circumstances, encountering such an insolent person, they would certainly think the other party was arrogant. But now, seeing that the other party had not changed his expression from beginning to end, and when he spoke, there was not the slightest sign of lack of confidence. In their minds, a name flashed almost at the same time. You are Shimen Longxiang? When the leading disciple of the Tianlong clan looked again at the white-clothed youth in front of him, his face was incomparably solemn. Although he was one of the best among the upper god kings of the Tianlong clan, except for Duan Ling Tian, he did not think that there was anyone in the god king realm who could defeat him. But, in the face of Shimen Longxiang, he still had to be wary. 1,000 years ago, when Shimen Longxiang was only a middle god king, he had defeated all the god kings of the Tianlong clan below the god emperor realm, and there was no lack of people who were not weaker than him. In other words, in a one-on-one fight, the Shimen Longxiang of 1,000 years ago may be able to defeat him now. And now, 1,000 years had passed, and with Shimen Longxiang's talent, there was almost no suspense in breaking through to the upper god king realm. In addition, the other party's comprehension was not bad, and perhaps his attainments in the law of wind had deepened. Shimen Longxiang. In fact, the group of Tianlong clan disciples present, when the white-clothed youth calmly threatened them, had vaguely guessed the other party's identity from his clothes. Shimen Longxiang, the top genius of the younger generation of the Greater One sect, liked to wear white, had a handsome appearance, sword-like eyebrows, and a superior temperament. The white-clothed youth in front of them matched all of them. Coupled with his unquestionable confidence, they all felt that the person in front of them was most likely Shimen Longxiang of the Greater One sect. Yes. The white-clothed youth, Shimen Longxiang, raised his head and glanced indifferently at the leading disciple of the Tianlong clan. If you want to live, provide Duan Lingtian's current whereabouts. If you can't provide it, or don't know, then this will be your burial ground. Shimen Longxiang's voice fell, and his tone was still indifferent, as if he was talking about an insignificant matter. The faces of the people of the Tianlong clan changed. Shimen Longxiang. The leading disciple of the Tianlong clan had a gloomy and ugly expression. I know you're very strong, and we even gathered so many people to join forces because we know you've entered the battlefield of the Divine King. But, if you think you can kill us all by yourself, I'm afraid you're dreaming. You can either leave now, or stay here. As the leading disciple of the Tianlong clan finished speaking, he raised his hand, and the group of Tianlong clan disciples surrounding Shimen Longxiang immediately stepped aside to make a path. If they could avoid fighting, they would rather watch Shimen Longxiang leave. After all, once they fought, even if they could defeat or even kill Shimen Longxiang, many of them would certainly die. This was not what they wanted to see. After all, no one knew who would die. Everyone was worried about themselves. I gave you a chance. Shimen Longxiang had no intention of leaving. But since you don't cherish it, then you can be buried here. As his voice fell, bursts of cyan aura wrapped around Shimen Longxiang's body and swept up. In the blink of an eye, it had formed a tornado emitting a terrifying aura of destruction. Some of the Tianlong clan disciples who were closer were oppressed by the aura and retreated repeatedly. Some of the disciples with lower cultivation were blown away by the oncoming wind. Those who did not resist were fine, as they moved with the wind. Those who resisted were basically injured, and blood wildly spurted from their mouths. Attack! Kill him! The leading disciple of the Tianlong clan shouted with a grave expression, High Divine Kings, all of you go forward and surround him. Attack with all your strength, don't hold back. Medium Divine Kings, interfere from behind. Kill him with all your strength. If we drag this out, we'll be defeated one by one. At that time, no one can think of leaving alive. If we fight with our lives on the line, there's still a chance of survival. If we cower, we'll definitely die. As the voice of the Tianlong clan disciple fell, he took the lead and rushed out. His momentum was like a rainbow, like a god of war. Chapter 38:53. The leader of the 30-man team of Tianlong clan took the lead as an example. Although the others were afraid, they knew that they had to do it at this time. They had to bite the bullet and go. Just as their leader said, if they fought with all their might, there might be a chance for many of them to survive. If they did not fight with all their might and became timid, it was very likely that they would be defeated one by one, leading to everyone being killed. No one knew if they would be among those who survived after fighting with all their might. However, they knew that if they were to be timid, all of them would only have a path of death. Kill. Fight with him. So what if it's Shimen Longxiang? Today, we will kill Shimen Longxiang and let the Taoist sect know that their undefeated genius under the Divine Emperor level will also die in the hands of our Tianlong clan disciples after entering the battlefield of the Divine Kings. The 30-man team of the Tianlong clan, including the few Tianlong clan disciples who were still interfering with the space, attacked one after another at this time to kill Shimen Longxiang. Divine weapons appeared in their hands, and the profound truths of the laws they were good at were integrated into their divine power. They burst out without holding back, and they did not dare to hold back. Whoosh! Whoosh! Waves after waves of powerful energy whistled out, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Looking from afar, it was as if they had covered the sky and covered the sun. Boom! Boom! The terrifying power formed a colorful torrent that exploded in the sky, and then like a tide, gathered in the middle of the encirclement. The torrent surged to the sky, and all of them gathered at one point, as if there was a vortex in the center that was constantly swallowing the surrounding water. I, Shimen Longxiang, have not fought since I stepped into the upper Divine King level. In the face of the thunderous attack of the Tianlong clan people, the white-clothed youth in the center of the storm spoke again, his tone still indifferent. Today, I will use the blood of you Tianlong clan disciples as a sacrifice to the sword in my hand. Arrogant. As soon as Shimen Longxiang's voice fell, many Tianlong clan disciples shouted, "Today, you, Shimen Longxiang, will die without a doubt. Kill him. Kill." The people of the Tianlong clan were all furious. No matter how strong Shimen Longxiang's strength was, he was only a divine king. Now, in just a few words, he actually treated them, a group of divine kings, as his subordinates. How could they not be furious? Do you really think that you, Shimen Longxiang, are invincible after becoming a high-level divine king? Among us, there are more than 15 high-level divine kings. While the heavenly dragon sect's disciples were enraged and attacked Shimen Longxiang, the tornadoes around Shimen Longxiang turned into streaks of 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 streaks. Using the sword light as wind, it wrapped around his body. Then, Shimen Longxiang moved. Whoosh! 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 Shimen Longxiang's whole body was encircled by the sword aura. Shimen Longxiang leisurely walked out, his speed neither slow nor slow. He welcomed the joint attack of the disciples of the Tianlong clan. Then, the attack landed, but it was shattered by the sword light surrounding Shimen Longxiang's body. In the next moment. Whoosh! Shimen Longxiang's figure suddenly accelerated as he charged out. At the same time, the sword light that had formed a tornado around his body raged out. Among the 7 disciples of the Tianlong clan, 3 of them had their flesh cut off, and the remaining 4 had half of their flesh cut off as well. The 3 of them died, their blood and bones falling from the sky, smashing into the ground between the mountains, turning into a pile of debris. The remaining 4 disciples were also on the verge of death. Whoosh! Shimen Longxiang's eyes widened as 2 sword rays shot out from his eyes and merged into one before it flashed past the heads of the 4 dying disciples of the Tianlong clan. A string of 4. In just a blink of an eye, the 4 severely injured disciples of the Tianlong clan who were on the verge of death were killed by Shimen Longxiang's soul attack. In fact, after becoming a god, one's soul would tend to liquefy. It was much more difficult to destroy one's soul compared to a soul battle between celestials in the Devata realms. For this reason, in the realms of gods, unless one's soul energy was much stronger than one's opponent's, one might not be able to kill one's opponent with a soul attack. Otherwise, one's soul attack could only affect one's opponent at most. If the 4 disciples of the Tianlong clan were in their peak condition, it would be good enough if Shimen Longxiang's soul attack could affect one of them for a moment. Not to mention, it could be said that his soul attack had directly destroyed their souls. In fact, As long as Shimen Longxiang didn't launch his soul attack when they were seriously injured, weakened, and hadn't had the time to heal themselves, even if he had delayed for 1 or 2 breaths, waiting for their souls to stabilize, he wouldn't necessarily be able to kill any of them. Unfortunately, no one could have predicted the change in the battle. The remaining disciples of the Tianlong clan were more inclined to believe that Shimen Longxiang was able to achieve this because of his unique vision or luck. This heaven-defying prodigy from the Supreme East sect was someone whom several top god emperor forces in Tungleng province had sent out high-ranking officials to invite. They were willing to leave Tungleng province. Naturally, it was impossible for him to have survived until now by relying on luck. It was impossible for him to be lucky at this moment. Everyone, gather together. Join forces and fight him. Otherwise, we will be defeated by him one by one again. As the leader of the Tianlong clan spoke, more than 20 disciples of the Tianlong clan no longer surrounded Shimen Longxiang from all directions. They all flew out, gathered together, and faced Shimen Longxiang head-on. At this time, Shimen Longxiang was already standing in the distance, high in the air, calmly looking at the disciples of the Tianlong clan in front of him who had either failed to attack or retracted their attacks in time. More than 20 disciples of the Tianlong clan gathered together, looking at Shimen Longxiang with fear. They had not thought much of this heaven-defying prodigy from the Supreme East sect, but when they really faced him in a life-and-death battle, they deeply realized how terrifying he was. Shimen Longxiang. At this time, the leader of the Tianlong clan disciples spoke with an indifferent expression, his tone incomparably cold. Your strength is indeed very strong, beyond all of our expectations. I also believe that you have the ability to kill us. However, now that we are gathered together, even if you want to kill us, I'm afraid you will have to pay a big price. If you are injured, it will be difficult to resist the other teams of the Tianlong clan, or even Duan Lingtian. Do you really want to fight with us here? At this moment, the palms of the Tianlong clan disciple were sweating. It was to the extent that beads of sweat could be seen on his forehead. His strength was the strongest among this group of Tianlong clan disciples, and it was because of this that he could become the leader of this team and command them. Otherwise, who would listen to him? It was also because he was the strongest that his vision was better than the others, and he could see that Shimen Longxiang's strength was far more terrifying than the rumors. This had reached another level. Perhaps, some of the weaker lower divine emperors might not be able to defeat him. Even if they did not lose to him, it would be difficult to defeat him. However, Shimen Longxiang's response was to move again. Who? 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 When Shimen Longxiang moved again, the sword light that had formed a tornado around him disappeared, and the green wind raged all over his body. His figure swayed and turned into dozens of afterimages. Then, these dozens of afterimages attacked the group of Tianlong clan disciples, and it was difficult to distinguish which was real and which was fake. At least, this was what the group of Tianlong clan disciples thought. Only one is real. The others are fake. While the leader of the Tianlong clan disciples shouted to warn the others, Shimen Longxiang's dozens of afterimages had already approached the group of Tianlong clan disciples. However, even with the warning, when these Tianlong clan disciples saw the afterimages approaching and saw the lifelike face and figure of Shimen Longxiang, they could not help but attack. The group of people attacked, and the afterimages scattered and turned into nothingness. For a moment, they all breathed a sigh of relief. However, their expressions soon changed. This was because they discovered that the instant their tense nerves relaxed following the thunder-like attacks, waves of sharp auras swept over their heads. At this moment, even if they wanted to accumulate power to resist, it was already too late. A bunch of idiots. The leader of the Tianlong clan disciples was the only one in the group who did not attack. At this moment, he shouted loudly, and the power that he had been accumulating for a long time exploded, and his whole body shot out like a cannonball. The moment he escaped, a force completely formed by wind fell from the sky like a towering mountain and pressed down on the group of Tianlong clan disciples. Because these Tianlong clan disciples had just attacked with all their strength, it was difficult for them to accumulate power to resist the force falling from the sky again in a short period of time. Therefore, they were all submerged by this force. The leader of the Tianlong clan disciples, who had already fled far away, could not help but turn his head to take a look. With just a glance, his eyes were about to burst. More than 20 Tianlong clan disciples, who were still alive a moment ago, were now pressed down by the hurricane falling from the sky. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and a bloody mist drifted in the air. In the end, the originally lively aura of life was completely annihilated. They were all dead. Run! Without any hesitation, the leader of the Tianlong clan disciples felt his heart palpitate, and he hurriedly fled into the distance. Light burst out from his body, and he exerted all his strength. Your strength is not bad. However, if you want to escape from under my nose, it's still impossible. As the leader of the Tianlong clan disciples heard an indifferent voice, in the next moment, when he reacted and attacked, two cyan sword rays, one pierced his forehead from the back of his head, and the other pierced his heart from behind. His soul was extinguished. His heart was shattered. In the next moment, the leader of the Tianlong clan disciples followed in the footsteps of his companions and died. At the same time, whoosh! A figure wearing clothes whiter than snow appeared. Shimen Longxiang had killed more than 30 people in a row, but the white clothes on his body were still as pure as snow, without a speck of dust or even a trace of blood. Chapter 38-54. Ever since they learned that dozens of people from the Tianlong clan had died, while no one from their side had died, the people of the Tianlong clan who were outside the battlefield of the God Kings felt very relieved. You Greater One sect, you dare to challenge our Tianlong clan to an emperor battle. Now, do you regret it? However, at the entrance of the battlefield of the God Kings in Sky Dragon City, more than 30 soul beads were all shattered. The faces of the Tianlong clan elders on duty changed greatly, and at the same time, they felt their scalps go numb. Something big has happened. Although the several Tianlong clan elders on duty were very unwilling to believe that everything in front of them was true, and did not want to spread the news, they knew that this kind of thing could not be concealed. Not long after, the people of the Tianlong clan who were originally incomparably excited and ridiculing the Greater One sect were all speechless. A team of 30 people was wiped out? How many people died on the Greater One sect side? Many people of the Tianlong clan began to pay attention to this question. However, when the news came back from the Greater One sect, they were all dumbfounded. During the time when the 30 people of the Tianlong clan were wiped out, the Greater One sect did not lose a single person. In fact, for several days, no one from the Greater One sect had died. For a time, there was a dead silence in the Tianlong clan. However, at the same time, there were people who could not help whispering. Could it be that they met Shimen Longxiang of the Greater One sect? A team of 30 people, and led by Wang Feng. Wang Feng's strength can also be ranked in the top echelon among the God Kings of our Tianlong clan. That is, if we don't count Duan Lingtian. Shimen Longxiang alone was not enough to wipe them out, right? Perhaps, with the help of other people from the Greater One sect, plus Shimen Longxiang, more than 30 God King disciples of our Tianlong clan were wiped out. That should be the case. This news was undoubtedly a huge blow to the Tianlong clan. For a time, no one talked about the Greater One sect's Divine King disciples being wiped out twice. Unlike the Tianlong clan, the Greater One sect, which was originally filled with worry, seemed to have been swept away in an instant with the news that the 30 God King disciples of the Tianlong clan had been wiped out and that no one from the Greater One sect had died. It must be Shimen Longxiang. Humph. The people of the Tianlong clan were mocking our Greater One sect before, now, they won't mock us anymore, right? Does that Tianlong clan really think that they're the only ones who can wipe out our God King's disciples? Our Greater One sect also has such people. Ha! This time, it's really satisfying. In order to celebrate the annihilation of the 30 God Kings of the Tianlong clan, your father will go to the God Emperor battlefield and kill several God Emperors of the Tianlong clan. The intensity of the God Emperor battlefield spread to the ears of the Tianlong clan and Greater One sect's God Emperor experts, and also stimulated the hidden passion in their bodies. For a time, many God Emperor experts of the two sects entered the God Emperor battlefield one after another. Seeing this scene, the elders on duty at the entrance of the God Emperor battlefield could not help shaking their heads and sighing. I'm afraid it won't be long before some God Emperors fall. The God Emperor battlefield has also begun. It won't be long before the Quasi-Emperor battlefield begins. Duan Lingtian knew nothing about what was happening outside. He was still searching for the Greater One Sect's disciples on the God King battlefield. I'm almost halfway to my goal. In the sky above a grassland, Duan Lingtian glanced at the identity badges of the Greater One Sect's God King disciples in his storage ring and sighed secretly. In fact, he had long felt bored and wanted to leave the God King battlefield. But, thinking of what he said in front of the Greater One Sect in Peace City, he immediately dismissed the idea of leaving. In order to not slap his own face, he must collect the identity badges of the 100 God King disciples of the Greater One Sect before he can leave. In the next few months, Duan Lingtian's luck was not very good. He encountered 3 more groups of Greater One Sect's God King disciples, and one of the groups had more than 30 people. Among the 3 teams, 2 of the weaker teams were forcefully crushed and annihilated by Duan Lingtian. As for the stronger group, in order to not let even one of them escape, Duan Lingtian began to show weakness, and then took the opportunity to kill more than 10 people in one breath, and then slaughtered the rest. The 3 groups gave Duan Lingtian more than 50 identity badges. Only 12 more. Duan Lingtian counted the identity badges of the Greater One Sect's God King disciples in his storage ring and found that there were already 88 badges. He only needed 12 more to reach 100. At that time, he could also leave. Continue. After another round of searching, Duan Lingtian found a large commotion in front of him half a month later. There are people fighting? And there seems to be a lot of people? In the God King battlefield, if there were people fighting, it would definitely be people of the Tianlong clan and the Greater One Sect. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, and he approached. Soon after, Duan Lingtian saw a large group of Heavenly Dragon Sect's disciples besieging more than 30 Supreme Sect's disciples in a lofty mountain range. The 2 groups had clearly just encountered each other, and no one had died for the time being. However, among the more than 30 Greater One Sect disciples, there were already many people injured, and a few of them were seriously injured. Miss 7. Soon, Duan Lingtian saw several familiar figures in the group of people in front of him. One of the familiar figures was Miss 7, who had participated in the Hidden Dragon Grand competition with him. As for the other people, they were also people who had participated in the Hidden Dragon Grand competition with him, but he did not recognize them. Perhaps during the Hidden Dragon Grand competition, someone had mentioned their names, but Duan Lingtian had long forgotten. Wang! A burst of golden blade light broke through the air, and the moment the sound of a blade rang in his ears, Duan Lingtian saw a Tianlong clan disciple who was seriously injured was killed by a blade. The person who attacked was a young man in embroidered clothes, and was also the strongest person among the Tianlong clan disciples that Duan Lingtian had seen. Perhaps even Miss 7 might not be his opponent. Azure Dragon Disciple. Duan Lingtian glanced at the identity token at the other person's waist. With just a glance, he saw a dragon engraved on it, and the dragon was inlaid with green jade. And this was the identity token of an Azure Dragon Disciple. Duan Lingtian had seen this identity token before. For example, Si Kongyu had one hanging on his waist. So it's an Azure Dragon Disciple, no wonder his strength is so strong. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. I'm missing 12 Greater One Sect Disciple identity tokens, so I'll kill 12 people, the rest, I'll leave them. Duan Lingtian knew very well that even if he did not act, it would not be long before the 30 Greater One Sect disciples in front of him would die at the hands of a group of Tianlong clan disciples. His action could only be regarded as icing on the cake, and was different from before when he helped the Tianlong clan disciples in their hour of need. If he helped them in their hour of need, those people would not have any objections if he took more of the spoils. But icing on the cake was not necessarily the case. Of course, Duan Lingtian did not intend to directly attack and kill the Greater One Sect disciples. Before he acted, he must first inform the other party. At the very least, he must let the other party know of his existence. Otherwise, he really intended to steal the spoils. Who? Duan Lingtian teleported, and appeared near Miss Seven. Of course, he could only appear in the vicinity. The space in front of him was disturbed by some of the people of the Tianlong clan who were proficient in the laws of space, so it was impossible to teleport. Duan Lingtian could only teleport to a nearby space that was not disturbed. The appearance of Duan Lingtian naturally attracted the attention of many people. Duan Lingtian? The seventh young lady noticed Duan Lingtian as well. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled at Miss Seven. Miss Seven, we meet again. Well, I didn't expect to see you here. Miss Seven smiled. And at this moment, the young man in embroidered clothes, who had killed another Greater One sect disciple, was the Azure Dragon disciple, Hui Yuan, who led the group of 100 Tianlong clan disciples with Miss Seven. In a flash, he came to Miss Seven's side, staring vigilantly at Duan Lingtian. He was vigilant, firstly because Miss Seven was friendly to Duan Lingtian, which was a treatment he did not receive. Secondly, because Duan Lingtian's appearance was likely to compete for the spoils of the Tianlong clan disciples. Duan Lingtian? He's Duan Lingtian? And at this time, the Greater One sect disciples who had already fallen into a disadvantageous position and were somewhat defeated, when they learned of the identity of the purple-clothed inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan that had suddenly appeared, their complexions greatly changed. The vast majority of the Tianlong clan disciples, at this moment, revealed a look of despair. I want 12 Greater One sect disciple identity badges. At the same time, Duan Lingtian spoke in a clear voice. These words were said to the group of Tianlong clan disciples present. Of course, the identity badges I want will only be obtained by killing them myself. I will not take the identity badges of the people you kill. As for their storage rings and divine tools, I will not take them, I only want their identity badges. As his voice fell, and without waiting for the Tianlong clan to respond, Duan Lingtian had already moved out like a ghost, heading straight for the nearest Greater One sect disciple. This Greater One sect disciple, just as he reacted, died under Duan Lingtian's sword. A Greater One sect disciple identity badge was in his hand. Then, Duan Lingtian struck again, and the two Greater One sect disciples nearby, in the blink of an eye, followed in the footsteps of the previous person and died. In the blink of an eye, 3 Greater One sect disciple identity badges were in his hand. As for the 3 people's storage rings and divine tools, Duan Lingtian did not take them. What are you still doing? Kill. At this time, Hui Yuan, who had regained his composure, roared with an ugly expression, and at the same time his whole person turned into a golden light, heading straight for a Greater One sect disciple. Although Hui Yuan was unwilling to agree to Duan Lingtian's words just now. But, he also knew that Duan Lingtian's request was not excessive, at least in the group of Tianlong clan disciples present, except for him, there should be no one who would have an opinion. So, even if he was unhappy, he did not say it out loud. But, he still urged the others to kill the Greater One sect disciples as soon as possible. As long as they killed the remaining Greater One sect disciples as soon as possible, Duan Lingtian may not have the opportunity to get the 12 identity badges. After all, Duan Lingtian had just said that he would only take the identity badges of the Greater One sect disciples he killed. Chapter 38:55. On the other side, Hui Yuan's momentum was like a rainbow as he charged towards a group of Greater One sect disciples. As for the other Tianlong clan disciples, most of them were intercepting the Greater One sect disciples, not allowing them to escape. However, they did not fight with their lives on the line. Even if the other side fought with their lives on the line, they would still retreat and open up some distance. What a joke! Now, with the addition of Duan Lingtian, even if they did not lose a single person, they could still take down these Greater One sect disciples. Under such circumstances, why should they fight with their lives on the line? You, Hui Yuan, are strong and have the confidence to not die, but we don't. For this reason, after Duan Lingtian killed the 12 Tai sect disciples and snatched their identity badges, he continued to kill the other Tai sect disciples. In the end, the few remaining Greater One sect disciples were killed by the numerous Tianlong clan disciples that swarmed over. In this battle, our Sky Dragon sect disciples killed 36 Greater One sect disciples without a single casualty. It's a great victory. After the battle was completely settled, a Tianlong clan disciple shouted excitedly. The remaining Tianlong clan disciples were also infected by him. They either laughed heartily or began to shout. Great victory! Great victory! At the same time, after obtaining the 12 identity badges that he wanted, Duan Ling Tian appeared in front of the 7th young lady in a flash. He nodded and smiled at her. 7th young lady, I've obtained what I wanted. I'll take my leave first. Although he did not know the relationship between 7th young lady and Shui Haichuan had told him to take care of 7th young lady if he had the chance. Since Shui Haichuan had personally asked, he naturally would not be unfriendly to 7th young lady. 7th young lady responded, then asked, You are preparing to leave the battlefield of the Divine Kings? Before Duan Ling Tian could open his mouth, the Azure Dragon disciple Hui Yuan had unknowingly arrived not far from the 7th young lady. He stared at Duan Ling Tian with an unsightly expression and sneered, Duan Ling Tian, didn't you boast in front of the people of the Greater One sect that you won't leave the Divine King battlefield if you don't kill 100 Greater One sect disciples? If you go out without fulfilling your promise, it's fine if you lose face, but I'm afraid you'll drag the sect down and embarrass us. As he spoke, Hui Yuan's lips curled into a mocking smile. Yes, prepare to leave. Duan Ling Tian nodded at the 7th young lady before he glanced at Hui Yuan indifferently. However, he ignored Hui Yuan as he teleported and disappeared from his original spot in a flash. At the same time, he completely disappeared from the sight of the 100-man team of the Tianlong clan. 7th junior sister. At this time, Hui Yuan said to Miss 7 with an ugly expression, You should stay away from this kind of untrustworthy person. Today, he can break his promise to others, tomorrow he can break his promise to you. Miss 7 was the woman Hui Yuan had taken a fancy to. But she favored a young man who was more outstanding than him. This was unacceptable to him. Now, there was an opportunity to discredit the other party. He naturally would not miss it. Untrustworthy? The 7th young lady, who had not paid attention to Hui Yuan for a long time, swept a rare glance over Hui Yuan. Don't you find it strange, why did he say he only lacks 12 Greater One sect disciple identity badges? What is the use of the identity badges as spoils of war? Miss 7 asked in reply. Without saying anything more, she moved to the side, no longer paying attention to Hui Yuan. When Hui Yuan heard her words, he thought for a while, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At this time, the other disciples of the Tianlong clan who heard Miss 7's words also had a grave expression on their faces, and more people's eyes were filled with disbelief. Duan Ling Tian, could it be that before we saw him, he had already obtained 88 Greater One sect Divine King disciple badges? Doesn't that mean he has already killed 88 disciples of the Greater One sect's Divine King? Now, he has gathered 100 people. So, he's going to go out? This can't be true, right? 100 Greater One sect Divine King disciples, just thinking about it makes my scalp go numb. At the same time, at the entrance of the Greater One sect battlefield, the Greater One sect elder on duty saw more than 30 soul orbs shatter, and his expression changed again and again. Another team of 30 people has fallen. In the past year, almost 150 Greater One sect Divine King disciples have fallen, right? Yes. I received news a few days ago that although many people from the Tianlong clan have also fallen, but not more than 100 people. Our Greater One sect Divine King disciples have so many more people than the Tianlong clan? I just received news that more than 20 people from the Tianlong clan have died. The number of people who have died has also exceeded 100. On the Greater One sect side, following the fall of another team of 30 people on the Greater One sect battlefield, there was an uproar from top to bottom. Almost at the same time, the Tianlong clan had not completely recovered from the shock of the loss of a team of 20 people when they heard the news of 30 people from the Greater One sect dying. Let's see how many people from our Tianlong clan have died this time. Many people subconsciously thought that since more than 30 people from the Greater One sect had died, perhaps some people from the Tianlong clan had also died. However, they soon discovered that before and after the 30 people from the Greater One sect had died, no one from the Tianlong clan had died. In other words, the people from the Tianlong clan had killed more than 30 disciples of the Greater One sect and not a single one had died. This was naturally a joyous occasion. For a moment, the people of the Tianlong clan who were originally in low spirits began to recover their spirits. After all, based on the current situation, the losses of the Tianlong clan were far less than the losses of the Greater One sect. Of course, these people basically did not have any relatives or disciples who had died in the Greater One sect battlefield. For those who had relatives or disciples who had died in the Greater One sect, it was difficult for them to be in a good mood no matter how many people from the Greater One sect had died. Someone else has come out. Now, it had been nearly a year since the opening of the Emperor Battle Plain. Many Divine King disciples of the Tianlong clan had completed the minimum mission and walked out of the Greater One sect battlefield. When these Divine King disciples learned of the cruel situation in the Greater One sect battlefield, they were aware that they were still alive and did not dare to rashly enter the Greater One sect battlefield again. However, although there were Divine King disciples who had walked out of the Greater One sect battlefield in the past, those who walked out were basically in groups of at least 20 people. But today, there was only one person who had walked out of the Greater One sect battlefield. I'm finally out. This time, I'll strive to break through to the Divine Emperor realm and then enter the Greater One sect battlefield to take a look. The Greater One sect's Divine King disciples can give me too few battle merits. If I want to exchange for what I want in Peace City, I'll have to kill the Greater One sect's Divine Emperors in the Greater One sect battlefield. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he walked out of the Greater One sect battlefield. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who had just walked out, felt some gazes fall on him. At this time, Duan Lingtian discovered that the entrance of the Tianlong clan battlefield was not as lively as when he had first entered. There were only a few people left. Apart from a few sect elders on duty, there were only a few Divine King disciples standing to the side. It's Duan Lingtian. One of the Divine King disciples recognized Duan Lingtian. He's Duan Lingtian? I heard that he went in alone. To think that he came out alive. Duan Lingtian's strength is not ordinary. As long as he doesn't encounter 100 people from the Greater One sect, he should be able to come out alive. And with the size of the Greater One sect battlefield, it won't be easy to encounter 100 people from the Greater One sect. That's true. I wonder what Duan Lingtian's harvest was this time. He should have killed a few Greater One sect disciples. I just don't know how many he killed. Before Duan Lingtian entered the battlefield of God Kings, didn't he say he wouldn't come out unless he killed 100 Tai E sect's disciples? If Duan Lingtian didn't say those words and the Greater One sect wasn't on guard, perhaps he really could have done it. But after he said those words, the Greater One sect's Divine King disciples formed groups one after another. It's almost impossible for him to accomplish that goal. Several Divine King disciples of the Tianlong clan whispered to each other. Although the several Tianlong clan elders on duty didn't say anything, they had the same thought in their hearts. After Duan Lingtian came out, he glanced at the people in front of him, and when he didn't find any familiar faces, he left and headed directly in the direction of Peace City. In the Emperor Battle Plain, if one wanted to use the identity badge of a sect's disciple to exchange for battle merits, one had to go to Peace City to do so. And the people in charge of handling this matter were people from several top God Emperor forces in Tungleng province. Duan Lingtian came out. Duan Lingtian just came out of the Divine King battlefield and went to Peace City immediately. Duan Lingtian should have gone to Peace City to exchange for battle merits with the other people who came out of the Divine King battlefield. After all, only by exchanging battle merits can one be considered to have completed the sect's minimum mission. Say, do you think Duan Lingtian only completed the minimum mission this time, or did he kill many disciples of the Greater One sect? No one dares to recklessly say that. Then is it possible that he killed 100 Divine King disciples of the Greater One sect? That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. As news of Duan Lingtian leaving the Divine King battlefield and going to Peace City immediately spread, more and more people went to Peace City to join in the fun. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who had just arrived in Peace City, received a message. It was a message from Dongfang Yannian. Little Tian, you came out? Brother Yannian, you're pretty well informed, aren't you? Duan Tian smiled. Dongfang Yannian had specially entered Greater One City in the Emperor Battle Plain to find Duan Tian after learning that Duan Tian had come out. How was it? Did you get anything? Right now, they're all saying that it's impossible for you to complete the threat you made in front of the Greater One sect. Chapter 3856. Then what do you think, Brother Yannian? Duan Tian asked with a smile when he heard Dongfang Yannian's message. Of course I have confidence in you, Dongfang Yannian laughed. Although we've only known each other for a few years, with my understanding of you, you probably won't take back what you've said so easily. Moreover, it hasn't even been a year since you entered the battlefield of God Kings, yet you've already come out. You must have fulfilled what you said, right? When Dongfang Yannian reached the end of his sentence, there was clearly a hint of probing in his tone. Brother Yannian, won't you find out once you make a trip to Peace City? Duan Tian did not point it out. He replied with a smile, then said nothing else. He headed towards the place where one could hand in their spoils of war and their badges and receive their battle merit. In the center of Peace City was a large hall called the War Achievement Hall. It was specifically for the disciples of the Tianlong clan and the disciples of the Greater One sect to exchange battle merit. This brat is still keeping me in suspense? In Sky Dragon City, Dongfang Yannian could not help but shake his head with a smile when he heard Duan Tian's message. Whatever. I'll make a trip to Peace City and join in the fun. As he mumbled to himself, Dongfang Yannian's figure blurred. He turned into a streak of light and headed straight for Peace City. At the same time, the number of people from the Tianlong clan heading to Peace City had clearly increased. In fact, the number of people from the Greater One sect heading to Peace City had increased as well. Everyone was going to watch the fun. And the fun they wanted to watch was the fun when Duan Tian exchanged battle merit. Peace City. War Achievement Hall. Before Duan Tian had even entered the War Achievement Hall, quite a few people had already recognized him. They followed behind him and pointed at him. Amongst these people were people from the Tianlong clan, as well as people from the Greater One sect. Right now, the people pointing at him were basically all from the Greater One sect. I advise you people of the Tianlong clan not to follow him into the War Service Hall. Otherwise, as disciples of the Tianlong clan, you'll lose face along with Duan Tian. A Greater One sect disciple swept a glance over the group of Tianlong clan disciples and mocked. That's right. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't go in. Another Greater One sect disciple revealed a mocking smile. Your Tianlong clan's Duan Tian, before entering the God King battlefield, declared in front of our Greater One sect's elder Huang Yun and many fellow disciples that he would only come out after killing 100 people of our Greater One sect. This time, he came out less than a year after entering the battlefield of God Kings. Could it be that you think he's fulfilled his promise? You know, our Greater One sect's people who have been killed in the God King battlefield so far are less than 150 people. Less than 150 people. If 100 people were really killed by Duan Tian, then the other God Kings of your Tianlong clan are really trash. Of course, I don't think the other God Kings of your Tianlong clan are so trash. Unlike the clamoring of the Greater One sect group, the Tianlong clan group only frowned. A few of the more irritable ones began to curse at the Greater One sect disciples. At the same time, Duan Tian also entered the War Service Hall. And just as Duan Tian stepped into the War Service Hall, a respectful greeting suddenly came from outside the door. Elder Huang Yun. Elder Huang Yun. Elder Huang Yun, you've come. A middle-aged man with an ordinary face, sharp eyes, and a medium build slowly walked in from outside the War Service Hall amidst the exclamations. Moreover, as soon as he entered, he quickly stepped forward and blocked Duan Tian's path. Duan Tian paused and looked at the middle-aged man, who was the Greater One sect elder Huang Yun, and asked indifferently, "You want to find trouble with Ping City? I'm going to exchange for battle merits. You're blocking my path. Are you trying to incite conflict?" When Duan Tian reached the end of his sentence, there was a hint of sharpness in his eyes. Humph. Sensing several cold gazes falling on him from within the war service hall, Huang Yun, who felt great pressure, hurriedly stepped aside to make way for Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he could not help but snort coldly. Then, as Duan Lingtian stepped forward, he followed all the way, a mocking smile on his face. Duan Lingtian, do you still remember what you said to me in the Divine Pill Hall of Peace City more than 10 months ago? You said that you would enter the battlefield of the Divine Kings and would not come out until you killed 100 of our Greater One sect disciples. Now that you've come out of the battlefield of the Divine Kings, I wonder if you've accomplished what you said? If you haven't, then what you said to Duan Lingtian is tantamount to fart. The promise that you, the number one person of the younger generation of the Tianlong clan, made is also in name only. Moreover, you're a disgrace to the Tianlong clan. Is this how the Tianlong clan teaches their disciples? Huang Yun sneered all the way, as if he was certain that Duan Lingtian could not accomplish what he had said in the past. In the war service hall, although there were many disciples of the Tianlong clan, no one said a word. They looked at Duan Lingtian's back with eyes full of doubt. In the depths of their hearts, they also did not believe that Duan Lingtian could kill 100 Greater One sect disciples in less than a year's time on the battlefield of the Divine Kings. It must be known that because of Duan Lingtian's arrogant words, the Greater One sect's Divine King disciples had all formed teams to enter the battlefield of the Divine Kings in order to prevent Duan Lingtian from defeating them one by one. Later, the Greater One sect even formed a team of 100 people to kill Duan Lingtian. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian suddenly stopped. Then, he slightly tilted his head and glanced at Huang Yun. Suddenly, he cracked open his mouth, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. He smiled and said, "Say, if the elders and friends of those 100 Greater One sect disciples knew that their deaths were all because of you, Huang Yun, how would they feel?" As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he walked toward one of the counters in the War Merit Hall. At this time, Huang Yun did not follow Duan Lingtian. The mocking smile on his face was no longer there, replaced by disbelief. Then, he shook his head and said, "No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible." At the same time, Elder Dongfang Yannian. Elder Dongfang. As a series of greetings rang out from the entrance of the war service hall, the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan, Dongfang Yannian, walked in. He glanced at Huang Yun indifferently and said, "I'm really curious. You, an inner sect elder of the Greater One sect, indirectly caused the deaths of 100 Greater One sect disciples. How will the Greater One sect deal with you?" With that, Dongfang Yannian walked towards Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian took out 100 Greater One sect disciple badges from his spatial ring in front of many people who had followed him. 100 exactly. The old man behind the counter counted the badges for the disciples of the Greater One sect, then said in a clear voice, 21 Greater One sect disciple badges for Greater One God King, 34 Greater One God King badges for Greater One God King, 45 Lesser One God King badges for Greater One God sect disciples. 740 battle merits. As soon as the old man said that, the war service hall fell into a dead silence. Little Tian, amazing. At this moment, Dongfang Yannian had already arrived beside Duan Lingtian. He grinned and gave him a thumbs up. At this moment, after a moment of deathly silence, an uproar broke out in the war service hall. Heavens! Duan Lingtian really did it? He entered the battlefield of God Kings alone and killed 100 Greater One sect disciples in less than a year? From what I know, when Duan Lingtian came out, there were less than 150 Greater One sect disciples who had died, right? Among them, 100 were killed by Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian is that strong? The Greater One sect had specially formed groups to prevent Duan Lingtian from killing them one by one. But now it seems that forming groups is meaningless against Duan Lingtian. Terrifying. Too terrifying. In the war service hall, the group of Tianlong clan disciples were all shocked. And the Greater One sect disciples who were originally arrogant did not say a word at this moment. Their faces were ugly, and many of them looked as if they had just eaten a fly. Of course, the one with the ugliest and palest complexion was the inner sect elder of the Greater One sect, Huang Yun. Huang Yun's face was deathly pale. He could almost foresee what would happen to him if the elders of the 100 Greater One sect disciples killed by Duan Lingtian knew that they were indirectly killed by him. Most likely, he would be killed as soon as he left the Greater One sect. He naturally understood that it was difficult to offend the public. Moreover, he was only an inner sect elder in the Greater One sect. There were many people he could not afford to offend. Ha 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 ha. Weren't you people of the Greater One sect very arrogant just now? Can't say anything now? Weren't you mocking Duan Lingtian just now? Are you dumbfounded now? Elder Huang Yun of your Greater One sect is really powerful. With just a few words, he killed 100 God King disciples of your Greater One sect. This news, you have to quickly spread back. I'm really curious, what kind of expression will the other people of your Greater One sect have when they hear this news? The Tianlong clan disciples who were mocked by the people of the Greater One sect and did not have the courage to say anything were now full of confidence, and had a déjà vu of serfs turning into landlords. And now, it was the group of people of the Greater One sect who lowered their heads and did not say a word. And very soon, many people of the Greater One sect left dejectedly. Huang Yun also attempted to leave with the crowd. And the moment Huang Yun stepped out of the war service hall, Duan Lingtian timely opened his mouth. Elder Huang Yun, I wish you good luck. These words almost made Huang Yun spit out blood. Then, Huang Yun's eyes were bloodshot, and he said through gritted teeth, I, Huang Yun, an inner sect elder of the Greater One sect, will immediately enter the battlefield of the God Emperor, and fight to the death with the God Emperor of the Tianlong clan. I will fight to the last drop of blood for the sect. Huang Yun knew that he had no other choice. If he were to leave the Emperor battle plain, then not only would he die, but his seniors, friends, and disciples would be implicated as well. Only by dying on the battlefield of the God Emperor battle plain, sacrificing himself for the sect, could he protect his elders, friends, and disciples. Chapter 38-57. Duan Lingtian, an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan, had entered the battlefield of the Divine Kings for the first time and killed more than 100 Divine Kings from the opposing Greater One sect. When the 100 badges of the Greater One sect's Divine Kings were delivered to the War Service Hall of Peace City, the War Service Hall was not the only one who was shocked. When the news spread, the Tianlong clan and Greater One sect were shocked as well. Unlike the joy of the Tianlong clan, Greater One sect was filled with worry. This was especially true for the higher-ups of Greater One sect whose juniors confirmed that Duan Lingtian had killed. They were furious and wanted to find the inner sect elder, Huang Yun, who had infuriated Duan Lingtian and made Duan Lingtian boast that he would kill 100 Divine Kings from the Greater One sect's Divine Kings. However, because Huang Yun had entered the battlefield of the Divine Emperors as soon as he left Peace City and returned to Greater One City, they had nowhere to vent their anger. After Duan Lingtian had submitted the 100 badges of the Greater One sect's Divine Kings, they were sent to Greater One City by the War Service Hall of Peace City and handed over to the Supreme Elder of Greater One sect who was in charge of Greater One City. You are. When the benevolent-looking old man saw one of the badges, he let out a low growl from the depths of his throat. That was one of his most beloved grandsons. But now, he had died in the battlefield of the Divine Kings. Moreover, he had been killed by Duan Lingtian, an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan who had killed more than 100 Divine Kings. Senior brother. After the people from the War Service Hall of Peace City left, the old man left Greater One City and sent a message. Senior brother, let Long Xiang come out. It's meaningless for him to kill other disciples of the Tianlong clan in the battlefield of the Divine Kings. Why don't we let him come out and agree to a battle to the death with Duan Lingtian? Of course, if we are not confident, or if the Tianlong clan refuses, we will make an agreement with the Tianlong clan that Duan Lingtian and Long Xiang will not be allowed to enter the Divine King battlefield in the future. They will be forbidden from entering the battlefield. Although he hated Duan Lingtian, he knew that he couldn't attack the Duan Lingtian in the Emperor battle plain. As for outside, it would be even more difficult to make a move against the Duan Lingtian unless they were confident that they could kill the Duan Lingtian without being discovered. The Greater One sect was the sect that had nurtured him and protected him for many years. Even though his grandson was important, the legacy of the sect was equally important. The disciples of the God Kings were the foundation of the sect in the future. If the sect continued to be slaughtered by Duan Lingtian, unless the sect was able to produce a God Emperor expert who could lead the sect to a higher level and recruit more outstanding disciples, otherwise, the sect would go downhill. This was no longer a trial, but a massacre. This time, although his heart was filled with hatred, he didn't lose his reason and knew what was more important. Let's have a meeting to decide this matter. On the other side, there was a response in a moment. Soon, the great elders of the Greater One sect, as well as other Greater One sect elders whose status was equivalent to the Black Dragon elder of the Tianlong clan, gathered together. They were all high-level God Emperors. Of course, the Greater One sect master was also present. When the Supreme Elder from Tai East City spoke up, the others agreed as well. It's true that Duan Ling Tian and Shimen Long Xiang entered the God King's battlefield and slaughtered them one-sidedly. This way, not only will the God King's disciples from Tai East sect not be able to gain experience, but even the God King's disciples from the Heavenly Dragon sect won't be able to gain experience. I agree with the Tianlong clan to prohibit Duan Ling Tian and Shimen Longxiang from entering the Divine King battlefield again. Seconded. Many of the Greater One sect elders present had juniors who had died at the hands of Duan Ling Tian. In addition, some of their juniors were still alive on the Divine King battlefield. Therefore, whether it was for public or private reasons, they didn't want Duan Ling Tian to enter the Divine King battlefield again and slaughter the disciples of their Greater One sect. That Duan Ling Tian, how can he be so strong? It doesn't make sense. There were also people who voiced such doubts. He must be hiding his strength. That's obvious. What a sinister boy. I thought the strength he showed before was shocking enough, but I didn't expect him to be hiding his strength. Let Shimen Longxiang come out first. If his twin sister Shimen Yun is in danger, she will send a telepathic message and he will come out. The meeting of the Greater One sect's high-level God Emperors only lasted for less than an hour before it ended. After the meeting, there were only 3 people left in the huge meeting hall. The Greater One sect master. Greater One sect's great elder Luo Qizhan. There was also an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion who had the demeanor of a transcendent being. Luo Qizhan was also the person who didn't support the emperor battle in the past because he felt that his senior brother's disciple, Shimen Longxiang, would definitely become a god emperor in the future. However, he later learned from his senior brother that Shimen Longxiang would soon leave the Greater One sect, and that Duan Ling Tian had appeared in the Tianlong clan, so his thoughts changed. I'll have to trouble you to let Shimen Longxiang come out. The Greater One sect master looked at the last old man with white hair and a youthful complexion and said respectfully. Okay. Hearing this, the old man nodded faintly and then disappeared completely in front of the Greater One sect master and great elder Luo Qizhan. I really don't know why senior brother wants Longxiang to leave the Greater One sect. Even if the Greater One sect can't give Longxiang a better future, there's no hurry, right? Luo Qizhan said with a sigh. Great uncle, if I were him, I would make the same choice. The Greater One sect master shook his head and said, Shimen Longxiang shouldn't be bound by the Greater One sect. You may think that with his talent, it's not difficult for him to become a god emperor in the future. But, then what? If he spends too much time in the Greater One sect, even if he becomes a god emperor in the future, it'll be difficult for him to deal with the current 1,000-year tribulation, right? I think. Great uncle's expectations for Shimen Longxiang may not be as simple as an ordinary god emperor. He may even be expecting him to become a god emperor. When the Greater One sect master said this, Luo Qizhan couldn't help but gasp. God emperor? Was that possible? The Greater One sect's encampment. Outside a secluded and elegant valley surrounded by clouds all year round, the Greater One sect's disciples were usually not allowed to come close, and there was a Greater One sect's patrol team monitoring the surroundings. Whoosh! The old man with white hair and a youthful complexion silently passed through the cloud-covered valley. In fact, the clouds surrounding the valley were all condensed by the formation, but at this time, the old man's figure passed through the formation as if he was entering a place without any hindrance. In the secluded and elegant valley, there was only a small wooden house, and the rest were in their original state, the kind that had not been damaged in any way. The old man stood in the air, overlooking the courtyard of the small wooden house. In the courtyard, there was a 16 or 17-year-old girl wearing a yellow dress. She sat in front of a stone table in a dignified manner. She held a cup full of steaming hot water in her hands. Her face was slightly pale, but when she saw the two little animals rolling around and frolicking in the courtyard, a pale smile bloomed on her face. Although she was sitting there, she still looked very delicate, as if she would fall in the wind. Whoosh! The old man stepped on the air and landed, looking at the young girl with eyes full of gentleness. When the old man landed, the young girl came back to her senses and looked at the old man with a pair of beautiful eyes, revealing a look of joy. Master. As her voice fell, she was about to stand up, but it seemed a little difficult. Whoosh! As the old man casually stretched out his hand, a gentle force pressed the young girl back to the stone chair. Yun, didn't I tell you? Your body is weak, so you don't have to bow when you see me. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he sat opposite the young girl and asked with a smile, "Is it too boring here?" No. The young girl lightly shook her head. Master, Yun was born with terminated meridians, and I can't cultivate. It's already lucky that I'm still alive now, and I should be thankful. How can I be bored? The old man sighed. Perhaps there's a venerable grade divine pill that can help you open up your terminated meridians and open up the path of cultivation. However, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to obtain such a divine pill for you. There's still hope for your brother. The old man said. The young girl shook her head again. Master, actually, I don't expect to open up my terminated meridians and open up the path of cultivation. If I had a choice, I'd rather brother slack off and not work so hard. I know. I'm the reason why he's like this today. When she reached the end of her sentence, a hint of sorrow could be seen in her eyes. If I wasn't worried that my death would affect brother's cultivation and even his future, I would have died a long time ago. The old man's expression turned solemn. Don't mention this again. When the young girl's expression turned timid, the old man's expression softened again. Yun, I'm here to ask you to bring your brother out. You can sleep now. Before the young girl could react, the old man had already knocked her out and placed her on the bed in the wooden house. Then, the old man raised his hand, and a sharp light pierced through the air and landed on the young girl's heart. In an instant, the young girl's delicate body trembled slightly. In the next moment, the old man withdrew his hand and left the wooden house in a flash. He arrived outside the valley and looked in the direction of the entrance to the Emperor Battle Realm in the Supreme Essex estate. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back as though he was waiting for something. At the same time, in the battlefield of the God Kings in the Emperor Battle Realm, a handsome young man with a cold expression suddenly came to a halt. In the next instant, he clutched his chest with one hand and his expression changed drastically. Yun. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already sped off in the direction behind him like a ghost. That's Senior Brother Shimen Longxiang? He's also in the battlefield of the God Kings? No. He's still in our Supreme sect? It's really Senior Brother Shimen Longxiang. His expression doesn't seem too good. Near the entrance of the battlefield of the God Kings that led to Skyfirst City, many people saw the young man in a hurry and could not help but stop to watch. At the same time, they were filled with doubts. What had happened to make their Supreme Sex-prided son of heaven lose his composure like this? End of chapter. Chapter 38-58. To Duanling Tian, more than 700 battle merits was not considered much. He casually used them to exchange for some pill refining materials that he urgently needed before he left Peace City. The things I want will cost me nearly 20,000 battle merits. The God King battlefield won't give me that many battle merits. The most important thing right now is to break through to the God King realm. When I break through to the God King realm, I'll enter the God King battlefield and kill the God Kings of the Greater One sect to accumulate battle merits. In the Emperor battle plain, as a disciple of the Tianlong clan, killing a Greater One sect disciple of the Greater One sect at the High God King realm would only give him 25 battle merits. But if he could kill a Greater One sect disciple at the Low God King realm, he would be rewarded with 200 battle merits. And if he killed a Middle God King, he would be rewarded with 2,000 battle merits. Let's go out first. After returning to Sky Dragon City, Duan Lingtian was escorted by a group of Tianlong clan disciples. He left through the entrance of the Emperor battle plain and returned to the Tianlong clan. Before that, the Tianlong clan people escorted Duan Lingtian and were not stingy with their words of praise. Now, the news of Duan Lingtian killing more than 100 Greater One sect God King realm disciples had spread throughout Sky Dragon City and the Tianlong clan. Every disciple of the Tianlong clan felt that Duan Lingtian had brought honor to the Tianlong clan. In the Emperor battle plain, the God King battlefield was fierce, and Duan Lingtian's battle merits could be said to have completely boosted the morale of the Tianlong clan. The Greater One sect has offered a reward of 300,000 contribution points for killing Duan Lingtian. Now that Duan Lingtian has returned after killing more than 100 Greater One sect God King realm disciples, the Tianlong clan will also reward him with 300,000 contribution points. Not long after Duan Lingtian returned to the Tianlong temple, he heard the words of the Tianlong clan's clan master, Long Qingchong, which spread throughout the Tianlong temple. Duan Lingtian suspected that Long Qingchong knew he had returned to the Tianlong temple and made such a public announcement to let him hear it. After all, if he was still in the Emperor battle plain, he wouldn't have heard it. Duan Lingtian, congratulations. Presently, Duan Lingtian had just returned to the Inner Sect Disciples Cultivation area, and within the spacious Inner Sect Disciples Cultivation area, a few figures flew out from the Internal Affairs Pavilion to congratulate Duan Lingtian. More than 90% of the Inner Sect disciples were in the God King battlefield, and those who weren't were in Sky Dragon City or Peace City in the Emperor battle plain. Elders, how do I claim the 300,000 contribution points? Duan Lingtian asked as he smiled at the few elders who flew out of the Internal Affairs Palace. Do you want it now? One of the elderly elders asked with a smile. When he saw Duan Lingtian nod, the elderly elder immediately sent a message and quickly responded, Duan Lingtian, the clan master has sent Vice Sect Master Shui over personally to transfer 300,000 contribution points to you. Vice Sect Master Shui. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed when he heard Elder Nianmai's words. Then, his gaze deepened. If he remembered correctly, only one of the Tianlong clan's vice sect masters had the surname Shui. In other words, this vice sect master Shui was the father-in-law of Kuang Tianjing's second disciple, the Tianlong clan's vice sect master, Shui Mingji. I've never seen this vice sect master Shui before. When he first arrived at the Tianlong clan, Shui Haichuan had warned him that if Kuang Tianjing saw him as an enemy, it meant that he was on the opposite side of vice sect master Shui. He had to be wary of Vice Sect Master Shui. After staring for a while, Duan Lingtian heard the sound of wind whistling from afar. When he came back to his senses, a figure had already appeared in front of him. It was a middle-aged man with a determined face and a dignified expression. Greetings, Vice Sect Master Shui. Vice Sect Master Shui. At the same time, the elders of the Internal Affairs Palace bowed to the newcomer. Shui Mingji nodded to them, then his gaze fell on Duan Lingtian, sizing him up. Unlike Duan Lingtian, he was the first person to arrive. It was Duan Lingtian's first time meeting him, but it was not his first time meeting Duan Lingtian. Early on during the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, he'd once secretly appeared in the sky above the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition and threatened Duan Lingtian via voice transmission, but Duan Lingtian didn't know that the person threatening him was him. Duan Lingtian? Shui Mingji asked with a smile when he saw Duan Lingtian again. Vice Sect Master Shui. Duan Lingtian nodded slightly at Shui Mingji as a greeting. The elders of the Internal Affairs Palace were a little surprised by Duan Lingtian's arrogance in front of Shui Mingji. This was because even in front of them, Duan Lingtian had never been so arrogant. After all, their status in the Tianlong clan was far below Vice Sect Master Shui. Thank you, Vice Sect Master Shui. Under the astonished gazes of the elders of the Internal Affairs Palace, Duan Lingtian directly took out his identity token and handed it to Xue Mingji. It was obvious that he wanted Xue Mingji to transfer the 300,000 contribution points that Sect Master Long Qingchong had promised him. The elders of the Internal Affairs Palace thought that Xue Mingji would frown or something, but they soon became even more astonished. Xue Mingji did not seem surprised by Duan Lingtian's behavior at all. He casually took Duan Lingtian's identity token and transferred 300,000 contribution points to him without hesitation. Of course, these 300,000 contribution points did not belong to Xue Mingji. They were transferred to him by Sect Master Long Qingchong. Strictly speaking, he was now just an errand boy. I have completed the task that Sect Master gave me. See you later. After Xue Mingji returned Duan Lingtian's identity token to Duan Lingtian, he no longer maintained the smile on his face. This was because he could see that there was no room for negotiation between him and Duan Lingtian. Of course, he did not think that there would be room for negotiation. This was because, in his opinion, the former head of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjie, had most likely told Duan Lingtian that he had sent people to kill Linghu Renjie. As he turned around to leave, Xue Mingji's eyes were filled with killing intent. I can't delay any longer. His current strength, even compared to the greater one sect's Shiman Longxiang, is not the slightest bit weaker. Perhaps he has strength comparable to an ordinary lower divine emperor. Otherwise, how could he be like a fish in water on the battlefield of divine kings and kill hundreds of greater one sect disciples in less than a year? If he is given time to grow, not only Kuang Tianjing, but also my daughter, son-in-law, and even I will be in trouble. Xue Mingji was not in a hurry to return to his own place of cultivation. Instead, he went directly to the cultivation place of inner sect elder Kuang Tianjing. After Xue Mingji left, several elders of the Internal Affairs Palace looked at Duan Lingtian. One of them asked in confusion, Duan Lingtian, is there a conflict between you and Deputy Lord Xue? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and did not deny it. Deputy Lord Xue's son-in-law, Zhong Can's master, inner sect disciple Kuang Tianjing, attacked me before I entered the Tianlong clan and behind the Linghu family. If it weren't for the protection of the Linghu family's protective array, I would have died at that time. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, he shook his head and descended into the Internal Affairs Hall. The elders of the Internal Affairs Palace looked at each other. It was no wonder Duan Lingtian was so indifferent to Deputy Lord Xue. It turned out that there was another layer of reason. Duan Lingtian will grow sooner or later. If Kuang Tianjing doesn't take the initiative to make amends, he will suffer a great loss sooner or later. An elder of the Internal Affairs Palace sighed. Looking at Duan Lingtian's attitude when he mentioned Kuang Tianjing and his attitude toward Deputy Lord Xue, I'm afraid the hatred between him and Kuang Tianjing won't be let go so easily. I'm afraid that in a few years, Duan Lingtian will have the ability to defeat or even kill Kuang Tianjing. Does he need to wait until he grows? From what I know, the top Emperor God forces in Tungleng province are all fighting to get him to join them. As long as he joins one of them, he can make any request. When that time comes, one word from him, and Kuang Tianjing will be dead. After walking around the Internal Affairs Palace for a while, Duan Lingtian, who was rich, spent some contribution points to buy some new materials he needed in the Internal Affairs Palace before he left. He returned to his residence and went into closed-door cultivation. For the time being, he did not need to refine divine pills to aid his cultivation since he still had a surplus of divine pills from before. While Duan Lingtian was in closed-door cultivation, Xue Mingji, the deputy lord of the Tianlong clan, and Kuang Tianjing, the inner sect elder, had gathered together. We can't wait any longer. We must kill Duan Lingtian as soon as possible. Xue Mingji said in a deep voice, how long has it been? He's only a high-level god king. Moreover, his current strength is comparable to an ordinary low-level god king. Have you heard about his performance in the battlefield of the god kings in the imperial battle realm? Xue Mingji asked. I've heard about it. Kuang Tianjing nodded solemnly. His expression was solemn as he said, indeed, we can't wait any longer. If he breaks through to the God King stage, I'm afraid it won't be long before I'm not strong enough to kill him. Didn't you come up with a plan earlier? Xue Mingji asked again. Now that he has left the Imperial battle realm, it's time to launch a plan to lure him out and kill him. I'll come up with a plan in the next 2 days. Kuang Tianjing said. We have to be quick. Xue Mingji said with a serious face. His existence has always made me feel uneasy. Now, only his death can give me complete peace of mind. Aren't I the same? Kuang Tianjing smiled bitterly. Don't worry, Deputy Sect Leader. Once I've confirmed the plan, I'll contact the 2 White Dragon Elders from the 10,000 Devils Sect and ask them to personally make a move. There's no need for you to personally make a move, Deputy Sect Leader. Kuang Tianjing promised. Xue Mingji nodded and added, if possible, ask them to make a move together. I keep having the feeling that there's something strange about Duan Lingtian. I can't say for the time being. End of chapter. Chapter 38-59. While the Tianlong clan's vice-clan master Xue Mingji and the Tianjin clan's inner sect elder Kuang Tianjing were plotting how to lure the Duan Lingtian out of the Tianjin temple and kill the Duan Lingtian, the Tianlong clan welcomed a group of uninvited guests. These uninvited guests were from the Tai sect, led by the sect master of the Tai sect. Just like a few years ago, the sect master of the Tai sect had brought people to the Tianlong clan to initiate the emperor battle. Sect Master Luo, the emperor battle has already begun. What business do you have with the Tianlong clan? As the sect master of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong personally received the sect master of the Tai sect and the others. The sect master of the Greater One sect was also a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance. He looked at Long Qingchong in the distance and smiled faintly. Sect Master Long, the battle between the God Kings in the Arch-Battle Realm is already in full swing. More than 100 God King disciples from our 2 sects have been killed or injured. Long Qingchong interrupted the sect master of the Tai sect. Sect Master Luo, you should say that more than 160 God King disciples of your Tai sect have died, while the number of God King disciples of our Tianlong clan has just exceeded 100. Long Qingchong deliberately corrected him. The sect master of the Tai sect didn't get angry and smiled faintly. Sect Master Long, a straightforward person, doesn't resort to insinuations. If it weren't for the return of Shimen Longxiang, many of your Tianlong clan's God King disciples would have died. Long Qingchong laughed. Sect Master Luo, are you joking? Who doesn't know that it's impossible to communicate in any of the battlefields in the Emperor Battle Realm? It doesn't matter if you're communicating with each other inside or outside. You're telling me that the Tai sect has allowed Shimen Longxiang to return? Long Qingchong's smile grew even brighter. The Greater One sect master shook his head and said, Sect Master Long, don't you know that some twins have a certain telepathy between them? Especially when one of them becomes a god, they'll be able to sense it even more. If the other party is in mortal danger, he can sense it immediately. Hearing the words of the Greater One sect master, Long Qingchong, the clan master of the Tianlong clan, took a deep look at the other party. Sect Master Luo, you mean Shimen Longxiang has a twin brother in the Greater One sect? Long Qingchong had naturally heard of what the sect master of the Greater One sect said. Even in the Tianlong clan, there was such a twin brother. Moreover, there were many similar records in the Tianlong clan. The Greater One sect master shook his head again. Not twin brothers, but twin sisters. Shimen Longxiang and his twin sister, Shimen Yun, are both disciples of my martial granduncle, the supreme elder of the Tianlong clan, Lu Zhantu. My martial granduncle has called Shimen Longxiang back a few days ago through Shimen Yun. In fact, Long Qingchong, the sect master of the Tianlong clan, had received the news a few days ago when Shimen Longxiang had just come out. On the Greater One sect side, there were many spies of the Tianlong clan. Shimen Longxiang's return from the battlefield of the God Kings had alarmed the entire Greater One sect, and Long Qingchong had also heard about it. Just now, the reason why he expressed his disbelief of the Greater One sect master's words was that he thought the Greater One sect master was deliberately mystifying things while Shimen Longxiang was released. He didn't expect Shimen Longxiang to have a twin sister. And then? Long Qingchong looked deeply at the Greater One sect master. Sect Master Luo, don't tell me you're here to tell me to let Duan Lingtian and Shimen Longxiang fight to the death outside? Long Qingchong knew in his heart that Shimen Longxiang had most likely entered the battlefield of the God Kings in the Emperor Battle Realm to target Duan Lingtian. However, the battlefield of the God Kings was huge, and the probability of the two of them meeting was not high. However, because Duan Lingtian had not left the battlefield of the God Kings, even if the probability was low, the Greater One sect could only let Shimen Longxiang run around like a headless fly. While looking for Duan Lingtian, he killed the disciples of the Tianlong clan's God Kings. If that's the case, I can't agree to it. Without waiting for the Greater One sect master to respond, Long Qingchong shook his head. This kind of matter must be decided by the person involved. I don't have the authority to decide for him. If it was an ordinary disciple of the Tianlong clan, as the sect master of the Tianlong clan, he could naturally make the decision for him. However, Duan Lingtian was different. He believed that even the Greater One sect master would not dare to say that he could make the decision for Shimen Longxiang. Sect Master Long, I think you've misunderstood. The Greater One sect master shook his head again. I've come to find you this time not to challenge Duan Lingtian to a death battle on behalf of Shimen Longxiang, but to discuss something with you. Oh. Long Qingchong's eyes flashed. Sect Master Long, the Greater One sect master said with a grave expression, you should also know that with Shimen Longxiang and Duan Lingtian's strength, entering the battlefield of the God Kings is actually unfair to the others. Even if the others form a group, they may not be able to avoid being killed by them. Unless it's a group of 100 people. At this point, the Greater One sect master paused for a moment before bluntly stating the purpose of his visit. The reason I came this time is to discuss something with Sect Master Long. From today onwards, Shimen Longxiang will no longer enter the Divine King battlefield. However, in exchange, we don't want Duan Lingtian to enter the battlefield of the God Kings again. The Greater One sect master went straight to the point. Long Qingchong's eyes flashed when he heard this. Shimen Longxiang agreed to this matter? If he didn't agree, I wouldn't have appeared here. The Greater One sect master said matter-of-factly. The Tianlong clan will have to ask the person involved about this matter. Long Qingchong said. Of course. Duan Lingtian, who was originally cultivating in seclusion, was suddenly awakened by someone. The person who woke him up was none other than Shui Haichuan. Brother Haichuan, is there something you need? In Duan Lingtian's opinion, Shui Haichuan must have an urgent matter to discuss with him and even woke him up from his cultivation. The sect master asked me to come. Shui Haichuan sighed. He asked me to tell you that as long as you're willing to not enter the battlefield of the God Kings again, he can give you another 200,000 contribution points. The reason? Shui Haichuan's intention surprised Duan Lingtian. He originally didn't plan to enter the battlefield of the God Kings again, but now that the Tianlong clan sect master asked Shui Haichuan to come find him, it was equivalent to sending a treasure to his doorstep. In exchange, the Greater One sect will not allow Shimen Longxiang to enter the battlefield of the God Kings again. This time, you killed more than 100 God King realm disciples in the battlefield of the God Kings, and although Shimen Longxiang didn't kill as many as you, he still killed more than 60 people. This is because he entered the battlefield of the God Kings later than you. Otherwise, the number of people he killed wouldn't be less than you. Shui Haichuan said. I see. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. He had heard about Shimen Longxiang's existence not long after leaving the battlefield of the God Kings in the Emperor Battle Realm. At that time, he was in Peace City. Many Greater One sect disciples said that he, Duan Lingtian, would have definitely died if he hadn't encountered Shimen Longxiang in the battlefield of the God Kings. Later on, he heard from Dongfang Yannian, so he had a certain understanding of Shimen Longxiang, this monstrous genius of the Greater One sect. Brother Haichuan, tell the sect master that it's fine if I don't enter the battlefield of the God Kings, but I don't want 200,000 contribution points. I need some medicinal herbs, Duan Lingtian said as he named several medicinal herbs to Shui Haichuan. They were all relatively rare, and one of them could be found in Peace City in the Emperor Battle Realm. It required battle merits to exchange for them. However, it required 1,000 battle merits. Duan Lingtian didn't have enough battle merits in the battlefield of the God Kings. Moreover, there were other things he urgently needed, so Duan Lingtian exchanged them for other things. In reality, these medicinal herbs were worth less than 100,000 contribution points at most in the Tianlong clan. However, they were rare and hard to find. Unless the Tianlong clan sent people to distant places to buy them with divine crystals, divine stones, or other treasures, they could only rely on luck to obtain them. These medicinal herbs must be delivered within 3 years. Duan Lingtian added in the end. He thought about his cultivation progress. In about 3 years, he would be able to use these medicinal herbs to refine divine pills to aid his cultivation. At that time, he might be able to reach the God Emperor realm in one go. I'll tell the sect master right away. Shui Haichuan quickly contacted the sect master of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong. After a moment of silence, Long Qingchong agreed. Tell him that I agree. At the same time, Long Qingchong also felt some regret for rewarding Duan Lingtian with so many contribution points. If it weren't for the fact that he had previously rewarded Duan Lingtian with 300,000 contribution points, he might not have rejected the offer of 200,000 contribution points this time. He had really shot himself in the foot. Thank the sect master for me. Duan Lingtian smiled brightly when he heard Shui Haichuan's message. Then, as if remembering something, he said, Brother Haichuan, I met Miss Seventh on the battlefield of the Divine Kings. She's now one of the 2 leaders of the 100-man team. She won't be in danger there. I know. Shui Haichuan nodded. He had heard about Miss Seventh leading a 100-man team. Brother Haichuan, you seem to have a special relationship with her? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Don't misunderstand. Shui Haichuan shook his head when he saw Duan Lingtian's meaningful look. She's the daughter of an old friend of mine. The last time she met me, she was just passing on a message from her mother. I asked you to take care of her because I feel guilty about what her mother did back then. Shui Haichuan sighed when he thought about what had happened back then. I see. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. Then, when he saw that Shui Haichuan seemed to be in a bad mood, Duan Lingtian did not continue chatting with him. He bade farewell and returned to his room to continue his closed-door cultivation. He had completely forgotten about the time while he was cultivating. Half a year later. Somewhere in the Tianlong temple, an old voice sounded resolute. It's decided then. Set up a trap and lure him in. The divine dwellings and divine treasures left behind by a God Emperor expert, and suspected to have been left behind by a God Emperor expert, I don't think he'll be able to resist the temptation. Chapter 3860. For Duan Lingtian, cultivation was the strengthening of the divine power in his body. The continuous flow of heaven and earth spiritual energy from heaven and earth was integrated into his body and transformed into his divine power through his cultivation technique. During this process, the divine pills he had consumed, the soul-gathering formation formed by the divine stones around him, and the divine crystals in his hand had all provided him with great help, allowing his cultivation speed to rise even further. Otherwise, even without the bottleneck from the godly king realm to the divine emperor realm, it would still take a long time to cultivate. Many people spent thousands of years cultivating from the moment they broke through to the upper godly king realm to the bottleneck of the divine emperor realm. Even those with good talent had to spend hundreds of years or even thousands of years to do so. With the cultivation resources I have now, even the godly venerable god forces geniuses may not have it, let alone the geniuses of the top godly emperor forces. Duan Lingtian often thought of this when he was cultivating. Of course, he only dared to compare the cultivation resources of the upper godly king realm with others. If it was the cultivation resources of the divine emperor realm, he would not be able to compare. The reason he could enjoy such treatment was because he was able to refine the ultimate king-level divine pills and even ultimate emperor-level divine pills. Although there is no peace, blindly cultivating will still get worse and worse. It's better to take a break once in a while. It's more efficient to cultivate after resting. After realizing this, Duan Lingtian did not completely immerse himself in cultivation. Moreover, I have nearly 300,000 contribution points now. with so many contribution points, should be able to stay in the Tianlong clan's lost secret chamber for a long time, right? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he thought of this. The Tianlong clan's lost secret chamber could only allow one to comprehend a certain law to the point of fusing 3 profundities. It was of no help to his law of space. However, it was of great help to him in comprehending other laws. In addition to the law of space, he also comprehended 3 other supreme laws. However, the law of time could not be improved through ordinary lost secret chambers. In addition, he had also comprehended all of the 5 elemental laws. When he was in the Linghu family, he had comprehended them to the point where he could fuse 2 profound meanings. I'll first comprehend the laws of life and the laws of fire. These 2 laws will have a huge impact on refining divine pills. Moreover, their improvement will strengthen my clones of the law of life and law of fire as well. Duan Lingtian had already condensed the law clones of the other 8 laws, but he had not used them yet. Moreover, he usually did not use his other nomological avatars. A spatial law doppelganger was enough. If the law of space doppelganger was useless, then the weaker law of space doppelganger would naturally not be of much use. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the lost secret chamber, Xue Mingji, the Tianlong clan's deputy clan leader, received the news and immediately sent a message to the inner sect elder, Kuang Tianzheng. Duan Lingtian has entered the lost secret chamber. Now, do you have a plan to lure him out of the Tianlong clan? On the other hand, Kuang Tianzheng was a little troubled. Don't worry, deputy clan leader. I've been thinking of a plan and looking for an opportunity recently. After all, I can't just send someone to Duan Lingtian, tell him that I've discovered the divine dwellings and divine treasures left behind by a divine emperor expert and invite him to explore them together, right? If Duan Lingtian is so stupid, he wouldn't be alive now. Kuang Tianzheng wished he could kill Duan Lingtian, but he also knew that he couldn't alert the enemy. If he sent someone to Duan Lingtian, they would definitely be seen through by Duan Lingtian. Who wouldn't hide news of the divine dwellings and divine treasures left behind by a divine emperor expert? They would only tell those close to them. It was impossible for them to tell others. I naturally know this. Xue Mingji impatiently said, what I want to ask you is, do you have a plan? Yes. Kuang Tianzheng responded. In the Tianlong clan, Duan Lingtian has 2 good friends. They were both 10-star students of the Hidden Fog sect Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy. Since then, they have been friends and now they have entered the Tianlong clan together. I want to use them. Following Kuang Tianzheng's words, Xue Mingji didn't continue to be aggressive. Then let's wait. Xue Mingji said, I also don't believe that Duan Lingtian's 2 friends won't come out. Vice Sect Master Xue, don't worry. I want Duan Lingtian dead more than anyone else. Kuang Tianzheng said in a deep voice, moreover, I am already mentally prepared. If I can't kill Duan Lingtian with this method in the end, I will personally kill him before he grows up. I won't hesitate to die. Kuang Tianzheng's tone was resolute. Oh. Kuang Tianzheng's words surprised Xue Mingji. Elder Tianzheng actually has such determination. Therefore, please don't worry, Vice Sect Master. Duan Lingtian won't be able to escape death sooner or later. Kuang Tianzheng said. As he said this, Kuang Tianzheng felt bitter in his heart. If there was a way to kill Duan Lingtian through other means, he wouldn't have taken that step. In fact, it wasn't his own idea to take that step. No one wanted to die. However, the 2 white dragon elders of the Thousand Demons sect had already spoken to him in private. If it really came to that, he would have to kill Duan Lingtian at the cost of his own life. If he killed Duan Lingtian in Tianlong Temple, he would be executed. If he didn't do as he was told, he and his family would all die without a burial place. In order to prevent him from escaping, the 2 white dragon elders of the Thousand Demons sect had even cooperated with him and left some marks on him so that he wouldn't be able to escape. Originally, if he didn't cooperate, the marks wouldn't be able to reach him. However, he didn't dare to not cooperate. With Elder Tianzheng's words, I'm relieved. Xue Mingji smiled faintly. For Xue Mingji, even if Kuang Tianzheng was his son-in-law's master, he was only an inner sect elder. His status was low and couldn't enter his eyes. He didn't care whether he died or not. In fact, if he died, his son-in-law would have less to worry about. In his view, it was a good thing. The Emperor Battle Plain. The Divine King Battlefield. Kill. Kill them and we'll be able to complete the minimum mission for this year and next year, and leave the Divine King battlefield. Don't be afraid. Otherwise, if the other side turns the tables, everyone will die. A team of 30 people from the Tianlong clan was besieging a team of 20 people from the Greater One sect. The top battle strength of both sides was equal, but because the Tianlong clan had the advantage of numbers, it was one-sided. However, because they were at a disadvantage and the danger was close, the more than 20 disciples of the Greater One sect were all as if injected with chicken blood. After a few people were killed, the remaining people became even crazier. Boom! Rumble. The group of Greater One sect disciples knew that at this time, they could only fight for their lives. If they tried to escape, they would only die faster, because once they escaped, they would become the target of everyone. At that time, not only would the people of the Tianlong clan target him, but the people of the Greater One sect would also not help him. Buzz! A bright blade light flashed across the sky, and was about to sweep through the head of an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan and split him in two. The expression of the Tianlong clan disciple completely changed. There was a look of horror in his eyes. Bang! At the critical moment, there was an explosion. It was a tall and burly figure breaking through the sky like a god. He punched out, and a terrifying power entwined with blood chi turned into layers of victory, shattering the blade light. Kill him. The tall figure said indifferently. The Tianlong clan disciple revealed an ominous glint in his eyes, and joined forces to kill the Greater One sect disciple who had almost killed him. The whole process only took 2 breaths of time. Ding Yen, thank you. The Sky Dragon sect inner sect disciple who had been saved by a life and death situation finally had the time to thank the people around him. We are all fellow disciples, no need to thank me. Ding Yen said. At the same time, the other disciples of the Tianlong clan also gradually gained the upper hand. Of course, in the process, there were still several people who were killed by the Greater One sect disciples. When the more than 20 disciples of the Greater One sect were completely annihilated, the more than 30 people of the Tianlong clan also lost 6 people, leaving less than 30 people. After the dust settled, the group of Tianlong clan disciples did not have the slightest joy, but each and every one of them had a sorrowful look. They were originally a team of 50 people. They had encountered several waves of Greater One sect disciples, and had been crushed along the way. They had also lost a lot of people. To be able to survive until today, they were all relatively strong. But they did not expect that, although the remaining people were quite strong, they still lost 6 people. I really can't accept this, the number of people who died this time is the most. A Tianlong clan disciple said with a face full of unwillingness. There's no other way, the Greater One sect disciples we encountered this time, although there weren't many people, but their strength was very strong, only 6 people died, that's already not bad. This time, as we all agreed before, those fallen teammates, if their relatives and friends need help in the future, any one of us is duty-bound to help. Whoever wants to avoid this responsibility will be targeted by the remaining people. Seconded. Let's go, the harvest this time is enough for everyone to complete the minimum task. Ding Yen was also a member of this team. A year ago, Ding Yen originally only found a small team, but as the situation changed, his small team joined forces with several other small teams, and then further expanded. In the end, Ding Yan's team had expanded to nearly 60 people. After entering the battlefield of the Divine King, Ding Yan had followed this team and killed many Greater One sect disciples, collecting their identity badges. Everyone had only one goal, to complete the minimum task. After completing the minimum task, they would go out to rest for a period of time, and then enter the Emperor Battle Plain. Chapter 3861. After successfully returning to Sky Dragon City, Ding Yan heaved a long sigh of relief. Then, he followed the people in his team to complete the minimum mission. After all, they were not like Duan Lingtian, who brought back a pile of identity badges of the Greater One Sect's Divine King disciples and exchanged them for a large amount of battle merits. The identity badges they received were all managed by the strongest team leaders. When they completed the minimum mission, they would be counted one by one. After the counting, Ding Yen followed the people in the team to Peace City. Originally, in the Emperor battle plane, the identity badges used to complete the minimum mission were not counted for battle merits. However, after the Greater One Sect changed this rule, the Tianlong clan also followed suit and changed this rule. After all, if the Tianlong clan changed it and you did not, it would dishearten the disciples. Ding Yen, what are you going to exchange for with your battle merits? A teammate asked Ding Yen with a smile. Ding Yen shook his head. I've already looked around. Although there is something I want, I can't exchange it for anything with my battle merits. Therefore, I don't plan to exchange for anything for the time being. After saying that, Ding Yen bade farewell to the other party and returned to Sky Dragon City. Just as Ding Yen was walking toward the exit of Sky Dragon City, he saw two people walking in front of him in a somewhat secretive manner. The two people seemed to have not noticed him and were whispering to each other in low voices. We can't let too many people know about this. That place is suspected to be a divine residence and divine treasury left behind by a divine emperor expert. Of course I know about this. However, didn't you say that opening the divine treasury requires the cooperation of many people? Are you going to find a divine emperor? How is that possible? We are only superior divine kings, how can we find a divine emperor to go with us? If a divine emperor goes, do you think we have a share of the things in the divine residence and divine treasury? The two people whispered to each other while looking left and right. However, because they did not notice Ding Yen behind them while looking left and right, they still talked quite a bit. After talking for a while, one of them subconsciously turned his head to look behind him. When he saw Ding Yen, his expression instantly changed. Moreover, a trace of killing intent flashed across his eyes. However, it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Someone's here. He hurriedly reminded his companions. At the same time, he and his companions stopped and turned around, glaring at Ding Yen. You heard everything? These were two inner sect disciples. Both of them looked young. One was wearing a light green robe, while the other was wearing a grayish-white robe. Both of them were looking at Ding Yen with unfriendly gazes. Yes. Ding Yen was very clear in his heart that with such a short distance and the fact that he was a mid-level divine king, the other party would not believe him if he said that he did not hear it. So, he might as well admit it. Furthermore, at this moment, his heart was burning with passion. Divine dwellings and divine treasures left behind by god emperors? If he could enter, it would be a great opportunity. You are Ding Yen? One of them looked at Ding Yen for a moment and frowned for a moment. In the end, he seemed to have thought of something. A glint flashed across his eyes as he asked in a deep voice. Yes. Ding Yen nodded. Ding Yen? The other person looked at his companion in confusion. You know him? No, I've only heard of him. This Ding Yen was brought into the sect by our Tianlong clan Sikong. However, he did not join our Tianlong clan until the last time he came in with Duan Lingtian, Hua Tiandu, and the rest. Moreover, he participated in the Hidden Dragon competition. Sikong? The father of the Azure Dragon disciple, senior sister Sikong? Yes. The two of them conversed for a while and approached Ding Yen. Although Ding Yan's heart tightened, he acted as if nothing had happened. This was because he knew that the two of them would not kill him here. Ding Yen. The green-robed youth stared at Ding Yen and said in a deep voice, We did not mean to let you hear it. However, since you have heard it, we will give you two choices. Ding Yen looked at him and waited for him to continue. The green-robed youth continued, Later, you will leave with us. Consider it carefully during this process. If you are not interested in the Divine Emperor treasury left behind by a Divine Emperor expert, make a heart demon blood oath after you leave and promise that you will not spread this matter. The two of us will give you 1,000 contribution points. If you are interested, we can allow you to join us. However, you can only bring one person with you at most. Since you are close to Sikong, you can invite his daughter, Sikongyu, to join us. However, before you allow Sikongyu to join us, you still have to make a heart demon blood oath that you will not spread what you know from us. Moreover, you have to guarantee that Sikongyu will not spread this matter. Besides that, we know that we are not a match for Sikongyu. If you want us to bring you over, you have to make a heart demon blood oath before you go. After you leave the sect, you are not allowed to make a move against us unless we take the initiative to make a move against you. The two young men spoke one after another, carefully taking all kinds of concerns into consideration. If it was said that Ding Yan was originally only half believing in the so-called divine dwelling and divine treasure left behind by a divine emperor expert, now he undoubtedly believed it a little more. If they were not sure, why would the two of them be so careful? It was obviously impossible. I also have a request. When the two of them could not think of anything else to say, Ding Yan looked at the two of them and said, I can only bring one person. I have no objections. However, I don't want to bring Sikongyu. I want to bring Duan Lingtian. He is not a divine emperor. Ding Yan said. Duan Lingtian? Upon hearing Ding Yan's words, the two youths' expressions changed slightly. The Duan Lingtian you are talking about is the one who killed hundreds of Greater One Sect's Divine King disciples in the Divine King battlefield not long ago and is suspected to have the strength of a lower divine emperor? Is it the new inner sect disciple who just joined the sect? That Pill Master Duan? The two youths' expressions changed, and their eyes were filled with vigilance. Yes. Ding Yan nodded. No. One of them shook his head and said, Duan Lingtian is too strong. In fact, he's even stronger than Sikongyu. Even if we can find a few more powerful higher god kings in the sect to join us, we won't be able to gain anything once we enter the divine dwellings and divine treasure. Duan Lingtian won't do. You should look for Sikongyu. The person shook his head as he said this. At this moment, the other person frowned slightly and said, if Duan Lingtian joins us, with his strength, we can go in with fewer people. It's a good thing. However, if he joins us, we won't be able to get a share of the benefits. Ding Yan frowned when the two youths chimed in. He did not want to bring Sikongyu along for such a good thing. The first person he thought of was Duan Lingtian. Didn't you say that a divine king would be enough? Duan Lingtian is also a divine king. Ding Yan said in a deep voice, in any case, I'll only bring Duan Lingtian. If you're unwilling, I'll spread the news after I leave. At that time, you'll still have to share the news due to the pressure. Moreover, you won't be able to get anything. As soon as Ding Yan said this, the two youths' expressions changed drastically, and their gazes turned sharp. Then, the two youths looked at each other. Under Ding Yan's gaze, they did not speak for more than 10 breaths of time. In the end, the green-robed youth looked at Ding Yan and said in a deep voice, we can let Duan Lingtian participate. However, before we enter the Divine Emperor Treasury, he must swear a heart demon blood oath that he won't take all the benefits in the Divine Emperor Treasury for himself. He must share them with us. Of course, in view of his strength that's almost on par with a Divine Emperor, we can give him 30% of the benefits. The remaining 70% will be shared by all of us, including you, Ding Yan. Ding Yan nodded when he heard the green-robed youth's words. That's not a problem. However, how many people do you intend to bring along? I don't recommend bringing too many people. Of course. The other youth nodded matter-of-factly. With Duan Lingtian, the two of us can bring along another 4 people. At that time, Duan Lingtian will take 30% of the total benefits, and the remaining 7 of us will each get 10%. Ding Yan felt the youth was too optimistic when he heard his words. How could the Divine Emperor Treasury left behind by a Divine Emperor Treasury be so simple? That was something that could cause death. In response, Ding Yan added, what if someone dies in there? With Duan Lingtian's strength, I'm afraid he'll have to shoulder the burden alone at a critical moment. 8 people. If one of us dies, we'll share 40% with Duan Lingtian. If 2 of us die, we'll share 50% with Duan Lingtian. If 3 of us die, we'll share 60% with Duan Lingtian. Ding Yan stated his request. You don't have any objections to this, right? The 2 of them pondered for a moment and discussed through voice transmission. Finally, they nodded. No objections. It's decided then. Duan Lingtian has come out a long time ago. He should be cultivating now, right? After leaving the Emperor Battle Realm and returning to the Tianlong Temple, Ding Yan and the 2 youths returned to the inner sect disciples' cultivation area. Both of them were inner sect disciples as well. However, Ding Yan soon discovered that Duan Lingtian was not there. I'll contact you after I've contacted Duan Lingtian. After exchanging soul pearls with the 2 youths, Ding Yan destroyed his residence. The 2 youths returned to the same courtyard and entered the same room. They activated the formation in time. The fish has taken the bait. The green-robed youth grinned widely. Now, let's inform Elder Kuang Tianzheng. This is good news. I'm sure Elder Kuang Tianzheng won't be stingy with his contribution points. The other young man also laughed. Based on their private conversation, it was obvious they were 2 chess pieces in Kuang Tianzheng's plan. As for the divine residence and divine treasure left behind by a God Emperor powerhouse, it was pure nonsense. The 2 messages were sent out one after another. As for Kuang Tianzheng, he immediately received the message from the 2 of them. Ding Yan has taken the bait? Kuang Tianzheng smiled after listening to the entire process. It went smoother than I expected. In this case, Ding Yan will most likely believe in the divine residence and divine treasure left behind by a God Emperor powerhouse. Chapter 3862. The Tianlong clan's secret chamber of laws was of a much higher level than the Linghu family's. This was to be expected. After all, one was a God Emperor level clan with a deep foundation, while the other was merely a God Emperor level clan. Duan Lingtian had originally thought that with enough contribution points, he would at least be able to comprehend the fusion of the 3 profundities of the law of fire and the law of life. However, he soon realized that he had been overthinking things. He had just comprehended the fusion of the 3 profundities of the law of fire, but before he could comprehend the fusion of the 3 profundities of the law of life, he was forcefully thrown out of the secret chamber. Have I used up all my contribution points? This thought suddenly popped into Duan Lingtian's mind just as he was thrown out and his comprehension of the law of life was interrupted. A voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. You've used up all your contribution points. The person who had spoken was an old man standing in the corridor outside the secret chambers. He was dressed in a long white robe and had a wizened face. He was now looking at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression. Since when could an inner sect disciple squander his contribution points in the secret chamber of laws? Even the son of the sect master and the grandson of the Golden Dragon elders would not receive such treatment, right? However, when he thought about the source of his contribution points, he felt relieved. His contribution points were not given to him, but earned through his own efforts. No matter how he used them, no one could tell him what to do. Elder Ming, since I've used up all my contribution points, it's time for me to leave. Goodbye. Duan Lingtian snapped out of his daze, bid farewell to the old man, and left. The old man with the Black Dragon Elder identity token at his waist acknowledged Duan Lingtian's departure and watched him leave. Just as Duan Lingtian's figure was about to disappear, he could not help but remind him, Duan Lingtian, if you have the chance to obtain a large amount of contribution points in the future, try not to use them up all at once. If there's a need for contribution points in the future, you may not be able to obtain them in time. Duan Lingtian paused for a moment, then turned around and smiled at the old man. Thank you for the reminder, Elder. Although he said that, Duan Lingtian did not take it to heart. If he really wanted contribution points, there were many ways to obtain them. He believed that the sect master of the Tianlong clan would not be stingy in the face of what he had offered. I'll cultivate for now. As for the other laws, there's no hurry, I'll take my time. After leaving the secret room, Duan Lingtian thought to himself, however, with the law of fire I've comprehended, my law of fire clone should be able to provide me with some help. After all, not everyone below the Divine Emperor realm can comprehend the law and fuse three profound meanings to perfection. Currently, Duan Ling Tian had comprehended the fusion of all three profundities from the law of fire and had reached the perfection stage. Even if he didn't use the law of space and only used the law of fire, his strength wouldn't lose to the strongest group of young geniuses under the Divine Emperor of Sky Dragon sect. So many people have come out. After returning to the inner sect disciples' cultivation area from the Lost Secret Chamber, Duan Ling Tian saw that there were many more inner sect disciples than before. Obviously, they had all come out from the battlefield of the Divine Kings. It's Duan Ling Tian. The eyes of the inner sect disciples lit up when they saw Duan Ling Tian. It was as if they had seen a celebrity. In fact, Duan Ling Tian could be considered a celebrity. Before the opening of the Emperor Battle Dimension, Duan Ling Tian had made a name for himself by refining an ultimate divine pill in public. After the opening of the Emperor Battle Dimension, he had entered the battlefield of the Divine Kings and killed hundreds of Greater One Sect's Divine Kings, causing the Divine Kings of the Greater One Sect to tremble in fear. Now, not to mention the Greater One Sect and the Tianlong clan, even among the top Divine Emperors in the Tonglang province, Duan Ling Tian's reputation was not small. Duan Ling Tian is back. Not long after Duan Ling Tian's return, Ding Yan, who was in his own residence, received a message. The person who sent the message was none other than one of the two people who had invited him to join the treasure hunt in the divine treasury of the divine abode. Duan Ling Tian is back. After receiving the message, Ding Yan immediately sent a message to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, you're back? Duan Ling Tian, who had just returned to his residence, replied, I've been back for a long time, but I've been in the Lost Secret Chamber recently. You're out too? Yes. Ding Yan replied, then said, I have something to talk to you about in person. Come over. After not seeing each other for more than a year, the two of them met again. Ding Yan, you should have completed the minimum mission, right? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile. Yes. Ding Yan nodded with a smile. If I hadn't completed it, I probably wouldn't have come out. Duan Ling Tian, I've heard that you single-handedly killed more than 100 godly kings from the Tai Yi sect in the battlefield of the godly kings. Ding Yan sighed. You know, I was worried that you would be targeted before. Now that I think about it, I was too naive. Back then, when he learned that Sikong Yu planned to join forces with Duan Ling Tian to enter the Divine King battlefield, he was relieved for Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian going in alone, he felt that it would be dangerous, so he was even more worried about it. Now it seemed that he was worried for nothing, and at the same time, he underestimated Duan Ling Tian too much. I didn't meet any of their experts. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly, and at the same time, he thought of a name. Shimen Longxiang. Judging from the other party's performance in the Divine King battlefield, his strength was obviously close to that of a lower Divine Emperor. In their Greater One sect, I'm afraid that only Shimen Longxiang can contend with you. Ding Yan said, and at the same time, a hint of fear flashed across his eyes. Duan Ling Tian smiled and didn't say anything. He changed the topic and asked, Ding Yan, didn't you say that you have something to talk to me about? What is it? Ding Yan's expression turned solemn when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. After confirming that Duan Ling Tian had activated the isolation formation, he said, Duan Ling Tian, I have news about the divine dwellings and divine treasure left behind by a divine emperor. And, it seems to be left behind by a divine emperor. Hearing Ding Yan's words, Duan Ling Tian was stunned. A divine palace left behind by a divine emperor expert? Seeing Ding Yan's mysterious face, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but ask, Ding Yan, where did you get this news? Is it reliable? Now, Duan Ling Tian thought of the last time he entered the divine palace left behind by divine emperor Qin Wu. Was Duan Ling Tian's luck that good? In less than 100 years, he went to a divine palace left behind by a divine emperor expert, and now he received news of another divine palace left behind by another divine emperor expert. It should be reliable. Ding Yan nodded. He then told Duan Ling Tian about his previous experience and the agreement he made with the others. In the end, he reminded Duan Ling Tian, Duan Lingtian, don't tell anyone about this. I have made a heart demon blood oath. Normally, Ding Yen could only tell Duan Lingtian about this after Duan Lingtian had made a heart demon blood oath. However, he trusted Duan Lingtian, so he skipped this part. Of course, he had to bear the risk. Duan Lingtian heard Ding Yan's words, and his eyes flashed a few times before he finally nodded. Okay, when are you leaving? Call me. Duan Lingtian, Ding Yan repeated. At this time, Ding Yan repeated again, after we gather, before we reach the divine palace left behind by the divine emperor expert, you also need to make a heart demon blood oath. Duan Lingtian nodded, I understand. Then, Ding Yan chatted with Duan Lingtian for a while, mainly talking about her experience in the Divine King battlefield. Of course, he also asked Duan Lingtian about Duan Lingtian's experience. After learning that Duan Lingtian had once exterminated the 30 divine kings of the Greater One sect with his own strength, he couldn't help but sigh. Duan Lingtian, do you think that Greater One sect's Shimen Longxiang is really as strong as the rumors say? Ding Yan asked. I'm not sure. Duan Lingtian shook his head, however, since he was able to kill nearly 100 divine king disciples of the Tianlong clan in such a short period of time, and there was no lack of top existences in the Tianlong clan, it can be seen that his strength is indeed extraordinary. At least, if I can do it, it shouldn't be difficult for him to do it. When Duan Lingtian said this, Ding Yan broke out in a cold sweat. If that's really the case, then it's fortunate that we didn't meet him. Otherwise, even if we weren't exterminated by him, I'm afraid that not many of us would have survived. While feeling a lingering fear in his heart, Ding Yan bid farewell to Duan Lingtian and left. Returning to his room, Ding Yan was sweating like rain, but it was all cold sweat. On the other side, Duan Lingtian was sitting in front of a stone table in the courtyard, his left hand leaning on the table, chin in hand, deep in thought. Divine palace left behind by a divine emperor expert? Interesting. After muttering to himself for a while, Duan Lingtian stood up, returned to his room, and continued to cultivate. It wasn't until 2 months later that he came out of seclusion. This time, he didn't want to come out of seclusion, but because of Ding Yan's message. Because he had an agreement with Ding Yan, he didn't block the message, so he didn't enter a selfless state of cultivation. Although the results of his cultivation in the past 2 months were average, he still made some progress and was one step closer to the Divine Emperor realm. Duan Lingtian, they are already waiting for us outside the sect's encampment. Ding Yan said to Duan Lingtian with a smile. At this time, Duan Lingtian could see the excitement in Ding Yan's eyes. Regarding this, he could also understand. After all, it was a divine palace left behind by a divine emperor expert, and it was suspected that it was left behind by a superior divine emperor. Not to mention Ding Yan, who was a divine king, even a divine emperor would be tempted. Okay, let's go. Duan Lingtian nodded in response. Then, as he stepped out, he stomped his foot in the air, and the door to his residence that had just been opened by the formation closed again. Seeing this, Ding Yan was stunned, not understanding why Duan Lingtian did this. He was about to leave, so what was the point of opening the array? Seeing Ding Yan's shock, Duan Lingtian smiled slightly. You know that I have many enemies in the Tianlong clan. I can open the array and pretend that I'm still inside. Even if someone discovers that I'm leaving now, as long as they can't confirm that it's my original body, they will have to suspect that my original body is still inside. Chapter 3863. Ding Yan's eyes widened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, he said apologetically, Duan Lingtian, I really forgot about that. I was led by the nose by the divine dwellings and divine treasures left behind by the divine emperor. I completely forgot that you'll be in danger if you leave the Tianlong temple. As a friend of Duan Lingtian, Ding Yan had learned about the conflict between the Duan Lingtian and the Thousand Devils sect through Ho Qingming even though Duan Lingtian did not mention it. It's fine. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, now that the Emperor Battle Realm has opened, everyone's attention is on the Emperor Battle Realm. Even if some people are watching me, they won't dare to act rashly. Don't tell me they'll take the risk to kill me. What if I'm only leaving the Tianlong temple with my clone? I'm not a native of the realms of gods, and I don't have the bloodline of a supreme powerhouse. Therefore, I can form a law clone at will. Moreover, the loss of a law clone won't cause any substantial damage to my main body. At most, it'll take me some time to form a new law clone. Duan Lingtian smiled. Duan Lingtian, Ding Yen said solemnly. If that's the case, you'll follow me with your law clone. It's too risky for you to go with your main body. Moreover, even if you only send your law clone with me, the others won't be able to compete with you and me. Ding Yen said. How do you know I'm not just a law clone now? Duan Lingtian asked Ding Yen through voice transmission with a smile. Ding Yan's eyes widened slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, his expression softened as he sighed in relief inwardly. Let's go. Duan Lingtian said to Ding Yen. Ding Yen nodded and led Duan Lingtian out of the Tianlong temple. Before they left the Tianlong temple, Kuang Tianzheng, an inner elder, received news that they had left together. Duan Lingtian left with Ding Yen? Yes. The person who came to report to Kuang Tianzheng was none other than his second disciple. Zhongken. Kuang Tianzheng's eyes brightened when he heard this. Zhongken frowned slightly as he said, however, I heard from the messenger that Duan Lingtian left his residence said that he activated the formation after he left Duan Lingtian and met Ding. He reactivated the formation again. When he spoke up to this point, Zhongken paused for a moment before he spoke of his concerns. Master, according to my knowledge, Duan Lingtian doesn't possess the bloodline of a supreme powerhouse, and he's from a Devata realm. Moreover, during the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, he revealed a clone of the Law of Space. Could it be that he left the Tianlong Temple after meeting Ding Yen and leaving with his Law of Space clone? Kuang Tianzheng frowned when he heard Zhong Can's words. He even concealed his residence? Yes. Zhong Can nodded. We'll have to destroy the formation in his residence to confirm if he left his true body behind. Moreover, that's not safe. It's impossible for the people there to keep following him. After all, there's a risk of being discovered. He could have left his true body behind on his way out. Therefore, there's only one way to confirm if it's his real body that left. That's to confirm if it's his real body or his clone outside of the Sky Dragon Sex Estate. However, that's not something that can be easily detected with divine consciousness. At the very least, if he wants to, even a superior divine emperor won't be able to confirm if it's his true body or his clone. Unless it's the divine consciousness of a divine emperor who's 2 stages higher than his soul. Kuang Tianzheng frowned when he heard Zhong Can's words. In the end, Kuang Tianzheng took a deep breath and said, I understand. Leave the rest to me. If you have time, you should spend more time with my disciple's wife. I can see that vice sect leader Shui really values you. Make good use of this opportunity. After saying that, Kuang Tianzheng sighed. All right, you can go back. Master, if there's anything else, just let me know. Zhongken said solemnly before he left. All right. Kuang Tianzheng nodded. His tone was casual, but no one knew if he took Zhongken seriously. As soon as Zhongken dared to leave, Kuang Tianzheng sent out a message. Of course, this message was not for Zhongken and Meng Shan, that Duan Lingtian left behind a smokescreen in the end. This time, I'm afraid you'll have to confirm if it's his true body or his clone that left. Kuang Tianzheng sighed and said, if you regret it, I won't make things difficult for you. I'll find someone else. As soon as Kuang Tianzheng finished speaking, there was a response from the other side. Master, if you hadn't taken me in back then, I would have died long ago. I'm not very talented, and I'm the one with the worst talent among your disciples. Even my current cultivation base of an inferior divine emperor is all thanks to you, Master. Even if I'm safe and sound now and don't take risks, I can only live for a few thousand years at most. The last 1,000-year heavenly tribulation was already very difficult for me. This time, it's my honor to do something for Master and little junior brother. Meng Shan was also Kuang Tianzheng's eldest disciple. As an inferior divine emperor, Meng Shan was also an outer sect elder of the Tianlong clan and usually stayed in the outer sect. Outside the Tianlong Temple, Duan Lingtian was led by Ding Yen. After about half a day, Duan Lingtian followed Ding Yen into a small town and saw the other 2 inner sect disciples of the Tianlong clan who had agreed to go with Ding Yen. In addition to the 2 inner sect disciples of the Tianlong clan, there were 4 unfamiliar faces to Ding Yen. Looking at the identity tokens hanging from their waists, they were obviously inner sect disciples of the Tianlong clan. Ding Yen. As soon as Ding Yen and Duan Lingtian arrived, the 2 inner sect disciples who had invited Ding Yen to the Divine Emperor's divine residence came up to him and introduced the other 4 to Ding Yen. Ding Yen was also introduced to the other 4 people. I don't think I need to introduce this person, right? As one of them spoke, the other 4 people suddenly looked at Duan Lingtian with vigilance. Duan Lingtian. For any inner sect disciple, Duan Lingtian was an existence that they absolutely could not provoke. Even if they had the advantage in numbers, they did not think they could be a match for Duan Lingtian. What a joke! After all, Duan Lingtian had killed more than 100 disciples from the Tai sect's Divine King battlefield in the Emperor Battle Realm. Moreover, it was said that a team of 30 people had been wiped out by Duan Lingtian with no survivors. What kind of concept was this? Hello, Senior Brother Duan. Senior Brother Duan, please take care of us this time. Hello, Senior Brother Duan. The 4 of them smiled as they greeted Duan Lingtian, and all of them were extremely enthusiastic. In fact, they did not dare to take the initiative to ask Duan Lingtian to swear a heart demon blood oath that he would not attack them, and that he would not take everything he had obtained in the divine residence. In the end, it was the 2 inner sect disciples who had invited Ding Yen. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had already heard about this from Ding Yen. Due to this reason, he did not hesitate to swear the heart demon blood oath. Seeing this, the 4 inner sect disciples who had also been invited heaved a sigh of relief. Now, we should be able to go to the divine residence left behind by the divine emperor expert, right? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at the 2 people who had invited him and asked. The 2 of them nodded with a smile. Since Senior Brother Duan is also in a hurry to go, we won't stay any longer. Let's go now. Soon, the 8 of them stepped into the air and flew in another direction under the lead of the 2 inner sect disciples. It's not in the same direction as before. The 2 of you are really careful. One of the 4 inner sect disciples shook his head and said. It's better to be careful. One of the 2 inner sect disciples who had led the way said matter-of-factly, with just the 2 of us, we won't be able to suppress all of you. Not to mention, there's also Senior Brother Duan among you. It's better to be careful. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the other 4 did not say anything else. Whoosh. 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 The 8 of them hurried along. None of them took out a divine artifact flying ship and flew with their own strength. Their speed was not slow at all. Although Ding Yen was only a middle divine king, the law profundity that he had comprehended was not something that most of the inner sect disciples in the Tianlong clan could compare to. Therefore, his speed was not slower than an ordinary upper divine king. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. It's already been a day, and we still haven't reached our destination. How much longer do we need? Ding Yen asked. Don't worry. One of the 2 inner sect disciples who had led the way said with a smile, at our speed, we'll reach our destination in about 2 days. That's right. The other person added, in 2 days, we'll reach the divine dwelling and divine treasury left behind by the Emperor God expert. One of the 4 inner sect disciples said with a smile, I've heard all of you say that the divine dwelling and divine treasury left behind by the Emperor God expert might be the work of a upper divine emperor. I hope it's as you say. That's right. A divine dwelling and divine treasury left behind by a upper divine emperor is not something that a middle divine emperor or lower divine emperor can compare to. There are still 2 days left. I'm really looking forward to it. The 4 of them were obviously excited. Compared to the calmness of the 2 inner sect disciples who had led the way and the calmness of Duan Lingtian, there was a clear contrast. Although Ding Yen did not lose his composure like the other 4, he could not hide the excitement in his eyes. It was not difficult to reflect his current mood. Just as Duan Lingtian's group of 6 followed the 2 inner sect disciples and arrived outside a stone forest, Duan Lingtian stopped in his tracks. Ding Yan, who was beside him, also stopped in his tracks. 2 of the 4 inner sect disciples also frowned as they looked at the stone forest in front of them. What's wrong? The 2 inner sect disciples who had taken the lead turned to look at Duan Lingtian's group and asked with a puzzled expression. However, deep in their eyes, there was an obvious sense of guilt. There's a formation set up in the stone forest in front of us. Among the 4 inner sect disciples, one of the 2 inner sect disciples who were frowning said in a deep voice. The other inner sect disciple who was frowning also had a vigilant expression as he led the 2 inner sect disciples and asked coldly, "You want to lure us into the formation in the stone forest? What do you want to do?" Chapter 38-64. What? A formation? The remaining 2 of the 4 did not find any clues earlier, but now that they had extended their divine senses to search the area, they quickly discovered that something was amiss in the stone forest ahead. On the mobile phone, it's really a formation. If someone hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have discovered it even if I had covered it with my divine senses. Hearing their words, one of the 2 who had discovered the clue said in a low voice, "If we hadn't dabbled in formations, we definitely wouldn't have discovered it. What on earth do you 2 want to do?" Immediately after, their gazes fell on the other 2 people who were leading the way. Almost at the same time, they opened their mouths and asked similar questions. Both of their eyes were filled with anger. At this moment, the other 2 beside them also looked at the 2 who were leading the way with gloomy faces. On the other side, Duan Lingtian looked at the 2 who were leading the way. His eyes were as calm as ever, as if he was not at all surprised by what was happening in front of him. As for Ding Yan, he was also furious, as if he could not wait to rush forward, grab the 2 by their collars, hang them in the air, and ask them what they wanted to do. Seeing that they had been discovered by Duan Lingtian and the other 5, the 2 who were leading the way frowned slightly and suddenly retreated at the same time. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. He hurriedly pulled Ding Yan along as he chased after the 2 heavenly dragon sex disciples who were leading the group. Bang! Almost at the same time that Duan Lingtian took Ding Yan to move, the area where he had been was instantly hit by a majestic and vast force, and the whole ground fell into a tremor. At the same time, Duan Lingtian subconsciously turned around along the gray cover of the flying dust. At a glance, he saw that the other 6 disciples of the Tianlong clan had turned into a bloody mist and died. A divine emperor expert. The expression of Ding Yan, who was being led away by Duan Lingtian, changed drastically. However, Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change much. He only became slightly more solemn. At the same time, he led Ding Yan and caught up with the 2 Tianlong clan disciples before they entered the formation in the stone forest ahead. When they saw Duan Lingtian blocking their path, their expressions changed greatly. They hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging for mercy. "Duan Lingtian, let us go, let us go. Duan Lingtian, spare my life. I will never forget your kindness for the rest of my life." In front of Duan Lingtian, the 2 of them didn't even have the thought of running away. They kowtowed to Duan Lingtian and apologized one after another. However, Duan Lingtian ignored them. With a wave of his hand, a spatial storm surged and killed the 2 Tianlong clan disciples, who were caught off guard. Then, he took Ding Yan and flew away without looking back. Of course, he didn't go in the direction of the stone forest. Knowing that there was a formation in there, he would be courting death if he still went in there. "Ding Yan, he seems to be alone. You leave alone. I'll take him in another direction." As they shuttled through a stretch of mountains near the stone forest, Duan Lingtian, who was making a ruckus, put down Ding Yan and continued to fly into the distance with great fanfare. Although Ding Yan's face was full of worry and regret, he didn't continue to follow Duan Lingtian because he knew that he would only be a burden to Duan Lingtian. "I'm too weak." "No. That's a divine emperor expert. Although Duan Lingtian is strong, he can't stop him. Send a message to Uncle Sikong." With this thought in mind, Ding Yan sent a message to Uncle Sikong without any hesitation. However, there was no reply. Ding Yan frowned. Could it be that Uncle Sikong is in closed-door cultivation? Or could it be that Uncle Sikong has entered the Emperor battle realm? Regardless of the reason, Ding Yan's expression turned unsightly. However, he did not linger and hastily returned to the Tianlong temple. To be safe, he deliberately took a detour. If I had known this would happen, I would have exchanged soul pearls with a few more people. Now, there's no way I can ask the people in the Tianlong temple to help me. While Ding Yan was burning with anxiety, he was also filled with regret for his actions. While Ding Yan was preparing to return to the Heavenly Dragon Sect's estate to get reinforcements, Duanling Tian and the Divine Emperors behind him began to play hide-and-seek in the mountains. In the end, the Divine Emperor caught up to Duanling Tian. The Divine Emperor's speed was slower than his. After half a day, he finally caught up to him. Whoosh! A figure appeared in front of Duanling Tian. It was a tall middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. When he stood there and stared at Duanling Tian, he gave Duanling Tian the feeling of being stared at by a dangerous creature. The middle-aged man was dressed in a long grayish-black robe. There was no identification token hanging from his waist. It was as though his origin was unknown. However, Duanling Tian knew the person in front of him was from the Tianlong clan. In fact, he was most likely from the 10,000 Devil sect. As soon as Duanling Tian arrived in front of the stone forest, he knew he and Ding Yan had been deceived. The divine treasure left behind by the Divine Emperor did not exist at all. It was all fabricated. As for the reason for fabricating this matter, it was none other than to kill Duanling Tian. In terms of killing Duanling Tian, within the Tianlong clan, the one with the greatest motive was the 10,000 Devil sect as well as that vice sect master Shui Mingji. Of course, there was also a possibility that the Hidden Fog sect was involved. Although he was on good terms with the Hidden Fog sect's Shui Haichuan, the others from the Hidden Fog sect might not have good intentions towards him. Who are you? Are you from the 10,000 Devil sect? Or are you from Shui Mingji's side? Duanling Tian looked at the black-robed middle-aged man and calmly asked. However, the black-robed middle-aged man didn't care about him at all. He directly attacked. A 5-foot-long saber in his hand bloomed with a golden saber light as it swept out, seeming as if it could cut through the void. The dazzling saber ray swayed in the air like water ripples as it spread out in circles towards Duanling Tian. Although this was only a fusion of the three metal laws' three profound meanings, because the divine power was the divine power of a divine sovereign, its might was so great that even Duanling Tian couldn't help but feel a great pressure. Who? Duanling Tian's divine power had already been accumulating for a long time. At this time, he activated the profound meaning of teleportation and directly disappeared from where he was, appearing in the land of lucky chances. However, just as he appeared in the distance, a blazing golden saber light swept out from behind him. It was like a saber strike from an indomitable god, as if it could split the heavens and earth apart. Wang! As the saber fell, the entire sky seemed to be dyed with a golden color. It was resplendent and gorgeous. Every single speck of golden light seemed to be able to cause the void to tremble. Who? Duanling Tian teleported again. The gigantic saber ray seemed to have stuck close to his gradually disappearing silhouette before it landed on the ground. An earth-shattering explosion reverberated in the air. A huge saber mark appeared on the ground. Countless vegetation in the mountains and precipitous ridges were uprooted, and many trees were cut down. It was a scene of devastation and chaos. You can't escape. When Duanling Tian teleported again, the black-robed middle-aged man stepped on the dazzling saber light and blocked Duanling Tian's way. He attacked Duanling Tian again. However, every time, Duanling Tian would be able to dodge his attack just in time. Humph. Finally, the black-robed middle-aged man's face turned cold. His divine power surged and the golden light became even more dazzling. It was as if he had turned into a golden man. Wang! Another saber light came. This time, it was not a simple saber light attack. The black-robed middle-aged man merged with his saber and unleashed an even more powerful attack. It swept toward Duan Lingtian aggressively. Duan Lingtian's body swayed. He wanted to teleport again, but it was too late. The saber light caught up with Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye. When it caught up with Duan Lingtian, it seemed to have turned into a fierce beast and swallowed Duan Lingtian whole. I didn't let Master down. The black-robed middle-aged man thought to himself as the attack swept toward Duan Lingtian like a stormy sea. At the same time, his body gradually appeared. However, when his divine movement appeared and the saber light dissipated, the joy on his face disappeared in an instant. It's his avatar of the law of space. The black-robed middle-aged man was Meng Shan, the eldest disciple of the inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan, Kuang Tianzheng. At this time, his face was extremely gloomy. It was as if water could drip from it. Although he had already mentally prepared himself for this, facing it head-on was still a big blow. Master. After taking a deep breath, Meng Shan transmitted the matter to his master, Kuang Tianzheng. After receiving Meng Shan's message, Kuang Tianzheng's eyes instantly turned cold. It seems that Duan Lingtian wants to die in the hands of Kuang Tianzheng. The murderous intent on Kuang Tianzheng's body surged and did not dissipate for a long time. Duan Lingtian, on the way back to the Tianlong clan, Ding Yen could clearly feel the vibration behind him. In his heart, he could only silently pray that Duan Lingtian was safe. Ding Yen. Duan Lingtian's voice sounded, causing Ding Yen to breathe a sigh of relief. Duan Lingtian, you've gotten rid of him, haven't you? No. Duan Lingtian replied. My avatar of the law of space was destroyed by him. As for my original body, it's still in the Tianlong temple. When Duan Lingtian said this, Ding Yan's eyes lit up. In other words, you had a trick up your sleeve earlier. Your original body didn't leave with me? Yes. Duan Lingtian replied. Because you said that only the God King went with you to the divine abode, I thought that even if it was just my avatar of the law of space, it would be enough. In order to not expose any clues, I even hid it from you. Duan Lingtian said. After Ding Yan's joy, he said apologetically, Duan Lingtian, I'm sorry to have implicated you this time. I originally thought that the divine abode left behind by the divine emperor was real, but I didn't expect it to be a trap. A trap to kill you. War Sovereign Lingtian. Chapter 3865. You don't have to blame yourself. You had good intentions. Duan Lingtian sent a message to console Ding Yen. In his opinion, if Ding Yen did not have good intentions, he would not have approached him. After all, he could have approached anyone for such a matter. Moreover, Ding Yen had previously told him that the other party had deliberately said that he could not approach him. However, Ding Yen had still insisted on coming with him. That was why the other party had compromised. Although the other party had taken advantage of his friendship with Ding Yen, at the very least, the other party could see his position in Ding Yan's eyes. Otherwise, he would not have come to such an arrangement. Duan Lingtian only felt gratitude towards Ding Yen. He did not resent him at all. Duan Lingtian, do you remember that person's appearance? Ding Yen asked. I remember. Duan Lingtian replied. However, even if I remember and recognize him, I don't have any evidence. When the other party attacked, he used a formation plate to set up a formation around the area to restrict the recording of things like the floating image pearl. Although a formation plate could not set up a powerful offensive or defensive formation in an instant, it could still set up some isolation and restriction formations. Of course, it was not to say that there were no instant offensive and defensive formations. However, the formation plates used to set up such formations were usually made of extremely precious materials that contained extremely powerful energy. Describe that person's appearance. Ding Yen said, I'll see if I've seen him before. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian described. After a moment's hesitation, Ding Yen replied, I've never seen this person before. However, I can ask the others. Forget it. Duan Lingtian sent a message. If I see him, I'll be able to recognize him at first glance. Moreover, who knows if that's his true appearance? However, his divine weapon and the way he attacked should be difficult to fake. At Duanling Tian's level of cultivation, the way he attacked had already formed his own style. Even he had his own unique characteristics. This was not something that could be changed just by changing his appearance. That's true. Ding Yan suddenly understood. Let's leave this matter at that. You don't have to tell the others. I won't continue to stay in this inner sect disciples' cultivation ground. Duanling Tian said. Not leaving the inner sect disciples' cultivation grounds? Ding Yan was taken aback. Are you worried that he'll attack you directly? That shouldn't be possible. To kill him directly in the Tianlong temple, is he not afraid of death? Ding Yan found it hard to believe. I'm just being cautious. Duanling Tian smiled and said, it's not necessarily that someone would risk their life to kill me. But this time, the other party plotted to have you bring me out of Tianlong temple. They made it sound so serious, but it's obvious that they want to kill me. Moreover, now that the monarch battle plane is open, he has so much free time. He's clearly in a hurry. Even a cornered dog can jump over a wall, let alone those people who want to kill me. They definitely know that when I grow up, I'll be a huge threat to them. After hearing Duanling Tian's words, Ding Yan frowned and said, then where are you going to stay instead of the inner sect disciples' cultivation grounds? Could it be that you're preparing to enter the Emperor battle plane to cultivate? The Emperor battle plane isn't a suitable place for cultivation. Ding Yan voiced his concerns. Naturally, I won't enter the Emperor battle plane. Duanling Tian said with a smile, I don't plan to enter the Emperor battle plane before I break through to the Divine Emperor realm. I'm planning to go to Brother Haichuan's residence and cultivate there. If I go to his residence, even the 2 white dragon elders from the Thousand Demons sect might not be able to kill me, let alone the inner sect disciple Kuang Tianzheng who has a death feud with me. Of course, those 2 won't dare to make a move in the Tianlong temple unless they have a death wish. Duanling Tian said bluntly. Elder Shui Haichuan's residence is a good place to go. Ding Yan heaved a sigh of relief and said, Duanling Tian, when I return, I'll speak to Uncle Sikong. If Elder Shui Haichuan wants to enter the Emperor battle plane, you should go to Uncle Sikong's residence. With his protection, even Vice Sect Master Shui Mingji won't dare to cause trouble, let alone the 2 white dragon elders from the Thousand Demon sect. Based on Ding Yan's words, it was clear he was confident in Uncle Sikong. All right. Duanling Tian did not reject Ding Yan's good intentions. Moreover, if Shui Haichuan really wanted to enter the Emperor battle plane, he would need a place to go. However, based on the current situation, Shui Haichuan would not easily enter the Emperor battle plane. After all, he still had to protect his elder brother, Shui Haishan. Currently, there was a white dragon elder from the Thousand Demons sect keeping an eye on Shui Haishan. Of course, Duanling Tian did not know if the white dragon elder had already left the Emperor battle plane. This was because he had seen the white dragon elder in the Emperor battle plane before entering the God King's battlefield a year ago. At that time, he did not know the white dragon elder. It was Dongfang Yanyan's senior brother who told him the white dragon elder's identity. When Ding Yan returned to the Tianlong temple, Duanling Tian's main body left the inner sect disciples' residence and teleported away. In just a few leaps, he arrived at Shui Haichuan's residence. Brother Haichuan, I'll have to trouble you for a while. When he saw Shui Haichuan, Duanling Tian said apologetically. Little Tian, do you still think of me as an outsider? You can stay here for as long as you want, said Shui Haichuan with a smile. At the same time, he personally arranged an independent courtyard for Duanling Tian in his residence. It was very luxurious, and the environment was not inferior to where Duanling Tian had stayed before. Brother Haichuan, Brother Haishan hasn't come out of seclusion yet? Duanling Tian asked. Not yet. Shui Haichuan shook his head and asked, Little Tian, why did you suddenly tell me that you want to come to my place? Did something happen? As he spoke, Shui Haichuan's tone became slightly solemn. In Shui Haichuan's opinion, Duanling Tian would not suddenly come to his place without any reason. It's just a small matter. Duanling Tian smiled faintly and told Shui Haichuan about what had happened to him in a few words. After hearing Duanling Tian's story, Shui Haichuan said with a gloomy expression, "Based on your description, I should be able to guess who attacked you." He didn't conceal his true appearance. Shui Haichuan said. "Who?" Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes. He was also curious about the person who had destroyed his clone using the law of space. Meng Shan. Shui Haichuan said in a deep voice, "Before I broke through to the medium divine emperor realm, I fought with him. His attack was exactly as you described." Meng Shan. Duanling Tian was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of this name. "Is he from the Thousand Demons sect?" Shui Haichuan nodded. "Not only is he from the Thousand Demons sect, but he's also Kuang Tianjing's eldest disciple. He's a lower divine emperor and was once defeated by me. He's now an outer sect elder of the Thousand Demons sect." Duanling Tian nodded when he heard Shui Haichuan's words. "I guessed that it was most likely related to Kuang Tianjing and the Thousand Demons sect. Now it seems like it's true." Meng Shan. "I'll remember this person." Duanling Tian's eyes flashed with killing intent. "And that Kuang Tianjing. When I break through to the Divine Emperor realm, it'll be his death." Today was the first time Duanling Tian had fought with a Divine Emperor. Although he was only a lower Divine Emperor, he could deeply feel the terror of a Divine Emperor's divine power. It was not a gap that a higher Divine King could overcome by relying on profound laws. Because of this, Duanling Tian was confident that he could defeat the inner sect elder Kuang Tianjing when he broke through to the lower Divine Emperor realm and consolidated his cultivation. At that time, he might not be a match for Elder Shui Haichuan of the White Dragon sect. However, it would not be difficult for him to defeat an inner sect elder. Even if he exposed his trump card, it would not be difficult for him to kill Kuang Tianjing, who was an inner sect elder. Little Tian, as an inner sect elder, Kuang Tianjing is quite powerful. Hearing Duanling Tian's muttering, Shui Haichuan reminded him, "The law that he has comprehended may not be weaker than yours. You have just broken through to the Divine Emperor realm. Even if you consolidate your cultivation, it will be difficult for you to kill him. I suggest that you wait until you break through to the Middle Divine Emperor realm before you find a chance to kill him." Although Duanling Tian's strength was not ordinary and it was amazing. However, as an inner sect elder, Kuang Tianjing had lived for a long time and had comprehended many profundities from the law. Therefore, Shui Haichuan did not think Duanling Tian would be able to kill Kuang Tianjing as a primitive divine lord. If it was a draw, Shui Haichuan still had some confidence in Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian nodded. "Brother Haichuan, don't worry. If I'm not confident, I won't attack him easily. It's not a good thing to alert the enemy." Shui Haichuan nodded in relief. At the same time, he said with a solemn expression, "You made the right decision to come to my place this time." When the Emperor Battle Realm opened, Kuang Tianjing still dared to send people to kill you. This means that he's eager to kill you. Moreover, the Thousand Demons sect is eager to get rid of you as well. It's very likely that Kuang Tianjing will be pressured into killing you in the sect's encampment. If Kuang Tianjing can kill you at the cost of his own life, not only will the Thousand Demons sect not suffer a loss, but it will be a great gain." Shui Haichuan said. Of course, there was one more thing that Shui Haichuan did not mention. Even vice sect leader Shui Mingji would support Kuang Tianjing to kill Duanling Tian at the cost of his life. After all, Duanling Tian was a huge threat to him. After all, his only daughter was married to Kuang Tianjing's second disciple. Shui Haichuan did not mention Shui Mingji because he did not want to put too much pressure on Duanling Tian. After all, Shui Mingji was not someone an inner disciple like Kuang Tianjing could compare to. He was also not someone the White Dragon Elder could compare to as well. In fact, he was not someone the Black Dragon Elder could compare to either. Shui Mingji's strength, even among the high-level divine emperors, was outstanding. Duanling Tian actually left. After his first disciple, Meng Shan, had failed, Kuang Tianjing, an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan, struggled inwardly for a moment before he made his way to the inner sect disciple's residence. However, at this moment, he discovered that Duan Ling Tian had already left. Didn't he leave with his main body? Kuang Tianjing's expression was unsightly. He had finally made up his mind, but Duan Ling Tian had already left. Chapter 3866. Duan Lingtian's primordial body had left, and the temple was empty. Even the array formation protecting the inner sect disciples' cultivation area had been removed, leaving Kuang Tianjing with nothing to show for it. At this moment, Kuang Tianjing only felt extremely depressed and sullen. He had set up a trap and used Ding Yan to lure Duan Ling Tian away from the Tianlong clan. This was his way of saving himself. As long as he could kill Duan Ling Tian outside, he would no longer need to risk his life to kill Duan Ling Tian. He had even planned to leave the Tianlong temple as soon as his first disciple could confirm that the one who left was Duan Lingtian's primordial body and not his doppelganger. As soon as his first disciple sent a message, he would immediately leave the Tianlong temple to help and kill Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was very strong, almost as strong as a lower divine emperor. If it was his primordial body, even his first disciple, Meng Shan, might not be able to kill him in a short time. It's not his primordial body. When Meng Shan sent back the message, Kuang Tianjing knew that the thing he was most unwilling to see had happened. Duan Lingtian's primordial body had not left with Ding Yan, but only his doppelganger. Duan Lingtian's cautiousness made him feel helpless, but at the same time, he also knew that it would be harder to lure Duan Ling Tian out than to reach the heavens. Therefore, after a struggle in his heart, he decided to act personally. He would kill Duan Lingtian's primordial body in the inner sect disciples' cultivation area to prevent future trouble. By doing so, he could protect his family. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to escape death, but his family would also be dragged down by him. Where did he go? Kuang Tianjing's expression was ugly. At the same time, he sent a message to Xue Mingji. As the vice sect leader, Xue Mingji had a deep foundation in the Tianlong clan and had many eyes and ears. After receiving Kuang Tianjing's message, Xue Mingji began to ask around. 15 minutes later, he sent a message to Kuang Tianjing. After Duan Ling Tian left the inner sect disciples' cultivation area, he did not go to the Emperor Battle Dimension. He went to the residence of the White Dragon Elder Xue Haichuan. I think your plan has made him feel threatened. Otherwise, he would not have been so cautious. Humph. In my opinion, you should have just killed him directly. Why did you have to lure him out with some divine dwelling and divine treasure? You've messed it up, right? As he spoke, Xue Mingji's his tone was reprimand full of reproach. When Kuang Tianjing heard this, he was naturally very unconvinced. His expression was extremely ugly, because he had told Xue Mingji about this plan beforehand. At that time, he Ling Tian and Xue Tian Ling Tian, he had. However, now that the plan had failed, he was pushing all the blame onto him. Of course, no matter how dissatisfied he was, he could not show it in front of Xue Mingji. He only replied, I will kill him myself. After pausing for a moment, he said, I hope you can give me a chance to kill him. For example, you can lure Xue Haichuan away from the mountain. No one in the Thousand Demons sect can do that. You're the only one who can do it. In the Tianlong clan, the two White Dragon Elders were the best in the Thousand Demons sect. Their status was similar to Xue Haichuan's, but they could not order Xue Haichuan around. Even the Black Dragon Elders, who were on good terms with the two White Dragon Elders of the Thousand Demons sect, could order Xue Haichuan around. However, Xue Haichuan knew that the Black Dragon Elders had a close relationship with the Thousand Demons sect. He would know what to do as soon as Xue Haichuan gave him an order. At that time, he could protect Duan Ling Tian by his side. Got it. Xue Mingji replied indifferently, then ignored Kuang Tianjing. At this time, Kuang Tianjing was no longer anxious, because he knew that Xue Mingji would try to find a chance for him. After all, Xue Mingji also wanted to get rid of Duan Ling Tian. Let's go back and wait for news. Now, I hope that Duan Ling Tian can break through to the Divine Emperor realm as soon as possible. At that time, it will be difficult for me to kill him. Kuang Tianjing thought to himself, when that time comes, it will be vice sect leader Xue's headache. In Kuang Tianjing's opinion, as long as he did not leave the Tianlong clan easily, even if Duan Lingtian was not inferior to him, or even stronger than him, he would be safe for the time being. Unless he was stronger than vice sect leader Shui. Of course, he could not rule out the possibility that vice sect leader Shui would send him to Duan Lingtian and let him kill him to appease Duan Lingtian's anger and hatred. However, he had already thought it through. When that time came, he would tell Duan Lingtian that Shui Mingji had once threatened him and sent people to kill Linghu Renjia, the former head of the Linghu family. Based on his understanding of Duan Lingtian's character and the friendship between Duan Lingtian and Linghu Renjia, he did not think that the Duan Lingtian would let things go peacefully. When that time came, Shui Mingji and Duan Lingtian would be at odds with each other, and it would be impossible for him to use his death to appease the hatred between them. Perhaps I should have thought this way from the beginning. Since I'm going to die anyway, why don't I take the risk? At this moment, Kuang Tianjing was completely relaxed. Previously, he had thought that he was going to die, but now that he had found a glimmer of hope, he was no longer afraid of going from hell to heaven. Of course, Shui Mingji did not know all of this. If he knew, perhaps he would have killed Kuang Tianjing directly to appease the hatred between him and Duan Lingtian. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by a crack. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 years had passed. In these 2 years, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was getting closer and closer to the God Emperor realm. He had even touched the threshold of the God Emperor realm. The divine power in his body had also shown signs of transformation. However, this slight difference did not change for a long time. This is no longer a problem of bottlenecks. Back then, when I took the Emperor Connection Divine Pill, it meant that there was no bottleneck when I broke through to the God Emperor realm. Now, the reason why it's not going well is because I've either used up all the medicinal power of the divine pill or my body has developed a resistance to it, so it's no longer effective. In an independent courtyard in Shui Haichuan's mansion, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged in the void and muttered to himself. Whoosh! Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian finished muttering to himself, a surge of space energy stirred in the void and condensed into another, Duan Lingtian. This Duan Lingtian was the avatar of the law of space that Duan Lingtian had condensed again. With the experience of the first avatar, it took less than half the time to condense the avatar of the law of space this time. Moreover, it was condensed when Duan Lingtian was free. It's been so peaceful these past 2 years. It's fine that Kuang Tianjing hasn't made a move, but that vice sect master Shui hasn't made a move either. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. Aren't they worried that I'll break through to the God Emperor realm? They should know that once I break through to the God Emperor realm, I'll be able to catch up to an inner sect elder in strength. At that time, only the 2 white dragon elders and vice sect master Shui of the 10,000 demons sect have the ability to kill me. However, it's good that they haven't made a move. At least they've given me enough space to grow. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Little Tian. Just as Duan Lingtian was lost in thought, a message came from Shui Haichuan. I just received an order from a black dragon elder. He wants me and several other white dragon elders to join forces and enter the God Emperor battlefield. Recently, another white dragon elder of our Tianlong clan has fallen. Moreover, it's a white dragon elder that has a good relationship with our hidden fog sect. That black dragon elder is also a black dragon elder that has a good relationship with our hidden fog sect. He's following another vice sect master, and that vice sect master has always been hostile to Shui Mingji. So, it's impossible that it was Shui Mingji who made him give such an order to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Shui Haichuan's words cleared up Duan Lingtian's doubts before Duan Lingtian spoke. Another white dragon elder has fallen. Duan Lingtian's complexion turned solemn. This was the second white dragon elder of the Tianlong clan that had fallen. But on the greater one sect side, they hadn't lost an elder that was equal in strength to the Tianlong clan's white dragon elder. Only 2 ordinary middle-level god emperors had fallen. In comparison, on the god-sovereign battlefield of the Emperor War Plane, the Tianlong clan situation was even more perilous than the greater one sects. This time, our hidden fog sect also supports letting me in, so we shouldn't be able to refuse. Shui Haichuan said. Then what about Brother Haishan? Duan Lingtian thought of Shui Haishan. My big brother broke through to the God King realm 2 months ago and is currently consolidating his cultivation. It's because of this that they let me in. Otherwise, they would know that I wouldn't be able to enter. Shui Haichuan said. Brother Haishan broke through to the God King realm? Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened. At the same time, he asked, Brother Haichuan, are you planning to let Brother Haishan enter the Emperor warplane with you? Yes. Shui Haichuan nodded. After entering the Emperor warplane, even if my big brother doesn't enter the God King battlefield, he won't have to worry about the 10,000 demon sects Lu Yin attacking him. In the Emperor warplane Sky Dragon City, the Golden Dragon Elder is overseeing it. Once Lu Yin attacks, he might die before he can kill my big brother. Shui Haichuan's words were filled with confidence in the Golden Dragon Elder overseeing the Emperor warplane Sky Dragon City. Will the Golden Dragon Elder be biased towards Lu Yin? Duan Lingtian asked. He won't. Shui Haichuan said, in our Tianlong clan, the Golden Dragon Elders put the clan's interests first. Moreover, they don't have any close relationship with Shui Mingji or the 10,000 demon sect. To them, I, Shui Haichuan, am much more valuable than Lu Yin. If it weren't for me, they might turn a blind eye, but considering me, they won't let Lu Yin succeed. Shui Haichuan's tone was filled with confidence. So, Brother Haichuan, the one you're worried about is me? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Shui Haichuan replied. That's why I wanted to tell you that you'll enter the Emperor warplane with my big brother and stay in Sky Dragon City for a while. Chapter 3867. Duan Lingtian was naturally grateful that Shui Haichuan was still concerned about his safety at a time like this. However, he still declined Shui Haichuan's offer. Brother Haichuan, I won't be going to the Emperor Battle Realm with you. Shui Haichuan sighed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Little Tian, I know the heaven and earth spirit qi in the Emperor Battle Realm is thin, and it's almost impossible for you to improve your cultivation base. However, you're not in a good position in the Tianlong clan. If I enter the Emperor Battle Realm, I don't know about the others, but the inner sect elder, Kuang Tianjing, might kill you regardless of the consequences. There's no rush in cultivating. It's not worth risking your life for a momentary improvement. Think about it, how unjust would it be if something were to happen to you? Perhaps you don't feel anything now, but do you really want to wait until Kuang Tianjing appears in front of you and tries to kill you before you regret your decision? There's no medicine for regret in this world. Once you've decided on something, it's like water in a basin that's overturned. It's impossible to take it back. Shui Haichuan was trying his best to persuade Duan Lingtian. Don't worry, Brother Haichuan. Duan Lingtian knew Shui Haichuan had misunderstood. I don't intend to take the risk. The reason I said I won't be going to the Emperor Battle Realm with you is because I've already thought of a backup plan. I'm sure Brother Haichuan knows that I have a friend called Ding Yan. He's revered Elder Sikong's nephew. Before he came here, he told me that if it's inconvenient for you to be here, he can ask revered Elder Sikong to let me cultivate at his place. He told me some time ago that revered Elder Sikong agreed to his request. Therefore, I can go to revered Elder Sikong's place anytime. However, I've been staying at your place for so long that I'm too lazy to move. If you're going to the Emperor Battle Realm, I'll go to his place. Duan Lingtian said. In fact, that was the case. 2 years ago, after Ding Yan returned to the Tianlong Temple, he went to look for his uncle Sikong, the revered Elder Sikong of the Tianlong clan. However, he was in seclusion at that time. A few months ago, Duan Lingtian received a message from Ding Yan saying that he could go to revered Elder Sikong's place at any time. However, since Duan Lingtian was safe in Shui Haichuan's place, he did not think about going there. After all, if he did, it would be another favor to him. I see. After listening to Duan Lingtian's words, Shui Haichuan finally understood. If it's revered Elder Sikong, then I'm relieved. Revered Elder Sikong's strength is a mystery in the sect. However, he was personally invited into the sect by the sect leader. Furthermore, the sect leader gave him the identity token of the Black Dragon Elder as soon as he arrived. This is enough to show that his strength is definitely not inferior to the Black Dragon Elder. I'm sure his place is safer than mine. When Shui Haichuan reached this point, he paused for a moment before continuing. Most importantly, revered Elder Sikong is absolutely neutral in the sect. In the sect, if given the choice, no one would be willing to offend revered Elder Sikong even if it was an ordinary Black Dragon Elder. Shui Haichuan was relieved when he learned that Duan Lingtian was protected by revered Elder Sikong. Half a month later, Shui Haichuan was preparing to enter the Emperor Battle Realm. Before he entered the Emperor Battle Realm, he deliberately looked for Duan Lingtian. Little Tian, I'll send you there. Ding Yan had arrived at Duan Lingtian's place to bring Duan Lingtian to the residence of his uncle Sikong, who was also the Tianlong clan's revered Elder Sikong. However, before Duan Lingtian could leave after bidding farewell to Shui Haichuan took the initiative to look for him. Apart from that, there was another person following Shui Haichuan. It was none other than Shui Haichuan. Half a month ago, Duan Lingtian had met Shui Haichuan when he learned Shui Haichuan had come out of closed-door cultivation. Therefore, he was not surprised by Shui Haichuan's appearance. Brother Haichuan, I asked Ding Yan earlier, and Ding Yan asked revered Elder Sikong. Revered Elder Sikong said you can come with me. Duan Lingtian said to Shui Haichuan, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Emperor Battle Realm is extremely thin. It's difficult to cultivate there. Shui Haichuan shook his head and smiled when he heard this. Little Tian, I appreciate your kindness. In fact, I don't plan to cultivate in the Emperor Battle Realm. I just want to join in the fun and wander around Heavenly Dragon City and Peace City. I've been cultivating ever since I arrived at the Tianlong clan. It's a good opportunity for me to relax. When Shui Haichuan saw Duan Lingtian was about to say something, he beat him to it and said, Little Tian, I'm not being courteous. I really don't plan to continue cultivating for the time being. If I have a need in the future, I won't be courteous with you. Duan Lingtian did not say anything else when he heard Shui Haichuan's words. Soon after, under Shui Haichuan's escort, Duan Lingtian and Ding Yan arrived at another mountain range in the Tianlong Temple before they entered another mountain range. There were very few people here. Even the number of patrolling disciples of the Tianlong clan was much lesser. They could only see a few people in the distance. Ding Yan seemed to have noticed the confusion in Duan Lingtian's eyes. He explained, Uncle Sikong likes peace and quiet. That's why there aren't many patrolling disciples in this area. Moreover, there's no one living in Uncle Sikong's residence. It's usually empty. Ding Yan had stayed here for a period of time, so he knew the situation here better than Shui Haichuan. Shui Haichuan nodded. It's true that revered Elder Sikong has been living in seclusion ever since he came to the Heavenly Dragon sect. I've only met him once when he first arrived. Shui Haichuan still felt a little dazed when he recalled the scene from that year. He did not know if he had seen wrongly. At that time, he had seen the clan leader of the Tianlong clan look at Elder Sikong with reverence in his eyes. After all, even among the Golden Dragon elders in the sect, only the one who was closest to the sect leader could make the sect leader act this way. Perhaps Elder Sikong is also an elder to the clan leader? Shui Haichuan still thought so, whether it was then or now. Although Elder Sikong looked about the same age as the clan leader, at their level of cultivation, their appearance could no longer match their real age. It's right ahead. Under Ding Yan's lead, Duan Lingtian and the other two also saw layers of faint fog in front of them. It shrouded a quiet valley and looked extremely mysterious. Whoosh! As if a breeze had blown past, the fog outside the valley stirred slightly. Then, an old and aged figure appeared in the fog. Then, he stepped out of the fog. Elder One. Ding Yan bowed respectfully when he saw the old man walk out. Young Master Ding Yan, I've told you long ago that I'm only the master's servant. You don't have to be so polite. The old man sighed and looked at Ding Yan with a gentle gaze. Ding Yan seemed to be used to the old man's words and did not mind. Elder One, let me introduce you to my friend. Ding Yan looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Elder One, this is Duan Ling Tian, a friend I met at Hidden Fog Academy in Tianfeng City. As for the other two, the one on the left is Elder Shui Haichuan, and the other is Elder Shui Haichuan's elder brother, Big Brother Shui Haishan. Ding Yan introduced them. Young Master Duan, Elder Shui Haichuan. The old man smiled as he greeted Duan Ling Tian and Shui Haichuan. Then, he nodded at Shui Haishan as a form of greeting. Although he did not greet Shui Haishan, it was obvious he valued Shui Haishan. Elder One. Duan Ling Tian and the other two responded. The three of you, my family is waiting for you. Please follow me. The old man smiled as he greeted Duan Ling Tian, Shui Haichuan, and Shui Haishan. After that, he turned around and led the way. Everywhere he passed, the fog would disperse and open up a path. Moreover, the dispersed fog did not close up for a long time. It was only when Duan Ling Tian and the others entered the valley that the fog finally closed up. At this moment, Ding Yan's voice transmission sounded in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian, this elder one has always been by Uncle Sikong's side. Usually, when Sikong Yu goes out, he will follow Sikong Yu. Usually, he has never left Uncle Sikong's side. He has been by Uncle Sikong's side for many years. Although Sikong Yu has a proud personality, he is extremely respectful to him and respectfully calls him Grandfather One. Because Uncle Sikong thinks highly of me, Elder One has been courteous and respectful to me since the beginning. He has not looked down on me because of my low cultivation. Ding Yan's evaluation of the old man leading the way was extremely high. Duan Ling Tian nodded and raised his brows slightly as he looked at the old man's back. He could not see through this old man. He gave him an extremely mysterious feeling. Not to mention Shui Haichuan, he had never felt this feeling from the few black dragon elders that he had come into contact with before. Of course, Duan Ling Tian knew in his heart that this did not mean anything. It did not mean that the stronger one was, the more one would give off such a feeling. That was only relatively speaking. There were many people who appeared to be extraordinary and mysterious because of the cultivation method that they cultivated. However, in reality, their strength might not be able to keep up with this mystery. Master, the guests have arrived. In the valley filled with green grass and fragrant flowers, 6 simple courtyards were located in various places. They surrounded the courtyard in the middle like stars surrounding the moon. Now, the old man was leading Duan Ling Tian and the rest to the front of the central courtyard. He bowed and greeted them inside. Come in. As the courtyard door was suddenly opened, Duan Ling Tian and the rest were led into the courtyard by the old man. In an instant, Duan Ling Tian only saw a flash before his eyes. The originally spacious courtyard suddenly changed and became even more refreshing and tranquil. Moreover, the flowers and trees inside were even more luxuriant than they were outside. So everything that I saw outside was just an illusion. Only what I saw when I stepped through the courtyard door was real. Duan Ling Tian suddenly understood. Chapter 3869. The elegant and tranquil courtyard was like a painting. In the painting, a well-proportioned middle-aged man dressed in a long greenish-brown robe was sitting cross-legged in the air. He was handsome and had a head of long, light gray hair. He seemed different from ordinary people. The most eye-catching thing about him was his aquiline nose. It was very recognizable. Master. Uncle Sikong. The old man and Ding Yan bowed at the middle-aged man at almost the same time. After the two of them, Shui Haichuan and Shui Haishan cupped their hands and bowed at the middle-aged man as well. Greetings, revered Elder Sikong. Greetings, Senior Sikong. Duan Ling Tian was the last one to return to his senses. He bowed as well. At the same time, a hint of surprise could be seen in his eyes. He had seen Sikong Yu before. However, Sikong Yu seemed to be different from revered Elder Sikong. At the very least, they did not look alike at first glance. However, after Duan Ling Tian took a closer look, he finally saw the similarities between the two of them. First, it was their lips. Then, it was their ears. Both of them were quite similar. However, the features of these two parts were not obvious. It was impossible to tell at first glance. The middle-aged man, revered elder Sikongyi of the Tianlong clan, slowly opened his eyes after Duan Lingtian finished speaking. His eyes were different from ordinary people. They were grayish-brown. In Duan Lingtian's previous life Hua Nation on Earth, it was more like he was wearing a layer of contact lenses. Elder Shui Haichuan, I've long heard of your name. Sikongyi's gaze landed on Shui Haichuan as the corners of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. That brat Long Qingchong has often mentioned you in front of me. He feels that compared to the other two White Dragon Elders who are the youngest among the White Dragon Elders, you have a higher chance of entering the God Emperor realm. Sikongyi was not stingy with his compliments to Shui Haichuan as soon as he opened his mouth. Shui Haichuan was stunned for a moment before he quickly said, Revered Elder Sikong is too kind. Haichuan doesn't deserve such praise. Haichuan knows myself well. It's not that easy to become a God Emperor. Compared to me, you are still a young man. Young people need to be energetic. Don't be like us old people. Sikongyi shook his head as he stood up and descended from the sky. After landing, he looked straight at Shui Haichuan. The opening of the Emperor battle plane this time will provide many whetstones for the God Kings. It will be the same for you. I've heard about you. However, I truly feel that there is no need for you to restrict your own path for the sake of your elder brother. At least, I don't think your elder brother would want that. When he spoke up to here, Sikongyi glanced at Shui Haishan. If Shui Haichuan heads to the Emperor battle plane in the future, you can come to my place. Of the 6 houses around me, 3 are empty. I'll leave 1 for Duan Lingtian and 1 for you. Sikongyi said. Thank you, consecrated Sikong. Shui Haishan repeatedly thanked him. Ding Yan, thank you. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also thanked Ding Yan. However, Ding Yan was at a loss. What are you thanking me for? Didn't you ask consecrated Sikong to take big brother Haishan in? Asked Duan Lingtian. No. Ding Yan shook his head. Although I mentioned big brother Shui Haishan, Uncle Sikong didn't agree to it like he did you. I thought he didn't want to take big brother Shui Haishan in. Moreover, based on the current situation, it doesn't seem like he's taking big brother Haishan in because of me. It seems more like it's because of elder Shui Haichuan. When Ding Yan said this, Duan Lingtian recalled the scene from before and faintly felt that this was the case. Thank you, consecrated Sikong. At this moment, Shui Haichuan also thanked Sikongyi respectfully. Go. Sikongyi looked at Shui Haichuan and waved his hand. I hope you can reach a higher level in the Emperor battle plane this time. Your cultivation needs to be accumulated, but the profundities of laws and other methods can be comprehended in battle. As for Shui Haishan, I suggest that you stay here and cultivate properly for a period of time. Once you've consolidated your cultivation, you can enter the God King battlefield in the Emperor battle plane to gain experience. As soon as Sikongyi said this, Shui Haishan hurriedly replied, Yes, consecrated Sikong. Haichuan, you can go. I'll stay with consecrated Sikong. You don't have to worry about me. Shui Haishan said to Shui Haichuan. Shui Haichuan nodded. Then, he bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and Ding Yan before he turned around and left to enter the Emperor battle realm. After Shui Haichuan left, Sikongyi looked at the old man beside him. Old one, make arrangements for Shui Haishan. Yes, master. The old man replied respectfully and then left with Shui Haishan. Before Shui Haishan left, he didn't forget to bid farewell to Duan Lingtian and Ding Yan. For a time, besides Sikongyi himself, only Duan Lingtian and Ding Yan remained in the courtyard. Duan Lingtian, this is my uncle Sikong, the consecrated elder of the Tianlong clan, Sikongyi. Ding Yan introduced with a smile. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Sikongyi withdrew his doting gaze from Ding Yan and turned to look at Duan Lingtian. He smiled lightly and said, Duan Lingtian, I've heard a lot about you. Thank you for taking care of this nephew of mine in Skywind City's hidden mist academy. Duan Lingtian hurriedly shook his head when he heard this. Consecrated elder Sikong, you're too courteous. Ding Yan and I are friends, and it's normal for friends to help each other. Ha! What a good friend. Sikong smiled while a wisp of recollection flashed in his eyes. It's good to be young. All of you remind me of when I first met Ding Yan's father. So many years have passed in the blink of an eye. It's a pity that his old friend is no longer here, leaving his son behind. A wisp of sadness flashed in Sikong's eyes as he sighed faintly. Duan Lingtian said with a solemn expression, "Consecrated Elder Sikong, you're able to treat your old friend's son as your own after he passed away. If his old friend knows about this in the netherworld, he won't regret having a friend like you." Duan Lingtian's words caused Sikong to laugh involuntarily. "Little fellow, you really know how to talk. Compared to that blockhead Ding Yan, you're much more interesting. It's no wonder my daughter seems to be interested in you. She even asked me to find that brat Long Qingchong and ask him to ask you to be that girl's alchemy teacher." Sikong smiled. Ding Yan was stunned by Sikong's words, and a wisp of imperceptible sadness flashed in his eyes. Duan Lingtian was also stunned, and then he said with a bitter smile, "In terms of alchemy, I'm actually a dabbler as well. Although I can refine Peking grade divine pills, it can only be said that I'm sensitive to the vitality in the spirit energy of heaven and earth. In terms of true alchemy standards, not to mention the old sect master, even those divine pill masters in the sect can't be compared to me." Duan Lingtian felt helpless when he finished speaking. "Looks like the falling flower has feelings, but the heartless brook has no feelings." Sikong looked deeply at Duan Lingtian and said, "Since that's the case, I hope that when my daughter comes into contact with you in the future, Duan Lingtian, you can clearly explain it to her so that she won't have any illusions. That girl's heart is higher than the heavens, and she's never taken a fancy to a man of the same age. It can be said that you're the first man she's taken a fancy to in her thousands of years of life. I heard from Ding Yan that you have many wives and concubines, and you're not a fickle person. You have more experience in this aspect, and I believe you know how to refuse her." When Sikong said this, Duan Lingtian looked at Ding Yan immediately, and he was speechless. "When did I tell this guy that I have many wives and concubines? As for me, I only have 2 wives. I only have 3 confidants who have confirmed relationships with me. How can this be called having many wives and concubines?" At the same time, Sikong continued, "In return, Sikong owe you a favor. You seeking refuge with me is not included in this favor. I'm taking you in because of Ding Yan. 1 is 1, 2 is 2, and I hope you understand." When Sikong said this, his expression turned solemn. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly and said, "Revered Elder Sikong, you don't have to be like this. To me, it's just a matter of lifting a finger." Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, "Revered Elder Sikong, there's no need to owe me a favor. I, Sikong am 1, and 2 is 2. Sikong spoke solemnly. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Duan Lingtian to say anything before directly looking at Ding Yan and asking Ding Yan to arrange a residence for Duan Lingtian. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished like a gust of wind and vanished without a trace. "Duan Lingtian, let's go." When he saw Duan Lingtian was still in a daze, Ding Yan repeatedly called out to Duan Lingtian. Once Uncle Sikong has decided on something, he never changes his mind. Accept this favor of his. Moreover, if you don't want this favor, then don't look for Uncle Sikong in the future. Of course, if there's really something, I still hope you can look for Uncle Sikong. There are many things that Uncle Sikong is capable of doing." At this point, Ding Yan looked meaningfully at Duan Lingtian and transmitted his voice. "Even if you ask Uncle Sikong to kill Vice Sect leader Xue Mingji, he will still do it for you. Moreover, from the moment you speak, Xue Mingji won't live to see the next day. Even if Xue Mingji is holed up in the clan's encampment." Ding Yan's words were something that Duan Lingtian hadn't expected. At the same time, he'd never imagined that Sikong, a revered elder of the Tianlong clan who usually presented himself as a black dragon elder, would actually be so capable. Xue Mingji was the Tianlong clan's vice sect leader, and his status was even higher than that of the Tianlong clan's black dragon elders. His status was second only to the clan leader and the golden dragon elders. And now, Ding Yan's words made Duan Lingtian's imagination run wild. How close is revered elder Sikong to the clan leader to be able to decide the life and death of a vice sect leader? Or perhaps, he's not ordinary to begin with? Just like that, Duan Lingtian stayed with Tianlong clan's revered elder Sikong Yi and cultivated there. As for the herbs that the Tianlong clan's sect leader had helped Duan Lingtian gather, Duan Lingtian didn't personally take them. Instead, he had Ding Yan do it on his behalf, so that those with ulterior motives wouldn't be able to take advantage of the situation. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know any of this. He didn't even know that Shui Haichuan had received an order to head to the Emperor battle plain. Although the person who'd given the order wasn't Shui Mingji or the myriad demon sex people, Shui Mingji's figure was still present. Chapter 3870. Vice Sect Leader Shui, it's time for you to give me what you promised me. A black-robed figure appeared in the residence of the Tianlong clan's vice sect leader, Shui Mingji, and spoke to Shui Mingji. Shui Mingji's expression was a bit unsightly. Did you do something? Did you remind Shui Haichuan to escort Duan Lingtian to honorary elder Sikong? Even to Shui Mingji, the deputy sect leader, Sikong was a mystery. He only knew that honorary elder Sikong had been personally invited back by the sect leader, and that the sect leader seemed to have a good relationship with him. Even if he only appeared as an elder of the Black Dragon clan, his strength should only be comparable to an elder of the Black Dragon clan. But even so, if possible, he didn't want to rashly provoke him. After all, he was backed by the sect leader. Vice sect leader Shui, do you think there's any point in me doing this? The black-robed figure coldly replied. I've done everything you asked me to do. Now, vice sect leader Shui, you're hesitating again and again. Are you going to go back on your word? As he spoke, the black-robed figure's expression became colder and colder. Humph. Shui Mingji coldly snorted and flicked a storage ring. The black-robed figure casually caught it. After verifying its ownership, he let out a satisfied laugh. Thank you, vice sect leader Shui. From today onwards, you and I have nothing to do with each other. The black-robed figure's figure flickered, and he left like the wind. Not long after the black-robed figure left, Shui Mingji sent out a message. Duan Lingtian is currently with honorary elder Sikong. I'll have people monitor that place. If Duan Lingtian doesn't have a god king by his side, I'll notify you to go kill him. This message was for the inner sect elder, Kuang Tianzheng. I'll be waiting for vice sect leader Shui's good news. Kuang Tianzheng's tone was indifferent as he responded with a lack of interest. After replying, his lips curled into a mocking smile. Do you really think that Duan Lingtian is a fool? Judging from the current situation, he obviously intends to wait until he breaks through to the Divine Emperor realm before leaving. With his talent, and the fact that he can easily concoct top-level king-level divine pills, he has also taken Emperor-connecting divine pills. I'm afraid it won't even take 100 years for him to break through to the Divine Emperor realm and consolidate his cultivation. In Kuang Tianzheng's opinion, once Duan Lingtian broke through to the God King realm, it would be meaningless for him to take action. At that time, he wouldn't have the confidence to kill Duan Lingtian in one blow. And if he couldn't kill in one strike, once he was targeted by the Black Dragon Elder who was patrolling the surroundings, he wouldn't be able to escape death. After Duan Lingtian had stayed with consecrator Sikong Yi for 2 months, a beautiful figure came looking for him. It was Sikong Ye's daughter, Sikong Yu. Sikong Yu was Sikong Ye's only daughter. Duan Lingtian could feel how much Sikong Yi doted on her when he heard Sikong Ye's promise to him in the past. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to come here. Seeing Duan Lingtian again, Sikong Yu was no longer as domineering as before. Her beautiful eyes flickered with joy. Miss Sikong. Duan Lingtian greeted Sikong Yu with a smile. I'm here because of Ding Yan's help to give me a safe place to stay. It's also because consecrator Sikong is willing to take me in. Duan Lingtian said. Ding Yan. Sikong Yu slightly raised her eyebrows, then shook her head and said, Duan Lingtian, even if you don't look for Ding Yan, as long as you ask, I can ask my father to let you come here. My father really admires geniuses like you. For example, Elder Shui Haichuan is one of the people he admires. In fact, before you appeared, Elder Shui Haichuan was the person he admired the most in the Tianlong clan. However, your appearance has overshadowed Elder Shui Haichuan. Sikong Yu said. For the time being, I don't dare to compare myself with Brother Haichuan. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He then went straight to the point and asked, Miss Sikong, is there anything you need from me? Seeing that Consecrator Sikong has taken me in, as long as it's within my ability, I will definitely not refuse. Duan Lingtian said. Really? Sikong Yu's eyes flashed with joy. Except for the divine pill. Before Sikong Yu could continue speaking, Duan Lingtian spoke first. Of course, I'm not trying to hide it. But I want to tell Miss Sikong that my level in the divine pill Dao is actually very ordinary. The reason why I can refine a king-grade divine pill is because I'm naturally sensitive to the life force and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. There's no other reason. In the Tianlong clan, there are plenty of divine pill masters with higher attainments in the divine pill Dao than me. If Miss Sikong really wants to find a good teacher, the old clan leader is a very good choice. I heard that Consecrator Sikong has a good relationship with the clan leader. With the clan leader's help, I'm sure the old clan leader won't be stingy with his guidance. Duan Lingtian's words sealed Sikong Yu's mouth the moment he spoke. Sikong Yu frowned slightly. How did you know that I want to ask you about the divine pill Dao? My father told you. Duan Lingtian remained silent. It seems like father really did tell you. Sikong Yu shook his head and said, Duan Lingtian, I've never dabbled in the divine pill Dao. I just want to find a master who can guide me. I'm not looking for an outstanding teacher. Therefore, I feel that you're more than qualified to be my teacher. Sikong Yu smiled. As Sikong Yu spoke, her eyes flashed with a trace of craftiness, as if everything was under her control. I'm afraid that's still not possible. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Miss Sikong, I've been busy with my cultivation recently. Recently, I'm at the critical juncture of breaking through to the Divine Emperor realm. Therefore, I'm afraid that I won't be able to help you. You should find another teacher. Duan Lingtian tactfully rejected Sikong Yu's request. As for Sikong Yu, after hearing Duan Lingtian's words, her originally excited expression finally turned a little ugly. Duan Lingtian, if you want to reject me, just say it. Why do you need such an excuse? You're at the critical juncture of breaking through to the Divine Emperor realm? How long has it been since you broke through to the Upper God King realm? Even I broke through to the Upper God King realm a long time before you, but I'm still far from that step. You said that you've already reached that step. Do you think that I, Sikong Yu, am that easy to bully? After saying those words, Sikong Yu turned around and left furiously. Miss Sikong. Just as Sikong Yu was about to leave, Duan Lingtian called out to her. Sikong Yu's figure stopped moving. She, who had her back facing Duan Lingtian, thought that Duan Lingtian had gone back on his word, and a wisp of delight appeared on her beautiful face that was originally filled with rage. In an instant, two conflicting emotions flipped. Of course, Duan Lingtian couldn't see it. Is there anything else? Sikong Yu asked. Her tone was much gentler, no longer as overbearing as before. Actually, there's nothing else. Duan Lingtian shrugged his shoulders and said, I just want to tell Miss Sikong that the number of women my heart can accommodate is limited. Now, it's already full. I will no longer like or love another woman. If it was at any other time, Duan Lingtian would surely be more tactful. But after Sikong Ye's reminder earlier, Duan Lingtian didn't intend to be tactful. He directly spoke and didn't take Sikong Yu's feelings into consideration in the slightest. As far as he was concerned, cutting the Gordian knot would allow him to better complete Sikong Ye's task. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Sikong Yu's body shook. After a short moment, Sikong Yu turned around. At this moment, her beautiful eyes seemed to be covered in a layer of frost. Duan Lingtian, aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? Do you really think that I, Sikong Yu, am pestering you because I like you? You think too highly of yourself. Even if I, Sikong Yu, am lonely until I die, I won't take a fancy to you, Duan Ling Tian. As soon as she finished speaking, Sikongyu soared into the sky and left with a face filled with shame and indignation. Of course, no one could see that in the depths of her eyes, there was a faint trace of pain. But it soon disappeared and was replaced by determination. The feelings that had just sprouted were cut off by her own hands. Many thanks. After Sikongyu left, a sigh and a voice of gratitude sounded out by Duan Ling Tian's ears. It was the voice of Sikongyu's father, Sikongyi. I owe you a favor, Sikongyi said. After Sikongye's voice faded, Duan Ling Tian bitterly smiled and sighed. I better make the best use of my time and break through to the Divine Emperor realm. Once I break through to the Divine Emperor realm, I won't need to stay here and seek consecrated Elder Sikong's protection anymore. Now that he had shed all pretense of cordiality with Sikongyu, Duan Ling Tian felt awkward and uncomfortable if he continued to stay here and seek Sikongye's protection. What Duan Ling Tian didn't know was that after he said those harsh words to Sikongyu had left and entered the God King battlefield again. It was as if she was venting something and running away from something. Of course, Duan Ling Tian didn't know all of this. After Duan Ling Tian obtained the last medicinal ingredient that the Tianlong clan's clan master searched for, he refined a divine pill and continued to cultivate in seclusion. He had completely forgotten about the time while cultivating. Time flew by. Spring left and autumn came. Spring left and autumn came again. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. The fighting in the God King battlefield was getting more and more intense. The fall of God Kings had become the norm. Even the speed and scale of the fall of divine emperors was constantly increasing. Almost everyone's eyes were focused on the God King battlefield. In the God King battlefield, without Duan Ling Tian and Greater One Sect's Shimen Longxiang, it had become much fairer. No one was able to gain much of an advantage. Tianlong Temple. Somewhere. Duan Ling Tian has already left consecrated Elder Sikong's place of cultivation. He's now heading towards the entrance of the God King battlefield alone. Under the orders of the Tianlong clan's vice-clan master Xuemingji, the inner sect elder Kuang Tianzheng, who had always wanted to enter the God King battlefield but couldn't, received a message from Xuemingji. Duan Ling Tian has come out. Moreover, he's alone. Kuang Tianzheng was stunned. Disbelief was written all over his face. This was different from what he had imagined. Duan Ling Tian couldn't hold back for 2 years. Chapter 3871. Lord Vice Sect Leader, could this be a trap? Kuang Tianzheng asked cautiously through voice transmission. He found it unbelievable. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had been extremely cautious. However, now that he had come out on his own, it was as though he was waiting to be killed. Strange. It was too strange. Humph. As soon as Kuang Tianzheng received Kuang Tianzheng's message, Xuemingji replied, I'm currently near revered Elder Sikong's cultivation place. Apart from Duan Ling Tian, no one else has left revered Elder Sikong's cultivation place. Nobody has extended their divine consciousness to track Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, the Black Dragon Elder on duty today is my junior brother. If you make a move on Duan Ling Tian now, even if you can't kill him with one strike, I can buy you some time. You only have 3 breaths to kill him. Xuemingji paused for a moment before he added, I know what you're worried about. Although I find it strange as well, it's true that Duan Ling Tian has come out. Perhaps he's bored at revered Elder Sikong's place and wants to join in the fun in the Emperor Battle Realm. Although he can't enter the God King's battlefield now, he can still wander around Heavenly Dragon City and Peace City. Don't waste any more time. At most, he'll leave the area my junior brother is in charge of in a dozen breaths. If you miss this opportunity and still can't kill him, Kuang Tianzheng, you'll definitely die. Toward the end of his speech, Xuemingji's voice became increasingly cold. Vice Sect Leader is nearby. Kuang Tianzheng's eyes narrowed slightly when he received Xuemingji's message. At the same time, he felt slightly relieved. However, he was not willing to be executed by the sect for killing Duan Ling Tian. However, he had no other choice now. Lord Vice Sect Leader, although I'm certain he came out alone, is it possible that he has broken through and become a divine emperor? Kuang Tianzheng asked quickly. It was clear he did not want to waste any more time. At the same time, Kuang Tianzheng began to make his way to revered Elder Sikong's cultivation place. He was prepared to kill Duan Lingtian halfway. Divine Emperor? Xue Mingji did not hesitate to laugh when he heard Kuang Tianzheng's message. It's not like you don't know how long it took for him to become a high divine king. Do you think he can become a divine emperor now? Unless he can concoct peak emperor-level divine pills at will and obtain the medicinal ingredients needed to raise his cultivation base. The main ingredients for those divine pills are all very rare. Even if the Heavenly Dragon sect has reserves, it would be very difficult to gather all of them. Xue Mingji did not comment on Kuang Tianzheng's conjecture. Xue Mingji's conjecture was reasonable. It was impossible for Duan Lingtian to break through and become a divine emperor in such a short time within the Tianjin clan. Even if he had taken emperor divine pills and had no cultivation bottlenecks, it was impossible. Xue Mingji did not believe that Duan Lingtian could refine peak divine emperor divine pills. Of course, there was another possibility. Duan Lingtian might not be able to refine peak divine emperor divine pills, but he might have enough divine pills to help him break through and become a divine emperor in such a short time. Or he might have the corresponding heavenly treasures such as divine herbs, divine fruits, and so on. However, the possibility of this was not high. This was because Duan Lingtian would either have heaven-defying luck or a shocking background to achieve such a possibility. Therefore, Xue Mingji did not think that Duan Lingtian could break through and become a divine emperor now. Moreover, he did not want to miss such a good opportunity. Once he missed it, he might not be able to find such a good opportunity again. Intercept him near Xuanqi Peak in Roaming Dragon Mountain Range. I'll buy you some time. It's best if you can kill him with one blow. If you can't, you must kill him within 3 breaths. Xue Mingji's tone suddenly turned sharp. If he doesn't die in 3 breaths, you must take him with you even if it costs you your life. Once you attack, whether he dies or not, you'll die for sure. I'm sure you know this better than I do. After a pause, Xue Mingji continued, of course, if he really breaks through and becomes a divine emperor, you can only blame it on your bad luck. At that time, if you die, I'll take care of your bloodline, especially your family and friends. No matter what, your second disciple Zhong Can is my son-in-law, Xue Mingji's son-in-law. If Duan Lingtian is already a divine emperor and you die, I'll find some divine emperors to come to the Tianlong clan and pretend to be elders of the Tianlong clan to kill him and avenge you. Hearing Xue Mingji's words, Kuang Tianzheng knew that although his next move was risky, it should not be too risky. Divine Emperor? Although Kuang Tianzheng had said so, in his heart, he did not think that Duan Lingtian could break through to the divine emperor realm now. Duan Lingtian, a young man who was not even 3,000 years old, was already considered a monster for being able to become a superior divine king at such a young age. If he became a divine emperor, he would be the first divine emperor who was not even 3,000 years old in the history of the Eastern Ridge Mansion. In the history of Tungleng Province, the youngest divine emperor was more than 4,000 years old. There were many high-level divine kings under 3,000 years old, but no divine emperor, not even a low-level divine emperor. Vice Sect Leader, can't you check his cultivation level? Kuang Tianzheng asked. He felt that it was safer to do so, even if he did not think that Duan Lingtian was a divine emperor now. Rashly checking will only alert the enemy. Xue Mingji said faintly, after all, I am only a divine emperor. Even if he is a high-level divine king, he will be alerted when I check his soul with my divine sense. You don't want him to go back directly after being alerted, do you? I think that even if it's a gamble, it's worth it. The probability that Duan Lingtian has broken through to the divine emperor realm is very low. Hearing Xue Mingji's words, Kuang Tianzheng knew that there was no turning back. He had to do it whether he wanted to or not. Tianlong Temple had 9 intersecting mountain ranges, and Roving Dragon Mountain Range was one of them. Xuanqi Peak was an inconspicuous mountain peak in Roving Dragon Mountain Range. It was neither the highest nor the lowest. It looked ordinary, and few people passed by it. But today, a purple figure appeared in the sky above Xuanqi Peak. It came from afar and headed towards the entrance to the Tianlong Temple that led to the Emperor Battle Plain. However, the moment the purple figure appeared above Xuanqi Peak, his expression changed. Bang! Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, a violent power swept up from Xuanqi Peak and swept towards the purple figure in the sky. This power seemed to carry the might of thunder, and it was very sudden. It approached the purple figure in the blink of an eye. Kuang Tianjing, who had been accumulating power for a long time and unleashed his full power, heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he followed the force, afraid that something unexpected would happen at the crucial moment. He hid in Xuanqi Peak, while the Golden Dragon Elder and the Black Dragon Elder patrolling around the Tianlong Temple would be able to determine his identity through his attacks. It made no difference whether he hid or not. What he needed to do now was to kill the purple figure in the sky, which was his target, Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Just as Kuang Tianjing rushed out and saw that his power was about to hit Duan Lingtian, he found that it was only an afterimage. The moment Kuang Tianjing's expression changed, Duan Lingtian appeared in the void in the distance. He crossed his arms and looked at Kuang Tianjing with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Elder Kuang Tianjing, you really won't give up. The Linghu family failed to kill me, and now they want to kill me in the sect. It seems that the sect's ban on killing each other is useless to you. Duan Lingtian said with a mocking smile. Kuang Tianjing didn't listen to Duan Lingtian's nonsense. The moment his expression changed, he launched another attack. He always remembered the words of the deputy sect leader, Xue Mingji. He only had 3 breaths' time. Now, 1 breath's time had passed since he launched his attack. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to break through to the Divine Emperor realm. Kuang Tianjing said coldly as he launched another attack. But even so, you still have to die. At this moment, Kuang Tianjing felt lucky. He thought that if Duan Lingtian had just broken through to the lower Divine Emperor realm, he might not have time to consolidate his cultivation. If he hadn't consolidated his cultivation, Kuang Tianjing might have a chance to kill him in 2 breaths' time. I'm afraid it won't be as you wish. When Duan Lingtian spoke again, a spatial storm swept out from his body. A sword light shot up to the sky and blocked Kuang Tianjing's attack. The moment his attack was shattered, he teleported again. 2 breaths' time passed. Only 1 breath's time left. At this moment, Kuang Tianjing could feel that several powerful auras were sweeping toward them from all directions. Obviously, they were the White Dragon Elders who were patrolling the nearby area. Xue Mingji was the deputy sect leader, so he could ask the Black Dragon Elders to go easy on him. However, the Black Dragon Elders couldn't ask the White Dragon Elders to go easy on him. After all, there were too many people. Once this kind of thing spread out, it would be a big problem. Moreover, everything that happened here would be recorded by the mirror image array in Tianlong Temple. No one dared to take the risk. If the Black Dragon Elders arrived 1 or 2 breaths' time later, it could be said that they had something to do. However, if the White Dragon Elders didn't arrive in time, it would be thought-provoking. Duan Lingtian, you must die. Feeling the approaching danger, Kuang Tianjing suddenly roared. Then, his eyes widened and blood shot out from his 7 orifices. Finally, the blood condensed into a blood mist in the void and merged into his body. The next moment, a bloody aura burst out from Kuang Tianjing's body. Chapter 3872. The bloodline energy was unique to the natives of the realms of gods. Kuang Tianjing had it as well. Moreover, Kuang Tianjing's bloodline energy was different from most people's bloodline energy. Most people's bloodline energy only had 1 characteristic. However, Kuang Tianjing's bloodline energy was different. It had 2 characteristics. One of the characteristics was that it could increase one's strength even when it was restrained. The other characteristic was that it could increase one's strength by destroying half of the heavenly veins in one's body. However, one would be severely injured after the attack, and one's strength would be reduced by more than half. The second characteristic was a desperate attack. Kuang Tianjing had lived for tens of thousands of years, but he had only used it twice. Both times, he had used it when he was on the brink of death. Moreover, both times, he was lucky. Although he was severely injured in the process, it took him many years to repair half of the heavenly veins in his body. There's no other way. I can only risk my life to kill him. When Duan Lingtian dodged his first sneak attack, Kuang Tianjing knew Duan Lingtian had broken through and become a divine emperor. Otherwise, he would not have been able to dodge his attack in time. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's teleportation prowess had also revealed his strength as a lesser divine lord. At that moment, Kuang Tianjing knew he had lost the bet with Xuemingji. The impossible had happened. As expected, Duan Lingtian had broken through and become a divine emperor. After another exchange, Kuang Tianjing realized something shocking. Not only had Duan Lingtian broken through and become a lesser divine emperor, but he had also consolidated his cultivation base as a lesser divine emperor. Otherwise, he would not have been able to deal with Kuang Tianjing's full-powered attack so easily. This was the last moment. Kuang Tianjing knew this was his last chance. If he failed again, even if Duan Lingtian was no match for him, he would be captured by the White Dragon Elder. At that time, there would be no chance to kill Duan Lingtian. Therefore, he directly activated the second characteristic of his bloodline power. He shattered half of the heavenly veins in his body and unleashed a power that was several times stronger than before. Of course, this power wouldn't last for long. Now that he had unleashed his full power, he could only guarantee that his next attack would be this powerful. Duan Lingtian, you must die. With a roar, Kuang Tianjing's figure flickered. He casually waved his hand, and a resplendent blade of light shot out from his high-quality god artifact. As it swept through the air, it seemed to be able to tear apart space, causing it to tremble. Then, the light blade split in all directions and intertwined into a huge saber king. It seemed to cover the sky and the sun as it fell on Duan Lingtian. It was so fast that Duan Lingtian could not teleport in time even if he wanted to. Stop. Kuang Tianjing, do you want to die? Just as Kuang Tianjing was about to explode, a few angry voices were heard from afar. These voices belonged to the White Dragon Elders. Not only were they angry, but they were also anxious. If someone was killed in the area they were in charge of patrolling, the person who attacked first would undoubtedly die, and they would not be able to escape the blame. Especially now that the Emperor Battle Dimension had opened. The sect would most likely give them an order not to leave the Divine Emperor battlefield if they did not kill an elder of the Greater One sect who was as strong as them. This was undoubtedly a very dangerous thing to do. There's still such a trick. Duan Lingtian exclaimed. Before he could teleport again, a figure shot out from his body. It was another Duan Lingtian. This Duan Lingtian soared into the sky, then turned into a blazing light and exploded. A terrifying spatial storm swept out. At the same time, Duan Lingtian hurriedly took out his high-grade divine sword, sword follows the heart, and formed a layer of defense around his body. He even took out his spoils of war, a middle-grade defensive divine artifact. Bang! There was a loud bang. It was the explosion of Duan Lingtian's avatar, which blocked part of the power of Kuang Tianjing's all-out attack. Bang! Another loud bang. Kuang Tianjing's remaining power hit Duan Lingtian's middle-grade defensive divine artifact. Suddenly, the middle-grade defensive divine artifact was annihilated, and cracks appeared on the armor. The intact defensive divine artifact was destroyed in an instant. And then... boom! Rumble. Duan Lingtian's final trump card clashed with Kuang Tianjing's remaining strength. After a brief exchange of blows, Duan Lingtian was defeated. However, Kuang Tianjing's strength was almost depleted as well. It was this remaining power that landed on Duan Lingtian and sent Duan Lingtian flying with a bang. Wah! Duan Lingtian opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. When he finally came to a stop, he felt a wave of dizziness. He felt as though his body was about to fall apart. I was careless. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. He did not expect Kuang Tianjing to possess such strength. Based on Kuang Tianjing's final attack, it was likely that no other inner sect elder in the Heavenly Dragon sect would be able to cast it. Impossible. At the same time, Kuang Tianjing, who saw that Duan Lingtian was still alive, turned pale and coughed up blood. Half of his veins of heaven had been shattered, and he was now seriously injured. He no longer had the ability to chase after Duan Lingtian. Of course, even if he had the ability to chase after Duan Lingtian, he would not have the chance. Whoosh! 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 3 figures appeared around Kuang Tianjing, glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. These 3 people all had one thing in common. They all had a white dragon elder identity token hanging from their waists. Obviously, they were all white dragon elders of the Tianlong clan. They first looked at the severely injured Kuang Tianjing, then turned to look at the similarly injured Duan Lingtian. One of them had a look of disbelief. Just now, they only recognized Kuang Tianjing, but did not recognize who Kuang Tianjing was attacking. Now, looking at Duan Lingtian, one of them recognized Duan Lingtian. This is Duan Lingtian. After the white dragon elder recognized Duan Lingtian, he transmitted his voice to the other 2 white dragon elders. When the 2 of them heard that the young man in purple was Duan Lingtian, they were stunned. Duan Lingtian? In their impression, although Duan Lingtian was the most powerful divine king in the Tianlong clan, a divine king was only a divine king. No matter how powerful he was, he could only be comparable to a lower divine emperor. Just now, Kuang Tianjing's last attack was so powerful that even the lower divine emperors of the Tianlong clan might not be able to take it head-on. Unless it was a lower divine emperor who could fight against an enemy of a higher level, very few lower divine emperors could escape unscathed from that attack. But now, Duan Lingtian had retreated. Although he was obviously injured, he still managed to escape unscathed. Whoosh! A strong wind swept past and a white-haired old man in a sky-blue robe appeared. As soon as the old man appeared, the 3 white dragon elders who had arrived first bowed to him. Elder Huang. The identity token hanging on the old man's waist was the Black Dragon Elder's token. He was the Black Dragon Elder who was in charge of patrolling the Wandering Dragon Mountain Range and the other mountain range nearby. As for the 3 white dragon elders, they were his assistants. Capture the 2 of them and bring them to the law enforcement hall. After the white-haired old man appeared, he glanced coldly at Kuang Tianjing and then at Duan Lingtian. Then, he spoke to the 3 white dragon elders in a businesslike manner. Yes. The 3 white dragon elders responded. Then, 2 of them walked toward Kuang Tianjing and the last one walked toward Duan Lingtian. The white dragon elder who walked toward Duan Lingtian was also the white dragon elder who had recognized Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I was there when you publicly refined the extreme king-level divine pill. The white dragon elder spoke to Duan Lingtian in a very polite tone. He was also a divine alchemist. When Duan Lingtian publicly refined pills, he was there too. However, because there were 2 other black dragon elders present, not many people noticed him even though he was the white dragon elder. How should I address you, elder? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile after consuming a divine healing pill. At the same time, Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the black dragon elder who had left in the distance. Thousands of thoughts ran through his mind. It was one thing for the 3 white dragon elders to arrive later, but he, a black dragon elder, actually arrived later than the 3 white dragon elders? Duan Lingtian did not believe that it was a coincidence. He was more willing to believe that it was Kuang Tianjing's arrangement. Or rather, it was the arrangement of the person behind Kuang Tianjing. As for the person who could arrange for a black dragon elder to be sent here, it went without saying who was behind Kuang Tianjing. It could only be the deputy sect leader, Xue Mingji. Of course, Duan Lingtian also knew that even if he thought so, without evidence, he could not do anything to the other party. Moreover, the other party might even accuse him of slander. This time, I'm afraid I can only deal with Kuang Tianjing. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Of course, this was also what he thought. He felt that it was unrealistic to be able to deal with Kuang Tianjing and the deputy sect leader, Xue Mingji. Kuang Tianzheng was only an inner sect elder. It was fine if he could deal with him, but as the deputy sect leader, Xue Mingji was definitely not easy to deal with. In the Tianlong clan, the deputy sect leader's position was even higher than the Black Dragon Elder, who was above the White Dragon Elder. My name is Yu Luo. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, how did you offend Kuang Tianzheng? He actually risked his life to kill you in the sect. This is an act of eternal damnation. No matter whether he succeeded or not, he will die without a doubt. Yu Luo was obviously puzzled. Elder Kuang Tianzheng has always suspected that I was the one who killed his disciples before entering the sect. Duanling Tian replied, I know that he hates me, but I didn't expect that he would attack me in the sect, even at the cost of his life. Elder Kuang Tianzheng. As the 3 White Dragon Elders led him to the law enforcement hall, Duanling Tian looked at Kuang Tianzheng and smiled faintly. Is it worth it to risk your life for a dead person? Chapter 3873. Kuang Tianzheng knew that he had failed when he failed to kill Duanling Tian after activating his forbidden bloodline for the 3rd time against Duanling Tian. He had failed to kill Duanling Tian, but he still had to pay with his own life. He was indignant and resentful, but there was nothing he could do. Was it worth it? Kuang Tianzheng's expression changed when he heard Duanling Tian's words. At this moment, he did not dare to say if he wanted to kill Duanling Tian to avenge the death of his youngest disciple, Chu Han, or if he was worried Duanling Tian would seek revenge in the future when he grew stronger. Perhaps it was more likely the latter. After all, he had regretted attacking Duanling Tian in the Linghu family's guardian formation even though he knew that the Linghu family's guardian formation was extraordinary. At that time, not only did he fail to injure Duanling Tian, but he also became Duanling Tian's sworn enemy. Elder Kuang Tianzheng. Duanling Tian looked at Kuang Tianzheng mockingly when he saw that Kuang Tianzheng was ignoring him. At the same time, he said telepathically, I'll tell you the truth, your disciple, Chu Han, was indeed killed by me. Kuang Tianzheng only glanced at Duanling Tian when he heard Duanling Tian's words. His heart was as still as water, so he was not affected by Duanling Tian's words. This was because although he did not dare to confirm that his disciple, Chu Han, had died at the hands of Duanling Tian, he had always assumed that Duanling Tian had killed Chu Han. Therefore, he was not angry or shocked when he heard Duanling Tian's admission. Duanling Tian continued, you probably don't know how I became enemies with him, right? At this moment, Kuang Tianzheng's gaze finally changed. Seeing this, Duanling Tian said bluntly, actually, there is no enmity between us. Even at the moment he died by my hands, there was no enmity between us. At that time, he and I found a fortuitous encounter at the same time. However, it was destined that only one of us would obtain that fortuitous encounter. I wanted to kill him, and he wanted to kill me. However, I was lucky enough to be more skilled than him. Therefore, the one who died was him, not me. It was not difficult for Duanling Tian to see the sharp glint in Kuang Tianzheng's eyes. However, he ignored Kuang Tianzheng's words and continued to say, it's because of the fortuitous encounter I obtained from Chu Han that I was able to break through and become a primitive divine emperor not long after I became a prominent divine king. Otherwise, even though I quickly broke through to high-level godly king and consumed the Emperor Ascension divine pill, I wouldn't have been able to break through to the godly emperor stage without at least a few decades. Elder Kuang Tianzheng. Speaking of which, I have to thank Chu Han. If it wasn't for his skills, I wouldn't have obtained that fortuitous encounter. If I didn't obtain that fortuitous encounter, would have definitely died because of you. What a pity, what a pity. At the end of Duanling Tian's words, Kuang Tianzheng, who had lost all hope, glared at Duanling Tian and shouted through voice transmission, Duanling Tian, even if I, Kuang Tianzheng, lose this time, you won't be able to live for long. It won't be long before you come to accompany Chu Han and me. In his state of despair, Kuang Tianzheng was still infuriated. It could be seen that Duanling Tian's words had greatly stimulated him. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to wait. Duanling Tian said disdainfully. At this time, Kuang Tianzheng, who had been angry for a while, seemed to realize that he could no longer do anything to Duanling Tian. he did not continue to pester Duan Lingtian. Instead, he transmitted what he had just learned from Duan Lingtian to deputy sect leader Xue Mingji. He and Chu Han came across a fortuitous encounter. He killed Chu Han and obtained the fortuitous encounter. That's why he could break through to the godly emperor stage in such a short time. Just now, after learning that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the godly emperor stage, Xue Mingji knew that Kuang Tianjing was likely to fail. In the end, it was just as he had expected. However, after learning that Kuang Tianjing had used the taboo bloodline power, he did not blame Kuang Tianjing because he knew that Kuang Tianjing had done his best. Under such circumstances, not many lower godly emperors could have withstood that attack. However, Duan Lingtian had withstood it. This also meant that although Duan Lingtian had just broken through to the godly emperor stage, he was not an ordinary lower godly emperor. Even if his strength was not as strong as a middle godly emperor, he was comparable to a middle godly emperor. I thought he could refine the ultimate emperor-grade divine pill. It's good that he isn't. Xue Mingji heaved a sigh of relief. He was really worried that Duan Lingtian could refine the ultimate emperor-grade divine pill. Once the news that Duan Lingtian could refine the ultimate emperor-grade divine pill spread out, he was afraid that the leaders of the top 3 god emperors in Tungleng province would personally come to invite Duan Lingtian. Even the more powerful forces outside of Tungleng province might also come to invite Duan Lingtian if they received the news. At that time, as long as Duan Lingtian said a word, even if he was the deputy clan leader of the Tianlong clan, he would die without a doubt. If Duan Lingtian knew what Xue Mingji was thinking now, although he was not surprised, he would still snort disdainfully. Refining a supreme emperor-grade divine pill would naturally allow him to make a name for himself. However, at the same time, it would also bring him great calamity. Now, he was just a puny godly emperor with heaven-defying alchemy skills. It would be fine if everyone treated him with respect, but he was afraid that some experts would want to imprison him, treat him as a slave, and force him to concoct pills. In the realms of gods, there was no lack of pill slaves with profound alchemy skills who were enslaved by others. These pill slaves were usually people whose cultivation base could not keep up with their alchemy skills. Since Duan Lingtian did not want to become a pill slave, he had also revealed to Kuang Tianjing that he had only broken through to the divine emperor stage in such a short time because he had competed with Chu Han for a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, people would suspect that he could refine the ultimate emperor-grade divine pill. Lord Vice Sect Leader. Kuang Tianjing said solemnly through voice transmission, I don't have much time left in the enforcement hall. I have a few words that I hope you'll take seriously, Lord Vice Sect Leader. Speak. Xue Mingji said patiently. As the saying went, a man's words are kind when he's about to die. He wanted to know what Kuang Tianjing wanted to say to him before he died. At the same time, Kuang Tianjing continued to say, although Duan Lingtian is young, he's extremely shrewd. Even an ordinary 10,000-year-old man might not be able to compare to him in this aspect. Previously, when I tricked Ding Yen to lure him out, he only sent his clone out. After his clone was destroyed, he decisively went to Xue Haichuan's place to seek refuge. It's as though he has a keen sense of danger. If it's just intuition, it's fine. After all, intuition can't always be so accurate. However, I don't think it's his intuition. It's more of a guess. Although you tried to lure Xue Haichuan away, he didn't follow Xue Haichuan into the Emperor Battle Realm. However, he left a way out for himself and went to revered Elder Si Kong's place so we couldn't do anything to him. This time, he swaggered out alone, and when he saw me appear to kill him, he didn't show the slightest bit of surprise or panic. I suspect that he guessed that I would attack him. Perhaps he came out this time to bait me into making a move. Kuang Tianjing's tone turned grim as he said, I heard he came from a Devata realm. Based on his actions, he doesn't seem like a disciple from a sect or clan with a strong background. He seems like a person without a strong background. Well, I don't mean anything by that. I just want to remind you, Lord Vice Sect Leader, it's best not to make a move on him unless you're confident. Otherwise, you might go for wool and come home shorn. This time, I am a living example. After Kuang Tianjing finished speaking, he did not say anything else. On the other hand, Xue Mingji fell silent. Since he was able to become the vice sect leader of the Tianlong clan, although he was not much smarter than Kuang Tianjing, he was definitely not inferior. After listening to Kuang Tianjing's words, Xue Mingji even thought of becoming friends with Duan Lingtian. However, after thinking about it, he dismissed the thought. Right now, it seemed like there was no turning back. Although Kuang Tianjing was the one who had attacked today, he did not show up at all. However, with Duan Lingtian's intelligence, it was not difficult for him to guess Elder Black Dragon must have done something when he saw Elder Black Dragon, who was in charge of guarding the area, did not show up for a long time. He has just broken through to become a divine emperor, and he already has such strength. If I give him more time, perhaps even I won't be able to do anything to him. Even if I give him more time, I'll be left behind. Kuang Tianjing advised me not to act rashly, but if I don't act rashly for 1 day, or 2 days, when will I be able to get rid of him? Sometimes, it's not a matter of acting rashly, but a matter of not being able to act rashly. I have to find a chance to kill him in the shortest time possible. When Duan Lingtian and Kuang Tianjing were brought to the Tianlong clan's law enforcement hall, Xue Mingji also sent out a message. This message was not sent to anyone in the Tianlong temple, but to a good friend he had made outside the Tianlong temple. I need 2 middle-level divine emperor men of sacrifice, help me think of a way. This was the first message Xue Mingji sent out. Then, Xue Mingji sent out a second message. No matter the price, as long as I, Xue Mingji, can afford it, I'll take it. In the law enforcement hall. After Duan Lingtian and Xue Mingji were brought to the law enforcement hall, the people in the law enforcement hall began to review the mirror image formation in the Tianlong clan's Great Protective Formation. Then, they sent the message to a vice hall master, an elder black dragon, who was not in the law enforcement hall for the time being. As for the vice hall master of the law enforcement hall, he was one of the golden dragon elders of the Tianlong clan. Recently, he was on duty in Tianlong City in the Emperor War Realm and was not present. Clan Master, after the vice hall master of the law enforcement hall confirmed the ins and outs of the matter, he immediately sent a message to the clan master of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong. Chapter 3874. Normally, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, as the elder of the Black Dragon clan, could decide how to deal with an inner sect elder. However, the inner sect elder wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, and everyone knew that Duan Lingtian was the strongest person in the Tianlong clan below the Divine Emperor realm. He was a young prodigy that even the clan master thought highly of. Therefore, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall reported this matter to the clan master of the Tianlong clan. An inner sect elder, Kuang Tianjing, tried to kill Duan Lingtian? Long Qingchong, the clan master of the Tianlong clan, had a grim expression when he heard the news. Everyone in the Tianlong clan knew that he, Long Qingchong, had specially rewarded Duan Lingtian for his performance on the battlefield of the God Kings in the War of the Sovereigns. Duan Lingtian had brought glory to the Tianlong clan on the battlefield of the God Kings in the War of the Sovereigns. But now, someone was trying to kill Duan Lingtian in the Tianlong temple? Clan Master, according to the enforcement hall's rules, this matter will be considered over once Kuang Tianjing is executed. The vice hall master of the enforcement hall paused and waited for Long Qingchong's response. Humph. Long Qingchong snorted. After you execute Kuang Tianjing, execute all of Kuang Tianjing's disciples except for his second disciple. Zhong can also execute all of Kuang Tianjing's family members who are related to Kuang Tianjing by blood and are in the Tianlong clan. Long Qingchong's words were as if he wanted to exterminate Kuang Tianjing's entire family. Except for Kuang Tianjing's second disciple, Zhong Can. The vice hall master of the enforcement hall naturally knew the reason. It was because Zhong Can had a good father-in-law, the Tianlong clan's vice clan master, Xue Mingji. Sect leader, what's the reason? After hearing Long Qingchong's words, the vice hall master of the law enforcement hall asked as he inwardly gasped. Do you need me to teach you this? Long Qingchong asked. I understand. The vice hall master of the law enforcement hall felt a chill in his heart as he quickly responded. After a while, the deputy hall master of the law enforcement hall personally appeared in front of Kuang Tianjing. He stared coldly at Kuang Tianjing. Then, he spoke in a clear voice. Kuang Tianjing, you have ambushed and killed inner sect disciple Duan Lingtian within the sect grounds. You have disregarded the rules of the sect as nothing, a capital offense. As soon as he spoke, even though Kuang Tianjing was prepared, his face still sank. Then, the vice leader of the law enforcement hall continued, Kuang Tianjing's disciples, except for the second disciple, Zhong Can, were all involved in the plot to kill Duan Lingtian. All of them will be executed. Law Enforcement Team 1, go and arrest them immediately. The moment these words were spoken, numerous voices in unison reverberated within the law enforcement hall. Squad 1 receives the order. Then, powerful auras flew out of the law enforcement hall one after another. Kuang Tianjing's expression changed drastically. Vice Hall Master Qin, this has nothing to do with them. This has nothing to do with them. Before Kuang Tianjing could finish speaking, the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall mercilessly interrupted him again. Within the sect, anyone who is related to Kuang Tianjing by blood, which is Kuang Tianjing's family, was involved in the plot to kill Duan Lingtian. All of them will be executed. Hearing this, Kuang Tianjing's expression changed drastically again. Kuang Tianjing's voice was interrupted again. Team 2 will be responsible for this matter. Yes, Team 2. More auras rose and left the law enforcement hall. No. Kuang Tianjing let out a roar. He stared at the vice hall master of the law enforcement hall with an unwilling expression. Then, he knelt down in front of the vice hall master of the law enforcement hall. Vice Hall Master Qin, they knew nothing about the killing of Duan Lingtian. However, the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall only responded to Kuang Tianjing with a casual slap. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang, a huge solid palm print fell like a mountain. Kuang Tianjing was immediately killed. The miserable screams that had been echoing in the law enforcement hall suddenly stopped. In the law enforcement hall, not only were some of the elders and disciples on duty silent, but even the 3 white dragon elders who had sent Duan Lingtian and Kuang Tianjing here were also dumbfounded at this moment. No one had expected that Duan Lingtian would be killed by Kuang Tianjing today. Not only was Kuang Tianjing executed, but Kuang Tianjing's family and disciples were almost completely wiped out. Except for Kuang Tianjing's second disciple, Zhong Can, for the sake of Duan Lingtian, the sect actually, everyone's gaze when they looked at Duan Lingtian changed drastically. Initially, they were indifferent, but now, they were filled with dread. If it was said that Kuang Tianjing's family and disciples were involved in the plot to kill Duan Lingtian, they would definitely not believe it. Because that would be meaningless. But now, since the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall had spoken, even if there was no such thing, this matter was already set in stone. Even if the person behind this order was not the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, it was definitely the clan leader of the Tianlong clan. Although Duan Lingtian is an inner sect disciple, his status in the sect is so high that I'm afraid no Azure Dragon disciple can compare to him. At this moment, as the person involved, Duan Lingtian was actually a little stunned. He had originally thought that the Law Enforcement Hall would only execute Kuang Tianjing. He had not expected that even Kuang Tianjing's family and disciples would be executed. Except for Zhong Can. As for why Zhong Can could survive, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess that it must be because he now had another identity, the son-in-law of Deputy Clan Leader Xuemingji. Why would the Law Enforcement Hall issue such an order? I don't seem to know this Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, right? Could it be that he's on good terms with Brother Haichuan and Brother Yanian, so he's taking care of me? But that's not very likely, is it? Just as Duan Lingtian was still guessing, the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion dressed in a long gray robe, was already looking at him with an amiable expression. Duan Lingtian, are you satisfied with the sect's handling of this matter? Duan Lingtian snapped out of his daze and hurriedly nodded. Yes. Thank you for upholding justice for me, Hall Master. Duan Lingtian thanked him profusely. Starting from the mundane plane, Duan Lingtian naturally knew that it was necessary to eliminate the root of the problem, but he did not expect to be able to do so now. He did not expect the law enforcement hall to help him with this matter. This is the clan leader's intention. The deputy hall master of the law enforcement hall did not take credit for himself. He sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian to tell him the inside story. Duan Lingtian, the clan leader thinks very highly of you. When he learned that you were ambushed, he almost personally executed Kuang Tianzheng. The clan leader? Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before realization dawned on him. He did not think too much about it earlier. Now that he thought about it, even if the deputy hall master of the law enforcement hall in front of him was an elder of the Black Dragon clan, it seemed that he could not easily give such an order. Moreover, he might not even dare to give such an order. The current Kuang Tianzheng was not only a member of the Myriad Demon sect, and he did not only have 2 elders of the White Dragon clan as his backers. Behind Kuang Tianzheng was a deputy clan leader, Xue Mingji. Hall Master. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to the deputy hall master of the law enforcement hall in front of him. I would like to see the clan leader to thank him back then. Is it convenient? I'll ask the clan leader for you. The deputy hall master of the law enforcement hall quickly contacted the clan leader of the Tianlong clan and asked for his opinion. Soon, he received a response. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and sent a voice transmission. Duan Lingtian, I just asked the clan leader. The clan leader said that he will see you when you enter the Emperor battle plane and kill an elder of the Greater One sect. At that time, he will give you a big gift. Hearing this, Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. The clan leader really thinks highly of me. The trip to the Emperor battle plane in the past allowed him to learn a lot about the Greater One sect, including the division of the Greater One sect's elders. In the Greater One sect, the elders were also divided into outer elders and inner elders, which was the same as the Tianlong clan. The supreme elders of the Greater One sect had a status equal to the Golden Dragon elder of the Tianlong clan. Between the supreme elders and the inner elders of the Greater One sect, there were 2 types of elders, namely the Profound Sky elder and the Dark Earth elder. The Profound Sky elder corresponded to the Black Dragon elder of the Tianlong clan. The Dark Earth elder corresponded to the White Dragon elder of the Tianlong clan. In other words, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan meant to let Duan Lingtian kill an elder of the Greater One sect whose strength was equal to the White Dragon elder of the Tianlong clan. Hall Master, so far, the Emperor battle plane has been open for 6 or 7 years. How many Dark Earth elders have died in the Greater One sect? Duan Lingtian asked the deputy hall master of the law enforcement hall. 1. The latter side. Just a month ago, he was killed by Elder Shui Haichuan. This news hasn't spread yet. 2 White Dragon elders of our Tianlong clan have died so far. Hearing the deputy hall master of the law enforcement hall, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, but at the same time, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected, the elder of the Greater One sect was not so easy to kill. In the Emperor battle plane, higher divine emperors were not allowed to enter. In this case, the elder of the Greater One sect and the White Dragon elders of the Tianlong clan were equivalent to the strongest battle force in the Emperor battle plane. Existences of this level were not so easy to die. And as far as he knew, the reason why 2 White Dragon elders of the Tianlong clan had died was because the 2 White Dragon elders were careless and fell into the trap of the elder of the Greater One sect. Duan Lingtian, since the clan leader has set such a request for you, it shows that he thinks highly of you. Although the deputy hall master of the law enforcement hall also felt that the clan leader's request for Duan Lingtian was not realistic, but he also knew that at this time, he could not attack Duan Lingtian's confidence. Duan Lingtian was speechless. Did the clan leader really think that the Emperor battle plane's Emperor battle plane was the same as the God King battle plane's Emperor battle plane? Duan Lingtian was able to run amok in the God King battle plane because he had more advantages than the other God Kings, whether it was in terms of the profoundness of laws or other means. And in the God King battle plane, not counting the lower divine emperors, among the middle divine emperors, how many divine emperors had comprehended the profoundness of laws that were inferior to his? Coupled with the difference in cultivation base, even if it was just an ordinary middle divine emperor, he could not deal with him now. Unless he used some trump cards, he might be able to fight to a draw, or even defeat or kill the other party, and some means, once exposed, would bring disaster to him unless they left no traces. Chapter 3875. However, as far as I'm concerned, it's much easier for me to reach the immortal emperor realm than most of the others. The cultivation of the divine emperor realm was more than 10 times harder than the cultivation of the divine king realm. However, Duan Lingtian did not spend much time in the divine king realm. If he could only stay in the divine emperor realm for 100 years, Duan Lingtian felt that he was very lucky. This was after he had taken into account the various things he had obtained from the divine treasury left behind by divine emperor Qin Wu. Most of the things in the divine treasury left behind by divine emperor Qin Wu were only useful to divine emperors. In the past, Duan Lingtian had no use for them, but now they could be used. Among them, there was no lack of cultivation aids. He had originally planned to meet the clan master of the Tianlong clan to thank him in person. After all, the clan master had taken great care of him by eliminating the Kuang Tianjing branch for him. However, since the clan master had no intention of meeting him for the time being, Duan Lingtian did not insist. Although he knew that the clan master would still meet him if he insisted, he did not think it was necessary. Now, he was even interested in the big gift promised by the clan master of the Tianlong clan. Since the clan master of the Tianlong clan called it a big gift, and gave it to him after he killed the elder of the Tai sect, it could not be an ordinary item. However, with my current strength, it's impossible for me to kill the elder of the Tai sect. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In that case, I'll take my leave first. Goodbye, Hall Master. Duan Lingtian bade farewell to the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall and left the Law Enforcement Hall. After he left, he immediately headed in the direction of the entrance of the Emperor Battle Dimension. When Duan Lingtian left, the 3 white dragon elders who had sent him here and the others in the Law Enforcement Hall all looked at him respectfully. In their eyes, there was a hint of fear. They knew that from now on, no one in the Tianlong clan would dare to treat the person in front of them as an ordinary inner sect disciple. What a joke! How could an ordinary inner sect disciple get the Tianlong clan's law enforcement hall to stand up for him? Although I can't kill the greater one sect's elder for the time being, I still have to go to the battlefield of the divine emperors. Just because I can't kill the elder doesn't mean I can't kill the other god kings of the Tai sect. After all, the elder of the Tai sect represents the strongest force on the battlefield of god kings. This time, I'll try my best to accumulate as many battle merits as possible and exchange them for some of the things that caught my eye previously. It would be best if I could gather enough battle merits to exchange for the things I want. With this in mind, Duan Lingtian entered the Emperor Battle Plain. This was his second time entering the Emperor Battle Plain. Almost at the same time that Duan Lingtian entered the Emperor Battle Plain, news of the inner sect elder Kuang Tianjing ambushing him spread like wildfire throughout the Tianlong clan. For a time, the entire Tianlong clan was shaken. Inner sect elder Kuang Tianjing ambushed Duan Lingtian halfway? Do they have such a deep grudge? Kuang Tianjing, as an inner sect elder, actually dared to attack him in the sect. As far as I know, the death of Kuang Tianjing's disciple, Chu Han, seems to have something to do with Duan Lingtian. I heard this from a friend of mine in the Myriad Demon sect. Everyone was shocked that Kuang Tianjing had tried to kill Duan Lingtian in the Tianlong temple. However, this was not what shocked them the most. Instead, they were shocked that Kuang Tianjing had tried to kill Duan Lingtian, but Duan Lingtian had not been killed. Elder Kuang Tianjing is an inner sect elder, and he's one of the stronger inner sect elders. How can someone like him not kill a godly king? Even if Duan Lingtian is said to be invincible among those below the godly emperor level in the Tianlong clan, shouldn't he be able to kill Duan Lingtian with a single strike if he ambushed him? Could Elder Kuang Tianjing have been careless? While many people were puzzled by this, a piece of shocking news reached their ears in a timely manner. Duan Lingtian has broken through to become a lesser godly emperor. At the critical moment, Kuang Tianjing even activated the power of his taboo bloodline and displayed the strength that could kill most lesser godly emperors, but he still failed to kill Duan Tian. After this news spread, the Tianlong clan was in an uproar again. Just when everyone thought that this news was already very shocking, another piece of shocking news came. Kuang Tianzheng tried to kill Duan Tian in the Tianlong temple. Kuang Tianzheng has been sentenced to death and executed on the spot by the law enforcement hall. At the same time, the law enforcement hall has ordered the arrest of Kuang Tianzheng's family members and disciples. Except for his second disciple, Zhong Qian, no one was spared. Tomorrow, the law enforcement hall will execute all of Kuang Tianzheng's family members and disciples who were arrested. When this news spread, the Tianlong clan was shocked and in an uproar. When Kuang Tianzheng tried to kill Duan Tian, even his family members and disciples were implicated. If Zhong Qian, elder Kuang Tianzheng's disciple, did not become the son-in-law of deputy sect leader Shui, I'm afraid he will not be spared this time, right? Oh my God. This time, the law enforcement hall is really going to kill all of Kuang Tianzheng's family members. The law enforcement hall will not act rashly. Perhaps the other members of Kuang Tianzheng's family were really involved in the plot to kill Duan Tian. Because of the law enforcement hall's authority, most people in the Tianlong clan believed that the law enforcement hall was telling the truth. Otherwise, they could not imagine that the law enforcement hall would do such a thing for an inner sect disciple. However, for those who were in the know, they knew that the law enforcement hall was helping Duan Tian to get rid of him. For the law enforcement hall to do such a thing, it was either the law enforcement hall master, who was the Golden Dragon Elder, personally gave the order, or the sect leader himself gave the order. No matter which of the two gave the order, Kuang Tianzheng's family members were doomed to die. Tianlong Temple. In a secluded valley somewhere. Thump. Accompanied by a soft sound, a young man suddenly knelt in front of a middle-aged man with a mournful expression. A beautiful figure stood beside the young man. Surprisingly, it was a beautiful young woman. At this moment, she was looking at the middle-aged man before her and said coquettishly, "Father, please help Zhong Qian and save the lives of his fellow disciples and his master's family." The young man kneeling on the ground was Zhong Qian. This woman was Zhong Qian's wife, the only daughter of the Tianlong clan's deputy sect leader, Shui Mingji. As for the middle-aged man's identity, it was obvious that he was Shui Mingji. Bang! 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 Shui Mingji sat in front of the stone table. A hint of helplessness flashed across his dignified face. At the same time, his fingers, which had been constantly tapping on the stone table, gradually slowed down. Finally, he stopped tapping. For a moment, the valley was silent. Before your master made his move, I promised him that after he died, would protect his family and disciples. Shui Mingji looked at the kneeling Zhong Qian and said in a low voice. The moment Zhong Qian's eyes lit up, Shui Mingji continued, "However, this time, I really have no other choice." Zhong Qian's expression changed drastically. The woman beside Zhong Qian also frowned slightly. At this moment, Shui Mingji continued to look at Zhong Qian and said, "I can't save them. I've asked around, the extermination of your master, Kuang Tianzheng's family, was personally ordered by the sect leader. Now, you should understand my helplessness, right?" As soon as Zhong Qian's words came out, his daughter's expression changed. Zhong Qian's expression froze, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The sect leader personally gave the order? How is this possible? At first, I also thought it was impossible. Shui Mingji shook his head and said, "However, I later confirmed that it was indeed true. Perhaps, it's because of Duan Tian's ability in the divine pill Dao that the sect leader values. Or perhaps, it's because of Duan Tian's innate talent and comprehension ability. For the sect leader, such a peerless prodigy should be on good terms with him, regardless of whether he stays in the Tianlong clan in the future. This would only be beneficial to the sect leader. Do you understand what I'm saying?" At this point, Shui Mingji looked deeply at Zhong Qian. As soon as he finished speaking, Shui Mingji added, "If you, Zhong Qian, hadn't become my son-in-law, you wouldn't have survived this time." "I understand." After listening to Shui Mingji's words, Zhong Qian was silent for a moment before he nodded. Then, He stood up, and a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. Father-in-law, what do you plan to do next? Zhong Can knew in his heart that his father-in-law was not someone to be trifled with. He would definitely not let this matter rest. Unless he could reach a compromise with Duan Lingtian. However, from what he knew, there was almost no room for reconciliation between his father-in-law and Duan Lingtian. Father, you can't just let this matter rest like this. At this time, the girl beside Zhong Can said in a low voice, this matter is tantamount to the enmity of killing Zhong Can's father, you must avenge him. Xue Mingji glanced at the girl and sighed faintly. Girl, don't get involved in this matter. As soon as he finished speaking, Xue Mingji looked at Zhong Can and said indifferently, I have my own plans for what to do next. You won't be able to help, so I won't tell you about it for now. Just go back and wait for news. Perhaps one day when you wake up from your cultivation, you'll hear the news of Duan Lingtian's death. When they heard Xue Mingji's words, Zhong Can and his wife's eyes lit up. Thank you, father-in-law. Zhong Can knelt on the ground and kowtowed to express his gratitude. At this time, the girl beside him looked at Xue Mingji with a bright smile. Thank you, father. You may leave. Xue Mingji waved his hand and sent them off. After receiving his reply, Zhong Can did not continue to stay. In the blink of an eye, he left Xue Mingji's cultivation place with his wife. Chapter 3876. When Duan Lingtian entered the Emperor battle plain, he was recognized, but that was all. At this time, the news of the inner sect elder Kuang Tianjing ambushing him began to spread. It would probably take some time for someone to bring in the news. This time, Duan Lingtian made his way to the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. The disciples of the Tianlong clan, who thought Duan Lingtian was only here to take a look, were stunned when they saw Duan Lingtian walking in the direction of the battlefield. What's going on? Wasn't Duan Lingtian banned from entering? Yes. Our Tianlong clan has reached an agreement with the Greater One sect. Their Greater One sect's Duan Lingtian is banned from entering. Correspondingly, our Tianlong clan's Duan Lingtian can't enter either. Is Duan Lingtian trying to break the agreement between our Tianlong clan and the Greater One sect? You must know that the sect master has compensated him for this matter. That shouldn't be the case, right? If Duan Lingtian had come to Sky Dragon City and just strolled around or went to Peace City, not many people would have paid attention to him. But now, Duan Lingtian was walking in the direction of the three major battlefields, and there was nothing to see there. This caused quite a commotion for a while. As a result, some people followed behind Duan Lingtian out of curiosity. Although Duan Lingtian noticed that some people were following him, he didn't care. He also heard the words of those people behind him and couldn't help but smile faintly. The battlefield of God Kings? He didn't intend to go back to that broken place after he came out last time. The rewards were too low. Killing a Greater One sect's God King only gave him 25 battle merits. In the battlefield of the deity emperors, even killing the weakest lower deity emperor would give 200 battle merits. If one could kill a medium deity emperor, they would get 2,000 battle merits. The current Duan Lingtian was no longer the hothead of the past. Back then, when he went to the battlefield of the Divine Kings, he still had to ask for directions. Later on, he saw the landmark stone tablets that led to the three battlefields. At a fork in the road in Sky Dragon City, there was a stone tablet erected on each of the three roads. On top of them were the engravings of the God King battlefield, the God Sovereign battlefield, and the Quasi-Emperor battlefield. In the past, Duan Lingtian had gone to the battlefield of the God Kings. But now, Duan Lingtian had gone to the battlefield of the God Kings. This scene was naturally witnessed by the group of people who followed Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, are you preparing to enter the battlefield of the God Kings? Battlefield of Divine Emperors? Only Divine Emperors and above can enter that place. Could it be that Duan Lingtian has already broken through and become a Divine Emperor? Impossible. As far as I know, Duan Lingtian broke through to the Upper Deity King less than 10 years ago. Do you think he can break through and become a Divine Emperor in such a short time? Then what is he going to do? I don't know. Maybe he's just curious and wants to see what the entrance to the battlefield of the God Kings looks like. Driven by curiosity, the crowd continued to follow Duan Lingtian. No one thought that Duan Lingtian had broken through and become a divine emperor. Just like when Duan Lingtian had left the cultivation ground of the Tianlong clan Si Kong Yi and headed to the entrance of the Emperor Battle Dimension, Vice Clan Master Xue Mingji and Inner Sect Elder Kuang Tianjing did not think that he had broken through and become a divine emperor. At this moment, even the Heavenly Dragon Sect's disciples were shocked by Duan Lingtian's breakthrough to become a divine emperor. Before long, Duan Lingtian saw the entrance to the battlefield of the God Kings. The entrance to the battlefield of the God Kings looked no different from the entrance to the battlefield of the divine emperors. However, there were fewer people here and fewer soul beads were publicly displayed. This was because there were far fewer divine emperors in the Tianlong clan than divine emperors. Seeing that someone had come, the elders of the Tianlong clan who were on duty at the entrance to the battlefield of the God Kings were also attracted. Now, 2 inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan were on duty here. So many people. Soon, they saw a group of people following behind, many of whom were disciples of the younger generation. What are they doing here? Both of them frowned slightly. Elders, I'm going to the battlefield of the God Kings. Under the horrified gaze of the people behind, Duan Lingtian stepped forward and greeted the 2 inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan on duty. Then, he went to the side and activated the formation for obtaining an ID badge before entering the battlefield of the God Kings. After his cultivation was confirmed, he successfully obtained his ID badge. This would also be his ID badge in the battlefield of the God Kings. He was a disciple of the Tianlong clan. Whoosh! Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian disappeared in front of them in a flash and appeared at the entrance to the battlefield of the God Kings. Then, his figure disappeared. Hey! You didn't leave any soul beads. Although one of the inner sect elders spoke in time, Duan Lingtian was faster. Before he finished speaking, his figure had already disappeared at the entrance to the battlefield of the God Kings. At the same time. Gulp. Hiss, the group of people who followed behind Duan Lingtian either gulped down a mouthful of saliva or gasped. At this moment, all of them had an expression of shock and disbelief on their faces. My God! Duan Lingtian actually obtained our Heavenly Dragon Sect's Divine Imperial Disciple's identity badge and entered the Godly Imperial battlefield. Only a Divine Emperor can get the ID badge of the Divine Emperor's disciple, right? He broke through to the Divine Emperor realm? The shocked discussions of the crowd entered the ears of the 2 inner sect elders on duty, causing them to be petrified for a moment. The purple-robed young man who just entered the battlefield of the God Kings was actually Duan Lingtian? They had never seen Duan Lingtian, so it was impossible for them to recognize him. In addition, they did not know all the disciples of the Tianlong clan, so they were not surprised to see a strange face. But now, they were shocked to know that the man was Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, even if they had not seen him, they had heard of him. Duan Lingtian was the recently rising heavens pride of the Tianlong clan, known as the strongest person in the Tianlong clan below the Divine Emperor. A few years ago, he killed hundreds of disciples of the Greater One sect on the battlefield of the Divine Kings by himself, which made the patriarch of the Greater One sect personally come to the Tianlong clan and set a ban to prevent Duan Lingtian from entering the battlefield of the Divine Kings. At that time, they knew that Duan Lingtian was a monstrous genius comparable to the peerless heavens pride of the Greater One sect, Shimen Longxiang. In addition, they also knew that Duan Lingtian had stepped into the high-level Divine King realm a few years ago. Now, after witnessing Duan Lingtian get the ID badge of the Divine Emperor's disciple and successfully enter the battlefield of the Divine Kings, they subconsciously swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and felt their throats dry. In less than 10 years, Duan Lingtian had broken through from a mid-level Divine King to a low-level Divine Emperor. Even Shimen Longxiang of the Greater One sect may not have broken through by now, right? At the same time, those who came with Duan Lingtian and recovered from their shock quickly spread the news. At the same time, disciples of the Tianlong clan also came in and told the Tianlong clan's disciples in the Emperor battle plain about what had happened between Duan Lingtian and Kuang Tianzheng. For a time, the entire Sky Dragon City was shaken. In Peace City, many disciples of the Tianlong clan were discussing this matter, and many disciples of the Greater One sect also heard it. In a short time, the news also spread to the Greater One sect. Duan Lingtian broke through and became a divine emperor? That Duan Lingtian who killed hundreds of our Greater One sect's disciples? That's him. That Duan Lingtian, the people of the Tianlong clan all said that he was someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Shimen Longxiang. At that time, I didn't believe it. But now, Shimen Longxiang hasn't broken through, right? He shouldn't have. If he did, he would definitely enter the battlefield of the Divine Emperor. The entire Greater One sect was shaken by the news that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the Divine Emperor realm. And Shimen Longxiang, who had returned to the Greater One sect for many years, also received the news. Duan Lingtian broke through to the Divine Emperor realm? After receiving the news, he closed his door to cultivate and paid no attention to the outside world. I couldn't fight in the Divine King realm. Duan Lingtian, when I reach the Divine Emperor realm, I will definitely fight with you on the battlefield of the Divine Emperor realm. Geniuses were all proud. Shimen Longxiang was no exception. In the past, Duan Lingtian had killed many people on the battlefield of the Divine King realm, forcing the Greater One sect to urgently call him back and ban him from entering the battlefield of the Divine King realm. At first, he was unwilling. Later, when he learned that Duan Lingtian could no longer enter the battlefield of the Divine King realm, he felt relieved because his only purpose in entering the battlefield of the Divine King realm was to fight with Duan Lingtian. After that, he prayed, hoping that Duan Lingtian could follow him into the Divine Emperor realm, so that they would have a chance to fight on the battlefield of the Divine Emperor realm. He thought that Duan Lingtian, who had recently broken through to the Upper Divine King realm, would definitely enter the Divine Emperor realm later than him. But he did not expect that Duan Lingtian would break through first. It took less than 10 years for a Middle Divine King realm to enter the Upper Divine King realm and then the Lower Divine Emperor realm? Shimen Longxiang was greatly shocked. However, he did not give up. Instead, he wanted to break through to the Divine Emperor realm as soon as possible and enter the battlefield of the Divine Emperor realm to fight with Duan Lingtian. He had been looking forward to this battle for a long time. Duan Lingtian broke through to the Divine Emperor realm? The Greater One sect master and the other higher-ups of the Greater One sect were shocked when they learned of Duan Lingtian's terrifying cultivation advancement. How did he cultivate? This Duan Lingtian must have obtained a great opportunity. Otherwise, no matter how talented he is, it would be impossible for him to enter the Divine Emperor realm in such a short time. That opportunity. I'm afraid it was left behind by at least a Divine Emperor expert. I think so too. Knowing that Duan Lingtian had entered the battlefield of the Divine Emperor realm, they were not worried. He was just a Divine Emperor who had just broken through to the Lower Divine Emperor realm. Duan Lingtian's mastery of the profound laws, compared to the disciples of the Greater One sect's Divine King realm, may be more outstanding, but compared to the disciples of the Greater One sect's Divine Emperor realm, it may not be more outstanding. In their view, after Duan Lingtian entered the battlefield of the Divine Emperor realm, the threat to the disciples of the Greater One sect's Divine Emperor realm was at most comparable to the inner sect deacon and outer sect elder of the Greater One sect. Chapter 3877. How's it going? Seeing his daughter and son-in-law leave, Xue Mingji's originally calm face instantly turned gloomy. At the same time, he sent out a message to ask about his friends outside. This friend was a good friend he had made in his early years. They had gone through life and death together. Xue Mingji trusted this friend very much. Otherwise, Xue Mingji would not have asked him for help in finding 2 intermediate God-King kamikaze warriors. In the realms of gods, many forces would nurture kamikaze warriors. However, most forces would only nurture ordinary divine kamikaze warriors. As for God-King kamikaze warriors, other forces would not have the resources to nurture them unless they were godly emperors. As for godly emperor kamikaze warriors, they were even rarer. If it were not for the powerful godly emperor forces, they would not have the courage to nurture them. After all, every godly emperor kamikaze warrior required a lot of resources. Among the godly emperor kamikaze warriors, the higher their cultivation base, the rarer they were. For example, although the Tianlong clan did not have any godly emperor experts, as a godly emperor force that had produced a godly emperor expert, it had a strong foundation. The Tianlong clan had nurtured some godly emperor kamikaze warriors. However, they were only low-level godly emperor kamikaze warriors, and there were very few of them. It was said that there was only one intermediate god king kamikaze warrior. This team of kamikaze warriors was in the hands of the Tianlong clan's current clan leader. This was a tradition of the Tianlong clan. "I found a way." Xuemingji received a reply not long after he sent out the message. However, the price of 2 intermediate god king kamikaze warriors is not low. Especially since they'll die if you ask them to do it. "What's the price of buying their lives?" Xuemingji asked. "I've been trying to bargain with the other party, but I've almost reached my limit. However, old Xue, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but with your meager wealth, it'll be a huge burden for you to hire 2 intermediate god king kamikaze warriors. If they don't die, the price will be much lower." The other party asked, "Is there a chance they won't die?" "Undying?" Xuemingji asked calmly, "Do you think they won't die after killing people in Tianlong Temple?" For a moment, the other party fell silent. After a short while, the other party said, "Earlier, you said that your target is a kid who has just broken through to become a low-level deity emperor?" "Yes." Xuemingji replied. "Don't underestimate him just because he just broke through to the lower divine emperor realm. His strength is comparable to a middle divine emperor's." When he recalled how Duan Lingtian had managed to escape from Kuang Tianjing's forbidden bloodline attack, Xuemingji did not dare to underestimate him. "How about 1 mid-level godly emperor deathsworn and 2 low-level godly emperor deathsworn?" The other party asked. 2 low-level godly emperors. Hearing the other party's words, Xuemingji frowned. "As far as I know, the price of 2 low-level godly emperor deathsworn is not much different from the price of 1 mid-level godly emperor deathsworn, right? In terms of difficulty, cultivating 2 low-level godly emperors was not much easier than cultivating 1 mid-level godly emperor. It's much worse." The other party laughed. "Do you think that the deathsworn I find are like the deathsworn cultivated by a god-level force like the Tianlong clan, relying on cultivation resources? The path I find leads directly to a godly venerable expert who is good at soul's secret techniques. The deathsworn I find are also godly venerable experts who are good at soul's secret techniques. They erase the memories in their 3 spiritual and 6 physical souls and inject the memories of the other deathsworn. Have you heard of the soul-shifting deathsworn?" At this point, the person who sent the message to Xuemingji was obviously proud. "Soul-shifting deathsworn?" Xuemingji sucked in a breath of cold air. "You actually have such a path? If it weren't for the soul-shifting deathsworn, and it's not that I look down on you, you may not be able to afford the cost of 2 mid-level godly emperor deathsworn." On the other side, the person who sent the message to Xuemingji spoke very casually, without the slightest trace of politeness. "A mid-level godly emperor deathsworn who is not weaker than an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan, plus 2 low-level godly emperor deathsworn. It should be enough to kill the person you want to kill, right?" Hearing the other party's words, Xuemingji was silent for a moment before he said, 2 low-level godly emperor deathsworn, at least one of them is good at the law of space and can disturb the space. The person I want to kill is good at the law of space. In Xuemingji's opinion, a large part of the reason why Duan Lingtian was able to escape from Kuang Tianjing's hands last time was because Duan Lingtian had teleported in time. Also, Kuang Tianjing did not immediately activate the power of his forbidden bloodline. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would not have been able to escape death. "Let me ask," the other party sent the message. However, just as the other party's voice fell, Xuemingji said again, "Forget it, 2 mid-level godly emperor deathsworn. I don't want low-level godly emperor deathsworn. I'm still not at ease. Whatever the price is, it will be. In the next few days, I will ask my trusted disciples to send the things to you. If the divine stones and divine crystals are not enough, we will replace them with other things that are more easily circulated. This should not be a problem, right? In response to Xue Mingji's inquiry, the other party replied in a clear voice, this is naturally not a problem. Alright, since you have decided, I will ask for 2 mid-level godly emperor deathsworn from him. When they arrive, what are your plans? Let them join the Tianlong clan and then wait for an opportunity to strike. The Emperor Battle Plain. The battlefield of godly emperors. In the sky above a boundless plain, a purple figure flitted past like a purple lightning bolt. Although the battlefield of godly emperors is about the same size as the battlefield of godly kings, there are much more people here. I am not slow, but it has been 2 months and I have not met a single person. Duan Lingtian still remembered that when he first entered the battlefield of godly emperors, he was treading on thin ice and was extremely cautious. However, in the next few days, he did not even meet a single person. Now, 2 months had passed, and he had even forgotten that there were godly emperors who could threaten him in this battlefield. He swaggered around as if he was fearless. There are so few people in such a big battlefield. There should be very few godly emperors who have the patience to travel together, right? Duan Lingtian thought. It's really boring. Moreover, I can't cultivate here, nor can I comprehend the profound meaning of laws. At the same time, because there is no spiritual qi, there is no way to refine divine pills. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. If possible, he really wanted to wait for the greater one-sex godly emperors to come. Let's continue to look. Duan Lingtian felt that before he found the greater one-sex godly emperors, he would most likely collapse. In the battlefield of godly kings, although he often did not see anyone from the greater one sect for a long time, at least he could meet people from the same sect, so it was not too lonely. But this time, in the 2 months since he entered the battlefield of godly emperors, Duan Lingtian did not even see a shadow of a person. Now, he did not even have the extravagant hope of meeting someone from the greater one sect. As long as he could meet 1 or 2 people from the Tianlong clan, he would be very moved. 2 hours later. Perhaps the heavens heard the pleading in Duan Lingtian's heart, when he passed through the endless plains, through the towering mountains, and into the ice field, he heard the sound of fighting. Boom! Rumble! A violent sound came from the distance, followed by the sound of a large piece of glacier shattering. It was extremely crisp and ear-piercing. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up at this moment. It was as though he was a hungry wolf that had finally found prey after being starved for many days. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, and he headed in the direction of the sound. Of course, although he was anxious, he was very calm. He did not approach with great fanfare, but carefully crept over. Soon, he came to the side of a glacier, barely hiding his figure, and watched the confrontation in the sky above the ice field in the distance. It was a middle-aged man and a young man. The two of them were fighting, and fiery red power and azure power intertwined. The impact of the law of fire and the law of water caused the void to tremble, and the aftermath of the power slammed into the ice field, causing countless ferocious cracks to appear on the ice field. There were also many places where ice holes appeared, and one could see the water inside. It was unknown whether it was lake water or sea water. Fang Yiming, although your progress is fast, you are still far from being able to kill me. After the middle-aged man blocked the opponent's attack, he sneered and said, this time, when I go out, I will report to the sect that you, Fang Yiming, attacked a fellow disciple in the Divine Emperor battlefield. Humph. On the opposite side, the young man, Fang Yiming, sneered and said, so what if you go out and say more? Do you, Wang Liuan, have any evidence? Around them, there was a faint formation light circulating. It was the formation set up by Fang Yiming using the formation plate to block the recording of the scryer images. Moreover, what happened in the Emperor battle realm, even if you go out and make a heart demon blood oath, no one will take it seriously. Speaking of this, Fang Yiming's sneer deepened. The middle-aged man, Wang Liuan, heard this. His face was slightly gloomy. No wonder you dared to attack me in the Divine Emperor battlefield. It turns out that you have already thought of a way out. However, even if it is as you say, so what? Fang Yiming, do you have the ability to kill me? If I give you a few hundred years, you may have the ability to kill me, but, at that time, Wang Liuan may not even be in the Greater One sect. You want to avenge your master, but it is destined to be a dream. The corners of Wang Liuan's mouth were full of mockery. Hearing the conversation between the two, and then seeing the two people fighting more and more fiercely, Duan Lingtian suddenly realized, so they are both people of the Greater One sect, but, unexpectedly, they are both middle-level divine emperors. After seeing the cultivation of the two people, Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. These two people were both middle-level divine emperors, and judging from their strength, it was certainly impossible for them to be Earth Underworld elders of the Greater One sect. They should be inner sect elders of the Greater One sect. However, even if they were inner sect elders of the Greater One sect, their strength was not something he could deal with without exposing his trump card. Seeing that the two people were unable to determine the winner after a long time, Duan Lingtian's mind flashed, and then his body moved slightly, breaking an icicle on one side of the glacier. Bang! With a light sound, the two people who were still fighting in the distance instantly stopped and looked in his direction. Chapter 3878. Oh no! The moment the two middle-level divine emperors of the Greater One sect looked over, Duan Lingtian's face suddenly changed, and then he teleported away, disappearing from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already far away. However, as soon as he appeared in the distance, two figures, one in front and one behind, surrounded him. They were the two divine emperors of the Greater One sect who were fighting just now. Low-level divine emperor? Wang Liuan, the inner sect elder of the Greater One sect, looked at the divine emperor of the Greater One sect in front of him with a hint of mockery in his eyes. I haven't seen a divine emperor of the Greater One sect for a long time. I didn't expect to meet him here. But, he's just a low-level divine emperor. As he said this, a touch of disdain flashed across Wang Liuan's eyes. Killing a low-level divine emperor was not a challenge, and the battle merits were low. But, for him, it was better than nothing. Wang Liuan's eyes were suddenly filled with killing intent. On the other side, the other inner sect elder of the Greater One sect, Fang Yiming, looked indifferent. He stared at Duan Lingtian indifferently, as if he was neither happy nor sad. However, Duan Lingtian saw the hidden killing intent in the depths of his eyes. Obviously, the two middle-level divine emperors of the Greater One sect wanted to kill him. Two lords. At this time, Duan Lingtian, whose face was pale, said in a trembling voice, I saw the two of you fighting just now. Obviously, you have a grudge against each other. Killing me, a low-level divine emperor, won't give you much battle merits. How about I help one of you kill the other, and then you let me go? As Duan Lingtian said this, he glanced at Fang Yiming and Wang Liuan. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Liuan's eyes lit up, and Fang Yiming's eyes also flashed with a rare glint. Just as Wang Liuan was about to speak with joy on his face, whoosh! A loud bang interrupted Wang Liuan's words. Fang Yiming had already made his move before Wang Liuan could speak. Rolling up a vast power, he charged towards Wang Liuan. Help me kill him, and I'll spare your life. When Fang Yiming attacked Wang Liuan, he didn't forget to call out to Duan Lingtian, if you don't try your best or try to escape, I'll kill you immediately. As Fang Yiming spoke, his tone was extremely cold. No one dared to doubt his words. When Duan Lingtian heard that, he did not dare to be careless. He immediately took out his high-grade sword and swept up a spatial storm as he charged towards Wang Liuan. Of course, the strength he displayed now was much weaker than Fang Yiming. However, the problem was that Wang Liuan's strength was only on par with Fang Yiming's. Dealing with Fang Yiming was already difficult for him. Now that Duan Lingtian was added to the mix, the pressure on him immediately increased. Boom! Wang Liuan unleashed his bloodline power, and his high-grade divine weapon vibrated. He temporarily retreated from Duan Lingtian and Fang Yiming's joint attack. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian with an ugly expression. Boy from the Tianlong clan, if you're willing to help me kill him, I'll not only let you live, but also give you some divine gems. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt a cold gaze from not far away. For a moment, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and looked at Wang Liuan disdainfully. Compared to you, I'm more willing to believe in this lord who seems to be about the same age as me and whom I feel close to. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian charged towards Wang Liuan again. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could feel the cold gaze on him moving away. Then, Fang Yiming attacked again. After Duan Lingtian made his next move, he caught up with Duan Lingtian and took the lead to attack Wang Liuan. Originally, Wang Liuan and Fang Yiming's strength were on par. The two of them had fought for a long time, and it was difficult to determine the winner. Now, with the addition of Duan Lingtian, even if Duan Lingtian only displayed strength comparable to an ordinary low-level divine king, with the cooperation of Fang Yiming, he was still able to suppress Wang Liuan. Now, Wang Liuan was in a more and more difficult situation. From the looks of it, he was not far from being defeated, or even dying. During this process, Wang Liuan repeatedly made promises to Duan Lingtian, hoping to make Duan Lingtian change sides. However, Duan Lingtian ignored him, which made him so angry that he almost vomited blood. Why was this guy from the Tianlong clan so willing to believe Fang Yiming and not him? Just because Fang Yiming also looked like a young man and made him feel close to him? Now, Wang Liuan was somewhat regretful. He had shown the appearance of a middle-aged man to show his maturity and steadiness. However, at this time, it was precisely this maturity and steadiness that could take his life. In the end, seeing that he could not persuade Duan Lingtian, Wang Liuan could only give up and shift his target to Fang Yiming. Fang Yiming, you dare to collude with someone from the Tianlong clan to attack a fellow member of the same clan. If the clan finds out, they will definitely not let you off. Wang Liuan roared, his voice full of threat. However, not only did Fang Yiming ignore him, he even increased the speed of his attacks. Fang Yiming, let's join forces to kill him first. Anyway, I'm injured now. Even without him, I may not be a match for you. You don't really want to let him off, do you? Wang Liuan continued to work hard. If this goes on, even if you scare me, you will consume a lot of energy. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to kill him later. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Wang Liuan struggled, Fang Yiming ignored him. He was just a lower divine emperor. Moreover, judging from the strength he had displayed, it was obvious that he had just become a lower divine emperor not long ago. It was obvious that he had not even mastered the use of his divine power. To Fang Yiming, killing such a lower divine emperor was no different from killing a chicken. Fang Yiming, although I was responsible for your master's death, it was not entirely my fault. It was also related to his own greed. Fang Yiming, you can't kill me. Fang Yiming, if you dare to kill me, the clan will not let you off. At this critical moment, Wang Liuan was still trying his best to survive. Unfortunately, from the beginning to the end, whether it was Fang Yiming or Duan Lingtian, they did not give him a chance, not even the slightest chance. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian swept out his sword. The sword light condensed by the spatial storm pierced through the air toward Wang Liuan, forcing Wang Liuan to move his body to dodge. If it were any other time, he would be able to easily break through an attack of this level. Even now, although he had consumed a lot of his divine power, it was not difficult for him to block such an attack. But the problem was, once he blocked the attack of the Tianlong clan's disciple, he would not be able to block Fang Yiming's attack in time. Bang! A loud sound spread. A frightening force slammed onto the ice plains, causing the originally fragmented ice surface to instantly crumble and sink to the bottom of the water. At this moment, the large lake completely revealed its original appearance. However, on the surface of the lake, bursts of cold air were still gathering and rising. After a while, a thin layer of ice appeared on the surface of the lake, and the thin layer of ice was getting thicker. This showed that the temperature in this area was very low. Puff! Blood spurted out like an arrow. It was Wang Liuan who had barely blocked Fang Yiming's attack. His whole body flew backward, and his face was pale and his aura was weak. Fang Yiming, you will die a horrible death. When Fang Yiming chased him again and attacked him with great momentum, Wang Liuan growled. In the next moment, he could only watch helplessly as Fang Yiming's high-grade divine artifact fell toward him. The raging power also surrounded him. And at this moment, at the critical moment, bang! When Wang Liuan fell from the sky and approached the ice sheet, a loud sound was suddenly heard. Then, the ice sheet was torn apart, and a sword light rose into the sky, killing Wang Liuan in an instant. Then, a figure appeared. It was a young man in purple. It was Duan Lingtian. At some point, Duan Lingtian had already teleported to the bottom of the icy plain. He made his move at the most critical moment and killed Wang Luan before Fang Ming could react. Who told you to kill him? When Duan Lingtian killed Wang Liuan and took Wang Liuan's identity badge and storage ring, Fang Yiming stared coldly at Duan Lingtian and asked in a deep voice. He did not express any opinion about Duan Lingtian taking the spoils alone. Because, in his view, the Tianlong clan disciple in front of him was already a dead man. It was useless to take Wang Liuan's storage ring, and it would eventually fall into his hands. Now, what Fang Yiming cared about was that Wang Liuan was not killed by him with his own hands. Lord. In the face of Fang Yiming's reprimand, Duan Lingtian's expression did not change. He smiled slightly and said, "If you kill him, his identity badge will directly dissipate and disappear. At that time, I'm afraid everyone will know that he died in the hands of his own people. After all, on the battlefield of the Divine Emperor realm, only when people on opposite sides kill each other can the identity badge of the other remain intact. You are all disciples of the Greater One sect. If you kill him, his identity badge will not remain intact. But if I kill him, it will be different. At least, no one will think that he died in the hands of his fellow sect members. In this way, no one will suspect you." Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Fang Yiming smiled. "So, I have to thank you?" "There's no need to thank me." Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, "Lord, in exchange for not killing me, I will join hands with you to deal with him. Now, I will help you kill him, so that you won't be suspected. I don't want your favor, but his storage ring will belong to me. How about it?" "Okay." Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Fang Yiming narrowed his eyes slightly, and then nodded in agreement. "In that case, thank you, Lord," Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Then, Duan Lingtian turned around and was ready to leave. But the moment he turned around, Fang Yiming, who appeared to be kind, suddenly made a move. The divine saber in his hand cut through the air, bringing with it a huge blade light that swept toward Duan Lingtian. The next moment, whoosh! Although Duan Lingtian was hit, it immediately dissipated. It was only a shadow that was hit. Interesting. Fang Yiming sneered and stepped out. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the destination of Duan Lingtian's teleportation, staring at Duan Lingtian like a tiger eyeing its prey. Chapter 3879. You want to kill me? Duan Lingtian looked at Fang Yiming, who was blocking his way. His eyes flashed and his lips curled into a mocking smile. Fang Yiming smiled coldly. "You're not so naive as to think that I'll let you go, right? You are a disciple of the Divine Emperor sect of the Sky Dragon sect, and I am a disciple of the Greater One sect. In this battlefield, we are absolute enemies. Today, even if you helped me, I will not let you go. Of course, you'll regret not helping Wang Liuan kill me. Even if you help Wang Liuan kill me, he won't let you go. Your fate was decided the moment we found you," Li Yindong said with a smile. "You're doomed to die." Fang Yiming's eyes flashed with killing intent as he spoke, and his divine power surged. "Is that so?" Faced with Fang Yiming's overbearing attitude, Duan Lingtian smiled mockingly. "What a coincidence. I don't intend to let the one who survived either. I didn't attack you just now because I was curious if you would attack me." Fang Yiming was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, he sneered. "Boy, I'm afraid you've lost your mind. You're just a lower divine emperor. How dare you say you'll kill me? I've never heard of a lower divine emperor in the Tianlong clan who can defeat a medium divine emperor. Fang Yiming did not believe Duan Lingtian at all. He thought Duan Lingtian was exaggerating. Then, he directly attacked Duan Lingtian with his sword. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to be in a daze as he faced Fang Yiming, who was charging forward. He did not move at all. Are you scared out of your wits? Fang Yiming sneered. The sword light in his hand became stronger and stronger. It swept through the air, leaving behind a trail of sword light. In fact, as the blade light swallowed and spat out, it slashed across a glacier not far away, causing an extremely deep blade mark to appear on the glacier. From this, one could see the power of Fang Yiming's blade. Tianlong clan brat, before you die, remember well, the person who will kill you is me, Greater One Sect's inner sect elder, Fang Yiming. Fang Yiming's eyes turned cold, and the blade in his hands suddenly fell, chopping towards Duan Lingtian. In the next moment, he smiled as if he could already see Duan Lingtian being killed by him. You should also remember that the person who killed you is a disciple of the Tianlong clan, Duan Lingtian. Just when Fang Yiming thought that Duan Lingtian was going to be further frightened by him, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth. His tone was indifferent, without any ripples, incomparably calm. Inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan? Fang Yiming was stunned. This was just an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan? In addition, the name Duan Lingtian seemed somewhat familiar. Where had he heard it before? And in the moment when Fang Yiming was absent-minded, the blade light on the blade in his hand dimmed. This was purely due to his distraction. Hua! Hua la la, and in the moment when Fang Yiming was absent-minded, the space around Duan Lingtian began to fold and fluctuate without him activating his divine power. It was as if the entire space was moving according to Duan Lingtian's will. For a moment, many of the blade lights on Fang Yiming's blade were annihilated. At this moment, Fang Yiming himself also felt that the blade had become incomparably heavy and extremely difficult to move forward. In the next moment, Fang Yiming came to his senses and extended his divine sense. After a moment of sensing, his expression changed greatly. The way of control. You've mastered the way of control. The way of control was one of the four Daoists of heaven and earth. If it was only in its embryonic form, its power would not be high. But now, the way of control displayed by the Tianlong clan disciple in front of him was obviously not in its embryonic form. You have a good eye. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. His right hand pulled casually, and immediately, the divine power of a lower divine emperor merged with the space law ultimacy. At this moment, he did not hide the space law ultimacy that he had comprehended. In terms of the space law ultimacy, he was not weaker than Fang Yiming. At the same time, he pulled casually, and a 3-foot-long green sword with 7 colors swirling around it formed. With an unparalleled sharp sword essence, it whistled towards Fang Yiming. Whoosh! As the sword swept out, the wind and clouds changed color. Even the turbulent void stopped at this moment. Sword principle. In the next moment, Fang Yiming, who had hurriedly come to his senses, changed his expression greatly again. At the same time, there was no longer any contempt in his eyes. Instead, it was replaced by a strong sense of fear. Damn it! How is this possible? He's a lower divine emperor. Not only has he mastered the space law ultimacy, but he has also mastered the space law sword principle and the way of control. At this moment, Fang Yiming's mind spun rapidly. At the same time, he realized that he might not be a match for his opponent, even if his opponent was only a lower divine emperor. However, his opponent's various means were enough to make up for the gap between their cultivation realms. If he continued to fight with his opponent, he would be the one to die. However, if he wanted to escape, he still had a chance. Thinking of this, Fang Yiming heaved a sigh of relief. Buzz! Fang Yiming erupted, at all costs, erupting all of his bloodline power. He was not sure if he could hurt Duan Lingtian, at least he thought it was unlikely. With the help of the recoil, Fang Yiming quickly retreated and then tried to escape. You can't escape. Duan Lingtian said slowly. Then, the 3-foot-long green sword in his hand flashed with 7 colors, and a 7-colored sword light flew out like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Whoosh! The sword light broke through the void, and its speed was completely beyond Fang Yiming's imagination. How is this possible? Feeling that the danger behind him was getting stronger and stronger, Fang Yiming subconsciously turned his head to look. When he looked at it with his divine sense, he could clearly feel that there was a clear will in the 7-colored sword light. Kill. This will reverberated in his mind, but it was a clear and pleasant woman's voice. Suddenly, his expression changed greatly. It's an artifact spirit. This is a high-grade divine sword with a complete artifact spirit. No. In the next moment, Fang Yiming hurriedly came back to his senses and desperately tried to block. Whoosh! Then, even though Fang Yiming desperately tried to block, the 7-colored sword light annihilated most of his attacks and fell on his body, injuring him. And it was a serious injury. Whoosh! At the same time, Duan Lingtian teleported and appeared in front of the seriously injured Fang Yiming. At this time, Fang Yiming's face was full of despair. Impossible. You are a disciple of the Tianlong clan. How can you have such a divine weapon? How can you master 2 of the 4 Daoists of heaven and earth? Impossible. After roaring in fear for a moment, Fang Yiming calmed down and looked at Duan Lingtian with an ugly expression. Who are you? External aid invited by the Tianlong clan? Even the lower divine emperors of the top divine emperors in Tungleng province can't be as heaven-defying as you. However, in the face of Fang Yiming's confusion, Duan Lingtian only responded to him with a sword. Cutting the Gordian knot. Now, not only did Duan Lingtian reveal his sword Dao and Dao of control, but he also revealed the 7 orifices exquisite sword in order to kill Fang Yiming. He did not want to delay time and wait for a third person to appear on the scene. With Fang Yiming's death, no one would know the secret that he revealed. Perhaps the strongest person who made the array disc of the Emperor battle plane would know. But, would the strongest person care about this? Whoosh! After the sword, Fang Yiming died. Before he died, his eyes were still wide open. Obviously, he died with a grievance. Until his death, he still could not figure out how the Tianlong clan could produce such a heaven-defying character. Until his death, he still could not figure out why he found the name familiar. Finally, it's a good start. A good start, a good omen. After Duan Lingtian put away Fang Yiming's identity badge and storage ring, a bright smile appeared on his face. At the same time, he took out the storage ring of the Greater One Sect Inner Sect Elder, Wang Liuan. After claiming ownership of their spatial rings, Duan Lingtian, who was originally filled with anticipation, instantly had a disappointed expression when he took a glance at their contents. Really 2 poor ghosts. Especially this Fang Yiming, there are so few divine stones and divine crystals in his storage ring. Now, Duan Lingtian had completely forgotten. Although he had just broken through to the divine emperor realm, the resources he enjoyed in the Tianlong clan were not something that even an ordinary black dragon elder could enjoy. Not to mention anything else, just the amount of contribution points that the Sky Dragon sect master had given him was something that not even the elders of the Black Dragon sect had. It was also because of this that Duan Lingtian's vision was much higher. How could the wealth of 2 Greater One Sect Inner Sect elders enter his eyes? Perhaps, even if a Greater One Sect elder was killed by Duan Lingtian would still curse the other party for being poor. Greater One City. At the entrance of the Divine Emperor battlefield. Pa! When the first shattering sound was heard, the faces of the 3 Greater One Sect Inner Sect elders on duty all changed. Especially when they saw the shattered soul bead, their faces were very ugly. It's Elder Wang Liuan. Elder Wang Liuan has died. Another Divine Emperor has died. Now, the advantage we have is getting smaller and smaller. Elder Wang Liuan has died. Was it the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan? Even if it was not the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan, it must have been 2 or more Tianlong clan inner sect elders working together. Moreover, if it was just 2 ordinary Tianlong clan inner sect elders working together, even if Elder Wang Liuan was not their match, he may still be able to escape. Just as the three of them passed on the news to the person in Tai City with an ugly expression, asking him to spread the news. Pa! Another crisp sound was heard, and suddenly the expressions of the three people froze. A moment later, the three people looked at each other in dismay, seeing the disbelief in each other's eyes. In such a short time. Another person has died? Since the start of the Emperor battle with the Tianlong clan, it was not that Greater One sect had not lost a Divine Emperor disciple. But, they had not lost two Divine Emperor disciples in succession. The two people who had died closest to them had died nearly 10 days apart. When their eyes fell on the shattered soul bead, their faces changed again. It's Elder Fang Yiming. Another inner sect elder has died. Two inner sect elders have died in succession. What did they encounter? Chapter 3880. Since the opening of the Emperor battle plain, although the Greater One sect had lost some inner sect elders, the number of inner sect elders that had died was very few. Most of those who died were low-level divine emperors. There were not many middle divine emperors like inner sect elders who had died. In fact, there were not more than 10 of them. But now, in just a quarter of an hour, their Greater One sect had lost two middle-level divine emperor inner sect elders in succession. Who could tell them what was going on? Inner sect elder Wang Lu and an inner sect elder Fang Yiming both died in less than a quarter of an hour. Were they killed together, or were they killed one by one? As far as I know, the relationship between these two inner sect elders has always been bad. Their relationship is more than bad. In my opinion, if possible, they could even fight to the death. Do you think? Could it be that they fought to the death in the God Emperor battlefield and both sides were injured, and the Tianlong clan took advantage of them? It's possible. It shouldn't be. It's a big crime to attack a fellow disciple in the God Emperor battlefield. When they return, they will be severely punished. As the news of inner sect elder Fang Yiming's death spread, Greater One City was in an uproar. Not long after, the news spread, and the entire Greater One sect was shaken. No matter what the truth was, the death of two inner sect elders was a great loss for Greater One sect. Now, the number of inner sect elders who had died in Greater One sect was 9. If one more died, it would break the double digits. 9 of our Greater One sect's inner sect elders have died, and one of our Elder Earth Nether has died. On the other hand, although the Tianlong clan has lost 2 White Dragon elders, only 5 inner sect elders have died. Originally, our Greater One sect had the advantage. But now, it seems that the Tianlong clan has taken back the advantage. Damn it. If we go to Peace City now, we won't be able to make fun of the Tianlong clan. In the God King battle between the Greater One sect and the Tianlong clan, both sides were evenly matched. Even if one side lost tragically, it was still a reversal of fortune. Now, more people were paying attention to the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. As for the higher-level Quasi-Emperor battlefield, although several great battles had broken out, no one had died, only some people were injured. In fact, the most intense battles between sovereigns were between godly kings and godly emperors. On the contrary, there were very few casualties in the Quasi-Emperor's battlefields. This was because the Quasi-Emperor's battlefields were all high-level godly emperors. Even if they couldn't defeat their opponents, they still had a chance to escape. The death of 2 inner sect elders of the Greater One sect within a quarter of an hour was bad news for the Greater One sect. But to the Tianlong clan, this was good news. This is great. How satisfying. I don't know which elder of our Tianlong clan killed the 2 inner sect elders of the Greater One sect. Killing 2 Greater One sect inner sect elders in a row, if the one who did it was an inner sect elder of our Tianlong clan, I'm afraid it's more than one person, right? It could also be Elder Bai Long. I heard that the 2 inner sect elders of the Greater One sect have always been on bad terms, and may have fought on the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. Now, on the Greater One sect side, many people are saying that it was an elder of our Tianlong clan who took advantage of the internal battle when both sides were injured. Even if it was an advantage, the one who died was someone from the Greater One sect. In Sky Dragon City, there was a festive atmosphere. In Peace City, the group of people of the Greater One sect, who were originally arrogant, were no longer as arrogant as before, because the Greater One sect had not gained any advantage on the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. It's Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise, breaking the silence in Peace City. A purple figure was coming from the direction of Sky Dragon City. After arriving in Peace City, he headed straight to the place where he could exchange battle merits. He's going to exchange battle merits? Isn't he not allowed to enter the battlefield of the Divine Emperors? I heard that he entered the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. Didn't he just break through to the Divine Emperor realm? Could it be that he gained something in the 2 months he spent on the battlefield of the Divine Emperors? Under the questioning gaze of many people of the Greater One sect, Duan Lingtian, who had just come out of the battlefield of the Divine Emperors, once again came to the place where he could exchange battle merits. The last time he came, he took out 100 identity badges of the Greater One sect's Divine Emperors and exchanged them for less than 1,000 battle merits. Back then on the battlefield of the Divine Emperors, I killed 100 people and spent a lot of effort to get less than 1,000 battle merits. This time, I didn't do much, only killed 2 people, but I got 4,000 battle merits. Duan Lingtian completely turned a blind eye to the gazes that swept over him, as well as the people of the Tianlong clan and the Greater One sect who were following him all the way. He was deep in thought. After killing Fang Yiming on the battlefield of the Divine Emperors, Duan Lingtian went all the way back and did not go any further. He intended to leave the battlefield of the Divine Emperors for the time being. 4,000 battle merits were enough for him to exchange for something useful for his cultivation. Next, he was going to cultivate for a period of time, and when his strength had further improved, he would enter the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. Of course, before he was ready to come out, he also thought that he might encounter the Divine Emperors of the Greater One sect on the way back, but it turned out that imagination was beautiful, and reality was cruel. Until he came out, he had not encountered a single Divine Emperor disciple of the Greater One sect. But he did encounter 2 Divine Emperor disciples of the Tianlong clan. This Duan Lingtian, has he really broken through to the Divine Emperor realm? Duan Lingtian walked into the main hall where he could exchange battle merits. Whether it was the people inside or outside the hall, they all looked at him with a questioning look. If he didn't break through, how could he enter the battlefield of the Divine Emperors? Many people of the Tianlong clan have witnessed him enter the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. Let's see if he came here again. Did he not have time to exchange for battle merits, or did he gain something from the battlefield of the Divine Emperors? Our Greater One sect, in the past 2 months, has not lost a Divine Emperor disciple. Perhaps he came to hand in the harvest that he did not have time to hand in. Under the gaze of a group of people, Duan Lingtian came to the counter where the Divine Emperors could exchange battle merits. Unlike the counter where the Divine Kings could exchange battle merits, there were many people in line, but there was no one in line in front of the counter where the Divine Emperors could exchange battle merits, so Duan Lingtian could directly deal with it as soon as he arrived. Is it the identity badge of the Greater One sect's Divine King disciple that he did not have time to hand in the past? Behind the counter, a white-haired old man from the several top Divine Emperor forces of Tungleng province narrowed his eyes at Duan Lingtian and asked. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head, took out 2 identity badges from the storage ring, and handed them to the old man, at the same time saying indifferently, 2 inner sect elders of the Greater One sect. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, the old man's pupils shrank sharply. And the people in the hall, who were still noisy, also at this moment, as if someone had grabbed their throat, lost their voice. There were many people in the hall, but at this moment it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop on the ground. A moment later, someone came back to his senses. Did I hear wrong? Duan Lingtian said that the identity badges in his hand belonged to the 2 inner sect elders of the Greater One sect. In the past 2 months, the Greater One sect has indeed lost 2 inner sect elders. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Elder Wang Liuan and Elder Fang Yiming are both Middle Divine Emperors. It is impossible for them to die in the hands of Duan Lingtian. Impossible. Duan Lingtian must be deliberately mystifying things. Inside the hall, the people of the Tianlong clan were shocked, and the people of the Greater One sect did not believe it. It was not until the old man behind the counter took the 2 identity badges and sighed that they came back to their senses. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was as if they had seen a ghost. These are indeed the identity badges of the inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan, Wang Liuan and Fang Yiming. I didn't expect that the 2 inner sect elders of the Greater One sect who had recently fallen were killed by you. These were the old man's words. The 2 inner sect elders of the Greater One sect are both Middle Divine Emperors. Duan Lingtian, you can get 4,000 battle merits. As the old man spoke, he gave Duan Lingtian the battle merits. Thank you, Elder. Duan Lingtian repeatedly thanked him. Duan Lingtian. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave, the old man's voice transmission entered his ears. Duan Lingtian, you can consider joining our clan. Our clan is one of the top clans in the Tungleng province. If you join us, we will give you the treatment of a direct descendant. Almost at the same time, several voice transmissions entered Duan Lingtian's ears one after another from the other counters. People from several top Divine Emperor forces in the Tungleng province could not help but extend an olive branch to Duan Lingtian, as if they had completely forgotten that Duan Lingtian had rejected them in the past. Duan Lingtian, don't be in a hurry to reject. I know that you may want to wait until the end of the Emperor battle before choosing a stronger force to join. Our clan welcomes you at any time. Duan Lingtian, the clan behind me can wait for you to complete your training in the Emperor battle plane. Duan Lingtian tactfully declined the invitations from several top forces. In the end, when the crowd subconsciously made way for him, he left the main hall. At the same time, there was an uproar in the main hall. Those 2 inner sect elders of Greater One sect really died at the hands of Duan Lingtian? Heavens! How did Duan Lingtian do it? Didn't he just break through to the Divine Emperor realm? Let's go. Let's ask him. Many people followed Duan Lingtian out of the main hall, and those who did not follow him hurriedly began to send messages back to their respective sections. For a time, Sky Dragon City and Greater One City were in an uproar. Some time ago, the 2 inner sect elders of Greater One sect who were suspected to have died at the hands of a divine emperor of the Tianlong clan had actually died at the hands of Duan Lingtian. At this moment, as the person involved, Duan Lingtian was wantonly exchanging his battle merits for various things that he urgently needed in Peace City. The main thing was that he needed rare medicinal ingredients to refine divine pills. During this process, many people asked him, Duan Lingtian, you just broke through to the Divine Emperor realm, so how did you kill those 2 inner sect elders of Greater One sect? They were both Middle Divine Emperors. Chapter 3881. As someone asked this question to Duan Lingtian, numerous curious gazes also fell on Duan Lingtian. Everyone was curious. How did Duan Lingtian, a person who had just broken through to the Divine Emperor realm, kill 2 inner sect elders of the Greater One sect? It should be said that the inner sect elders of the Greater One sect were all middle-level divine emperors. Although Duan Lingtian was recognized as a monstrous genius, but the profound meaning of the laws that he had comprehended was at most on par with the inner sect elders of the Greater One sect. Given the difference in cultivation level, it was already shocking that he was able to fight to a draw with the inner sect elders of the Greater One sect. Not to mention killing the inner sect elders of the Greater One sect. Moreover, it was 2 inner sect elders of the Greater One sect. Looking at Duan Lingtian's current appearance, he doesn't seem to be injured. How did he do it? In addition to curiosity, there was only curiosity in the eyes. But facing the curious gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. If I told you that I was lucky to kill the 2 people of the Greater One sect, would you believe me? Lucky? How is it lucky? More and more people opened their mouths, asking all at once. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and he said bluntly, I have been in the Divine Emperor battlefield for 2 months, but I have not encountered a single Divine Emperor of the Greater One sect. And at this time, on an ice field, I witnessed 2 people fighting, and it was a battle of life and death. Most importantly, the 2 people fighting were not people of our Tianlong clan. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, many people's pupils shrank sharply. Duan Lingtian. There were even people of the Greater One sect who could not help but ask, Duan Lingtian, you mean, the two inner sect elders of our Greater One sect were fighting on the Divine Emperor battlefield? Now, the matter of the discord between the Greater One sect inner sect elder Wang Liuan and Fang Yiming was not a secret not only in the Greater One sect, but also in the Tianlong clan. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. When the two of them fought, every move they made was a killing move. While they were fighting, I heard their conversation. It should be because of Fang Yiming's master that the two of them started a feud and would not rest until one of them was dead. They're fighting, and they're all stronger than me. Naturally, I can't expose myself. Once I do, they'll definitely kill me. So, I waited. After waiting for a few days, they finally reached the end of their lives. When they were both heavily injured and on the brink of death, I appeared and killed them. Well, it didn't take much effort. Speaking of this, Duan Ling Tian, as though he did not see the lifeless eyes of the crowd, continued, speaking of which, I really have to thank the two inner sect elders of the Greater One sect for their infighting, otherwise it would have been impossible for me, Duan Ling Tian, to have such a great harvest the first time I entered the Divine Emperor battlefield. After killing them and taking their identity badges, I didn't continue to stay there. I just wanted to go in and join in the fun. With such a great harvest, it would be very dangerous to continue to stay there. When Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he disregarded the dumbstruck crowd and directly left with large strides. This time, there was no one chasing after him. And when Duan Ling Tian's figure disappeared at the end of the road, the group of people came back to their senses. Heavens! I didn't expect the truth to be like this. Duan Ling Tian's luck is too good, isn't it? He unexpectedly encountered an infighting between two inner sect elders of the Greater One sect, and finally, with the advantage of being the Oriole behind, the weak defeated the strong and killed the two. Isn't it a little too easy for him to get his 4,000 battle merits? It really makes people envious. If I could encounter an infighting between the inner sect elders of the Greater One sect on the Divine Emperor battlefield, that would be great. Now, the people who were discussing animatedly were basically the disciples of the Tianlong clan. As for the disciples of the Greater One sect, they were all dispersing with an ugly look on their faces. However, although they did not say anything at the scene, but secretly, they angrily spread the news back to Greater One city. Between their words, there was no lack of curses directed at Wang Liuan and Fang Yiming. For a time, Wang Liuan and Fang Yiming, the two inner sect elders who had already died, seemed to have become the sinners of the Greater One sect, spurned by everyone. What? Wang Liuan and Fang Yiming died in the hands of Duan Ling Tian. That Duan Ling Tian who killed hundreds of disciples of our Greater One sect on the Divine King battlefield a few years ago? He has just broken through to the Divine Emperor realm. How could he kill two inner sect elders? The two inner sect elders were fighting for a few days, and after both sides were injured and exhausted, he took advantage of them. When Duan Ling Tian said this, I was also present. Duan Ling Tian seemed to also say that when the two inner sect elders were fighting, they seemed to mention that the hatred between the two inner sect elders originated from the master of Elder Fang Yiming. Greater One city was in an uproar, completely in an uproar. The two inner sect elders of the Greater One sect that had recently fallen were not openly killed in the hands of the people of the Sky Dragon sect, but instead killed each other and were taken advantage of by others. Shameful. Too shameful. Now, the Tianlong clan is most likely laughing at our Greater One sect, right? I really don't know what they are thinking. The Emperor battle plane is the stage for our Greater One sect and the Tianlong clan to fight. Why would they fight among themselves? If they really wanted to fight among themselves, they could just sign a life and death contract and kill each other in the sect. Now, in the Deity Emperor battlefield, they were taken advantage of, and they all died. What a joke. These two people are simply throwing away the face of our Greater One sect. For the time being, Duan Ling Tian did not know that his words had caused a series of chain reactions. Wang Liuan and Fang Yiming had become the sinners of the Greater One sect. Even their family and friends could no longer raise their heads. Duan Ling Tian only knew of this matter a month later, when Shui Haichuan personally told him. Junior brother Duan, this time you not only took advantage of them, if the two people you took advantage of came back to life and learned about the current situation of their family and friends, they would most likely vomit blood from regret. I really don't know what they're thinking. How could they fight on the battlefield of the Divine Emperors and even fight to the point where both sides are exhausted? Didn't they think that our Sky Dragon sect would pass by and take advantage of them? Shui Haichuan repeatedly shook his head. Hearing Shui Haichuan's words, Duan Lingtian inevitably felt a little guilty. At that time, although the two people of the Greater One sect were killing each other, they were still holding back, especially Wang Liuan, who obviously did not want to be entangled with Fang Yiming. If he was not there, or did not show up, Wang Liuan most likely would have left Fang Yiming behind and would not have fought with Fang Yiming to the point of being injured. If you want to blame someone in the underworld, then blame your Greater One sect disciples. If it weren't for them suspecting that you killed each other and our Sky Dragon sect took advantage of it, I wouldn't have said that. A month ago, before leaving the Divine Emperor battlefield and going to Sky Dragon City, Duan Lingtian did not intend to say that it was because Wang Liuan and Fang Yiming killed each other that he took advantage of them. The reason why he said that was because the disciples of the Greater One sect gave him the inspiration. On the way to Sky Dragon City, he heard a lot of people mention that Wang Liuan and Fang Yiming were not on good terms, so when asked later, he took the opportunity to say that. He also believed that that was the answer that the Greater One sect was more willing to accept. If he said that Duan Lingtian, with his own strength, killed two people at their peak, not to mention that the Greater One sect would not believe it, the Greater One sect would not be willing to accept such an answer. An inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan, who had just broken through to the Divine Emperor realm, killed two middle Divine Emperor elders of the Greater One sect? If this were to spread out, the Greater One sect would become a laughingstock. Of course, if Duan Lingtian did not say anything, even if the people of the Greater One sect speculated, it would not have any impact on the family and friends of Wang Liuan and Fang Yiming. However, after Duan Lingtian personally confirmed that Wang Liuan and Fang Yiming were guilty, even if the Greater One sect would not be implicated and punish their family and friends, the other people of the Greater One sect would not let their family and friends have an easy time. Little Tian. Suddenly, as though thinking of something, Shui Haichuan looked at Duan Lingtian. I heard that, a month ago, after you exchanged for 4,000 battle merits, you used up all of them. Do you have a lot of things that you need? Those things in Heping City? Shui Haichuan asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. There are a lot of things that I need recently. After I have used up all the things I exchanged recently, after a period of closed-door cultivation, I will enter the Divine Emperor battlefield again to earn battle merits. I will try to buy all the things I want as soon as possible. In this regard, Duan Lingtian did not intend to hide it. Moreover, the things he bought in the future would certainly be known, so there was no point in hiding it now. How many more battle merits do you need? Shui Haichuan asked. Duan Lingtian did not think about anything else. When he heard Shui Haichuan's question, he said bluntly, I still need more than 14,000 battle merits. Next time, I will kill a few more Greater One sect inner elders and I will have enough. If I'm lucky, I can get 3 times the battle merits by killing an Earth Nether elder of the Greater One sect. Although a mid-level Divine Emperor was worth 2,000 battle merits in the Divine Emperor battlefield, Elder Bai Long of the Tianlong clan and the Earth Nether elder of the Greater One sect were outstanding mid-level Divine Emperors. Killing either of them would give 3 times the battle merits. In other words, killing an Greater One sect inner elder was worth 2,000 battle merits. Killing an Earth Nether elder of the Greater One sect would give 3 times the battle merits of 2,000 battle merits, which was 6,000 battle merits. Kill an Earth Nether elder of the Greater One sect? Shui Haichuan shook his head. Little Tian, don't be arrogant just because you killed 2 Greater One sect inner elders by luck. With your current strength, I'm afraid you are not a match for an inner elder of the Greater One sect at his peak. And the Earth Nether elder of the Greater One sect, under normal circumstances, can fight to a draw with 3 ordinary Greater One sect inner elders. Chapter 3882. Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly in the face of Shui Haichuan's advice. I was just joking. I know how lucky I was this time. If he encountered the Elder Earth Nether from the Greater One sect, he would not be able to kill him if he used his trump card. However, it would not be easy for him to kill the Elder Earth Nether. Under such circumstances, he hoped he would not encounter the Elder Earth Nether. Otherwise, he would either have to wait for his death or reveal his trump card. And the consequences of exposing his trump card could very well bring him a life and death crisis. Although he could say the Elder Earth Nether was making it up and deliberately slandering him. After all, the Elder Earth Nether would not be able to make a heart demon blood oath after leaving the Emperor Battle Realm. This was because when he revealed his trump card to the Elder Earth Nether, it would be in the Emperor Battle Realm and not in the mystic astral land. At that time, he could even make a heart demon blood oath in front of everyone that he did not reveal his trump card in the Emperor Battle Realm. Although the battlefield in the Emperor Battle Realm was also enveloped by a formation set up by a Supreme Expert, it was completely separate from the Supreme Expert. Unless the Supreme Expert had left his divine consciousness on the formation, it would be impossible for him to know what was going on in the Emperor Battle Realm. Duanling Tian would believe it if one said the divine consciousness of a supreme powerhouse from the revered battle realm or the supreme battlefield realm was embedded in the formation. However, the supreme expert in the Emperor Battle Realm would not be interested in joining in the fun. Of course, this was only Duanling Tian's guess. He was not 100% sure. For this reason, he did not want to reveal his trump card in front of the Elder Earth Nether from the Greater One sect. In fact, he did not even want to encounter the Elder Earth Nether in the Emperor Battle Realm. The reason why he entered the battlefield of the Emperor Battle Realm was because he had just broken through to the Godly Emperor Realm. His confidence was inflated, and he wanted to experience a real battle between godly emperors. Another reason was that he had accumulated some things that he could exchange for in the Emperor Battle Realm and Ping City. For example, the herbs he needed to refine divine pills. In the past, he had obtained many good items from the Divine Emperor Qin Wu's divine estate. Most of them were useful to divine emperors. However, only a portion of those things were what he currently needed. Some things were better for medium-level godly emperors, or even high-level godly emperors. Because of these two reasons, he went to the Emperor Battle Plane. It wasn't until he thought about the possibility of encountering the Greater One Sect's Earth Nether Elder on the battlefield of the Emperor Battle Plane that he felt some lingering fear. He had to admit that from the very beginning, he had thought that he would get lucky. On the other hand, he was also thinking that if he used the Seven Orifices exquisite sword normally, together with the sword Dao and the Dao of control, he might not be able to kill the Greater One Sect's Elder Earth Nether. But what if the sword soul of the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, Huang appeared? Huang Er's strength increased along with his cultivation. Even now, he might not be much inferior to him. In short, there was a certain amount of hope. Of course, there was also the element of gambling. I was lucky this time. Next time, try not to take such a risk. Even if I were to be exposed, no one might suspect me and attack me, but I still have to be on guard. It's the same reason why I don't dare to reveal that I can refine the limit of the Emperor-grade divine pills. Duanling Tian thought to himself. Little Tian. Shui Haichuan did not know what Duanling Tian was thinking. When he heard Duanling Tian saying that he was in need of battle merits, he pondered for a moment before he said, I obtained 8,000 battle merits in the battlefield of the Divine Emperors, but I only used a few hundred points. I still have 7,000 left. If you're in need of battle merits, I'll lend you 7,000 points. That's half of the 14,000 points you want. It should be enough to solve your problem. Shui Haichuan said. As soon as Shui Haichuan finished speaking, Duanling Tian immediately shook his head. Brother Haichuan, I'll earn the battle merits myself. You should keep the battle merits for yourself. Shui Haichuan also shook his head. Didn't I tell you that I don't need the battle merits for the time being? Moreover, I'm lending them to you, not giving them to you. You'll have to return what I lend you. What? Are you going to go back on your word? Moreover, if I don't lend you the battle merits, who knows when you'll run to the battlefield of the Divine Emperors again on a whim. You're lucky this time, but you may not be next time. As he spoke, Shui Haichuan's expression became much more solemn, and his eyes were filled with vigilance. A warm current rose in Duanling Tian's heart, but he still decided to decline Shui Haichuan's kindness. However, Shui Haichuan's persistence was beyond Duanling Tian's expectation. In the end, Duan Lingtian could not resist and borrowed 6,000 battle merits from Shui Haichuan. Battle merits could be transferred between people of the same sect through their identity badges. When Duan Lingtian was still a divine king, his battle merits were on his identity badge of the Tianlong clan. Normally speaking, he could transfer the battle merits on that identity badge to the identity badge of the divine emperors of the Tianlong clan that he obtained later. But he did not do that. Firstly, it was too troublesome. Secondly, there were not many battle merits in the identity badge of the Tianlong clan. There were only a few points, so he felt that there was no need to transfer it. Even if he did, he might not be able to use those few points. Take the battle merits and exchange them for some things that you've accumulated. As for the rest, wait until your strength has improved further before you enter the battlefield of the divine emperors. After transferring the battle merits to Duan Lingtian, Shui Haichuan smiled and said to Duan Lingtian, "Next time, when you want to enter the battlefield of the divine emperors, let me know and I'll go with you. I think, the next time you enter the battlefield of the divine emperors, you should already have strength that is not weaker than the inner sect elders of the greater one sect." As Shui Haichuan spoke, he looked at Duan Lingtian and could not help sighing. "I still remember the first time I saw you, not long ago. At that time, you were only a divine king, and not even a high divine king. Now, I'm still a middle divine emperor, a white dragon elder of the Tianlong clan. But you already have strength that is close to a middle divine emperor." Faced with Shui Haichuan's sigh, Duan Lingtian smiled and said, "Yes. Perhaps it won't be long before I can catch up with you, brother Shui Haichuan. At that time, I'll also become a white dragon elder." "You're asking for a beating now." Shui Haichuan shook his head helplessly. Then, his eyes narrowed as he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Little Tian, last time when you were ambushed by Kuang Tianjing, it was on purpose, right?" Shui Haichuan had come out from the Emperor Battle Realm a month ago. As soon as he came out, he heard that Duan Lingtian had been ambushed by Kuang Tianjing. At that time, he was worried for Duan Lingtian. He did not expect that Duan Lingtian would seek refuge with Si Kong, and that Kuang Tianjing would find an opportunity to kill him. However, after thinking about it, he felt that Duan Lingtian was not an impulsive person. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had become a divine emperor, so he guessed that Duan Lingtian might have deliberately tricked Kuang Tianjing. Of course it was on purpose. Duan Lingtian nodded. "If I hadn't broken through to the divine emperor realm and gained some confidence in my strength, I wouldn't have dared to leave Si Kong's place so easily. However, things went well. Kuang Tianjing is finished." When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Kuang Tianjing had almost killed him back in the Linghu clan. If it wasn't for Linghu Renjia activating the Linghu clan's clan protecting Grand Array, Kuang Tianjing would have died back then. If he had the chance, he would not let this mortal enemy live for even a moment. "I told you, you're not an impulsive person." Shui Haichuan nodded with a smile. "This time, you managed to kill Kuang Tianjing and got rid of a big problem." However, suddenly, Shui Haichuan's expression turned serious. "You mustn't be careless because of this. This time, the sect made the decision to kill Kuang Tianjing's family and disciples. It can be considered as helping you eliminate the source of trouble. However, there's still one person who hasn't been executed. I'm sure you know who that person is even if I don't tell you." Shui Haichuan solemnly said. The reason he didn't die is because his father-in-law is Vice-Sect Master Shui Mingji. This time, Kuang Tianjing risked his life to kill you in the sect. He definitely didn't do it willingly. Our Hidden Fog sect and the 10,000 Demons sect have been fighting for many years. I understand this Kuang Tianjing very well. Although he isn't someone who fears death, he absolutely won't treat his own life as a joke. And the 10,000 Demons sect isn't enough to force him to risk his life to kill you in the sect. There's only one person who can force him to take action. Shui Mingji. As Shui Haichuan said this, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn. In truth, he hadn't thought too deeply about this before. Even if Kuang Tianjing risked his life to kill him, he would only think that Kuang Tianjing wanted to kill him. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to grow. After all, if he grew, it was very likely that he would kill Kuang Tianjing and Kuang Tianjing's family and friends. But now, listening to Shui Haichuan's words, it was impossible for Kuang Tianjing to willingly kill him in the sect. I don't know much about this vice sect master Shui Mingji, but I've heard of some of his deeds when he was young. This person's talent and perception aren't at the top, but he's a very scheming person. This time, Kuang Tianjing died for nothing. He absolutely won't let this go. Even if you're in the sect, you must pay attention to your safety. Shui Haichuan said. Although Duan Lingtian nodded on the surface, in his heart, he felt that even if Shui Mingji wanted to target him, he probably wouldn't be able to find a suitable person in a short time. He could force Kuang Tianjing to kill him because he and Kuang Tianjing were mortal enemies. Kuang Tianjing also knew this, so Kuang Tianjing was willing to give up his life. But who else would be willing to give up their lives so easily? Not to mention others, just take the 2 white dragon elders of the Thousand Demons sect as an example. Neither of them would risk their lives to attack him in the sect. This was because he didn't have any deep hatred for those 2 people. End of chapter. Chapter 3883. Everyone in Tongleng province knew that the Tianlong clan and Taoist sect had started the War of the Emperors. Of course, those who did not know were either too weak or had been in closed-door cultivation recently. Once the War of the Emperors began, countless god kings and god emperors died. This was a great burden for the Tianlong clan and Taoist sect. Under such circumstances, the 2 sects began to recruit god king and god emperor disciples. Their purpose was to let them participate in the War of the Emperors and share the burden of their sections. In fact, joining the Tianlong clan and Taoist sect at this time was a very dangerous thing to do. It could be described as 9 out of 10 chances of survival. Because of this, there were far fewer people who were willing to join the Tianlong clan and Taoist sect at this time. Of course, it was only fewer than other times, but not none. Some people, who had been living a peaceful life for too long, found it difficult to make a breakthrough in their cultivation. Coupled with the recent 1,000-year heavenly tribulation, in order to seek a breakthrough, would choose to join the Tianlong clan and Taoist sect at this time and devote themselves to the War of the Emperors. For some god emperors of the Tianlong clan and Taoist sect, the War of the Emperors was a very good opportunity to become a god emperor. And for many god kings and god emperors, was it not a very good opportunity to make a breakthrough? Some people's talent and comprehension were worse. Even if they had cultivation methods, they would encounter an extremely difficult bottleneck to surmount. And at this time, if they were faced with a life and death crisis, it was very likely that they would be able to smoothly make a breakthrough on the line between life and death, profiting from a disaster. There were many similar examples. Many people, for this reason, even entered dangerous places where there was a 9 out of 10 chance of survival, fought powerful monsters, and even left behind by psychologically twisted experts. They either died or made a breakthrough. And compared to those dangerous places, although the War of the Emperors between the Tianlong clan and Taoist sect had the same effect, it was not as dangerous. In addition, in the Tianlong clan and Taoist sect, if you died in the War of the Emperors, you would be treated as a martyr, and your family would be taken care of by the sect. If you didn't die, you could use your battle merits to exchange for some treasures you wanted. In comparison, god kings and god emperors who wanted to make a breakthrough in the War of the Emperors would be more willing to join the Tianlong clan or Taoist sect at this time. Because of the critical situation in the War of the Emperors, the disciples of the 2 sects had been fighting inside, without rest. Therefore, at this time, the Tianlong clan and Taoist sect had simplified the War of the Gods. Since the start of the War of the Emperors, the Heavenly Dragon sect had set up a place to register disciples outside of the sect's encampment, in the void beyond the 9 mountain ranges. There was a small floating island with some tables and chairs on it. The Sky Dragon sect's elder, who was in charge of recruiting disciples, was sitting on top of it. 3 elders, the elders and 3 Taoist sect elders were the elders. In fact, these elders' duties were not only to recruit disciples for the Heavenly Dragon sect, they were also in charge of patrolling the surrounding area. And part-time recruitment. Because there weren't many people coming to join the Tianlong clan at this time, there weren't many sect elders left. There was also a white dragon elder and 7 inner sect elders patrolling the area. Take this identity token and go in directly. Someone will receive you. A young man in blue received an identity token from an inner elder of the Sky Dragon sect. When he heard the elder's words, he couldn't help but glance at the Sky Dragon sect's camp. Elder, I can go in directly? I heard that the Tianlong clan's sect guarding array is very powerful. Once the killing array is activated, even god emperors will die. The young man in blue said with fear. I'm just a high-level god king. Won't I be killed if I go in rashly? Upon hearing his words, Elder Bai Long and the other 2 inner sect elders couldn't help but laugh. The face of the inner sect elder who gave him the token darkened as he said, Kid, what do you think the identity token I gave you is for? If you go in with this identity token, you won't be targeted by the sect guarding array. Someone will take you to the Emperor Battle sect's cultivation grounds because you have this identity token. So that's how it is. The young man in blue understood. Elder, what is the Emperor Battle sect's cultivation grounds? With my cultivation, it shouldn't be difficult to become an inner sect disciple, right? Shouldn't I be going to your sect's inner sect disciples training grounds? If you want to go to the inner sect cultivation grounds, you'll have to come out of the Emperor Battle realm alive. The inner sect elder said faintly, once the war is over, as long as you are willing to stay in the Heavenly Dragon sect, we will treat you like any other disciple and arrange a place for you. Now that you've joined the Tianlong clan, you can only go to the Emperor Battle sect's cultivation grounds. This is to prevent people with ulterior motives from coming to the Tianlong clan and causing trouble. The Emperor Battle sect's cultivation grounds was an area specially designated by the Tianlong clan after the Emperor Battle began. It was for the godly monarch and divine sovereign disciples who joined the Tianlong clan during the Emperor Battle to stay and cultivate. That area was close to the canyon where the entrance to the Emperor Battle realm was located. It was only a mountain away. The godly monarch and divine sovereign disciples could only move around that area and the canyon where the entrance to the Emperor Battle realm was located. They were not allowed to go anywhere else. If they were found to have gone somewhere else, they would be executed. There was a golden dragon elder personally overseeing the area. I see. The young man in blue was enlightened when he heard this. He smiled and said, the Tianlong clan is indeed a good clan. They're so considerate. This will stop those who want to take advantage of us. Take advantage of us? The inner sect elder sneered. If anyone dares to take advantage of us at this time, the same time next year will be the anniversary of their death. Alright, you can go now. Remember, don't keep the identity token in your spatial ring. It's best if you keep it in your hand. Of course, if you think it's too cumbersome, you can hang it on your waist. The young man in blue did not stay any longer under the inner sect elder's urging. He flew directly to the Tianlong temple. Shortly after he entered the Tianlong temple, an inner sect deacon came forward and led him to the Emperor Battle sect's cultivation grounds near the entrance to the Tianlong temple's cultivation grounds. Emperor Battle realm, I've heard so much about you. I hope you won't disappoint me. If I can break through and become a divine emperor before the Emperor Battle ends, I'll be the first divine emperor under the age of 10,000 in the history of the clan. The young man in blue was filled with anticipation as he followed the inner sect deacon of the Tianlong clan to the Emperor Battle sect's cultivation grounds. That kid sure is a chatterbox. It's so quiet now that he's gone. Another inner sect elder shook his head with a smile on his face. That's right. He's the only one who has come to join the sect in the past 2 days. Elder Bai Long nodded in agreement. As soon as White Dragon Elder nodded, the old man with the Black Dragon Elder's identity token on his waist suddenly stood up. Sensing the Black Dragon Elder's actions, the White Dragon Elder and the remaining inner sect elders all stood up one after another. In the next moment, while the 3 inner sect elders were at a loss, Elder Bai Long seemed to have noticed something as well. He raised his head abruptly and looked at the distant horizon. As for Elder Black Dragon, he had already looked in that direction. Someone's there. The 3 inner sect elders looked into the distance, but they did not see anything. It was only when the clouds in the distance stirred that their eyes narrowed slightly. It's only now that we've noticed it. Is it a divine emperor? Even if it's a lesser divine emperor, we should have noticed it long ago. Could it be that it's not a lesser divine emperor? While the three inner sect elders were whispering to each other, Elder Bai Long said, "It's a medium divine emperor." A medium divine emperor? Elder Bai Long looked solemn when he heard Elder Bai Long's words. The three inner sect elders' eyes lit up. A medium divine emperor is going to join the sect at this time? That's good news. Since the start of the War of the Emperors until now, there have only been 5 lower divine emperors. This is the first medium divine emperor. As the three inner sect elders' eyes lit up, a figure flew over from afar and landed on the floating island in the blink of an eye. It was a tall and sturdy young man. He wore a black robe and had a cold expression on his face. He carried a divine weapon on his back. Judging from the aura it gave off, it was obviously a superior divine sword. After the black-robed young man landed, he looked at Elder Bai Long and said calmly, "I want to join the Tianlong clan and participate in the War of the Emperors." "Welcome." Elder Bai Long stared at the black-robed young man for a while, then a smile appeared on his skinny face. At the same time, he personally helped him with the formalities. A medium divine emperor, even if he had bad intentions, couldn't cause any trouble in the Tianlong clan. Besides, these people were usually isolated in the War of the Emperors. They couldn't do anything except help the Tianlong clan in the War of the Emperors. Moreover, if they dared to cause trouble in the War of the Gods, they were doomed to die. The black-robed young man was a man of few words. Even when Elder Bai Long asked for his name, he only replied coldly, "Xianxia." After the black-robed young man entered the Sky Dragon sect's encampment with his identity token, the White Dragon Elder, who was standing not far from the Black Dragon Elder, shook his head as he watched the black-robed young man leave. How reclusive. However, judging from his aura, he's still some distance away from becoming a superior divine emperor. He shouldn't be here to break through. As Elder White Dragon spoke, he looked puzzled. Elder Bai Long said indifferently, "Everyone has their own ambitions. Those lower divine emperors who came before didn't all come to break through to the medium divine emperor realm." Chapter 3884. Although the Tianlong clan was wantonly recruiting, they weren't brainless. After all, everyone was worried that someone would come in and cause trouble. When the first few low-level god emperors joined the Tianlong clan would send an inner sect elder to lead them to the cultivation grounds of the Emperor Battle sect. One by one. The purpose was to prevent them from causing trouble on the way to the cultivation grounds of the Emperor Battle sect. As for the cultivation grounds of the Emperor Battle sect, the Golden Dragon Elder would be there. If anyone dared to cause trouble, the Golden Dragon Elder would be the first to notice. And now, a mid-level god emperor named Xianxia had just entered the Tianlong temple with his identity token when a White Dragon Elder appeared and led him to the cultivation grounds of the Emperor Battle sect. What a coincidence. And now, the one who had received the order to lead Xianxia was none other than Dongfang Yannian. Dongfang Yannian had just returned from outside 2 days ago. As soon as he returned, he wanted to find Shui Haichuan and Duan Lingtian and hear them talk about the big things they had done recently. Although Dongfang Yannian had been outside for the past year, he had heard a lot about the things that had happened in the sect. For example, Shui Haichuan had entered the battlefield of the Emperor Battle Realm and killed an Earth Nether Elder of the Greater One sect. He had become the first person in the Tianlong clan to kill an Earth Nether Elder of the Greater One sect since the start of the Emperor Battle Realm. He was also the only one who had killed an Earth Nether Elder of the Greater One sect. Another example was that Duan Lingtian had been ambushed by the inner sect elder Kuang Tianzheng. At that time, Duan Lingtian had been alone. Kuang Tianzheng had attacked 3 times but still failed. And the reason for this was that Duan Lingtian had broken through and become a god emperor. Although he was only a low-level god emperor, it was said that his strength was comparable to a mid-level god emperor. I only went out for a trip and such a big thing happened in the sect. Little Tian became a god emperor, and Shui Haichuan killed an Earth Nether Elder of the Greater One sect the first time he entered the battlefield of the Emperor Battle Realm? When Dongfang Yannian returned to the sect, he wanted to find Duan Lingtian and Shui Haichuan and hear them tell him the details. And before he returned to the sect, he sent a message to confirm that they were both in the sect and had not entered Emperor Battle Realm. However, before he returned to the sect, he received another piece of news from somewhere else. The first time Duan Lingtian entered the Emperor Battle Realm, he had killed 2 inner sect elders from the Tai Yi sect. Moreover, the 2 inner sect elders had killed each other, causing both of them to be severely injured. Duan Lingtian had become the Oriole. Why, Dongfang Yannian? Thinking about how he had only killed a lower god emperor from the Supreme East sect when he entered the battlefield of the god emperors in the Emperor Battle Plain, he couldn't help but feel a sense of injustice. Why was his luck so bad? Moreover, that lower god emperor of the Greater One sect had been with him and his wife. His wife was too lazy to fight and gave him the opportunity. Hello, I am Elder White Dragon of the Tianlong clan, Dongfang Yannian. When Dongfang Yannian returned to the sect, he received a message from his superior, the Black Dragon Elder, telling him to bring a person to the cultivation grounds of the Emperor Battle sect. The reason he was sent was because the Black Dragon Elder had not stopped communicating with him when he received a message from the Black Dragon Elder outside who was in charge of recruiting people. So, he directly arranged for Dongfang Yannian, who was still communicating with him and had already returned to the Tianlong clan. Faced with Dongfang Yannian's friendly greeting, the black-robed, cold-looking young man indifferently swept his gaze over Dongfang Yannian's waist. When he saw the lifelike white dragon, his pupils shrank, but they soon relaxed. In the next moment, he said indifferently, Yanjia. I'll bring you to the cultivation grounds of the Emperor Battle sect. Follow me. Dongfang Yannian did not mind the other party's indifference. As a mid-god emperor, it was normal for him to be somewhat arrogant. Moreover, from the other party's attitude, it was clear that he was not arrogant. Instead, he was used to it. The young man did not respond. However, when Dongfang Yannian started moving, he followed closely behind him. On the way, Dongfang Yannian asked with a smile, Brother Yanjia, I feel that you are still quite a distance away from becoming a high god emperor. Did you join the Tianlong clan and enter the Emperor Battle Plain to train yourself? Yanjia did not respond to Dongfang Yannian's question at first. Just as Dongfang Yannian frowned slightly, feeling that this mid-god emperor was too arrogant, the other party unhurriedly replied with the same indifferent tone, to kill the people of the Greater One sect. Brother, you have enmity with the Greater One sect? Dongfang Yannian's eyes lit up. In the beginning, he was still worried about this middle-level god emperor. Since this middle-level god emperor wasn't here to break through his bottleneck, then he might not necessarily fight to the death with the Supreme East sect. However, now that he heard that the other party had enmity with the Greater One sect, he was immediately overjoyed. Although Dongfang Yannian was only a white dragon elder of the Tianlong clan, he felt a sense of belonging to the Tianlong clan. From the bottom of his heart, he hoped that the Tianlong clan would become better and better. He was prepared to do his best in this emperor battle. If he could kill as many divine emperors of the Greater One sect as possible, he would kill as many as he could to share the pressure of the other divine emperors. Yes. Yanjia nodded. It was precisely because he knew that Yanjia had enmity with the Greater One sect that Dongfang Yannian did not have any prejudice against him, even though Yanjia did not like to talk much and did not answer any of his questions. Elder Blue, I've just returned and you're already telling me to go pick someone up. Aren't you being too disrespectful? There was a black dragon elder overseeing the cultivation grounds of the Emperor Battle sect. As for the golden dragon elder overseeing this place, he was also overseeing the entrance to the Emperor Battle Plain. The Black Dragon Elder on duty right now was the Black Dragon Elder above Dongfang Yannian, Blue Feather Mountain. He was also the host of the Hidden Dragon competition when Duan Lingtian had joined the Tianlong clan. At the same time, he was also the person in charge of the recruitment of the Tianlong clan. Isn't it because I just happened to be contacting you, and you just happened to return to the sect, so I wanted you to come along? Blue Feather Mountain shook his head and smiled, Kid, you can only blame yourself for returning at the perfect time. Hearing that, Dongfang Yannian could not help but roll his eyes. Afterwards, he glanced behind him and said, Elder Blue, I've brought him here. I'll be leaving first. With that, before Blue Feather Mountain could reply, Dongfang Yannian looked at the black-robed young man and smiled. Xianxia, I hope to hear the news of you killing the people of the Greater One sect on the battlefield of God King soon. Under Xianxia's indifferent gaze and nod, Dongfang Yannian left with a flash. After leaving the cultivation grounds of the Emperor Battle sect, Dongfang Yannian directly went to Shui Haichuan's residence. Duan Lingtian was there as well. There, he could directly see the two people he wanted to see the most. Of course, during this process, Dongfang Yannian did not forget to send a message to his wife. I've returned to the sect. There's something I need to talk to little Tian and Shui Haichuan about. Dongfang Yannian emphasized the two words little Tian. Indeed, his wife, Ouyang Xueli, replied very straightforwardly, got it. Don't bully little Tian. Don't forget how my veins of heaven recovered in such a short period of time. Hearing his wife's words, Dongfang Yannian was about to cry. Although it was all thanks to Duan Lingtian's Supreme God Pill, he had also exchanged for it with contribution points. Of course, Dongfang Yannian did not dare to say that to his wife. When Dongfang Yannian arrived, Duan Lingtian and Shui Haichuan were already waiting for him in the residence's front courtyard. Before Dongfang Yannian arrived, he had already sent them a message. What? You've already reported to sister-in-law after returning? Seeing Dongfang Yannian, Shui Haichuan said with a mocking smile. Duan Lingtian was startled. Then, he looked at Dongfang Yannian in surprise. He truly could not tell that his big brother Yannian was a henpecked person. Little Tian, don't listen to his nonsense. Dongfang Yannian spat at Shui Haichuan. Then, he smiled and said to Duan Lingtian, my position in our family is high and mighty. If I say one, your sister-in-law wouldn't dare to say two. Although Dongfang Yannian was explaining himself, Duan Lingtian's current gaze clearly showed that he did not believe him. Seeing this, although Dongfang Yannian felt guilty, he still had an arrogant expression on his face. Originally, I had just returned and was going to bring you all here. However, as soon as I arrived, I was called by an elder of Blue Feather Mountain to do something. Shui Haichuan smiled. As soon as you returned, an elder of Blue Feather Mountain called you to do something? When did an elder of Blue Feather Mountain become so inconsiderate of his subordinates? Don't mention it, Dongfang Yannian snapped. Dongfang Yannian said in annoyance, I just happened to arrive at the sect and was communicating with Blue Feather Mountain's elder. Then, Blue Feather Mountain's elder received a message from the elder in charge of recruitment. Then, he changed the topic and told me to go pick someone up. He told you to personally go pick someone up? At this moment, the smile on Shui Haichuan's face also began to disappear. His gaze also became serious. You mean, that person is a mid-divine emperor? In the current situation, only mid-divine emperors could be personally picked up by an elder of the White Dragon clan right after entering the sect. For example, the low divine emperors who had joined the Tianlong clan after the War of Emperors had only been picked up by inner sect elders. It was impossible for an elder of the White Dragon clan to pick them up. Mid-divine emperor? Hearing this, Duan Lingtian also looked at Dongfang Yannian. It's a mid-divine emperor. Dongfang Yannian nodded. A cold guy who doesn't like to talk. However, seeing that he views the people of Greater One sect as his mortal enemy, I won't bicker with him. Almost at the same time as Dongfang Yannian finished speaking, he seemed to have sensed something. His expression suddenly froze. What's wrong? Shui Haichuan and Duan Lingtian looked at Dongfang Yannian. Dongfang Yannian glanced at the two of them and said with a strange expression, I just received a message. After that cold guy, another mid-divine emperor joined the sect. From the beginning of the War of Emperors until now, no mid-divine emperor had joined the Tianlong clan. But today, in a single day, 2 mid-divine emperors had joined in succession. Chapter 3885. 2 middle divine emperors joined on the same day. Duan Lingtian was also surprised. Middle divine emperors were not cabbages that could be found anywhere. In the Tianlong clan, even the weakest middle divine emperor was an inner sect elder. At this level of cultivation, they either had extraordinary talent or extraordinary strength. Without sufficient strength, how could they resist the once-in-a-thousand-years heavenly tribulation? Before becoming a divine king, cultivation was not equal to strength. After becoming a divine king, due to the existence of the once-in-a-thousand-years heavenly tribulation, the further one cultivated, the greater the pressure one would have to face. Among the divine kings, there were many people of varying strength, but among the divine emperors, there were not many of them. Perhaps they know each other and agreed to join the clan together. Shui Haichuan said, otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? Now, it had been nearly 10 years since the start of the War of Emperors. According to 10 years, there were 365 days in a year, so 10 years was 3,650 days. In the past 3,000 days, not even a single middle divine emperor had joined the Tianlong clan. But now, in a single day, 2 middle divine emperors had joined the Tianlong clan. They should know each other, but they didn't come together. One came before the other. Duan Lingtian said. At the same time, Dongfang Yannian, who had just received a follow-up message, nodded in a timely manner. They should be together. The one who came later is similar to the one who came before. They both have cold faces. It's said that birds of a feather flock together. But I really don't understand how this kind of cold-faced person could mix with the other party. Dongfang Yannian shook his head in bewilderment. Perhaps they have their own way of communicating. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. That's the only explanation. Shui Haichuan nodded in agreement. All right, let's not talk about them. At this time, Dongfang Yannian also remembered why he had come to find Duan Lingtian and Shui Haichuan. He hurriedly changed the topic and said, you two, hurry up and tell me what, Major, you did recently. Little Tian, you tell me first. How did you predict that Kuang Tianjing would attack you and set him up? Just as Duan Lingtian was answering Dongfang Yannian's questions one after another. Somewhere in the Tianlong clan, in a secluded valley, there was a sudden shout. 2 idiots. I didn't ask them to enter the sect separately on the same day. Instead, I asked them to enter the sect separately after a period of time. On the other hand, although they came from different sects, they still arrived on the same day. 2 middle-level godly emperors, and both of them have coffin faces. Who would have thought that they were together? Now, in a clean courtyard in the valley, a middle-aged man with an ugly expression was cursing loudly. Looking at his appearance, he seemed to have completely lost his composure. Nearby. At this moment, the young woman standing at the side said, they are men of sacrifice. It's normal that they don't know how to be flexible. You can tell the people who can command them not to act too deliberately. I just finished talking to them. After being comforted by the woman, the middle-aged man took a deep breath and his mood improved a lot. It's best if those 2 men of sacrifice don't act as if they don't know each other. Right now, anyone would be able to guess that they're together. If they deliberately act as if they don't know each other, it'll be even more suspicious. The woman said again. Hearing the woman's words, a gratified expression appeared on the middle-aged man's face. Then, he nodded and said, I've already told them all this. Father. Suddenly, the woman seemed to have thought of something. She looked at the middle-aged man and said hesitantly, you really can't tell Brotherkin about this? What's the point of telling him now? The middle-aged man asked in return, could it be that he's going to step forward and help those 2 men of sacrifice lure Duan Lingtian over? Wouldn't that be the same as implicating himself? The fewer people who know about the identities of those 2 men of sacrifice, the better. Father, it's not that you don't trust him. It's just that you can't be careless about this matter. At this point, the middle-aged man paused for a moment before he added, it's not a problem if you really want to tell him. However, you'll have to wait until the 2 men of sacrifice succeed in their mission and kill Duan Lingtian. At that time, you can tell him. However, even then, you still have to remind him not to tell anyone about this matter, no matter how close he is. If he's not careful about this matter, he might consign me to eternal damnation. Once I fall from power, my enemies in the sect will definitely not let the two of you off." As he finished speaking, the middle-aged man's expression became more and more solemn. The woman's expression changed. Then, she solemnly promised, "Father, don't worry. I won't tell even Brother Ken about this matter. In the Tianlong clan, only you and I know." Hearing the woman's words, the middle-aged man finally heaved a sigh of relief. A smile appeared on his lips. "That's for the best. I knew a girl like you wouldn't be so unreasonable." The woman sighed in relief before she asked, "Father, the two men of sacrifice can only stay in the cultivation place of the Emperor Battle sect. If Duan Lingtian doesn't go there, I'm afraid they won't have a chance to make a move." "There's no way they won't have a chance." The middle-aged man smiled confidently. "Unless Duan Lingtian doesn't go to the Emperor Battle realm, there's no way they won't have a chance. As far as I know, Duan Lingtian frequently enters and exits the Emperor Battle realm. Ever since he entered when he was a god king, he has never entered again. However, after he broke through to the God King realm, he entered twice and exited twice. The second time he entered, he merely used the battle merit Shui Haichuan gave him to exchange for some items." If Duan Lingtian heard the middle-aged man's words, he would definitely be shocked by the middle-aged man's attention to him. The middle-aged man even knew he had recently entered the Emperor Battle realm and exchanged battle merit points for items from the Tianlong clan. "I don't believe someone like him won't enter the Emperor Battle realm again. Once he's prepared to enter the Emperor Battle realm, he'll die before he even enters." The middle-aged man spoke with great confidence. "But..." The woman frowned slightly as she said, "There's a golden dragon elder guarding the entrance of the Emperor Battle realm. Moreover, there's a black dragon elder guarding the cultivation place of the Emperor Battle sect as well. With the golden dragon elder and the black dragon elder around, do you think they'll have enough time to kill Duan Lingtian? Someone will distract them before they make a move." The middle-aged man smiled. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "This time, I bought the lives of these two middle god emperors. They also gave me 3 other death warriors, 2 middle god kings and 1 high god king. Before they make their move on Duan Lingtian, the 3 god king sacrificial warriors will attack the other disciples of the heavenly dragon sect to distract the golden dragon elder and the black dragon elder. As long as the elder golden dragon and elder black dragon are distracted, the two of them will have enough time to attack Duan Lingtian. In that sort of situation, the elder black dragon will need at least 3 breaths of time to react. Although the elder golden dragon is stronger than the elder black dragon, he'll need at least 2 breaths of time to react. By the time they make their move, they'll probably need another breath of time. So, as long as the 2 God King Deathsworn keep their eyes on Duan Lingtian, they'll have at least 3 breaths of time to attack Duan Lingtian. Could it be that 3 breaths of time isn't enough for them to kill Duan Lingtian? After Dongfang Yannian returned, Duan Lingtian didn't return to Guardian Sikong's cultivation grounds. He stayed with Shui Haichuan. The current him was no longer the past him who needed Shui Haichuan and Guardian Sikong's protection. He was already a lower god emperor, and had once fled for his life from the desperate inner sect elder Kuang Tianzheng. In the Tianlong clan, unless 2 or more inner sect elders joined hands, or if an existence at the level of a white dragon elder or above personally acted, there was no chance of killing him. The 10,000 demon sect behind Kuang Tianzheng did have 2 white dragon elders, but they couldn't possibly attack Duan Lingtian within the sect. Because once they did, only death would await them. They didn't dare to joke around with their lives. For example, one of the white dragon elders, Lu Yin, might be willing to exchange his life for the life of his son's killer, Shui Haishan, but it was impossible for him to exchange his life for Duan Lingtian's. Duan Lingtian didn't have a grudge against him for killing his son. As for Kuang Tianzheng, Lu Yin didn't care if he lived or died. In fact, when Kuang Tianzheng was executed by the sect this time, even his family and disciples were implicated. From beginning to end, the 10,000 demon sect didn't say a word, let alone plead for his family and disciples. What a joke. If they really wanted to plead, it wouldn't be their turn. Right now, Kuang Tianzheng's greatest backer in the Tianlong clan wasn't the 10,000 demon sect, but Vice Sect Master Shui Mingji. Shui Shui Mingji couldn't even protect Kuang Tianjing's family and disciples. Even if they spoke up, they couldn't change the outcome. No one was willing to do such a thankless task. The cultivation of a lower god emperor is too slow. Even with the help of a divine pill, it's impossible to break through in a short period of time. It's 10 times harder to break through from a higher god king to a lower god emperor. In Shui Haichuan's residence, Duan Lingtian was still living in the same room as before. He had just woken up from his cultivation, and he sighed. Although he had noticed this long ago, he had taken so many divine pills this time. Even with the powerful medicinal effects, his cultivation still hadn't improved by much. It was a blow to him. Since it's difficult to break through, I'll spend more time on the law of space. With the supreme divinity, I can comprehend the law of space with just a nap. In addition, I bought a floating image pearl in the Emperor Battle Realm and Ping City that recorded the battles between experts who were proficient in the law of space. With the floating image pearls in there, I'll be able to deduce many things from one instance. My comprehension of the law of space will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian no longer bothered about the slow progress of his cultivation. Instead, he shifted his attention to the law of space. Based on the current situation, it was more cost-effective to spend more time on the law of space. Chapter 3886. In the solitary destructive heaven in the Devata realm. In the heavenly palace. I'm back. A young man in a long green robe stood in the air. He had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. He was extraordinarily handsome. His expression was calm as he looked down at the familiar place in front of him. His face trembled. Come back, all of you. The green-clad young man looked around before he sent out a series of voice transmissions to every corner of the solitary destructive heaven. All of a sudden, powerful figures shot up into the sky from all over the solitary destructive heaven and headed for the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Lord Heavenly Emperor is back. Lord Heavenly Emperor is calling for us to return to the Heavenly Palace. It's Lord Heavenly Emperor. It's time for the Heavenly Emperor puppet supported by the tidal temple to scram. Hearty laughter resounded in every corner of solitary destructive heaven. Many of the people who were not part of the situation became excited after a moment of contemplation. This was especially true for the sword celestials in the solitary destructive heaven. Lord Heavenly Emperor? Could the Lord Heavenly Emperor from his mouth be that Wind Heavenly Emperor of the past? It's obvious that he's referring to the Wind Heavenly Emperor. Back then, the Wind Heavenly Emperor disappeared without a trace. Even the powerhouses in the Heavenly Palace left as well. It was as though the Wind Heavenly Emperor had moved to another location. Then, the tidal temple appointed a titled Celestial Emperor as the new Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Currently, the Heavenly Emperor Palace is like the backyard of the tidal temple's sub-palace. It's said that the new Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven has to bow to the Hall Master of the tidal temple. He's a disgrace to the solitary destructive heaven. That's right. When the Wind Heavenly Emperor was still around, the Hall Master of the tidal temple's sub-palace wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. A commotion broke out in the solitary destructive heaven. It did not take long for news of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven to spread to the Heavenly Palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The current Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was merely a titled Celestial Emperor in the tidal temple. He was not even a match for some of the more powerful titled Celestial Emperors, let alone the former Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang. Go and inform the Palace Master of this matter. Since that Feng Qingyang has returned, he will definitely not let this matter rest. It's better for me to escape. I remember when Feng Qingyang was lost in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, someone had taken over his place and become the new Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. When Feng Qingyang returned, he killed that person. If I don't leave now, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape death when Feng Qingyang returns. I'm not interested in the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. It's better for him to stay in the realm where the tidal temple is located. The new Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven muttered to himself as he made his way to a transporting formation in the Heavenly Palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The teleportation formation led to the Tidal Temple's solitary destructive heaven sub-temple. When he arrived at the Vice Hall, he immediately went to look for the Vice Hall Master and asked him to bring him to the main hall to report the matter of the Tidal Temple's main hall master. Since Feng Qingyang has returned, I'm afraid the Palace Master will personally come. The Vice Hall Master had received the news, so he was not surprised when he saw the new Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He quickly brought the new Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven to the main hall through the transporting formation. Feng Qingyang has returned? It did not take long before Wu Hongqing, the Vice Hall Master of the main hall of the Tidal Temple, received the news. His expression turned grim as he thought to himself, since he dares to return, it means he's confident he can defeat Mi Xian. He must have broken through to the intermediate God-King stage at the very least. I'm afraid I might not be a match for him now. Wu Hongqing's eyes glinted as he felt the pressure on him increase. Back then, Mi Xian was so powerful that Feng Qingyang had hidden in the Azura Hell when he realized he could not defeat Mi Xian. Both Wu Hongqing and Mi Xian were helpless against him. At that time, Wu Hongqing was certain Feng Qingyang would return one day. The reason Wu Hongqing sent someone to the solitary destructive heaven to become the new Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was not because he cared about the position of Heavenly Emperor. This way, if Feng Qingyang returned, Wu Hongqing would be the first to know. Just like now. Both of you may return. Wu Hongqing looked at the Vice Hall Master of the solitary destructive heaven and the new Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven before he said, since Feng Qingyang has returned, return the position of Heavenly Emperor to him. At the same time, tell him the Tidal Temple has no intention of making an enemy out of him. When they heard Wu Hongqing's words, the expressions of the two seated below, which had changed when they heard Wu Hongqing telling them to return, finally calmed down. If they did not seek peace, they would most likely die in Feng Qingyang's hands if they returned. Now that they heard the words of the Vice Hall Master of the Tidal Temple, they felt much more at ease. In their opinion, since the Tidal Temple wanted peace, there was no way Feng Qingyang would reject them. In their opinion, the Tidal Temple was like the heavens above all Devata realms. Even if Feng Qingyang was a god, it would not change this fact. In the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, a young man dressed in a green robe was sitting in the air. His eyes were tightly shut. It was hard to tell if he was cultivating or merely resting. His aura was so quiet that even the Tidal Temple would not be able to detect it. Swoosh! At this moment, a figure appeared near the young man. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a sturdy robe. As soon as the middle-aged man appeared, he bowed at the young man. Greetings, Lord Heavenly Emperor. A hint of excitement could be seen in the middle-aged man's eyes. Meng Luo. At the same time, the young man opened his eyes and looked at the middle-aged man with a smile on his face. After scanning the middle-aged man with his divine consciousness, his eyes lit up. It seems like you haven't been slacking off all these years. Meng Luo smiled sheepishly. This little improvement is nothing compared to you, Lord Heavenly Emperor. However, Meng Luo is confident that I can help your majesty kill the fake celestial emperor who has taken over the nest. Meng Luo's eyes were brimming with killing intent as he spoke. He's just a puppet supported by the Tidal Temple. There's no need to worry about him. The young man, Feng Qingyang, the former Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, said nonchalantly with a faint smile on his face. Without waiting for Meng Luo's reply, he looked to his left. A fiery red figure was flying toward him at breakneck speed. Around this fiery red figure, there seemed to be the illusory image of a flying bird. It seemed to cover the sky, and its aura was like a rainbow. It emitted a scorching aura that swept across the sky like a raging inferno. Swoosh! A few moments later, the figure retracted its flames. It was an old man dressed in a fiery red robe. As soon as the old man arrived, he bowed respectfully at Feng Qingyang. Greetings, Lord Palace Master. Lord Palace Master was how the old man addressed Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang was the former Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He was also the Palace Master of the Heavenly Palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Huo Lao. Feng Qingyang nodded at the old man with a smile on his face. Then, his eyes glinted as he asked, "Where's little Tian?" "I tried to contact him in the solitary destructive heaven, but he didn't respond." Upon hearing this, Hualao smiled wryly. "I don't know." However, after the young palace master picked up his family and friends, he left the solitary destructive heaven and brought them to the mundane realm. He didn't tell me which mundane realm they were going to. However, based on his words, it seems like he won't be returning to his hometown. Hualao said. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyang nodded. It's good to be careful. Since Duan Lingtian's soul pearl was still intact, Feng Qingyang was not worried at all. Moreover, he was certain his disciple, Duan Lingtian, would come looking for him as soon as he heard about his return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. There are some things I have to do before little Tian returns. There are some people and forces that will pose a threat to me if I don't do something about them. Feng Qingyang muttered to himself as his eyes glinted coldly. In an instant, whether it was Meng Luo or Elder Hua, they felt their bodies and souls trembling intensely as if a terrifying creature had suddenly appeared beside them. Lord Heavenly Emperor. After Feng Qingyang withdrew his aura, Meng Luo, who was on the verge of suffocating, gasped for air and asked excitedly, "What's your current cultivation base?" Hualao looked at Feng Qingyang excitedly. Feng Qingyang replied indifferently, "Killing the pavilion master of the main hall of the Tidal Temple is as easy as slaughtering a dog." Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Meng Luo and Hualao could not help but gasp. It was one thing for a pavilion master of a Tidal Temple to be killed. However, the main palace master of the Tidal Temple was an absolute powerhouse. Some people even said he was the strongest powerhouse in the Devata realms. Even the gods in the Devata realms were no match for him. Lord Heavenly Emperor, the others will be here soon. After a long while, Meng Luo broke the silence and said, "Don't worry." At the same time, Meng Luo looked at Feng Qingyang in awe. It was a reverence that came from the bottom of his heart. "All right." Feng Qingyang nodded slightly. "Since they're here, let's wait for them to arrive before we return home." Return home. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Meng Luo and Hualao's eyes lit up. In the next few hours, more and more figures appeared in front of Feng Qingyang and bowed respectfully. "Lord Heavenly Emperor." "Lord Heavenly Emperor." When the group of heavenly emperors from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven arrived, Meng Luo and Hualao led them to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. At this moment, some celestial emperors who were foolish enough to reprimand Meng Luo and the others were killed by Meng Luo's punch as soon as they finished speaking. "Welcome back, Lord Heavenly Emperor." "Welcome back, Lord Heavenly Emperor." "Welcome back, Lord Heavenly Emperor." Meng Luo and the others cried out in unison. Their voices were as loud as thunder, and their auras soared into the sky. Chapter 3887. Feng Qingyang, the former heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven under the protection of his former subordinates, Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. Since the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven had a new ruler, those who tried to stop Meng Luo were killed without exception. Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, had been in hiding for many years. Even though he was waiting for the return of his only heavenly emperor, he did not stop cultivating. It was as though he could fend off thousands of soldiers and horses. Not a single person from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven could survive a single punch from Duan Lingtian. Bang! Meng Luo punched out again. The astral fist that appeared on Meng Luo's fist smashed into the body of an immortal emperor, instantly exploding him into a bloody mist. It's the heavenly savage celestial emperor, Meng Luo. He's the strongest general under Feng Qingyang, the former heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. The group of immortal emperors who wanted to leave the heavenly emperor palace saw Meng Luo descending like a god of death, killing one person with a single punch. None of them dared to leave the heavenly emperor palace for a long time. Meng Luo. A voice suddenly rang from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. You killed a celestial emperor from the Tidal Temple. Even if Feng Qingyang returns, he won't be able to save you. A burly middle-aged man stepped out of the void with a giant sword under his feet. His build was similar to Meng Luo's, and he had fierce eyebrows and a pair of fierce eyes. He looked very impressive. "If I'm not mistaken, you're the Heavenly Sword Celestial Emperor, Yan Tiannan, right?" Meng Luo's eyes lit up when he saw the burly middle-aged man. The Heavenly Sword Celestial Emperor was the Vice Hall Master of the Tidal Temple's branch in the solitary destructive heaven. He was known as the Second Sword Celestial in the solitary destructive heaven. His strength was second only to Feng Qingyang, the former Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. After Feng Qingyang ascended to godhood, Yan Tiannan was widely acknowledged as the strongest sword celestial in the solitary destructive heaven. Naturally, Yan Tiannan was not qualified to be Feng Qingyang's invincible sword celestial. There might not be any sword celestials in the solitary destructive heaven who could defeat him, but there were still a few sword celestials who were evenly matched with him. However, because those sword immortals relied on many other methods, and he purely used the sword, he was still recognized as the number one sword immortal. As for Feng Qingyang, he was invincible in the solitary destructive heaven. That was why he was recognized as the invincible sword celestial in the solitary destructive heaven. "I've always wanted to fight you, Yan Tiannan, but I haven't had the chance. Today, I'll see how strong you are," Meng Luo shouted. His eyes burned with the desire to battle. He charged forward and took the initiative to attack. On the other hand, Yan Tiannan did not dare to be careless when he saw Meng Luo charging at him. With a solemn expression on his face, he quickly blocked Meng Luo's attack. Whoosh! At the same time, Feng Qingyang floated down from the sky and stood at the forefront of the group. He led Hua Lao and the others to watch the battle between Meng Luo and Yan Tiannan from afar. That guy Meng Luo must have been bored out of his mind after all these years. Feng Qingyang shook his head with a smile on his face. Hua Lao, who was standing behind Feng Qingyang, nodded with a smile on his face. Lord Meng Luo has always been straightforward. However, the Heavenly Sword Celestial Emperor, Yan Tiannan, is not a simple person. While the two of them were conversing, Meng Luo and Yan Tiannan had already begun to fight. In just a blink of an eye, both of them had exchanged more than 100 moves. Both of them were evenly matched, and it was obvious both of them were not holding back at all. "Meng Luo, come back." At this moment, Feng Qingyang said indifferently, "Both of you are on par with each other. It's meaningless for you to continue fighting." As soon as Meng Luo finished speaking, he moved away from the battle and returned to Feng Qingyang's side. At the same time, he looked at Yan Tiannan from afar. The Heavenly Sword Celestial Emperor lives up to his reputation. The Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor does have some skills. Yan Tiannan's eyes narrowed when he saw Meng Luo had stopped fighting. After he finished speaking, he cupped his fists together and said to Feng Qingyang, "Greetings, Lord Feng Qingyang." He did not address Feng Qingyang as the Heavenly Emperor. Meng Luo's expression darkened when he heard how Yan Tiannan addressed Feng Qingyang. Even the expressions of Hua Lao and the other former celestial emperors from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven changed drastically. "Are you trying to stop me?" Feng Qingyang calmly looked at Yan Tiannan, who was hovering in front of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. His tone was indifferent, as though he was speaking to Yan Tiannan. "Lord Feng Qingyang," Yan Tiannan said solemnly. Yan Tiannan's expression turned solemn as he said, "The Tidal Temple will temporarily take over the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. If you want to return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, you'll have to wait for the palace master of the main temple's order. Currently, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven and the palace master of the Tidal Temple have gone to the main temple to inform the palace master of your return. For this reason, please wait for a moment, Lord Feng Qingyang." Upon hearing Yan Tiannan's words, Feng Qingyang was taken aback. Wait for the palace master of the Tidal Temple to give him an order? Wu Hongqin. Meng Luo and Hua Lao, who had heard Feng Qingyang said he could kill the palace master of the Tidal Temple as if he was killing a dog, had an interesting expression on their faces. Meng Luo looked at Yan Tiannan and sneered. "Yan Tiannan, the palace master of the Tidal Temple isn't qualified to order Lord Heavenly Emperor around. Yan Tiannan glared at Meng Luo as he said, Meng Luo, although it's difficult for me to defeat you, I don't mind fighting you to the death since you've disrespected the palace master of the Tidal Temple. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Meng Luo sneered. Meng Luo was about to say something when Feng Qingyang raised his hand slightly to stop him. Meng Luo no longer said anything. Are you trying to stop me? Feng Qingyang asked as he looked at Yan Tiannan calmly. However, at this moment, a hint of coldness could be seen in the depths of Feng Qingyang's eyes. Yan Tiannan's scalp turned numb when he felt Feng Qingyang's gaze on him. However, he maintained a solemn expression on his face and remained motionless. Lord Feng Qingyang, please wait for the palace master's order. As soon as Yan Tiannan finished speaking, two beams of light shot out from Feng Qingyang's eyes and disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, the gigantic sword on Yan Tiannan's back flew out of its scabbard and fell toward Yan Tiannan's head. During this entire process, Yan Tiannan didn't move at all. In the next moment, bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as Yan Tiannan's gigantic celestial weapon fell on Yan Tiannan's head. It was as though a towering mountain had fallen on Yan Tiannan. In just a blink of an eye, Yan Tiannan was reduced to a bloody mist. What was even more terrifying was, Yan Tiannan's gigantic celestial weapon, an emperor-grade celestial weapon, suddenly exploded. At the same time, a cry of despair rang from the sword. Lord, please spare. Clearly, it was the voice of the sword spirit. However, before the sword spirit could finish speaking, the celestial sword shattered into pieces. It was obvious the sword spirit was not going to survive. Gulp. Upon seeing this, Hualao could not help but gulp as a chill ran down his spine. In the past, he used to be the artifact spirit of an emperor-grade celestial weapon called the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. When the sword spirit of Yan Tiannan's emperor-grade celestial sword was killed, he felt helpless. If a celestial weapon was destroyed, its weapon spirit would be destroyed as well. Unless the person who destroyed the celestial weapon was willing to find another celestial weapon to host it. However, why would such a powerhouse care about the life and death of a mere weapon spirit? For a time, Elder Huo looked once more at the back of the young man before him, and a wisp of gratitude flashed in his eyes. It was precisely because of the young man that he was able to escape from the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, reconstruct his body, and stop being an artifact spirit. Heavenly Emperor Feng, please have mercy. As soon as Yan Tiannan died, an anxious voice rang from the depths of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. As soon as the voice rang in the air, two figures appeared in a flash. They were none other than the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven and the pavilion master of the solitary destructive heaven subhall who had just returned from the Tidal Temple. At that moment, the two of them had ugly expressions on their faces. They did not expect to see Feng Qingyang attacking Yan Tiannan as soon as they arrived through the transporting formation. Although they tried to plead for mercy, it was too late. In just a blink of an eye, Yan Tiannan was dead. What was even more terrifying was that Yan Tiannan's emperor-grade celestial sword that possessed a weapon spirit was destroyed as well. Even its weapon spirit was not spared. Are the two of you going to stop me as well? Feng Qingyang asked indifferently as he looked at the two figures hovering in the air in front of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, the two figures' expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly moved to the side to make way for Feng Qingyang. At the same time, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, a titled celestial emperor from the Tidal Temple's main hall, hastily announced, from today onward, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven will be ruled by the invincible sword celestial, Feng Qingyang. Everyone from the Tidal Temple is to leave the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. This is also an order from the main hall master. As soon as the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven finished speaking, a group of people rushed out of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. What a joke! Even the main hall master of the Tidal Temple had personally ordered them to return the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to Feng Qingyang. How could they dare to continue occupying the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Moreover, they had just received news that Yan Tiannan, the Vice Hall Master of the Tidal Temple, the Heavenly Sword Celestial Emperor, had been killed by Feng Qingyang with just a glance. Even his Emperor-grade Celestial Sword and its Sword Spirit were destroyed. Earlier, they were stunned when they heard that Feng Qingyang's gaze could kill. When they heard the familiar voice of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, they quickly regained their senses and left the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. The Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven was the leader of a patrol team in the main hall of the Tidal Temple. Most of the people in the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven were his subordinates. The Wind Heavenly Emperor. After everyone left, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven looked at Feng Qingyang with a smile on his face. I'm just following orders to temporarily take over the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Now that the Wind Heavenly Emperor has returned, everything will be returned to its rightful owner. Chapter 3888. The eyes of the Celestial Emperors behind Feng Qingyang lit up when they heard the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven was willing to relinquish his position. Their Lord Heavenly Emperor was indeed formidable. Even the Tidal Temple had to bow before him. However, the next moment, the scene that happened caused them to be stunned. As soon as the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven finished speaking, his body stiffened. His eyes widened, and his body began to tremble violently. Naturally, this caught everyone's attention. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, who was originally a middle-aged man's long black hair turned grayish-white. At the same time, his originally muscular body began to sink like a deflated balloon. In just a few breaths, the originally muscular middle-aged man had turned into a skinny old man with wrinkles all over his face. Moreover, this was not the end of it. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the old man's body began to age again before it dissipated with the wind. At this moment, everyone present could clearly feel an ancient and vicissitude aura surging towards them. This scene caused everyone to be flabbergasted. Everyone turned to look at Feng Qingyang in unison. Apart from Meng Luo and Huolao, everyone, including the Celestial Emperors behind Feng Qingyang, looked at Feng Qingyang with fear in their eyes. Heavens! What kind of technique is this? How can a person who could have lived as long as heaven and earth become an old man in just a blink of an eye? Is this the law of time? Is there such a technique in the law of time? Isn't Feng Qingyang the Heavenly Emperor skilled in the law of destruction? At this moment, the people from the Tidal Temple could hear the trembling in each other's voices as they communicated through voice transmissions. Feng Qingyang's strength had exceeded their expectations. Previously, they were still doubting the authenticity of Feng Qingyang's murderous gaze. However, at this moment, they no longer had any doubts. After all, what was happening was even more terrifying than the murderous gaze. Heavenly Wind Emperor, the expression of the Hall Master of the Solitary Heaven Palace's Tidal Temple changed drastically. He was about to say something when he discovered his body was shrouded by an invisible force. No matter how hard he tried to circulate his celestial origin energy, he was unable to break free. At this moment, he was only left with his consciousness. He couldn't even control his own body. Under his gaze, the group of immortal emperors behind Feng Qingyang were staring at something behind him in shock. He really wanted to turn around, but the power that enveloped him made it impossible for him to do so. Not to mention turning back, he couldn't even move a finger now. Under his gaze, Feng Qingyang stood in the void with a calm expression on his face. He had not moved at all since the beginning of the battle. Suddenly, he realized that he had regained control of his body and subconsciously looked back. With just a glance, he saw the people from the Tidal Temple who had just left the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven had turned into old men. Then, these old men died just like the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven who was sent by the main hall of the Tidal Temple. Meng Luo, Huolao, bring the others back to the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll return as soon as I'm done. At the same time, Feng Qingyang said to Meng Luo and Huolao. Meng Luo and Huolao looked at Feng Qingyang passionately. After that, Feng Qingyang looked at the Hall Master of the Solitary Destructive Heaven Hall and said indifferently, "Bring me to the Tidal Temple's main hall, and I'll spare your life." Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, The Vice Hall Master of the Solitary Destructive Heaven Hall hesitated for a moment before he nodded. His tone was filled with awe, but there was also a tremor of fear. There should be a transporting formation here that leads to the Tidal Temple's main hall, right? Feng Qingyang asked indifferently. Yes. Lead the way. The Hall Master of the Solitary Heaven Palace's sub-hall brought Feng Qingyang to the sub-hall of the Tidal Temple through the transporting formation. After that, he brought Feng Qingyang to the main hall of the Tidal Temple through the transporting formation. Heavenly Emperor Feng, if the Hall Master finds out I brought you here, he won't let me go. I can't travel with you anymore. The Hall Master of the Solitary Destructive Heaven Hall said to Feng Qingyang warily. All right. Feng Qingyang nodded indifferently. You can leave if you want. Do as you wish. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, the Hall Master of the Solitary Destructive Heaven Hall heaved a sigh of relief. However, just as he stepped onto the teleportation array and was about to activate the teleportation array, bang! An earth-shattering explosion rang in the air. A huge palm print had descended from the sky and killed the Hall Master of the Solitary Destructive Heaven Hall. Wu Hongqing. Feng Qingyang looked at the Hall Master of the Solitary Destructive Heaven Hall. He said indifferently, I didn't expect the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple's main hall to be so ruthless to his subordinates. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, you must be joking. Wu Hongqing smiled faintly. Even if I don't kill such a traitor, the enforcement hall of the Tidal Temple won't let him go. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, you must be much stronger now that you've returned from the Azura Hell, right? Right now, Wu Hongqing was only one step away from asking Feng Qingyang if he was confident in his current strength. Was that why he decided to stay in Azura Hell? Killing you is as easy as slaughtering a dog. Feng Qingyang said indifferently. His body flickered, and the space around him froze. Even Wu Hongqing, who was in the distance, was no exception. When Feng Qingyang approached him, Wu Hongqing struggled to break free. His eyes narrowed slightly. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, you've hidden your strength so well. Your attainments in the law of time are definitely not inferior to your attainments in the law of destruction. Wu Hongqing's voice was filled with fear when he spoke. You're smart to leave a clone here. Feng Qingyang said indifferently as he struck out with his palm. The void froze again, and the same happened to Wu Hongqing's body. At the same time, Feng Qingyang raised his hand and waved it in the air. A gray light blade swept through Wu Hongqing's body and destroyed it in an instant. Wu Hongqing's body was destroyed like a flower in the water. Not a single drop of blood could be seen. This was because this was only one of Wu Hongqing's law clones. In the past, you, Wu Hongqing, joined forces with others to kill my disciple, Duan Lingtian. Feng Qingyang's body swayed before he shot up into the sky. His voice was not loud, but it resounded in the entire Tidal Temple's main realm. Today, I'll annihilate your entire main realm. As soon as Feng Qingyang finished speaking, terrifying energy surged out of his body. In just a blink of an eye, it turned into tens of thousands of sword rays that shot up into the sky and swept across the Tidal Temple's main realm like meteors. In the next instant, all living beings in the Tidal Temple's main realm were killed, regardless of whether they were humans or beasts. In just a few breaths' time, Feng Qingyang was the only living being in the realm where the Tidal Temple's main palace was located. Naturally, this did not mean there were no law clones. Swoosh! Another law clone of Wu Hongqing appeared before Feng Qingyang. Wu Hongqing's expression was extremely unsightly as he said, Feng Qingyang, are you going to fight to the death with the Tidal Temple? Although I'm not as strong as you, I'll be able to summon the ancestors of the Tidal Temple when the space passage from the Devata realms to the realms of gods opens in 300 years. Even in the realms of gods, the Tidal Temple is still considered an emperor god force. Even if you're a divine emperor, you won't be able to escape death when the ancestors of the Tidal Temple arrive, let alone you're just a high-rank god king. Wu Hongqing's voice was extremely cold. As you said, it's 300 years later. Feng Qingyang smiled indifferently. How do you know I won't be able to kill a god emperor after 300 years? How arrogant. Before Wu Hongqing's law clone was destroyed by Feng Qingyang, Wu Hongqing could only shout coldly. After destroying 2 of Wu Hongqing's law clones and everyone in the Title Temple's main realm, Feng Qingyang finally left. Little Tian, you almost died here in the past. Today, I'll help you collect some interest. One day, I'll find Wu Hongqing's true body and kill him. In the Wanderer Heaven. Wu Hongqing stood on top of a cliff in a lofty mountain range. His expression was extremely unsightly. Feng Qingyang has already broken through and become a high-rank god king. With his current strength, even if my true body is in front of him, it'll be easy for him to kill me. I'm no match for him. I can't accept waiting for 300 years. It looks like I can only ask Mi Xian for help. Feng Qingyang definitely doesn't know that Mi Xian has broken through to the God Emperor realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to strut around so openly after becoming a high-rank god king. After thinking for a while, Wu Hongqing gritted his teeth and headed to the netherworld. At the same time, a soul orb appeared in his hand. It belonged to Mi Xian, the dead spirit clansman who'd come looking for him after entering the netherworld. However, Mi Xian was no longer an ordinary dead spirit clansman. In fact, he'd even exterminated the dead spirit clan. It could be said that he was the only dead spirit clansman in the world. Back then, Mi Xian suffered a great loss at the hands of Feng Qingyang and his disciple, Duan Lingtian. He's been brooding over it all this time. Now that he has a chance to make a move on Feng Qingyang, given his personality, there's no way he'll miss it. In the past few years, I've been the only one who hasn't made any progress. Mi Xian has broken through to the God Emperor realm as a God King, and Feng Qingyang has broken through from the lesser God King realm to the higher God King realm for the second time. The more Wu Hongqing thought about it, the more bitter he felt. Chapter 3889. Duan Lingtian was unaware that his master, Feng Qingyang, had left the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, and returned to the solitary destructive heaven to take charge of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. He was also unaware that his master, Feng Qingyang, had destroyed the main hall of the Title Temple in a fit of rage to avenge the humiliation he had suffered in the Title Temple. Even Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the main hall of the Title Temple, had left his 2 clones to await Feng Qingyang's return. Currently, Duan Lingtian was fully focused on comprehending the law of space. His attainment in the law of space was constantly improving. The improvement in my law of space will affect my Tao of control as well. The more profound my comprehension of the law of space is, the more powerful my Tao of control will be. Naturally, I can improve my Tao of control as well. However, based on the current situation, it'll be difficult for me to advance my Tao of control to the next stage. Duan Lingtian had learned about the 4 Tao of heaven and earth when he was still in the Devata realms before he came to the mystic gang land in the realms of gods. For example, the rudimentary stage was the first stage of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. Duan Lingtian had shown others the rudimentary stage of the Sword Tao. Up until now, those who knew Duan Lingtian had mastered the 4 Tao of heaven and earth did not know much about Duan Lingtian. After the rudimentary stage was the second stage. At this stage, one would be able to control the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. Following that was the third stage. At this stage, one would be able to control the 4 Tao of heaven and earth with just a wave of their hand. Feng Qingyang was at the third stage. As for Duan Lingtian, his sword Tao and Tao of control remained at the second stage for many years. Even after he came to the realms of gods, there was no improvement in his sword Tao or Tao of control. This was because he had no idea how to advance the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. According to his master, Feng Qingyang, there must be other stages after the third stage. Moreover, his master, Feng Qingyang, had already touched the threshold of the next stage. However, since Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was too low, his master, Feng Qingyang, did not tell him much about it. If I integrate this profundity into my profundity, my attainment in the law will not be inferior to any of the White Dragon Elders in the Tianlong clan. In fact, my attainment in the law is even higher than some of the White Dragon Elders who has comprehended the law. With this thought Feng Qingyang's, he continued comprehending the law. Spring and autumn. Spring came and came spring. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years had passed. The gods, God, Emperor, God, kings of the gods, gods, king, God, king, God. The battlefield of god kings was still the most intense battlefield. Every now and then, some god kings would die, including many higher god kings. After Duan Lingtian left the battlefield of divine emperors, only a few lower god kings had died. Some were from the Tianlong clan, and some were from the Tai sect. It's Shimen Longxiang. At the entrance of the battlefield of divine emperors in Tai City, a group of people looked at a young man who was walking slowly toward the entrance of the battlefield. When I saw him walking over here, I wondered if he had broken through to the divine emperor stage. Did he really break through? He entered the battlefield of divine emperors as soon as he broke through. Is he learning from Duan Lingtian of the Tianlong clan? Bah! Senior brother Shimen Longxiang is a peerless genius of our Tai sect. How can Duan Lingtian compare to senior brother Shimen Longxiang? Do you think senior brother Shimen Longxiang will gain something from entering the battlefield of divine emperors? Under the gaze of a group of people, Shimen Longxiang, a genius disciple of the Tai sect who had killed many god kings of the Tianlong clan, entered the battlefield of divine emperors. The news quickly spread to the Tianlong clan. Shimen Longxiang broke through. He entered the battlefield of divine emperors as soon as he broke through. He's going to fight with Duan Lingtian. Fight? What qualifications does he have to be compared with senior brother Duan Lingtian? Senior brother Duan Lingtian killed 2 inner sect elders of the Tai sect in the battlefield of divine emperors. That's right. Even if there is a certain element of luck, but as a cultivator, we should know that luck is actually a part of strength. In a battle of life and death, even if your strength is not as good as your opponent, if your opponent is distracted for a moment, maybe you can take the opportunity to kill him. At that time, who dares to say you're not as good as your opponent? Senior brother Duan Lingtian's monstrous performance in the battlefield of divine emperors made the patriarch of the Tai sect personally come to discuss with our patriarch to let senior brother Duan Lingtian and Shimen Longxiang enter. The fact that our patriarch agreed to this matter shows how monstrous Shimen Longxiang is. Even if he's not as good as senior brother Duan Lingtian, he won't be able to find out much. Humph. I'd like to see what kind of performance Shimen Longxiang will have inside. Throughout the Tianlong clan, many people began to pay attention to the performance of the Tai sect disciple Shimen Longxiang in the battlefield of divine emperors. Whether it was Duan Lingtian or Shimen Longxiang, they were the only ones in the Tianlong clan and Tai sect who had broken through to the divine emperor realm and had not yet become an elder. First, because they did not care, and second, because the situation of the emperor battle was urgent, very few people paid attention to this aspect. More people's attention was on the 3 major battlefields of the emperor battle plain. On the battlefield of divine emperors, there was killing basically every day. On the battlefield of divine emperors, there was less killing, but there were still many people inside. Only on the battlefield of quasi-emperors, so far, only a few people from the Tianlong clan had entered, and it was more or less the same on the side of Tai sect. As for whether they had met or fought, no one knew. It could be said that as long as no one died, it was unlikely that anyone would know what happened inside. Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. Now, Duan Lingtian was still concentrating on comprehending the law of space. Shimen Longxiang's entry into the battlefield of divine emperors attracted the attention of all parties. A month later, a lower-level divine emperor realm outer sect elder of the Tianlong clan died, but no one thought that it was Shimen Longxiang who killed him. Another 2 months passed, and another lower-level divine emperor realm inner sect deacon of the Tianlong clan was killed. On the same day, another lower-level divine emperor realm inner sect deacon was killed. It was no secret that the 2 inner sect deacons of the Tianlong clan who were killed on the same day were good friends. Moreover, they entered the battlefield of divine emperors together. They either died at the hands of the same person, or died at the hands of the Tai sect's divine emperors. On the battlefield of divine emperors, it is impossible to have large groups, but there are still some small groups of 2 or 3 people. In half a month's time, this topic gradually died down. At this time, another piece of news was spread. another lower-level Divine Emperor Realm Outer Sect elder of the Tianlong clan was killed. At the same time, half a month later, Daoist sect's Heaven's Prideling disciple Shimen Longxiang walked out of the battlefield of Divine Emperors, entered Peace City, and publicly took out 4 lower-level Divine Emperor identity badges of the Tianlong clan in exchange for battle merits. In just 4 months, 4 lower-level Divine Emperors of the Tianlong clan had died. All of them had died at the hands of Shimen Longxiang. For a time, the Daoist sect was in an uproar. After the Tianlong clan received the news, there was a dead silence. A Daoist sect disciple who had just broken through to the Divine Emperor realm had killed 4 lower-level Divine Emperors of the Tianlong clan in just 4 months. 2 outer sect elders and 2 inner sect deacons. Among them, the 2 inner sect deacons entered the battlefield of Divine Emperors together in a small group, and were killed on the same day. In other words, they may have been killed by Shimen Longxiang in a 2 versus 1 situation. That Shimen Longxiang of the Daoist sect is so terrifying. Heavens! Did he really just break through to the Divine Emperor realm? He just entered the Divine Emperor realm and killed lower-level Divine Emperors like killing chickens. How can his strength be so terrifying? In the past, we only heard that he was a monster. Back then, in the battlefield of the God Kings, all of the disciples who saw him were killed by him. So, we didn't have any idea how strong he was. But now, we can be sure that his means are not simple. Isn't it obvious? Do you think Duan Lingtian can be compared to him? I don't think so. Although Duan Lingtian killed 2 inner sect elders of the Daoist sect, he took advantage of the situation and killed them after they were seriously injured. Shimen Longxiang, on the other hand, killed 4 lower-level Divine Emperors of our sect with his own strength. That's because Duan Lingtian didn't meet the lower-level Divine Emperors, otherwise, Duan Lingtian could have killed them with his own strength. That's true. When Duan Lingtian and Shimen Longxiang left the battlefield of Divine Emperors one after another, in fact, many people of the Tianlong clan subconsciously thought that Duan Lingtian was stronger than Duan Lingtian because he had killed more Divine Emperors than Shimen Longxiang. But now, Shimen Longxiang's stunning performance made them reconsider. Could Duan Lingtian really compare to Shimen Longxiang? Shimen Longxiang had entered the battlefield of Divine Emperors later, while Duan Lingtian had entered much earlier. At the same time, Shimen Longxiang's performance might not be worse than Duan Lingtian's, right? Moreover, in the battlefield of Divine Emperors, whether or not one could meet people frequently depended on luck. Perhaps Duan Lingtian's luck was better than Shimen Longxiang's? Just like this time, Shimen Longxiang's luck was very good. In a short 4 months, he had met 4 lower-level Divine Emperors of the Tianlong clan. Many of the Tianlong clan's Divine Emperors had entered the battlefield of Divine Emperors for 2 or 3 months without meeting a single Divine Emperor of the Daoist sect. By the time Duan Lingtian found out about this, it was already half a year later. I've finally settled it. Now, my attainments in the laws of space have surpassed the majority of the White Dragon Elders. I'm afraid that only a few White Dragon Elders, including Brother Haichuan, can compare to me in the laws of space. Duan Lingtian walked out of his room and happened to see Shui Haichuan chatting with Dongfang Yannian in the front yard. The two were talking about how Shimen Longxiang had killed 4 lower-level Divine Emperors of the Tianlong clan half a year ago. Chapter 3890. Shimen Longxiang broke through to the Divine Emperor realm? He broke through half a year ago. Moreover, as soon as he broke through, he entered the battlefield of Divine Emperors and killed 4 lower Divine Emperors of our Tianlong clan? Duan Lingtian didn't feel anything about Shimen Longxiang being able to break through in such a short time, because no one knew how much Shimen Longxiang had accumulated before he entered the battlefield of Divine Kings. After all, Shimen Longxiang was already a mid-Divine King many years ago. Unlike him. After he broke through to the Divine Emperor realm, those who knew were shocked because they all knew that he had only broken through to the High Divine King realm a few years ago. In less than 10 years, he had just broken through to the High Divine King realm to the Lower Divine Emperor realm. In Tungleng province, as long as one was a normal person, they would be shocked. Little Tian. Seeing Duan Lingtian come out, Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian both stopped chatting for a moment and looked at him with a smile. Duan Lingtian directly sat down at the stone table in front of the two and said with a smile, "I heard you were talking about Shimen Longxiang of the Greater One sect. It seems that his strength is indeed not bad to be able to make you two white dragon elders whisper to each other." Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Shui Haichuan shook his head and said, "Little Tian, don't underestimate Shimen Longxiang. He was able to kill 4 lower divine emperors of our Tianlong clan right after breaking through to the divine emperor realm. This is enough to prove his strength." As soon as Shui Haichuan finished speaking, Dongfang Yannian continued, "Haichuan is right. You should know that when the Greater One sect master came to find our sect master and set the entry agreement between you and Shimen Longxiang, he didn't give anything else to our Tianlong clan. It was a completely equal prohibition agreement. Under these circumstances, the sect master was still willing to agree. This means that in the sect master's eyes, Shimen Longxiang's entry into the battlefield of divine kings is no less a threat to the Tianlong clan's divine kings than your entry into the battlefield of divine kings." When Dongfang Yannian reached the end of his speech, his expression became solemn. Duan Lingtian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He just said it casually, but he didn't expect these two big brothers to take it seriously. After all, Duan Lingtian was not a native of the realms of gods. He had fought his way to where he was today. His experiences in the mundane realms and the Devata realms had taught him not to underestimate anyone. Not to mention Shimen Longxiang, who he felt was not weak in the past. "Brother Haichuan, Brother Yannian, don't worry. I won't underestimate him." Duan Lingtian naturally knew why Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian were so serious. They were worried that he would suffer because he underestimated Shui Haichuan. After all, in the eyes of most people in the Tianlong clan and Greater One sect, he and Shimen Longxiang were destined opponents, and would fight sooner or later. In the past, Shimen Longxiang had entered the battlefield of God Kings precisely for him. It was just that he didn't meet him. Perhaps, after he had broken through to the Godly Emperor stage, no one thought Shimen Longxiang would be a match for him. However, Shimen Longxiang had also broken through to the Godly Emperor stage. His cultivation base was not inferior to Duan Lingtian's, and he had displayed extraordinary strength. At this time, it was only natural that people would compare him to Shimen Longxiang again. Although he had just come out of closed-door cultivation, it was not difficult for him to guess this. Little Tian. However, Dongfang Yannian did not seem to believe Duan Lingtian's words. His expression was solemn as he said, "A long time ago, Shimen Longxiang was widely acknowledged by many as the most talented person in the Greater One sect since it was founded. If he hadn't appeared on the battlefield of the Divine Kings, even I would have thought that he had already left the Greater One sect and even the Eastern Ridge Prefecture. With his innate talent and comprehension ability, he definitely won't be a nobody if he joins any of the top Emperor stage forces in Tungleng province." His performance in the battlefield of God Kings further proved his strength. Right now, he's already made such achievements as soon as he became a godly emperor. It's enough to prove that his reputation is well deserved. Based on his current strength, he's at least comparable to a mid-godly emperor. He might even be able to stand up to some of the weaker mid-godly emperors. Of the 4 low godly emperors from our Tianlong clan that he killed, 2 of them were traveling together. It's very likely that he killed them 2 against 1. Towards the end, Dongfang Yannian's tone became more and more solemn. "I understand." At this moment, Duan Lingtian no longer dared to joke around. He could tell that both Dongfang Yannian and Shui Haichuan were serious. At that moment, he could not help but feel warmth in his heart. He naturally knew that the 2 of them were serious because they were worried about him. They were afraid that he would underestimate Shimen Longxiang and suffer at his hands. "Little Tian, you've made good progress in your closed-door cultivation this time, right?" As if sensing the seriousness of the atmosphere, Shui Haichuan changed the topic and asked Duan Lingtian with a smile. At that moment, Dongfang Yannian also looked at Duan Lingtian. He was amazed by Duan Lingtian's progress in cultivation. It took him less than 10 years to go from a high godly king to a low godly emperor. Furthermore, Duan Lingtian's attainments in the laws of space were also enough to show that he had extremely high comprehension abilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to make such progress in less than 3,000 years of age. Not bad. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. Then, his eyes flashed. Brother Haichuan, I plan to make another trip to the Emperor Battle Realm and stay a bit longer in the battlefield of God Kings. Haha, hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Shui Haichuan laughed. It seems that you've made good progress. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so confident. Since that's the case, I'll make a trip to the Emperor Battle Realm with you and see how strong you are. Shui Haichuan smiled. Before Duan Lingtian went into closed-door cultivation last time, Shui Haichuan said that the next time Duan Lingtian entered the battlefield of God Kings, for the sake of Duan Lingtian's safety, he would go with Duan Lingtian. Now that Duan Lingtian had come out of closed-door cultivation and wanted to enter the battlefield of God Kings, he naturally had to fulfill his promise. You want to enter the battlefield of God Kings together? Hearing Shui Haichuan's words, Dongfang Yanyan's eyes suddenly lit up. I have nothing to do recently and don't need to be on duty. I'll go with you. You? Shui Haichuan looked at Dongfang Yanyan and said with a fake smile, have you asked sister-in-law? Did sister-in-law let you come with us? I remember that last time when I wanted to ask you to enter the battlefield of God Kings, sister-in-law just said one sentence and you didn't say anything. Shui Haichuan said. Hearing this, Dongfang Yanyan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Isn't that because you're a lunatic? Last time, you took the initiative to provoke the two Earth Nether Elders of the Greater One sect and dragged them around. In the end, you forcibly dragged them down and then killed one of them. And you weren't much better at that time, you were almost killed. Otherwise, the other Dark Earth Elder of Greater One sect was a coward, or he could have taken you down with him. Someone as dangerous as you. Do you think that sister-in-law would dare to let me enter the battlefield of God Kings with you? Hearing Dongfang Yanyan's words, Duan Lingtian also looked at Shui Haichuan in surprise. Sensing Duan Lingtian's gaze, Shui Haichuan shook his head and said, Little Tian, don't listen to his nonsense. Last time, I was just unlucky. I originally thought that they were two ordinary Dark Earth Elders of Greater One sect, but I didn't expect that they were the stronger kind. So, I could only rely on the advantage of my cultivation method to drag them down and exhaust their divine power. In the end, I killed one of them and scared the other away. Of course, at that time, although I was an arrow at the end of its flight, if the remaining person attacked me, I was still confident that I could make him stay. Saying this, Shui Haichuan was forcefully interrupted by Dongfang Yanyan. At the same time that you made him stay, you were most likely done for yourself, right? Dongfang Yanyan said unhappily, You madman, since they couldn't catch up to you in speed, you could have run to a place with complicated terrain and hide. If they couldn't find you, they would naturally have left. Why did you have to drag them down? Aren't you just hoping for a fluke? Relying on your cultivation method to allow your divine power to last longer than theirs, you want to counterattack and kill them? In the Emperor battle plane, regardless of which battlefield it was, divine power could not be recovered by absorbing the spiritual qi of the world. It could only be recovered by consuming divine pills. However, the recovery of divine pills also required a process. If one constantly consumed divine power, no matter how many divine pills one had, they would not be able to keep up with the consumption. In the end, it was still a matter of who could last longer. I wasn't relying on luck. Shui Haichuan said unconcernedly, as soon as those two old men attacked, I could tell that their endurance was definitely not as good as mine. In fact, before I even prepared to drag them to death, I had already guessed that it was very likely that I would only be able to kill one of them in the end. You think I'm just looking to die? Shui Haichuan said. In any case, I'll go with you this time. Dongfang Yanyan could not be bothered to argue with Shui Haichuan. As for your sister-in-law, she'll definitely agree. After all, I'm not going with you alone. Little Tian is going with me too. I told her that I was afraid that you would kill Little Tian if you went with him, so I wanted to go with him to protect Little Tian. At the crucial moment, I'll leave you behind and run with Little Tian. Dongfang Yanyan said. After saying that, under the stunned gazes of Duan Lingtian and Shui Haichuan, Dongfang Yanyan smiled and said, All right, I've told her. She told me to protect Little Tian. When are we leaving? Now. Tianlong Temple, in a secluded valley. A middle-aged man who was originally sitting cross-legged on a black rock in front of a waterfall at the foot of the valley suddenly opened his eyes. A cold light flashed through his eyes. That Duan Lingtian left Shui Haichuan's residence. He went to the entrance of the Emperor battle plain. At first, his eyes were incomparably bright, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. However, in the next instant, his expression froze. Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian also went with him? Could it be that those two brats knew that it would be dangerous for Duan Lingtian to go to the Emperor battle plain alone? No. That's impossible. Chapter 3891. Perhaps they're leaving Shui Haichuan's residence with Duan Lingtian and going their separate ways? Dongfang Yannian is famous for being a henpecked husband. Up until now, he's only entered the Emperor battle plain once, and it was with his wife. Would his wife let him take the risk alone? The middle-aged man was none other than the Tianlong clan's vice-clan master, Shui Mingji. After receiving the message from the person in charge of monitoring Shui Haichuan's residence, he continue watching them. See if they'll part ways with Duan Lingtian. Shui Mingji was still hoping for a fluke. However, after waiting for a while, when he received more news, his expression turned completely gloomy. This was because neither Shui Haichuan nor Dongfang Yannian had parted ways with Duan Lingtian. They had followed Duan Lingtian through the cultivation grounds of the Emperor Battle Realm's disciples and arrived at the valley at the entrance of the Emperor Battle Realm before entering the Emperor Battle Realm. The three of them traveled together. Moreover, two of them were White Dragon Elders. Do they recognize Duan Lingtian now? Shui Mingji took a deep breath and asked through voice transmission. Now, he wasn't asking about his own people in the Sky Dragon sect, but his friend who bought the two Death Warriors for him. The control of the Death Warriors was in his friend's hands, not his. He trusted his friend unconditionally because they were friends who had gone through life and death situations together. They had saved each other's lives before. When I received your message, I had them keep watch nearby. They've already memorized Duan Lingtian's appearance. Although they won't have a chance to attack, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Shui Mingji replied. Although Shui Mingji knew his friend was trying to comfort him, he still calmed himself down. Tell them to enter the Emperor Battle Realm. They'll enter in 2 days. In the Emperor Battle Plain, they can enter the Divine Emperor battlefield and wander around the entrance for a while before leaving. There's no need to go find the Divine Emperor disciples of the Daoist sect to kill. Shui Mingji was also worried that the two Divine Emperor men of sacrifice would be killed by the Greater One sect's Divine Emperors if they entered the Divine Emperor battlefield. Although the strength of those two Divine Emperor death soldiers was far inferior to him, he had to pay a hefty price to buy their lives. They could afford to lose their lives. However, the prerequisite was that he would help him take away Duan Lingtian. I understand. There was a quick response from the other side. I will send the other 3 God King Deathsworn soldiers into the Emperor battle plain in the coming days. In the Monarch battle plain, if Duan Lingtian is alone, they will find an opportunity to attack Duan Lingtian. Of course, I will make it clear to them that unless they are absolutely certain, they should not make a move. Hearing that, Shui Mingji was relieved. I'm not worried about you. Thanks. Shui Mingji thanked him. What kind of friendship do you have with me? There's no need to thank me. The other laughed involuntarily. The person you want to kill has been holed up in the Tianlong temple all this time. If he comes out, I can personally help you kill him. Shui Mingji smiled bitterly. If he comes out, there's no need for you to do anything. I can do it myself or send someone to do it. Big Brother Yannian, do you know those two? Duan Lingtian asked Dongfang Yannian curiously as soon as he entered the Emperor battle plain. Just now, before he entered, he could sense that many people's gazes were on him. He wasn't surprised because he could be considered a celebrity in the Tianlong clan. However, before he entered, there were 2 people standing together who were clearly different from the others. They seemed out of place. The 2 of them glanced at him, then looked at Dongfang Yannian. The youth was talking to the other middle-aged man as if they were discussing Dongfang Yannian. You should know those two, said Dongfang Yannian with a smile. Dongfang Yannian said with a smile, do you still remember what happened 2 years ago when I just returned from outside? 2 years ago. Hearing Dongfang Yannian's words, Duan Lingtian pondered for a while, then his eyes flashed. Big brother Yannian, you're saying, those two were the medium god emperors you received and the other medium god emperor who came in on the same day? Yes, it's them. Dongfang Yannian nodded. Speaking of which, they've already been in the Tianlong clan for a while. During that time, they also entered the Emperor battle plane, but they only walked around Tianlong City and Heping City for a while before leaving. Many people are wondering if they're afraid of death and don't dare to enter the battlefield of divine emperors. Towards the end, Dongfang Yannian frowned slightly. That Yanzhe, to think I had a good impression of him when I heard him say he had enmity with Greater One sect. Now, he doesn't even dare to enter the battlefield of divine emperors. Even if he has enmity with Greater One sect, what's the point? Dongfang Yannian's tone was filled with disdain. Could it be that the sect doesn't have a rule that those who join the sect during the Emperor battle must enter the Emperor battle plane within a certain period of time? Asked Duan Lingtian. Of course. Shui Haichuan, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. The sect has a rule that those who join the sect during the Emperor battle and are disciples of God Kings must enter the battlefield of God Kings within 2 years. As for disciples of divine emperors, they must enter the battlefield of divine emperors within 5 years. If they don't enter by then, they'll be expelled from the Tianlong clan. The Tianlong clan doesn't accept those who don't dare to enter the Emperor battle plane during the Emperor battle. At the same time, they must also hand over a certain amount of divine stones and divine crystals as compensation for violating the agreement. After all, before they join the sect has already told them that they must enter the Emperor battle plane or battlefield upon entering. If they don't, they'll have to abide by the rules. Hearing this rule, Duan Lingtian nodded. At least by doing this, no one would waste their time. This time, with 2 white dragon elders by his side entering the battlefield of divine emperors, Duan Lingtian felt much more at ease and didn't feel the slightest pressure. With 2 white dragon elders roaming the battlefield of divine emperors with him, unless they encountered a group of 3 or more elders of Greater One sect, it would be impossible for them to stay. In fact, even if it was a group of 3 or more people, Duan Lingtian might be able to defeat or even kill them if he used his trump card and had Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian's help. Of course, it wasn't that he completely trusted Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian. It was just that when he had no other choice, he could only choose to trust them. Based on his current personal impression, after interacting with the 2 of them, he felt that they were trustworthy. As for whether the 2 of them would have any thoughts after he revealed his trump card, he wasn't sure. After all, there were many blood brothers who had turned against each other because of the benefits of splitting the family. Although his relationship with Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian was good, it definitely couldn't be compared to blood brothers. Let's go. Because Duan Lingtian had applied for an identity badge last time, he didn't need to apply at all this time. In addition, Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian both had identity badges, so the 3 of them didn't need to go through any formalities and directly entered the battlefield of divine emperors. As soon as the 3 of them entered, the people who had personally witnessed the 3 of them entering the battlefield of divine emperors spread the news. In an instant, all the people of the Tianlong clan in Sky Dragon City knew that Duan Lingtian had entered the battlefield of divine emperors again, and that he had entered the battlefield of divine emperors accompanied by 2 white dragon elders. Duan Lingtian, Elder Shui Haichuan and Elder Dongfang Yannian have entered the battlefield of divine emperors together. Are they planning to do something big? If it's a lone elder of Greater One sect, encountering them, it's likely that he won't be able to escape death. Duan Lingtian has disappeared for 2 years, and now he's come to the Emperor battle plane and entered the battlefield of divine emperors again. Is he planning to compete with Greater One sect's Shimen Longxiang? When the disciples of the Tianlong clan learned that Duan Lingtian had entered the battlefield of divine emperors with 2 white dragon elders, they only thought that the 3 of them were going to do something big. However, when this news reached the Greater One sect and was spread by the people of the Greater One sect, it had a completely different meaning. Duan Lingtian has entered the Emperor battle plane again after more than 2 years, and he's accompanied by 2 white dragon elders. Half a year ago, our Greater One Sect's Shimen Longxiang entered the battlefield of Divine Emperors and killed 4 people of the Tianlong clan in 4 months. You say, is he afraid of encountering Shimen Longxiang inside, afraid that he would be killed by Shimen Longxiang, so he found 2 white dragon elders to follow and protect him? I didn't think too much about it at first. But now that you mention it, I think it makes sense. If that's the case, then Duan Lingtian is really as timid as a mouse. Last time, he dared to enter the battlefield of Divine Emperors alone when he had just broken through, but now he doesn't dare to do so. Perhaps, this is called the newborn calf is not afraid of the tiger. Now, the calf has grown up. Thinking of witnessing the battle between the 2 inner sect elders of our Greater One Sect, I reckon he has a lingering fear and will not dare to enter the battlefield of Divine Emperors alone. The Tianlong clan has been comparing Duan Lingtian to senior brother Shimen Longxiang. But now it seems that he is not worthy of being compared to senior brother Shimen Longxiang. Of course. Senior brother Shimen Longxiang will not enter the battlefield of Divine Emperors with the elder of our Greater One Sect. On the Greater One Sect side, there were voices of pessimism about Duan Lingtian everywhere, as if they had grasped some weakness of Duan Lingtian's. And when these words were passed to the Tianlong clan, the people of the Tianlong clan began to argue with the people of the Greater One Sect in Peace City. A person who killed hundreds of your Greater One Sect's God King disciples, who just broke through to the Divine Emperor realm, dares to enter the battlefield of Divine Emperors alone, and killed 2 inner sect elders of your Greater One Sect. You say he is inferior to Shimen Longxiang? Ridiculous. Who doesn't know that senior brother Duan Lingtian and the 2 white dragon elders have a good relationship? So what if they agreed to enter the battlefield of Divine Emperors together? Is there a rule against this? Yes. Perhaps, the current senior brother Duan Lingtian already has the strength comparable to the white dragon elders. In this case, the 2 white dragon elders are willing to travel with him. I advise you to tell your Greater One Sect's Divine Emperor disciples to be careful, lest they enter the battlefield of Divine Emperors and run into senior brother Duan Lingtian. At that time, they won't be able to escape even if they want to.